Title: Transforming into a Magical Girl After 30 Years of Singleness. Synopsis: Imagination, fantasy, humor, daily life. Tang Ming, an ordinary individual leading a mundane life, has never had a girlfriend. However, upon reaching the age of 30, everything changes. What is this? Why have I transformed into this? Congratulations, you have been chosen by the magical girl system, and you can now become a magical girl. What? Are you kidding me? I am a man. It does not matter whether you are a man. What is important is that you can become a magical girl. Here is your magical girl system. Please accept it. I refuse to accept this. I still have to work and have no time for you. Very well. Then I shall install it for you myself. What are you planning? Stay away from me, or I will call the police. Oh. The magical girl system has been successfully installed. I shall take my leave now. It is up to you to uphold justice. This is a peculiar and humorous world filled with bizarre people, objects, and events. Witness his transformation into a magical girl as he confronts the darkness. This story is based on my personal experiences. Any resemblance to actual events is purely coincidental. Chapter 1. The Arrival of the Magical Girl System. Today marks Tang Ming's 30th birthday. After finishing his morning shift at a convenience store, he purchases a strawberry cake from a bakery. Upon returning to his rented apartment, he observes the disarray within, barely able to find a place to stand. Sigh, I suppose I should tidy up. He sets the cake on the bedside table and picks up a broom, commencing a cleaning spree that consumes over 2 hours. Staring at the pile of garbage at the entrance, he is taken aback. Is there really this much trash in my room? Never mind, I'll just throw it down to the garbage bin. He sets off, running up and down the stairs. Time passes in this back-and-forth manner until 5 in the afternoon. This room looks significantly cleaner now. My time was not wasted. With a smile gracing his face, he reaches for a bottle of mineral water and drinks heartily. Ah, refreshing. His expression is slightly exaggerated as he carelessly places the bottle aside, leaving the cap unsealed. Approaching the bedside, he sets the cake upon the table. Today is my 30th birthday, and I am still all alone, sigh. Gazing at the cake, a hint of melancholy and solitude fills his eyes. Yet, his face soon brightens with a smile. I've managed to live like this for 30 years. Why should I care? I suppose aging makes one more sentimental. I still have plenty of time and do not concern myself with such things. I shall continue to live my life. Tang Ming lights several candles and places them atop the cake, then blows them out. I wish myself a happy 30th birthday, still single. Just as he reaches for a slice of cake, a strange sound resonates in his ears. Furrowing his brow, he rubs his ears. Must be my imagination. As those words escape his lips, a blinding light envelopes him, rendering him unable to open his eyes. When the radiance subsides, he finds a mirror before him. Who is that? He scrutinizes the enchanting figure in the mirror, adorned in a pink ensemble reminiscent of medieval attire, complete with a flowing skirt embellished with tiny stars and knee-high boots. While small fairies flutter about, the figure appears to be a youthful girl of about 18 or 19, embodying the essence of a vibrant young maiden. However, upon locking eyes with her, he is startled to see his own astonished face reflected back. What in the world? Could this be me? Am I still dreaming? His eyes widen in disbelief. No, wait. I remember what I was doing. Yes, celebrating my 30th birthday. He suddenly raises his gaze again to the woman in the mirror. At that moment, shock and disbelief flood his expression. It's impossible. I distinctly recall a sound, followed by a blinding white light that left me unable to see. Suddenly, he reaches out to touch his face, and the mirror figure mirrors his actions. His trembling hand brushes against the skin, only to pause in confusion. Hey, this doesn't feel like a woman's skin. Why is it so rough? He continues to stroke his face, his bewilderment intensifying. Then, a thought strikes him. Wait a moment, how did I end up here? Where is this place? As his mind races, he glances around, noting that the surroundings are entirely white, and his eyes are not harmed by the brightness. Stepping away from the mirror, he instantly feels the space around him distort, hastily retracting his foot to restore normalcy. What is going on here? Hello? Is anyone there? What kind of place is this? And who is that person in the mirror? Tang Ming calls out loudly, yet silence greets him. I am a successor of socialism. How can I be frightened by something like this? Even if the sky were to fall, there are still tall people to catch it. So why is it crashing down on me? He begins to grumble internally as his eyes dart around. He once again locks eyes with the figure in the mirror. Since I cannot leave this place, what if I break the mirror? A glimmer of determination sparks in his eyes as he rubs his hands together, preparing to strike. Wait, just as Tang Ming's hand, wrapped in his sleeve, is about to descend, he hears a voice. Turning to the right, he spots a small being with wings. His eyes widen in astonishment, his mind racing to comprehend the situation. What kind of high technology is this? The mirror part is understandable, but what about this creature? Have I been abducted by aliens? Or have I crossed over? Or is there another explanation? His thoughts spiral. Finally, he stammers, "Hello, who are you?" The small being gazes at Tang Ming's face, a satisfied expression gracing its features. "I am a magical fairy, the messenger of love and peace in the world." Upon hearing this, Tang Ming can only respond with exasperation. Magical fairy, I must confess that I do not have much fondness for love and peace. Could you perhaps tell me how to leave this place? The magical fairy observes him with a smile that is both amused and enigmatic. "Not a problem, but I will need your assistance with a task first." Tang Ming's eyes flicker as he replies, "What task? Can I hear about it before agreeing?" "There's no problem. You've been chosen to become a magical girl. I just came to activate your magical girl system, which is why I am here at." This moment, upon hearing the words of the magical sprite, his mind became somewhat dazed. What? Become a magical girl? His face was filled with astonishment, yet his heart felt a chill. Indeed. Congratulations. Observing the sincerity on the sprite's face, the urge to curse nearly overwhelmed him. "I am a civilized person. I cannot utter foul language." He reassured himself, his chest rising and falling gradually calming. "But I am a male," he said through gritted teeth. "This has nothing to do with being male. The important thing is that you can become a magical girl. Isn't that something to be joyous about?" The sprite fluttered its wings gently, circling around Tang Ming while scrutinizing him. "Joyous? How absurd. Have you ever seen a male transform into a magical girl? You must have mistaken me for someone else." The corners of his mouth twitched, pondering, "Am I the one losing my mind? Or is the world gone mad? How can such a bizarre thing exist? It seems you are a bit displeased, but it matters not. Just now, the mirror displayed your transformed appearance. What do you think? Beautiful, right?" The magical sprite perched upon the mirror frame, gazing at him. Instinctively, he glanced into the mirror, hesitating for a brief moment. "It is indeed beautiful. But..." Before he could finish, he heard, "As long as it looks good, that's all that matters. The system installation is complete, and I must take my leave. That it will be up to you to protect the world and maintain peace from here on." With that, it began to emit light. "Wait, have I consented to this? You simply install this so-called magical girl system on me? I have other responsibilities. I have no time for such childish games. Is this some sort of prank? I see now, you are playing a joke on me, deliberately coming on my birthday, aren't you? You all need not hide. I already understand the situation. If you do not reveal yourselves, I shall call the authorities." That he shouted loudly, his gaze darting around in search of a flaw to expose this ruse, yet nothing occurred, only the increasingly radiant magical sprite. "Hold on, there are still some things I do not quite comprehend." Seeing it about to vanish, he called out. The magical sprite glanced at him with a sigh, saying, "Kid, you are the only one here shouting. If it weren't for my mission, I would have already knocked you to the ground. If you wish to know something, look it up in the system when you return to the real world. I have no time to guide you. Is there anything else? If not, kindly keep quiet and refrain from making a fuss. It is quite bothersome." The magical sprite looked at him with disdain and impatience, its tone and voice transforming to that of an adult, unlike the earlier fairy tale-like sound. Then, with a flicker of light, it disappeared. All that remained was Tang Ming, standing there in a daze. Chapter 2, the transformation begins at the corner. After work that magical sprite is an old man. A peculiar thought flickered through Tang Ming's mind. "No, this cannot be right. How am I supposed to return? The system? Yes, that fellow mentioned before leaving that I should check the system myself. But where is the system? System. There was still no sound around. Damn, could this be a scam? But I haven't done anything immoral, have I? Could it be that I was caught urinating by a tree while walking at night?" Tang Ming mumbled to himself, utterly bewildered by the current situation. Just then, his gaze caught a glimpse of a mirror, and his hand instinctively pressed against it. An astonishing scene unfolded. Light enveloped him, and he fainted, only to be roused by the ringing of his phone. "Oh, my head hurts." He picked up his phone and saw it was a call from the store manager. "Hello. What's going on?" "Manager, what do you mean what's going on? Why haven't you come to work? This isn't like you." "Work? Didn't I just get off?" "Just get off? I think you must be a bit confused. Check the time. If you're unwell, take a few days off." Tang Ming glanced at the time on his phone. April 1st, 2025? Wait, wasn't it March 31st? How did it pass so quickly? Staring at his phone in disbelief, something nagged at him. At that moment, the manager's voice came through again. "Xiao Tang, I thought I heard you mumbling. Perhaps you should rest for a few days. You might just be tired. If you're sick, that could cost a fortune." Feeling touched by the manager's concern, Tang Ming replied, "Manager, can I take paid leave?" "What? Paid leave? Why don't you just go die? You can choose whether to show up or not. The irritation was palpable from the other end. Ahem, if it's not paid, then so be it. Is it really necessary to say it that way? Actually, I feel I can work today. I'll come over shortly. How about that? There was an undertone of appeasement in his voice. You're coming today? Well, fine. I have some matters to attend to. See you in half an hour. Without waiting for Tang Ming to respond, the call ended abruptly. Tossing his phone onto the bed nonchalantly, he changed into his work clothes, only to discover that the cake he had bought was completely gone. When did I finish it? I have no recollection at all. Puzzled, but with no time to ponder, he hurried out the door. Descending the stairs to the street, he navigated through a few red lights before arriving at a convenience store. You sure convenience store. Just as he was about to enter, he noticed someone squatting at the entrance. When he intended to pass by, the person stood up and looked at him. You finally made it. I've been waiting for half an hour. I almost called you. What? Planning to sneak in from the side? I didn't see you there. My eyesight might be a bit poor. Why were you squatting outside? Tang Ming chuckled, already aware that the person was the manager. But he had no intention of greeting him. Bad eyesight? Then what are you doing here? Since you're here, don't leave. Here's the key. Take it, and wait until the next shift arrives before you leave. The manager pulled out a set of keys from his pocket and shoved them into Tang Ming's hands. I'll head out first. Just watch the store. The manager walked towards a car, a Daihatsu Pulsar. How about I borrow your car? I have a license too. Tang Ming looked at the parked car with envy. Drive my car? Forget it. I'm afraid you'll wreck it. Your driving skills are only fit for a toy car. Don't come ruin my ride. After sizing Tang Ming up, the manager shook his head, closed the car door, and drove away. Is it really necessary to say it like that just for borrowing a car? At least I can drive. I can handle a yellow car just fine. Amused by his own thoughts, he turned and entered the store. He checked if the cash register was functioning properly, then examined the change inside. Not bad. At least the machine was operational, though there weren't many customers. Tang Ming pulled over a chair, sat down, and took out his phone to watch videos. Ha ha. He chuckled intermittently. The manager is checking out. Huh. Oh, wait a moment. Tang Ming quickly shut off his phone and stood up. Hello. We currently have a promotion. Spend 30 and save 5. He revealed a professional smile. Spend 30 and save 5? Right? Your total is 18 yuan. If you buy 30 worth of goods, you can get a discount. Do you need anything? Sure. I'll go grab a few more items. Tang Ming smiled as he watched the customer head off to select more items. When he returned and completed the transaction, Tang Ming asked, would you like to sign up for a membership card? You can get a 25 discount daily. You'll save quite a bit by the end of the month. And it's applicable everywhere. The customer blinked and replied, no need, and promptly walked out. At that moment, Tang Ming called out, welcome next time. He observed the departing customer, then resumed his seat at the back to play with his phone. Time passed, and it was 4 in the afternoon. Brother Tang, I thought you wouldn't come to work today. A young man in his 20s with light yellow hair entered the store. I overslept. Otherwise, why would I come? Hurry up and take over. It's already time. After saying this, Tang Ming handed a set of keys to the young man. Why the rush? Do you have a girlfriend now? Seeing the curiosity in his eyes, Tang Ming rolled his eyes. If I had a girlfriend, would I still be here working? I'd have found a higher paying job by now. He retrieved his phone from under the cash register and headed outside. Hey, Brother Tang, you're leaving in such a hurry. Do you really have a girlfriend? He paused at the door, but didn't turn around. Yang Wang, you look like that. And you still don't have a girlfriend? Wait until you find one before you talk about me. It's just that I'm so good looking that few women dare to pursue me for a romantic relationship. Yang Wang said, tossing his hair, a scene that Tang Ming caught as he turned to look at him. Right, you're quite the flirt. With that, he stepped out of the convenience store. Flirt? You're the one flirting. Hearing this, Tang Ming smiled as he walked home. Just as he reached a corner, a voice rang out. System monitoring detected overwhelming resentment. Reaching the threshold for elimination. Initiating link to teleportation point. 321, huh? What the heck? Bright light appeared before Tang Ming, and pleasant music began to play around him. Drip, 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 the crescent moon beats in his heart. He unconsciously exclaimed, magical girl transformation. As the white light faded, he found himself enveloped in darkness. Where's this place? A melodious feminine voice echoed here. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. Tang Ming's eyes widened in disbelief at what he had just uttered, and he coughed lightly, still producing a girl-esque voice. Something in his mind awakened, recalling the dream from the previous night. Could all be true? Is this a prank? This is the real world. Where could a magical girl possibly come from? Is there any proof? Just as he was about to curse, a voice nearby interrupted. Were you? Chapter 3. The first battle. Tang Ming turned his head and beheld a thing enveloped in black mist. What are you? Upon hearing this, the shadow paused, scrutinizing him. Are you a woman? The black shadow gradually dissipated, revealing a man with sunken eyes. Are you male or female? Why are you wearing pink clothing? How did you end up here? I've been wandering for several days without finding a way out. I have no idea how I got here either. I just heard a voice whispering in my ear, and in a flash of white light, I found myself in this place. And who are you? Perhaps it was Tang Ming's transformation into that beautiful girl, or the sheer boredom of the man that prompted them to engage in conversation. Just then, a voice echoed. Hostile energy detected. Magical girl, prepare for immediate action. A glow emanated from Tang Ming's body. The young man opposite him widened his eyes in astonishment. What kind of high technology is this? It's incredibly powerful. Tang Ming, however, had no time to address these inquiries and swiftly brushed his sleeve upward. A pink heart emerged on his arm, pulsating rhythmically. This is not a dream. It seems I am not in a topsy-turvy world, but rather experiencing an upheaval myself. Loading operational procedures. Magical girl Fenshine, please prepare for battle. The heart-shaped object detached from his arm, hovering in front of him and emitting a prompt sound. What is this? Am I too exhausted from work to be hallucinating? The young man took a few steps closer to Tang Ming. Loading operational procedures? Am I the protagonist now? Tang Ming felt a surge of excitement, envisioning himself saving the world and reaching the pinnacle of his life. Ha! The young man, initially approaching, halted, casting a peculiar look at him. Is this woman mentally unstable? No matter how beautiful she is, that doesn't change anything. He instinctively took a step back. Unbeknownst to them, dark mist began to rise from behind the young man, coiling away and transforming into a black-red figure in the distance. Ha! I'm finally free. After being oppressed for over a decade, I will surely destroy that wretched company. Tang Ming and the young man turned simultaneously, astonished. What is that? They exclaimed in unison. Operational procedures completed. Magical girl Fenshine, installation complete. Commencing battle. Something flashed through Tang Ming's mind, and his eyes sparkled with a pink hue. You spirit of resentment, today marks your doom. To return to the real world? Dream on. Heartstorm, Fenshine shouted, her delicate hands grasping the heart, exhaling softly. Instantly, countless hearts surged forth, encasing the spirit of resentment within. This spectacle left not only the young man dumbfounded, but Tang Ming himself as well, let alone the recently emerged spirit of resentment. Was that my attack? Am I really that powerful? But this skill is too flashy. Tang Ming mused, toying with the heart in his hand, his eyes glimmering with a strange light. I must still be dreaming. This is far too surreal. The young man shared his disbelief. A magical girl? How can you be here? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The spirit of resentment, ensnared within the hearts, gazed at the pink-clad girl with terror. A magical girl? I've truly become one, but I'm a man. Tang Ming's heart quivered, his eyes darted around, desperately seeking a mirror to confirm his current appearance. Magical girl? It seems I am indeed in a dream. The young man felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Even if you're a magical girl, so what? I'm not afraid. The black-red mist surrounding the spirit of resentment began to swirl, forcing the hearts apart as it attempted to escape. Meanwhile, the young man suddenly turned pale and collapsed, unconscious, black mist rising from him and heading towards the spirit of resentment. Indeed, the resentment within the host is rather potent. Magical girl, just wait. Soon I will ensure you live as a proper human. Haha. Are you certain? The voice was alarmingly close to the spirit of resentment. Damn, you startled me. Why are you so close? The spirit of resentment trembled, glaring angrily at Tang Ming. Well, you are the villain. How else can I eliminate you if I don't get closer? Upon hearing this, the spirit of resentment conceded, nodding. You have a point. But could you wait until I break free before attacking? Otherwise, I would lose face. Fair enough, but since this is my first transformation into a magical girl, I'm still unfamiliar with the intricacies of this process. I noticed you shouted something earlier. Is there a method to it? The spirit of resentment's eyes sparkled upon hearing Tang Ming's admission of being a newly transformed magical girl. Actually, I'm not sure why I shouted. It was merely instinctive. How about we analyze this together once I'm out? Uncertain? Then what is the point of letting you out? Fenshine scoffed, her heart glowing as she readied an attack. Wait, I'm not the first to be defeated by a magical girl, which is why I said that. If you don't believe me, then so be it. The spirit of resentment looked at the person in front of him in disbelief, thinking, this magical girl is not quite right in the head. So jumpy. Her methods resemble those of a man. Are there other magical girls? Where are they? Tang Ming asked excitedly, his fervent gaze fixated on the spirit of resentment. You magical girls are elusive. Who knows where you are? The spirit of resentment rolled his eyes, extending a hand toward the heart cage. Oh, do you know anything else? He shot a glance at the hand, then struck it back with the heart. You. What? Nothing. I don't know anything else. I'm not a magical girl. The resentment on the spirit's face seemed to intensify. Since that's the case, you're of no use to me. It's time to send you to meet Yin Wang. Finqin swept her hand across the heart, exclaiming, Pink world. The heart flew from her hand, soaring into the sky as pink radiance filled the dark space, pure, cleansing power emanating, enveloping the young man and the spirit of resentment. No, damn magical girl. I will return. The spirit of resentment's words faded as he vanished, leaving behind 3 black crystals. A smile inadvertently spread across the young man's face. Tang Ming extended his hands, momentarily lost in thought, still struggling to believe. Taking a deep breath, he realized that his life was about to change. His heart raced with excitement, and a silly grin broke across his face. Memory override initiated. The light from the heart cascaded onto the young man. Memory override? Could this be a means of concealing my identity as a magical girl? If true, then I need not worry about exposure in the future. As he pondered this, the world around him blurred, and he found himself back in his room, the young man nowhere to be seen. This is my home? Tang Ming surveyed his surroundings, excitement swelling within him. From now on, no matter where I go, I can instantly return home, saving a fortune on transportation. Ha! I'm so clever. As he approached the mirror standing in the corner, his eyes widened in shock, staring incredulously at his reflection. Chapter 4. Inconsistencies between reality and image standing before the mirror. A chill coursed through him. What is this? How is it so different from what I remember? Tang Ming was momentarily dazed, his expression vacant. Am I currently in a transformed state? Did that earlier individual inquire? Am I male or female? Because they beheld this appearance? No, that cannot be. If it were true, would I not be deemed a pervert? I recall the magical sprite mentioning that upon returning to reality, I could access the system. But where is this system? Unconsciously, I extend my hand to explore my body, yet find nothing. Since it is a system, and based on depictions in various novels, it should require me to summon it. System. After several minutes, still no response. Could I have been deceived? Yet encountering such peculiar circumstances. Having a system should be entirely normal, especially since I distinctly heard the system's notification sound. My palm grazes my chin as I scrutinize my reflection in the mirror. That box. A glimmer of light flashes in my eyes as I retrieve the heart-shaped object from my waist. Upon opening the lid, a luminous screen materializes, displaying a plethora of information. System-bound individual, Tang Ming male. Magical girl name, Xin. Magical skills. None can be learned. All magical skills will be automatically utilized during the novice experience period. Love Heartstorm. 1 use remaining, 2 total. Pink World. 1 use remaining, 2 total. Physical condition. Good. It is recommended to enhance physical training to vanquish evil with absolute strength. Observing the information, Tang Ming furrows his brow. Is this not a deception? What is this operation loading before me? Providing me with a trial card while the rest requires personal investment to engage. Just as this thought crosses my mind, a voice emanates. The magical girl system is dedicated to serving you. This explanation is offered as part of the novice protection period, establishing a solid foundation for users' in-depth experiences. This system does not require any monetary investment. One merely needs to continuously improve oneself to acquire various magical skills. Physical training can also ensure adequate responses to future missions and enhance the system's favorability, unlocking the marketplace interface. Upon hearing this, my brow furrows deeper. Is this not akin to a game? Favorability, marketplace, experiential quality. It feels no different from playing a game. The system prompts that magical girls exist in reality. Should a transformed individual sustain injuries, they too will be harmed. What? Injured while in a transformed state? A look of astonishment appears on my face as I widen my eyes at the text on the luminous screen. Under such circumstances, who would choose to be a magical girl? In the face of life-threatening danger, one would surely flee first. No, I must unbind this system. The system responds. Once bound, the system cannot be unbound. Unbinding is permitted only upon reaching the age of 50. What? 50 years old? Have you ever seen a magical girl at 50? They would be an old woman by then, incapable of battle. By that age, could I even manage to walk? This truly leaves Tang Ming astonished. A 50-year age limit? Would I still be able to walk then? The system suggests enhance physical training. Enhance what physical training? Is this some sort of hidden quest? The shock in my eyes transforms into confusion. Wait, have I strayed from the topic? Initially, I sought to inquire of the system regarding the differences in appearance post-transformation. Yet I have now turned to unbinding the system, and now it has devolved into enhancing physical training. This system cannot possibly be an artificial intelligence, can it? A glimmer of curiosity illuminates my eyes as I gaze at the entirety of the interface on the screen. What is this? Observing the clothing icon on the interface, I reach out and click on it. A flash of white light envelopes me, and I find myself in a white room surrounded by a variety of garments. Predominantly female attire, some androgynous, and only a few pieces of armor, all in black, evoking a sense of awe at first glance. It appears this is the entry point to the clothing interface. Without hesitation, I approach the armor pieces, a smile of delight gracing my face. If I could don these, it would indeed be quite imposing. But wait, isn't this a magical girl? How can such items exist? The system responds. Magical girls are combat-oriented. Armor is standard equipment. Ah, now I understand. Tang Ming nods, but soon finds himself frozen in place, gazing at the figure that has appeared beside him. Who are you? I am a system. This is merely a virtual avatar created to communicate with you at any time, alleviating your doubts. The system beams with a smile. Then where am I right now? You are currently in the clothing space, where all items are locked and require resentment spirit crystals for unlocking and other transactions. Goodness, is this not just a gaming recharge scheme? Either one must grind for materials to sell or purchase, ensnaring individuals within while they willingly comply. I gaze at the system with a mixture of shock and disbelief. This is simply a guiding method to provide binders with a better experience and deeper understanding of the history of magical girls. A better experience, understanding history? The concept of magical girls is already widely known. Did it not first emerge from small publications? This has spread through mediums such as anime and novels. In time, you will truly comprehend. The system replies, still maintaining its smile. All right, I now realize this system is completely robotic. But wait, let me inquire. After my transformation, am I male or female? A look of curiosity and excitement fills Tang Ming's face. Since I'm a magical girl, I must be female. The system regards him with a puzzled expression. Then, am I beautiful in my transformed state? Your appearance post-transformation is absolutely perfect, presenting as an 18-year-old girl. Certainly at a star level. Is that so? But when I first glimpsed myself in the room, how could I have looked like that? What you describe seems an utter contradiction. A twitch of frustration crosses Tang Ming's face as he narrows his eyes at the system. So, the reason for this discrepancy is that you are male, not female. Upon hearing the system's response, he feels somewhat unwell. Why then did you select me? Are you merely trying to disgust me? Using resentment spirit crystals will stabilize your form, allowing you to admire yourself in the mirror. The system's figure begins to fade slightly. Resentment spirit crystals? What are those? Tang Ming sighs, feeling an increasing number of inquiries arise, evoking a desire to curse. Just as he finishes speaking, he hears something drop to the ground nearby. Turning, he sees 3 black, diamond-shaped crystals. What is this? A memory surfaces of the items that fell after the resentment spirit specter dissipated. These are the resentment spirit crystals? He turns to the system, which nods slightly before vanishing. This is surprising. Before he can utter another word, the system advises, it is best to use these 3 spirit crystals to stabilize your transformed state. Otherwise, those outside will perceive you as a pervert or a crossdresser. Can I even dare to step outside? The reflection in the mirror reveals me clad in magical girl attire. Sporting a beard, short hair, and rough skin. I find my appearance utterly repulsive. Had I discovered this issue later, my dignity would have been utterly compromised. Feeling weary, Tang Ming's eyelids involuntarily droop. Upon reopening his eyes, he discovers himself in a narrow alley. Chapter 5. I have a fear of heights. Is this even possible? What is this situation? Tang Ming hastily scrambles to his feet, instinctively retrieving his phone from his pocket. Thankfully, it is still nighttime. Had it been like before, I would surely have faced the boss's wrath. Stowing away his phone, he begins to survey his surroundings. There are no surveillance cameras, only garbage bins on either side. The buildings towering above, indicating this area is rather affluent. I had intended to check the map earlier. Why did I put my phone away? Once again, I took out my phone to open the Kata map and realized that the distance from Tang City North to Tang City South was astonishingly vast. I tucked my phone away, standing still and unsure of my next move. This time felt quite different from the last. It seemed the difficulty of the task had indeed escalated. With a swift motion, I slapped my palm against my arm, and the transformation device materialized. The operational functions post-loading were remarkably impressive, allowing me to bypass the novice tutorial, filling me with an overwhelming sense of confidence. However, this moment of pride was fleeting, quickly replaced by a serious demeanor as I perused the magical skills available to me. The magical girl, Fan Xin, possessed the primary attribute of fire, with no secondary attribute. The fire-based spells included Fireball, Fire Python, Spark, Starlight, Flowing Light, and Passionate Exuberance, among others. Daily life spells comprised of Boiling Water Magic, Fishing Magic, Instant Noodle Magic, Fermentation Magic, Invisibility Magic, Dancing Magic, Musical Mastery, Ear Cleaning, and Toothpicking. What sort of magic was this? At least I wish for something akin to the previous AI, Xin Phone Bao, or Funsei Shirjia. Just as I finished my thought, the system's notification chimed. Transformation system activated. Initial transformation complete. The 3-day trial period will conclude, and you can immediately learn by spending resentment spirit crystals. Incredibly, I had previously questioned why a male like myself was chosen as a magical girl, yet no answer was forthcoming. Tang Ming offered a thumbs up, though it was unclear to whom it was directed. This question was indeed a good one, but at present, I was unable to provide an answer. I hoped that the bond would elevate my magical girl level in 3 days, granting me the authority to respond. Leveling up? This truly felt like a game. A sense of helplessness washed over me, prompting thoughts of whether I had been deceived by this world or was merely caught in a pre-death fantasy. Insufficient permissions to answer. Please level up. Well then, if I was to revert to an ordinary level within a day, I should currently be at the highest level. I tapped the screen and released the invisibility spell, a dark aura enveloping my body, causing me to vanish from sight. With access to these advanced spells, I could utilize them to confront any adversaries I encountered, familiarizing myself with them now, so that when I returned to this level, proficiency would no longer be a concern. Indeed, I was quite clever. I proceeded to activate all the magical skills, applying the supportive spells as well. A sound caught my attention, and I turned to see a shadow leap several meters high against the wall. Was this height achievable by a human? Noticing the dark aura surrounding him, I concluded he must be the culprit. How did the system ascertain this from such a distance? Although I felt perplexed, I grounded myself and launched into the air to pursue him. Initially, I was focused on the figure ahead, but when he hovered near a high-rise window and seamlessly passed through the wall, I halted in shock. A wall-passing technique? It appeared this individual was no stranger to criminal activity, exhibiting a level of proficiency that suggested he was aware of his own transformations and had grown increasingly bold. Suspended in midair, I instinctively looked down, a sudden jolt of fear coursing through me, leaving me dizzy and trembling. I was plummeting. My goodness. I had a fear of heights. Fly magic. Thankfully, I managed to ascend just before crashing onto someone else's rooftop, daring not to glance at the ground again. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered as I hastily accelerated towards the entrance through which the shadow had vanished. Arriving at the window, I landed on the balcony, my heart racing as I peered down at the city illuminated by night, gradually calming myself. Voices reached my ears. Hey, your man isn't home. I'm here specifically for you. Don't you understand my feelings? A woman's sultry voice responded, I know you're sincere, but that wretched man returns at 2 or 3 in the morning. Aren't you afraid of being caught? That spineless man is unworthy of you. Had I met you sooner, you would have been my wife, and others would not stand a chance, remarked the man dismissively. The woman's voice trailed off as she continued. Well, since we're on the topic of him. The man's sinister laughter filled the air. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, outside, was in disbelief, feeling a wave of frustration. Was this person really here for an affair? What was wrong with this system, assigning me such a task? Tang Ming remained rooted in place, hesitant to enter as the scene unfolding was far too inappropriate for a young audience, and venturing in would be challenging to explain. At 2 o'clock, as he waited by the window, his ears perked up and his previously restless heart raced as he peered through the glass. The door creaked open, and several shadows stealthily approached the couple engaging in their illicit rendezvous. Then came the sound of a foot kicking the door. Bang! The door burst open, revealing not a scene of entwined lovers, but a man lounging on the bed while the woman yawned, saying, "Why did you all arrive so late? The effects of the drug are almost gone, and I can't handle him alone." With that, she helped the lead man to his feet. "Hey, my dear wife, your methods are impressive. This way of making money is quite effective and low risk." The man grinned, planting a kiss on her. "Quick, take some pictures." She laughed, releasing him and lying back on the bed. "Yes, everyone, hurry and take photos. When he wakes up, we can ask him for some compensation for emotional distress," the man declared, pulling out his phone to capture the moment, with the others following suit, their phones flashing incessantly. Tang Ming, standing behind them, was taken aback, caught between amusement and disbelief. This individual certainly had a knack for making money. The concept of black eating black was at play, but the person before them was not someone they could easily handle. He walked into the living room and sank into the sofa, creating an imprint. A half hour later, sounds emerged, prompting him to rise and approach the door. What a spectacle this was. "I can deal with him after enjoying this drama," I thought, intrigued. "What do you want?" "You better hurry and untime me. Otherwise, you'll face the consequences," demanded the man bound to the bed, now clad in only his shorts. His eyes filled with humiliation and anger. "What do we want? You slept with my wife, and you asked me that?" The lead man stepped forward and slapped him hard across the face, causing it to swell. "You dare strike me? Do you have any idea what the consequences will be?" Before he could finish, several fists from other directions landed on him. "Stop!" The bound man raised his hand, halting the others. "Brother, the fact remains that you slept with my wife, and I have captured photographic evidence. If you do not provide me with an explanation, I will have no choice but to involve the authorities." They brandished their phones, showing the man the incriminating images. Chapter 6. Transformation? Love? The man on the bed widened his eyes, clearly still processing the situation. "So, do you believe me now? I don't wish to escalate this matter, especially since it concerns my wife's honor. Therefore, I need to know your intentions," the lead man stated, his companions watching intently. The woman beside them began to cry, drawing everyone's gaze. "Honey, I never intended to be with this man, but he has been following me daily, threatening me to keep quiet." I reluctantly agreed, only to realize he was quite nice. "I thought I could date him for a while, and if it worked out, I would divorce you and marry him. But you discovered us too soon," she sobbed, revealing bruises and marks on her face, appearing out of nowhere. In its current state, the scene evokes a sense of pity, easily deceiving those unaware of the truth. Such acting could surely earn a few accolades at the Oscars, thought Tang Ming, who stood at the entrance, reflecting on the situation. "How dare you strike Xiaoyu? Are you not a man? If you have the courage, come at me." The man in bed immediately manifested anger upon hearing this. "Finally, I have caught you off guard," the woman's husband thought with a sense of pride, and spoke up. "Strike her? Had it not been for your seduction, would I have laid a hand on her? I caught you red-handed. You had better behave, or I shall call the police, and we all shall face dire consequences together." The words of the man in bed caught in his throat. "How do you propose to resolve this? As long as you refrain from calling the authorities and stop hitting Xiaoyu, everything will be fine." The man in bed gazed tenderly at the weeping woman. The husband's previously amused expression darkened in an instant. He glanced at the man behind him, and then at his own wife, an inexplicable anger swelling within him. "Do you think this matter can be resolved so simply? It is not just my wife you have assaulted, but there's also psychological trauma, medical expenses, and I demand compensation from you as well, or this will not end here." The husband stepped forward and struck the man again, then approached his wife and kicked her lightly. Tang Ming furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed as to how the situation had escalated so dramatically. Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Even the woman and her two companions appeared bewildered and astonished. This was not how the script was meant to unfold. Yet the pain radiating from the woman was undeniably real, causing her to cry out. "Why do you continue to strike Xiaoyu? Did I not ask you for a solution just now?" The man in bed struggled, dark energy swirling on the floor. Do I need your prompting to act? I simply find your two shameless selves distasteful. If you dare, come and strike me. The husband's head began to emanate dark energy as well. Tang Ming stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned. The unfolding events deviated from his expectations. This man had been observed, and there had been no issues. Had something changed so recently? At this moment, unable to remain still, he retrieved his transformation device and pressed it against himself. Before he could transform, the husband drew a small knife from his waist, lunging forward. Not good, stop. Several voices called out in unison. A dark light and a pink glow erupted simultaneously. The barrier magic activated, shielding ordinary people's perception, electronic devices, and all other items. In a haze, only the three of them remained in the room. A young girl stood at the entrance, while a figure clad in armor glared menacingly at the shadow before him. As the light dissipated, a monstrous entity adorned with tentacles materialized, appearing like an ethereal apparition. You could transform as well. Who are you? The armored figure initially inquired of the white shadow before turning to Tang Ming. The white shadow also turned, its emerald eyes fixed upon him. Me? I am merely a passing magical girl. If you wish to fight, do so quickly. I will simply observe from the sidelines. Stepping back, it was clear she had no desire to involve herself in their conflict. I care not whether you're a magical girl or something else. Anyone who has witnessed my true form must die. The armored figure formed a mock grip, conjuring a metal hook aimed at the retreating pink heart. I retreat, not out of fear of you. The girl's face reflected displeasure as her transformation device flew into her hand, unleashing a wave of light. Magical, salty soda struck the hook, beginning to corrode it. Such a formidable spit. How can you employ such a technique? The armored figure's expression turned peculiar as several arrows manifested in his hands, aimed at the opposing party. Spit? You. Tang Ming nearly burst into laughter, for it was indeed spit. Meanwhile, the white shadow remained hidden nearby, still somewhat perplexed. What is happening? Was I not setting up an elaborate trap at home? The white shadow shook its head, peculiar thoughts flooding its mind. I see. This means I can simply resort to robbery for income in the future. Unafraid of being captured by the police. It is as if the heavens are looking out for me. The figure began to fade, disappearing from sight. Two puzzled voices emerged, and the tentacled monster, which had been poised to move, froze in place, its green eyes darting. Attempting to flee? It is not so simple. The armored figure's dark light turned crimson, sweeping through the bedroom, causing the tentacled monster to appear before him. Obsession with love, the armored figure murmured. Suddenly, even Tang Ming's transformed companion felt an inexplicable fondness for the armored figure, sending a chill down her spine, prompting her to cast a shielding spell around her. However, the tentacled monster was not so fortunate. Love hearts sparkled in its eyes as it rushed toward the armored figure, gazing at him with adoration. Good, go kill that girl. I will treat you well. It extended a hand, stroking the white shadow's head, which wore an expression of delight. For goodness sake, how depraved. Are these two men truly attempting to disgust me? The girl couldn't help but exclaim. Without granting them a chance to act, her transformation device glowed, and she unleashed the spells. Heartstorm, Pink World, Passionate Outburst, Ignite with the Wind, Explosive Earth, and Annihilating Volcano. The previously love-stricken face of the armored figure froze, while the white shadow remained transfixed. Who is this individual, capable of wielding such an array of spells? The armored figure let out a piercing cry. Armor transformation. The once ordinary armor transformed into red flames that enveloped him, revealing the visage of an eagle-headed, leopard-bodied beast. Armor transformation. The girl, now transformed, cast a sidelong glance, noting that this newly transformed armor appeared rather striking. Regardless of what you are, this is my domain now. Flames of destruction. Ignite this world with your fervent heat. Bring an end to all evil and purify all living beings. She murmured softly, sensing the entire space beginning to warp. The armored figure had no time to react before being engulfed by flames. The white shadow, too, was not spared, disappearing from view. Phew! These flames of destruction are quite taxing. I can only use them twice. No wonder I'm constantly reminded to exercise. There's a reason behind it. Beads of sweat formed on the girl's pristine forehead as she raised her delicate hand to wipe them away. At that moment, she noticed something floating ahead. Chapter 7. Armor? A peculiar day at work. What is this? The girl squinted, scrutinizing the object before her. Her transformation device automatically collected several spirit crystals from the ground, totaling 12. The armored man had 10, while the tentacled monster had 2. She slowly approached, the object fully revealed. Is this the man's armor? Shouldn't this have been destroyed along with him? Why is it left here alone? She examined it with curiosity. As her eyes moved, she released fire magic around it, scorching the armor until it glowed red, yet no further changes occurred. She then positioned her transformation device against the armor, watching as it was absorbed within. This is possible? The previous spirit crystals were collected without proximity. Perhaps the automatic pickup function remains active, while larger items require closer contact. It seems that is indeed the case. The girl nodded with a smile, satisfied with her deduction. Upon activating the transformation device, a light screen appeared, and she subsequently accessed the clothing space, vanishing from her original spot. Surely, this armor should be equipable. I am at max level, after all. A voice tinged with frustration echoed within this space. Tang Ming's hand brushed against the armor, his eyes filled with disappointment. System prompt. Currently in the novice trial period, please try again later. Once this period is over, I will truly be unable to equip myself, as the level difference is too great. Tang Ming shook his head and departed from this space. Upon turning around, he discovered several individuals lying on the ground. How should I resolve this matter? The youthful Tang Ming felt a tinge of worry. Just then, the system's voice echoed. Utilize interference magic, memory magic, and shielding magic to alter their memories and perceptions, and employ trace magic to erase any evidence of your presence, leaving no trace behind. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming's eyes brightened, and he began to unleash his magic. Different hues of light illuminated the room and enveloped the individuals, seamlessly merging with them. The situation was perfectly resolved. It was time for him to return. He pressed down on the transformation device, but then paused, furrowing his brow as he looked at the individuals on the ground. Taking out his phone from his pocket, he attempted to dial emergency services, only to find that his number had been concealed. Impressive. This is akin to a hero of the night, silently safeguarding the city in the shadows. However, it is merely a matter of not being in the limelight. After a shrug, Tang Ming vanished from the scene, never to reappear. Shortly thereafter, a knock resonated at the door, met with silence. Should I unlock it? Perhaps I should. If something goes awry, it would be beyond our capacity to handle. All right. As the lock turned, several individuals in uniforms entered, coincidentally waking the individuals in the bedroom. They collided at the door, wide-eyed, staring at each other. Back at his own home, Tang Ming toyed with a dozen or so spirit crystals, feeling the energy within them distinctly. The quality left by the armored being was notably high, whereas that left by the tentacled creature was quite average. It appears that these items also vary in grade. In the future, I should acquire more of the higher quality ones to stabilize my magical girl transformation, thus avoiding being labeled as a pervert. After storing the spirit crystals in the transformation device, he examined the previous ones he had inserted, discovering that one had dimmed significantly. This consumption is rather considerable. In such a short time, half of the energy has dissipated. I'll consider this later. Shaking his head, he set an alarm and lay down to sleep. Early in the morning, at 7 o'clock. How exhausting. After stretching his shoulders, he sluggishly rose from the bed, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and dressed before heading out. He bought breakfast along the way and arrived at the convenience store. Tang, you arrived quite early today. You came close to 10 yesterday. A young man joked. You know I came in after 10 yesterday. You must have asked the boss. Why are you concerned with such matters? Is there nothing else that could capture your attention? Tang Ming looked at him helplessly, clocking in before donning his uniform. If I had something to discuss, I wouldn't be here chatting with you. I would have left long ago. The young man rolled his eyes, removed his uniform, clocked out, and said, Tang, the store is in your hands. I'm off to get some sleep. After yawning, he stepped outside. Be careful, don't fall. Just as he finished speaking, a cry of surprise was heard. Tang Ming hurried outside to see the young man nearly doing the splits. I just said that and you fell. Thankfully, you didn't actually fall. It was just a near miss. He laughed while helping him up. Seriously, you must be cursing me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. Otherwise, I would have truly embarrassed myself. The young man's face flushed slightly, though he was not angry, merely a bit embarrassed. Forget it. You didn't actually fall. You're quite lucky. After releasing his grip, Tang Ming patted his shoulder and added, Are you heading back? Otherwise, you could take a nap here and cover my shift this afternoon. You wish. It's better for me to go home and sleep. The young man replied as he walked toward the sidewalk. Tang Ming glanced at the ground. There were no banana peels or anything else. How could he have slipped? Could it be his shoes? His eyes darted to the young man's feet. Wait a minute. There are no signs of friction on his heels. He continued to observe until the young man disappeared from view, still pondering without arriving at a conclusion. Why am I thinking about such things? Am I becoming like a detective, analyzing peculiar occurrences? Could this be a result of my heightened senses since transforming into a magical girl? It must be so, otherwise. Such situations wouldn't arise. I shall investigate again tonight. A glimmer sparked in his eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. If I uncover something, it would be even better. During my max level period, even gods would not stand a chance against me. The more he thought about it, the more he felt extraordinarily powerful, laughing heartily. What are you doing? A voice interrupted him. His body jolted, and he quickly jumped aside, his heart racing. You scared me. You, a boss? What are you doing here? The earlier irritation vanished, replaced by awkwardness, followed by a smile. Why am I here? What a ridiculous question. I come here every day for inspections. Why wouldn't I be here? The boss looked at him as if he were a fool. Tang Ming cleared his throat and replied, Perhaps I didn't sleep well last night. My mind is a bit muddled. It's a bit chilly outside. Let us discuss it inside. He hurriedly walked back into the store. The boss shook his head and sighed at his retreating figure, unsure of how to regard this fellow. After completing the usual inspections, the boss drove away in his luxurious car, a testament to wealth, though the individual himself was somewhat frugal. Watching the departing vehicle, Tang Ming couldn't help but reflect. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passing. The afternoon was spent browsing videos, with customers arriving just as before, though a few unfamiliar faces appeared occasionally. After the young man finished his shift, Tang Ming opened the transformation device in a dim corner. Chapter 8, Children's Park. Returning home through the transformation device, he first took a shower and then lay down, waiting for nightfall. The sound of his phone rang, and he slowly opened his eyes, yawning before reluctantly rising from bed. Should I forego it? What if something else arises? He pondered while sitting on the edge of his bed. After sitting idly for several minutes, he finally mustered the energy to get up, splashed cold water on his face, and felt much better. Phew, I should hurry. If I guess incorrectly, I can always return to sleep, but if it's true, I will help him resolve it. After deciding, he picked up his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth. Magic transformation. Pink Heart Magical Girl. Accompanied by delightful music, Tang Ming felt a sense of dread. This special effect sound is far too cheesy. It resembles something straight out of an anime, making it difficult for me to distinguish between reality and fantasy. It's so embarrassing. Transforming into a girl, Tang Ming held his forehead, gazing at the transformation device. Is it really necessary to announce the transformation? I'm still a man. System prompt. Default transformation. Cancellation requires permission. Upon hearing the system's voice, his hopeful heart sank further. Great, aside from being max level. I have no other options available. Even the gear I acquired is unusable, merely an early investment. With a sigh, he stared at the transformation device, silently thinking, return. The transformation device transformed into light and energy, settling on his arm, and he began to emit a pink glow as he exited the room. In the shadows, the figure of the girl emerged, her eyes illuminating the surroundings with a pink radiance. My goodness, my eyes! In a hurried motion, she raised her hands to shield her eyes from the blinding light. Upon extinguishing the illumination, the pink glow in her eyes faded almost immediately. This had not occurred during her previous visit. Parting her fingers to create a small gap, she confirmed the absence of light before lowering her hands. With a sense of resignation, she surveyed her surroundings, noting that both instances had transpired beside a trash bin. Was there some significance to this location, or did it merely suit her whims? Her mind wandered in quiet contemplation as she instinctively lifted her foot, only to discover several feral cats watching her from a distance with wide eyes. Conceal, she silently commanded, and in an instant, the girl vanished from sight. The cat's eyes widened further as they scrutinized their surroundings, before scampering away in various directions. Disregarding the cats, she approached the convenience store, spotting a young man behind the cash register, engrossed in his phone and occasionally erupting in laughter. Passing through the sheer curtain, she entered the store, circling around him. There was a faint aura of darkness surrounding him, but it seemed too weak to originate from him. Rather, It appeared to have clung to him from something he had encountered. Given that their work schedules were misaligned, finding a clue would prove difficult. Realizing this predicament, she decided to browse the store, inspecting the shelves and labels, then glancing at the refrigerated section, discovering nothing amiss. She contemplated leaving, reasoning that since nothing could be found, it would be better to return home for a meal and some rest while awaiting the system to assign her tasks. As she muttered to herself, she was about to step out of the convenience store when a glimmer of movement caught her eye. A spider's web on the wall. Spider's web? How could there be one here? I just cleaned this place this morning. Approaching the wall, she reached out, and as her fingers grazed the web, it transformed into a strand of black silk connecting to the young man, its other end extending into the unknown. With narrowed eyes, she scrutinized the black silk, a smirk forming at the corners of her mouth. Fortune favors the prepared. Without delay, she exited the store, her gaze fixed on the trail of black silk leading her onward. Arriving at a small park, she noticed an increasing number of these strands, intertwining like a labyrinth, enveloping the park. Could it be that each strand connected to a person, suggesting that there were thousands here? She gazed in astonishment at the scene before her, quickly adopting a serious expression. This was not a trivial matter. A careless mistake could lead to injury. Having feared needles since childhood, the thought of a prick filled her with dread. Her hand grazed her transformation device as she pondered a solution. The application of barrier magic was essential. Otherwise, interference with reality would spell trouble. She considered unleashing a barrage of offensive spells alongside various supportive magic in a swift, overwhelming assault, catching the adversary completely off guard. Yet, if the foe were not present, all efforts would be in vain. It would be prudent to investigate further before taking action. Resolute, she cloaked her presence entirely, employing not only invisibility magic, but also shielding, phasing, and ethereal techniques. Lifting her feet, she cast a stillness spell to preserve the environment's original state, ensuring that her movements did not betray her. Upon reaching the entrance of the labyrinth, she detected the sound of children's laughter echoing from within. What was happening? Were these children? Even if they had been captured, laughter should not have been present. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she lightened her steps, enhancing her agility with levitation magic, and glided into the cavern. The darkness at the entrance dissipated, revealing a blue sky and a children's playground, where 7 or 8 children frolicked. The girl stood frozen, bewildered. Sister, you came too. Come play with us, a little girl exclaimed, rushing over to grasp her hand. Meeting the child's innocent gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. All right, I shall play with you, she finally replied. As the words left her lips, a pang of regret pierced her heart, yet she followed the children into their joyous play. Sister, where did you come from? I've never seen you before. A little boy slid down a slide, curiosity evident in his voice. I hail from the magical realm. Have you ever encountered someone as splendid as I? She responded with a hint of pride. The magical realm? Although you're beautiful, your words sound like those meant to dazzle children, giggled the little girl beside her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she thought, is there anyone who reveals such truths? The little boy, undeterred, inquired, Sister, won't anyone comment on your attire? My parents scold me for wearing such things. Tears glistened in his eyes. Seeing the tears well up, her heart softened instantly. How could anyone criticize her for wearing what she loved? Her own parents were quite supportive. When you grow a bit older, you can wear whatever you desire. Even dressing up as a superhero will be perfectly acceptable. His eyes brightened at her words. Really? Of course. I purchased these clothes with my own earnings. I can spend my money however I please. A gentle smile graced her lips. Then I must grow up quickly and earn lots of money, he exclaimed, joyously running back to the slide. The little girl, beaming, suggested, Sister, let's play over there. I'll introduce you to my other friends. Sounds delightful. A peculiar feeling stirred within her heart. Chapter 9. Playing with children? An identical little boy. Look who I brought. The little girl called out excitedly. The children digging in the sand turned their heads. It's Xiaoqin. She brought a big sister. Wow, this big sister is so beautiful. And her outfit is lovely. Is she a princess? No, I saw on television. She's a magical girl. A boy in a short-sleeved shirt exclaimed from beneath a mound of sand. Prince, why are you still buried? Didn't we just dig you out? The little girl rushed over, shovel in hand, ready to excavate. Xiaoqin, I'm enjoying a sand bath. Adults do this too. It would be even better with a soda. The prince, with only his head visible, spoke with a hint of sophistication. Hearing this, she felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Who on earth taught children such things? All right, but I don't have any soda. I can give you a cup of water at most. Fine, water will do. Who can resist a little indulgence? The prince replied, stretching his arms from the sand, only to find one of his arms trapped beneath Xiaoqin's foot. Xiaoqin, could you please move a bit? Why? She asked, puzzled by the peculiar expression on his face. Just a little shift. It's for your own good, he insisted, smiling. Once she shifted back, he promptly discovered that his other hand had also been pinned down, a look of exasperation crossing his face. Should I move again? Just backward, please. Don't move forward. He quickly halted her advance, finally freeing both arms. She shook her head, impressed by the prince's ability to maintain his composure despite the absurdity of the situation. Sister, let us go over here. Xiaoqin beckoned, returning to her side. All right. Before he could finish speaking, the other 3 children gathered around him, their curious eyes surveying him. Sister, your dress is so soft, exclaimed the 3 little girls as they reached out to touch the hem. Hey, don't touch it carelessly, or you might get it dirty. Xiaoqin admonished them with a hint of annoyance in her gaze. If you don't want us to touch it, we won tea. Please don't be angry, one of the little girls said as she came over to grasp Xiaoqin's arm. The other 2 joined her, offering soothing words. How delightful the innocence of children is, so straightforward and genuine. A smile crept on Tang Ming's face as he observed them. Sister, shall we build a house? The girl who had first clung to Xiaoqin's arm suggested with a grin. Build a house. What kind do you wish to create? I am quite adept at this. Tang Ming replied confidently, thumping his chest. Is that so? Then I won tea let you win. The girl exclaimed, her expression gleeful. The other children laughed, while Tang Ming remained perplexed. You'll see soon enough, but let us go over first, Xiaoqin said, taking hold of his arm once more. The 5 of them made their way to the sand pile, which was spacious enough, measuring about 5 meters in length and width, with a nearby faucet and a few small buckets. Let's begin, declared a girl in a floral dress. They all rushed to the faucet, filling their buckets with water before returning to their spot. Xiaoqin slowly dampened the fine sand, beginning to shape it. The confident girl worked quickly to create a solid foundation, while 2 others, whose faces bore a resemblance, collaborated on their pile. They must be twins, Xiaoqin thought, inspiration striking her as she quickly got to work. Hee, I am a magical girl. How could I possibly do without magic? She mused wickedly, a faint glow appearing in her hands. In an instant, she solidified the foundation, making it exceptionally sturdy. Since they were going to do it, it must be the best. She envisioned a genuine magical castle, continuously fetching water. Half an hour later, a castle half a meter high emerged before them. Wow, incredible. Ming, you can't compete with Big Sister, Xiaoqin exclaimed, momentarily halting her work as she beheld the castle nearly as tall as herself. Ming, hearing her name, looked up to see the castle in front of Tang Ming, her mouth agape in astonishment. The 2 twins also paused, equally shocked by the sight. Tang Ming wore a satisfied smile as he observed the expressions of the children. Big Sister is truly amazing. She was able to build such a thing. I certainly could not reach such heights, Ming thought, her eyes dimming momentarily before rekindling with determination. I will also build an impressive sandcastle like Big Sister in the future, I eagerly anticipated. Tang Ming approached her and gently ruffled her hair. Well, since this cannot compete, how about we play Jianzi? Ming suggested, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Sure, I'm quite skilled at Jianzi, Xiaoqin replied. As she jumped, she accidentally knocked over her own castle, exclaiming in panic, my house. Since we have finished, it will all be knocked down eventually. Why don't we just push these down first and then play Jianzi? Tang Ming proposed, using one hand to support his castle, which instantaneously transformed into fine sand, forming a small mound. The little girls stared in astonishment at the crumbled castle, expressions of regret etched on their faces. What a pity. Indeed, such a magnificent castle. Let us hurry. With that, they all pushed down their respective creations. Time flew by as they played Jianzi, and when they began to feel fatigued, 2 boys who had been distant approached, bringing with them a prince they had unearthed. Shall we play truth or dare? The boys spoke in unison. Truth or dare. Great. I haven't played in ages, and today we have Big Sister here. Xiaoqin exclaimed joyfully. Yes. I haven't played in a long time either. The prince chimed in, brushing the sand off himself. The twin girls also nodded in agreement, though they were somewhat reserved. This isn't our first time playing. Just that big sister hasn't played with us before. But as an adult, she must know how it goes. So let us get started, the boys said, their expressions and movements mirroring each other perfectly. This strange synchronicity puzzled Tang Ming, stirring something in his mind that he could not quite grasp. Ming Kong, are you still playing the mirror game? It has been several days, and I am growing weary of it, Ming Yun remarked, rolling her eyes at them. There's nothing I can do. Ming Kong refuses to concede, so I must keep at it. They both replied, their faces betraying their frustration. Mirror game? Tang Ming asked, intrigued. Yes, it's when you say the same words and mimic the actions and expressions of another person. Whoever differs loses, Xiao Qin explained beside him. Let go. I have told them several times, but it's no use. If they were obedient, we wouldn't be in this situation, the prince shrugged, sitting atop the sand pile. Hee, everyone is here, so let us begin truth or dare, the boys declared in unison. Chapter 10. Truth or dare. The 8 of them sat in a circle on the sand pile, exchanging glances, while the 2 boys still engaged in the mirror game took out several dice from their pockets. We have 8 people and 4 dice. We'll remove 1, so we'll use 3 dice as the main ones. Everyone remember your multiples. Starting from 3 times, the highest number is 18, and the lowest is 3. Who wants to choose one? The boys asked. I'll go. The prince raised his hand, a proud smile on his face. Then I choose 2. Xiao Qin quickly followed suit. Ming Yun opted for 3, the twin sisters for 4 and 5, while the 2 boys picked 7 and 8. They had initially wanted to choose the same number, but ended up selecting differently. Tang Ming did not contest with them, and the number 8 fell to him. Now that everyone has chosen, let us roll the dice. The boys tossed the dice into the air, and everyone looked up. 3. As the words left their lips, a white light flickered around them, and a chilling aura emerged. I was born in Yangtian Street, Miantong City. My parents were very loving until my father made a mistake on a construction site, resulting in injuries and casualties. Look at you. It was your carelessness that led to this outcome. I have told you countless times to be more cautious, but you never listen. Now look, not only do we have to sell the house to pay for damages, but you could also end up in prison. How will I face the children in the future? A woman screamed in the hall, while Ming Yun stood in the corner. Tang Ming stood frozen, observing the entire scene. What are you shouting about? What are you yelling for? Am I not trying to find a solution? First, I'll repay them, and then I won't have to go to prison. You, a woman, making such a commotion here. What kind of behavior is that? The man swiftly rose, raising his hand as if to strike her. But it hung suspended in the air, never falling. Oh, you really have some nerve, thinking of hitting me. Let me tell you, if you dare to lay a finger on me, I'll go back to my family, and you'll be the only one to bear the cost. The woman glared at him, her face a mask of fury. Me? Hit you? I truly wouldn't dare. The man's voice trembled, and tears began to fall. The woman's previously angry expression gradually softened, and she too started to cry. In the corner, Ming Yun witnessed her parents' quarrel. Her eyes, already crimson, filled with tears as she observed their anguished expressions. Ming Yun, do not weep. As long as we are together, we will shield you from harm. Our family will surely weather this storm, the man declared, approaching to embrace Ming Yun, gently wiping away her tears. Indeed, your father speaks true. As long as we are united, there is nothing we cannot overcome, the woman added, joining the embrace, her own tears flowing freely. Nearby, Tang Ming watched this poignant scene, tears glistening in his eyes, yearning to intervene, but feeling utterly powerless. The scene shifted, and a voice echoed, I once believed our family could truly conquer this crisis, yet an unforeseen calamity struck. What are you doing? That is our lifeline. The woman grasped the man's arm tightly, refusing to let go. I have urgent matters to attend to, and I will quickly earn it back. Once we get through tonight, wealth will await us, the man shouted in desperation. This is the money for Meng Yun's surgery. It cannot be touched. You already took it once, nearly costing her life. If you dare to touch it again, you'll have to kill me first. The woman's eyes blazed with anger, her complexion pale. I am merely trying to earn money. Just let go, and I swear I will return with a fortune. Enough not only for the surgery, but to recover our previous losses. The man's eyes gleamed with madness. Are you still spouting this nonsense? Do you think I am unaware of your actions over the years? You have taken to gambling. After we lost that money, we could have returned to a normal life. Yet you chose to gamble instead. Have you ever considered how much you've lost? That money could cover our daughter's surgeries multiple times. I've had to shamelessly ask my parents for money, concocting various excuses. Do you know how deeply this pains me? Tears streamed down the woman's face, her hair showing hints of gray, her tone laced with resentment and disappointment. I only wished for a better life for our family. Wasn't I winning in the beginning? I was fortunate for the first couple of years. This past year has just been unfortunate. If we endure this phase, we will rise again, the man pleaded. Yet the woman remained resolute. Are you truly willing to gamble with this money? Her tone was stern, despite her tears. This time, it is the last chance. If I do not have this money, I am as good as dead. The man gritted his teeth, his eyes reflecting a deepening frenzy. Ha, very well. It seems I cannot sway you. I never imagined that after over a decade of marriage, you would become this person, now addicted to gambling, unrepentant. If this is the case, what is the point of staying together? We will part ways eventually. It would be better to do so now. The woman's smile was tinged with bitterness. Her gaze dimmed. The man was taken aback. You wish to divorce me? Why? What have I done to deserve this? He bellowed, shaking off the woman's grasp and lunging forward, delivering a slap. Look at what you have become, like a beast. Consider this slap a blessing for our divorce. Tears gushed from the woman's eyes as she lay on the ground, voiceless in her sorrow. I struck you? No, it wasn't me. That wasn't who I am. As she spoke, she dashed towards the door, hesitating only to pick up the money pouch she found and tuck it into her embrace. The woman observed his actions with a bittersweet smile, then succumbed to tears. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of eyes peered through the crack of the door, desperately covering their mouth to stifle any sound, tears cascading to the floor. Tang Ming clenched his fists tighter, wishing to confront the man. How despicable, he thought, his heart raging. A voice echoed in his ears. After my parents divorced, I lived with my mother, believing it would last indefinitely. Tang Ming's heart quivered, filled with dread. Yet he felt powerless, understanding that everything unfolding was merely a story. Taking a deep breath, the scene shifted again, placing him atop a high building where the wail of sirens blared below, accompanied by the cries of the crowd, filled with anger, insults, and pleas for reason. Looking up, he saw Ming Yun's father holding the frail Ming Yun at the edge of the building. Chapter 11. The conclusion of Ming Yun. How long must I endure this? I am on the brink of madness. Tang Ming's heart ached, recognizing the severity of the situation. Has this man lost his sanity? Is he willing to take his daughter with him into the abyss? Voices around him murmured. Turning, he noticed Ming Yun's mother being supported by several individuals, clearly unconscious. Police officers and paramedics were attempting to negotiate and find an opportunity to rescue her. He hasn't seen his daughter in 2 years, and now he returns for money. If denied, he refuses to leave. This pair has suffered immensely, someone in the crowd lamented. Indeed, how could someone be so heartless? Even after the divorce, to return and cause such chaos, they deserve this outcome. But the child and her mother suffer the most, an elderly man expressed, visibly distressed. Lunai, please refrain from such talk. What if it provokes him? Let us wait until Ming Yun is safe before expressing our anger, a young girl urged, her eyes red with tears. We've been neighbors with this mother and daughter for 2 years and have witnessed their inherent kindness. Yet who would have thought they would have such a father? It is utterly inhumane. An elderly gentleman gasped, clutching his cane, ready to charge forward. Everyone, I understand your desire to save her, but allow us to handle this. The crowd's presence may pressure him unduly. Please cooperate. A female officer stepped forward at the rooftop door. We are just as anxious, please understand, for your safety. Step back downstairs, the paramedics added. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent, exchanging glances before retreating into the hallway, leaving only those supporting Ming Yun's mother and the police and paramedics. Yang Feng, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? If you release your daughter, there is still a chance to rectify this. One officer stepped forward, calm, yet focused on the child. The other officers and paramedics exchanged glances, gradually advancing. Tang Ming stood frozen, his gaze intense, hands clenched tightly, having previously attempted to approach, only to realize it was futile. Even reaching out would yield no results. What are you doing? Of course, I know what I am doing. I simply need some money. Why should they hoard it? It is merely a few thousand. Yang Feng's hands trembled, stepping back slightly. Do not be agitated. We have contacted your parents. They are gathering funds and will arrive within an hour with 100,000 yuan. Will that suffice? If not, We can arrange more. The female officer ceased her advance. Downstairs, rescue personnel were setting up inflatable mats to cushion his potential fall, while others attempted to climb through windows to reach him. My parents? They're still around? I haven't been in touch for years. Yang Feng halted, his lips quivering. I have wronged my parents. I am truly wretched. Do not let them come. Otherwise, I will jump, he threatened. Upon hearing his loud cries, everyone was momentarily taken aback. And soon someone spoke up. All right, I want to call your parents. I'll contact them right now. However, just as the individual made the call, Yang Feng's subsequent actions left everyone dumbfounded. He first plunged a knife into the weeping Meng Yun's neck, and then leaped down, shouting, Meng Yun, do not blame your father. I merely desire companionship. Dying alone is worse than dying together. Ha ha ha. The situation was dire. The police and medical personnel rushed to the scene, arriving at the edge to witness the man plummeting and the girl being cushioned by an airbag. Quick, go down and check the girl's injuries. The rest of you, secure the area. A tearful female officer turned and dashed downstairs. Tang Ming shut his eyes, unable to bear the sight, fearing he could not endure it. Voices echoed in his ears. I might have survived, but I succumbed to severe blood loss on the way. I do not harbor resentment. After all, he is my father. Yet leaving my mother like this saddens me deeply. The surroundings were filled with cries and sorrowful sounds, akin to a funeral farewell for a deceased loved one. Opening his eyes, they were bloodshot, fixated on Meng Yun with profound pity. Just as he intended to speak, he heard, next is four. Before he could gather himself, he was thrust into another scene. My story is quite simple. I was merely walking on the street with my sister when a car came rushing towards us. In the distance, the sound of a car horn blared, accompanied by anxious shouts. Several colliding vehicles barreled towards the children just released from school, including the two twins. There were more than 2 fatalities. Driving under the influence, and, just like that, we departed this world without even seeing our parents for the last time. Indeed, it was supposed to be our birthday, yet no one anticipated it would unfold this way. Mom and Dad, hey, my story isn't much to tell. My parents are right beside me. In the intensive care unit, Xiaoqin lay surrounded by various tubes, yet still bore a smile. Mom and Dad, don't worry. I will be fine. Upon witnessing her smile, Xiaoqin's parents also beamed. Yes, our little Qin is the best. Once you recover, we'll take you out to have fun. Wherever you wish to go, we will accompany you. That's right. Our little Qin is the most obedient. No one can replace her in our hearts. Many friends are also waiting for you. After her father finished speaking, he took out a sketchbook and several letters filled with pictures of other children, including Xiaoqin. Yes, once I am better, I'll go play with them. Xiaoqin's voice grew weaker, her heartbeat gradually slowing on the monitor. Suddenly, several doctors rushed in. Quick, initiate cardiac resuscitation. The patient's heart is failing. You need to step outside for a moment, a nurse instructed Xiaoqin's parents. Yet, Xiaoqin's final gaze remained fixed upon her parents, as if she wished to remember them forever. I still recall my parents' appearances. They were wonderful people. I hope to be their child in the next life. Her tone was laden with sorrow. How much more must I endure before it ceases? I am on the brink of madness. Tang Ming roared, tears streaming down his face. Before he could react, a familiar voice resonated. Big sister, no need to rush. Once you've heard our stories, it will come to a halt. We're like machines, devoid of freedom, merely trapped souls here. Prince? Is that you? He looked up to see a small boy standing above. It is I, yet the tale continues. The prince's figure faded, and the surroundings dissolved into vapor. Damn it, I no longer wish to engage in this game of truth or dare. It is too torturous. Tang Ming gazed at the vanishing prince, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Surely the prince's story could not be more harrowing. I hope it is not the case, for I am nearing the brink of insanity. He panted as he surveyed his surroundings. A light illuminated the sky, causing him to squint. Chapter 12. A Frantic Tale. Hey, kid, what are you doing here? Hand over the money. A tall figure brandishing a flashlight blocked the alley. I have no money. If you persist, I will fight back. The prince, clad in his school uniform, gasped for breath. Fight back? With that tiny frame of yours? The towering figure slowly advanced. The prince's gaze darted around, then suddenly froze in place and dashed forward. The tall figure, noticing his flight, hurriedly pursued him, only to see him seize a broom. The towering figure halted, staring incredulously. You think you can threaten me with that? If you dare come closer, Don't blame me for being rude, the prince retorted, brandishing the broom defiantly. You've got guts. Let us see who is stronger. Just as the tall figure was about to strike, he noticed distant lights flickering and swiftly extinguished his flashlight. Lowering himself, he glared at the prince with a menacing gaze. Now you're scared. Why didn't you act sooner? The prince shouted, Teacher, I'm over here. A male voice called from afar, footsteps quickening. The towering figure, taken aback, quickly fled in the opposite direction. If you tell the teacher, you'll regret it. Next time, you won't be so lucky. The prince began to run towards the teacher. Prince? What are you doing out here so late? The male teacher shone his flashlight behind him, finding nothing unusual. I went out to urinate and took a stroll. It's too dark, and I can't find my way back. The prince replied, his heart steady as he faced the teacher. Lost? You can get lost in school? You're the first. Never mind. Let us head back to the dorm. The teacher looked at him with exasperation and then led the prince back. In the shadows, a pair of eyes watched intently, accompanied by a ghostly figure standing nearby, furrowed brows betraying their concern. School? Students? It seems this is not the first time the prince has been bullied at school, but this kid has some guts, Tang Ming mused, glancing at the tall figure beside him, who was also clad in a school uniform, yet towered above. Prince, you truly dare to call for the teacher. Next time we meet, I won't let you escape so easily. The sound of grinding teeth echoed ominously. The scene shifted once more, and Tang Ming found himself gazing upon the school playground. A playground? Could it be the sports meet? He stepped lightly to the edge of the playground, where middle school students stood in orderly lines, attentively listening to the principal's address from the podium. I hereby declare the 19th annual GUN Junior High School Sports Meet officially begins. Cheers erupted from the students below. The teachers led their classes to the sports field for various events. Tang Ming was pulled aside, his eyes catching sight of the prince, clad in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, preparing for a sprint race. The race commenced, and the prince excelled, securing first place in his group, followed by the class competition where he again claimed victory. First place in first year. Both teachers and classmates cheered for him. Yet amidst the crowd, a pair of cold, resentful eyes were fixed upon him, filled with enmity. This guy is showing off again. Last time he earned too little, this time with first place. He will surely have plenty of pocket money to hand over to me. The tall individual exhibited a hint of pride in his eyes, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The prince's subsequent performance could only be described as athletic prowess, consistently finishing in the top 3. Thus, the day came to a close. However, a peculiar thought struck. Given such a scenario, one would expect something to transpire, yet nothing occurred. Tang Ming furrowed his brow in confusion as he scanned the surroundings. In truth, this merely serves as the prelude to my demise. Perhaps jealousy is an innate human trait, greed a primordial sin, and the oppression of the weak a means to satiate one's own psyche. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming stood motionless, enveloped in silence. The following day, at noon, you think you can run away again? This time, I brought 3 companions to encircle you. Today, there are no competitions, so let us have a good chat. The tall individual observed the prince from the corridor, flanked by 3 others who wore mocking smiles. We noticed you as well, but Gugu regarded you as prey, and we didn't dare to intervene. Now we come to claim our share, so hand over the money obediently. One of the weaker individuals gestured provocatively with his finger, his eyes brimming with challenge. The other 2 followed his lead. Don't say anything to him. This kid is cunning. I've only managed to extract a few favors from him over the past year. His family is quite affluent, so there is no shortage of benefits. The tall individual slowly approached, his gaze fixed intently on the prince. Here we go again. Even if you had more people, I wouldn't be frightened. If I inform my father about this, you won't end well, and the teachers will also find out. Surely, you wouldn't want the school to learn of this incident, right? After uttering these words, the prince quickly sprinted away, executing a slide to evade them. You should really stop chasing me, otherwise I will tell the teachers. Upon hearing the prince's declaration, the tall individual and his companions' expressions shifted slightly, prompting them to give chase. Behind the school, a few individuals were engaged in a game of pursuit. Prince, if you have the ability, stop running around like a woman. The tall one panted, his eyes reddened. How can this guy run so fast? The 3 of them are also breathless, their speed waning. With your capabilities, do you really think you can catch me? You were just lucky before. This time, I won't fall into your trap. The prince wore a smile, leaving them far behind. No way, this time I must teach him a lesson, the tall individual declared fiercely. Why not let it go? We only want some money. There is no need to confront him so aggressively. We can always come back another time. The trio halted, watching as the tall one continued his pursuit, now further away. Does he truly intend to catch the prince? Do these two bear such a grudge? After all, he is merely a freshman who just entered middle school. I don't know. I've never seen such a situation before. Why bother with it? If he wants to chase, let him. We want to follow. Let's head back. After casting a final glance at the distance, the trio made their way towards the playground. Tang Ming sighed in relief, confident that the tall individual would not catch the prince. Yet, a troubling thought arose. How then did the prince meet his end? Just as this notion surfaced, the surroundings began to shift. This time, you want to escape. If you catch me, what then? I have no money on me. The prince found himself pinned beneath the tall individual, yet he remained defiant. I never said I wanted your money now. Just give me a little every day in the future. Not much, just 10 yuan. The tall individual gripped the prince's elbow, persistently adjusting his hold. The prince squirmed beneath him, striving to break free. Are you dreaming? The prince seized the opportunity to bite the tall individual's leg. Ah, you dare to bite me? The tall one loosened his grip, allowing the prince to spring up and retaliate. Do you think I'm without temper? I've already informed the teacher about this. Do you still dare to act this way? He delivered a kick to the tall individual's head. The latter, a formidable opponent, swiftly tackled the prince, rolling them both into the warehouse. Chapter 13, The Mirror Game. Observing the two enter the warehouse, Tang Ming promptly followed. If you want to listen, I'll make you. As soon as he stepped inside, Tang Ming witnessed the tall individual deliver a punch to the prince's face. Listen? Why should I heed your commands? My father taught me that if one does not resist, they will be continually oppressed. But individuals like you can only learn through force. The prince pried the tall one's hand away from his waist and bit down hard. Are you a dog? Still biting. The tall one kicked the prince in the side. I am indeed a dog. What can you do about it? I'll bite your backside too. A fierce glint flickered in the prince's eyes as he opened his mouth wide in an attempt to bite again. Are you serious? You little mutt. I'll make you regret it. I'll beat you to death and see if you still bite. The tall individual seemed somewhat intimidated, hastily covering the prince's head. This is bad. Tang Ming's pupils constricted as he approached, reaching out to intervene, only to find himself passing through the two. I forgot I was still in this game of truth or dare. All of this is real, yet I am but a phantom. A bitter smile crept onto his lips as he stood there in a daze. Trying to suffocate me? Not a chance. The prince executed a swift kick to the tall individual's abdomen. My stomach. The tall one released his grip and clutched his belly, providing the prince an opportunity to escape, only to headbutt him in retaliation. Both emitted cries of pain. Well done. You're quite ruthless, the tall individual remarked, his eyes reddening as he grabbed a nearby stick and swung it at the prince. Just as the prince regained his footing, he was struck in the back, causing him to stumble forward and crash into a metal frame. He fell backward, and the tall individual leapt onto him. Now you'll see what it's like to bite. I'll show you what happens when you crash. The tall one raised the stick, aiming for the prince's head. Perhaps this is my fate, destined to end here. Had I chosen to flee rather than confront him, I might have avoided this conclusion. This isn't your fault. Your ability to resist makes you the bravest person. I should commend you for that. Tang Ming bit his lip, fist clenched. 6-7. Mirror game. Before he could gather his thoughts, the world around him shifted rapidly, revealing an old courtyard before his eyes. A courtyard? Those two young boys must be from a time long past, possibly dating back 60 or 70 years. Observing his surroundings, Tang Ming noted the lack of distractions and promptly ventured into the courtyard. Our children are twins and look exactly alike. What a true miracle. An excited male voice echoed from within. Looking identical will make it easy to mix up their names. A woman's voice replied with a hint of exasperation. What does it matter? We can just treat them as one person. After all, they are our children, the man said nonchalantly. That won't do. It's better to distinguish them. I've heard of cases where identical children, upon growing up, could no longer tell who was who. It's best to be cautious. The woman's tone carried a note of admonition that reached Tang Ming's ears. Is that so? Then it's best to differentiate them. Kong. Ming, how do these names sound? The man exclaimed with enthusiasm. Kong Ming, these are lovely names. Lu Kong, Lu Ming. These will be the names of the children, the woman responded, her voice laced with affection. Lu Kong, Lu Ming, indeed splendid names. Tang Ming nodded in agreement. That night, after wandering around the courtyard for a while, he discerned that this family was relatively affluent, capable of affording appliances and bicycles. Having ventured outside, he noted that few families possess such means. As time flowed by, Tang Ming opened his eyes to see the 4 or 5-year-old Lu Kong and Lu Ming standing before a traveling medic. You two little ones, looking so alike. Has anyone ever expressed curiosity about this? The healer crouched down, producing 2 candies from his hand and placing them into the children's palms. Upon seeing the sweets, the children's faces lit up with delight and smiles. Oh, we can act like each other too, Lu Kong exclaimed as he tore open the candy wrapper and stuffed it into his mouth. Many people can't tell us apart. They have to hear us speak to know. Lu Ming, however, merely pocketed the candy without consuming it. I see. How about I teach you a game? The healer suggested with a smile. A game? What kind of game? Both children inquired with curiosity. Hee, this game is called the mirror game. It involves imitating each other until you become indistinguishable, regardless of the actions you take. Let's see if you can maintain it, the healer said, grinning broadly. Is that it? We often play like that. Lu Kong rolled his eyes at him. Lu Ming, overhearing this, attempted to pull Lu Kong away. Cough. My game is different. I possess magic, the healer said with a lowered tone, pride gleaming in his eyes. Magic? The children halted, watching in awe as a burst of flames suddenly erupted from the healer's palm, only to dissipate moments later. Wow, you just produced fire from your hand. The children exclaimed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Fire? This person is clearly possessed by resentment, having transformed into something monstrous long ago, Tang Ming thought, a realization dawning upon him. So that's it. Such phenomena have existed for ages. It appears the magical girl system is not without reason. A deeper understanding flickered in his mind. Children are so easily deceived, the healer said as he stood and walked off, followed closely by the 2 children and Tang Ming. The surroundings shimmered as the children made their way home from school, displaying peculiar synchronicity in their movements, expressions, hairstyles, and clothing. In a corner, the healer reappeared, no longer holding the healing canvas but, instead, a fortune-telling cloth. Come here. He beckoned as he turned to leave, and the children instinctively followed. Arriving at a dilapidated building, the healer, brimming with excitement, laughed heartily. Good. After years, you still follow my instructions. I had little hope initially, but seeing you now, I know I'm halfway to success. Next, I will replicate you, allowing me to become you, and eternal life will no longer be a dream. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming's heart raced. Could it be that he intended to harvest their lives? Still, it was premature. At 12, one could marry in ancient times. Soon, I could possess 2 bodies, and you will leave indelible marks on my path to divinity. The healer jumped with glee before suddenly gasping for breath. Become a deity? Tang Ming's eyes brightened. Who? The healer abruptly lifted his head to gaze at Tang Ming's position. Tang Ming felt his heart stop, sensing a deathly aura surrounding the healer. This individual was undeniably formidable. The thought flashed in his mind. Chapter 14. The 9th person? Purification. A look of horror swept across his face as the scene around him began to warp chaotically. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness until suddenly, lights illuminated the space, revealing the 2 children, Lu Kong and Lu Ming. They sat motionless upon an eerie platform. An exceptionally aged man emerged through an iron gate. With keen observation, one could note the resemblance he bore to the healer. Finally, the moment has arrived. My plan for eternal life rests upon you too. A raspy voice emerged from his lips, his dim gaze igniting with fervor. Approaching the children, he placed his withered hands atop their heads, and dark threads seeped into their bodies, causing them to roll their eyes back and fall unconscious. Now, I will transfer my consciousness into you. If successful, I could live for another 100 years and perhaps achieve divinity. The old man inhaled deeply before plunging his hand into his chest, retrieving a blue crystal, which he split into 2 fragments, placing them upon the children's foreheads, watching as they melded into their beings. This is the sensation. I can feel the essence of life, youth, vitality. The old man's voice dwindled, and he disintegrated into dust, enveloping the 2 children. Tang Ming, standing at a distance, wore a grave expression. This man was indeed insane, employing such methods to extend his life. He pondered the man's fate in the real world. A chill coursed through him. No, how could this happen? I refuse to accept it. I am destined for divinity. I cannot perish here. A horrific wailing emanated from the sphere, which began to writhe erratically, colorful spots appearing upon it and swelling. With a thunderous explosion, the room was engulfed, yet Tang Ming remained steadfast, his gaze fixed on the center. There was something there. Approaching swiftly, he discovered a luminous entity at the heart of the explosion, resembling an infant, which blinked out of existence. For some reason, Tang Ming sensed that the child had glanced at him before vanishing. Why did I feel such a strange sensation? Could it be successful? Or perhaps partially so? Surviving meant this child would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge in the future. He felt a heavy sense of foreboding, having witnessed the tragic demise of these individuals, leaving him unsettled. Our story is rather dull. We have been controlled since childhood, with our parents believing we were merely playing games, unaware that we had perished, thinking we were simply missing. Sigh, such matters are unpredictable. Since you have already departed, why linger in this realm? To absorb others' life, energy? Tang Ming questioned, perplexed, as he gazed at the children before him. Big sister, we do not know why we are here. We simply woke up and have remained in this place, watching people come and go, realizing that time has passed. By the current reckoning, I would be in my 30s, Xiao Qin said, rising to stand beside Tang Ming. The other children nodded in agreement, suddenly turning their attention to a figure on the slide. Who are you? Tang Ming inquired, recalling a child who had not participated in the game, someone he had forgotten during this time. Rising, he approached the slide to observe him. This world is my creation. I merely saw them drifting through the void and invited them into my realm, providing them shelter. After hearing the boy's words, Tang Ming fell silent, recollecting his own purpose for being here. If that is the case, why absorb the life force of others? The boy chuckled softly, replying, to sustain so many, there must be consumption. They do not seek to absorb resentment to enhance themselves, so this is the only way. It does not harm those individuals. The more there are, the more the burden is shared. They may feel a bit fatigued or unlucky, but otherwise, it is inconsequential. Of course, if you could purify them, or even me, that would be acceptable. I have long wished to leave this place. There is no point in lingering if death eludes me. The boy slid down the slide, lying back. Tang Ming, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to proceed. So that is how it is. Thank you for your care, since Big Sister can purify us. Let's act swiftly. The other children gathered around him, their faces adorned with smiles. I found myself at a loss for words, unable to raise my arms. It's all right. We have already departed from this world. We wish to fully dissipate into the ether, for that is our ultimate destination. Meng Yun sat on the ground, gazing at the azure sky. A facade of a sky, a facade of people, a facade of a world. It would be prudent to act swiftly. To other specters, we are but delectable morsels. A boy on the slide stood up and climbed once more to its summit. Sigh, very well. Tang Ming felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he retrieved the transformation device from his waist. May heaven grant you a path home. May this world no longer bear witness to your tragedies as you depart with radiant smiles, purified. Hearts encircled the 8 boys, enveloping themselves as well. And the world began to normalize, their pasts reflecting in unison, save for one child who did not manifest such a vision. As the heartbeats resonated, those children vanished, still smiling, from this small park, leaving darkness in their wake. Overcome, I bent down and retched violently, feeling an unsettling weightlessness, my head spinning, sweat breaking out all over. The system prompted. Hydration is recommended. Please manage your rest appropriately. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming rolled his eyes and softly uttered, teleport. A pink glow enveloped him, whisking him away from this place. In the distance, on the rooftop, a blue figure stood, gazing intently in this direction, before vanishing into the air. Upon returning home, Tang Ming dispelled his transformation and hurried to take a shower, then collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to slumber. The alarm clock rang, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he sensed something was amiss, though he could not articulate what it was. Perhaps it is best to head to work. After freshening up, he set out towards a convenience store. Upon reaching the entrance, he surveyed his surroundings, finding no cause for concern before stepping inside. Tango, you're here. A young man greeted him with a smile, tucking his phone into his pocket. You You seem to be in good spirits. Has something good occurred? How did you know? The youth looked at Tang Ming with surprise. Is it true? I merely observed the smile on your face. It was a lucky guess, he replied, somewhat speechless. So that's it. I thought you had mind-reading abilities. The young man, with a hint of mystery in his smile, said, I bought a lottery ticket this morning. Guess what happened? Let me guess you won big, right? Tang Ming moved behind the cash register, beginning to tally yesterday's accounts. Indeed, it was a substantial amount. What do you say? Shall I treat you to a meal? The young man patted his shoulder. How much did you win? Tang Ming turned to inquire. 5,000. The young man replied, a proud smile gracing his lips. 5,000? I was expecting 1,000,000. Tang Ming exclaimed exaggeratedly. The young man's smile faltered, and he quickly donned a serious expression. If I had won 1,000,000, I wouldn't still be here. I would have left for my hometown long ago. 5,000 is still a good sum. It's like a month's salary for free, so I should be pleased, he retorted with an eye roll. What do you plan to eat? Without acknowledging the eye roll, Tang Ming continued to scroll through the screen. Baiyang Street's rich food stall. It's quite good. How about this afternoon? The young man removed his uniform and donned his own jacket. Baiyang Street's rich food stall? Sounds great. After all, it's your treat, Tang Ming replied, looking up at him with a smile. All right, it's settled then. I'll wait for you there at 6 p.m. After changing, the young man headed towards the door. Wait. If you leave, who will cover the afternoon shift? Just as the words left Tang Ming's lips, a soft voice drifted from behind. Who will take a shift? What the heck? Tang Ming jumped aside, turning to see the boss emerging from within. Boss, what are you doing here? He exclaimed, eyes wide. Why am I here? This is my store, isn't it? The boss shouted an eye roll. You all go have your dinner. I've got this. With that, he exited, driving off in his Demi Plus. Goodness, the boss is so elusive. What was he doing back there? Tang Ming, curious, ventured towards the room behind the convenience store. Pushing the door open, he discovered it was merely a storage room containing a bed. A bed? He approached it, pondering if the boss had quarreled with his wife and was thus cast out. If that's the case, it would explain his presence here. He mused with a hint of mischief. However, as it turned out, his assumptions were not far from the truth. The boss had gone to the flower market to buy flowers as an apology, only to be rejected, and thus found himself residing in the store for these few days. After descending the stairs, he sat in his car, chain-smoking. Around 5 p.m., the boss appeared before Tang Ming, looking rather haggard. Wow, boss. Have you been drained of your vitality? Your eyes look sunken. Are you all right? Tang Ming scrutinized him, noting the absence of resentment, which only piqued his curiosity further. Who would dare drain my vitality? I just take it back. The boss seated himself on a stool, casting a glare at Tang Ming. Ahem, I have an appointment, so I won't linger. It's a bit awkward, he said, removing his uniform and placing it on the counter before striding out. Thus, he vanished from the convenience store. Why are people so curious these days? Simpler minds are better. Asking so many questions won't yield any money, the boss muttered, approaching the cash register to play on his phone. At 6 p.m., in front of Baiyang Street's rich food stall. Tang, over here. As soon as Tang Ming arrived, he heard someone calling out. Turning, he saw the young man standing at a table. Here, I thought you hadn't arrived yet. I was just about to call you, Tang Ming exclaimed as he hurried over. I'm treating you to dinner, so of course, I can't arrive later than you. The young man, sitting down, poured a cup of tea and handed it to Tang Ming. Thank you. Accepting the cup, Tang Ming took a small sip. Let's see what to eat. The young man passed the menu across the table. Aren't you going to order? Tang Ming inquired after scanning the menu. I'm treating you, so you should order first. Or if you finish ordering, I won't need to, the young man shrugged, sipping from his teacup. All right then, do you have any dietary restrictions? None. I can eat everything. Just order what you like, the young man replied, shaking his head. In that case, I'll order grilled fish, spicy hot pot, pig stomach chicken, braised eggplant, stir-fried bitter melon with meat, a dozen oysters, and lamb skewers, along with cola. He handed the menu back to the young man. See if there's anything else you want to add. We can take leftovers home. Since you've ordered so much, let's wait until after we eat to order more, the young man said, placing the menu on the table. Boss, we've placed our order. Immediately, a server approached. Have you all made your selections? Just these? The young man said, handing over the menu. The server, checking the marked items, smiled and said, please wait a moment. Your dishes will be ready in about half an hour. I'll bring out the cola first. The server turned and headed to the kitchen. Tang, having worked in the store for so long, has your salary increased? Certainly, there's been an increase. You currently earn 5,000 per month, while I have reached 6,000. However, This does not include Social Security. If I were to purchase that, our earnings would be quite comparable. Upon hearing the youth's remarks, I did not conceal my thoughts. Just how long did it take you to reach 6,000? Approximately 2 years, I suppose. The boss is quite a decent fellow. He owns several other establishments, but ours is conveniently close to his home, allowing for daily encounters. If it were farther away, we might scarcely see him. Tang Ming observed the curiosity in his eyes and chuckled while sipping his tea, only to be momentarily choked. He coughed vigorously, exclaiming, "Tanga, do take your time. No one is competing with you." The youth across from him appeared somewhat speechless. Quite unexpected, indeed. Tang Ming's face flushed as he managed to swallow, feeling considerably better afterward. Just then, a server brought over the cola. After accepting the drink, the youth poured himself a glass, one for each of them, and began to enjoy the beverage. He finished the cola in one go, exclaiming, "Ah, soda is truly delightful. I'll handle myself." As he noticed the youth reaching for more water, he quickly interjected. The youth said nothing and slid the cola across the table to him instead. The boss is genuinely a good person. However, my circumstances are somewhat unique. Money is quite significant for me, which is why I inquired. The youth sighed slightly. Why not discuss it with the boss? Perhaps he could lend you some? He suggested hesitantly. Lend money? That's unnecessary. It complicates matters with both finances and personal relationships, he replied, shaking his head vigorously. Well, then I am a loss. There are not many other ways to earn substantial money. Perhaps you could consider delivering food after your shift. It could be quite lucrative. I used to do that. But my temper is rather explosive, which is why I sought this job. The youth smiled ruefully. Are you contemplating resignation, then? I ventured cautiously, my gaze fixed intently on his face. Resignation? That notion has yet to cross my mind, as this job offers a decent salary, and finding something better may not be guaranteed, he replied, draining his cola. Then let us continue with this for now. When a suitable opportunity arises, we shall discuss it then. Tang Ming accepted the braised eggplant from the server and placed it on the table. Let's enjoy something warm first. Refrain from speaking of disheartening matters. As they began to take bites of the eggplant, a commotion erupted nearby. Chapter 16. Green Hat? Love you, my walking. Tang Ming and the youth turned to find several men rising, accompanied by a few women. How dare you touch my woman? Do you wish to meet your demise? Shouted a young man with green hair. What nonsense! Why would I touch your woman? I wouldn't even accept her if she were offered for free, retorted a young man with yellow hair, spitting on the ground. Cease your bickering. Whatever grievances you have, discuss them elsewhere. We are in public. The two girls glanced at the crowd, then pulled their boyfriends, attempting to leave. Step aside. This is between us, and it will be addressed later, you wretched woman. The green-haired youth snarled, pushing the girl away, his eyes filled with rage as he glared at the yellow-haired man. You desire to leave? I have no intention of letting you go. The yellow-haired man remained steadfast, refusing to release his girlfriend. The others in the food stall were captivated by the unfolding drama, while the owner discreetly dialed the police. Tangu, what is the situation with these individuals? They seem to be friends. How did they become adversaries? The youth leaned closer to Tang Ming, whispering, Who knows? Perhaps you should inquire for clarity, Tang Ming replied, rolling his eyes but still observing the scene. If anyone steps up, it should be you. I am still young. The youth stood momentarily before sitting back down, his eyes fixed on the unfolding confrontation. I love you. Why would I pursue someone else? The girl said, her eyes reddening, her tone sharp. Love me? I am well aware of your past actions. You declare your love daily, yet you flirt with my brother? The green-haired youth turned his gaze upon the yellow-haired man. And you, if she flirts with you, would you act on it? Do you have no self-control? Mind your words. You should know who I am. How long have we been friends? Count the years, the yellow-haired man shouted in frustration. Enough. What good comes for being friends with such a person? I've told you repeatedly to sever ties. Now you quarrel over that woman. The girl beside the yellow-haired man raised her head, attempting to comfort him. You are instigating discord, aren't you? What of it? If my brother is in danger, am I not the first to rush to his aid? The green-haired youth narrowed his eyes at her. You, the girl began, but was silenced by another man beside her, declaring that it was too late for words. You draw a line. How shall we resolve this? Resolve? The one with the stronger fist wins. Naturally, the green-haired youth mocked. Very well. Let us see whose fist is stronger. Just as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the green-haired youth seized a nearby plastic stool and hurled it towards him. Attempting a sneak attack? I will not let this go, he declared. The yellow-haired man, caught off guard, was struck in the waist. immediately retaliating by grabbing a stool behind him and hurling it back. "Do not fight. I swear I did not flirt with him," the girl beside the green-haired youth cried, tears streaming down her face. "Swear?" The two men abruptly halted their impending strikes, yet the yellow-haired man continued to grip his stool tightly, prepared for any further aggression. "Yes, I swear, if I ever pursued him, may I be struck by lightning. I am wholeheartedly devoted to you, with no ulterior motives. Over these years, have you ever seen me treat any other man kindly?" The girl spoke urgently. The green-haired youth stood still, contemplating, when suddenly, a rumble of thunder echoed from the sky. All present looked up to witness lightning flashing above, then returned their gaze to the girl, their eyes reflecting the sentiment of "See, even the heavens affirm your words." The girl, exasperated, was almost amused. "Love you, Mahwaking. Go ahead and love." The green-haired youth shouted in irritation. Just as he was about to strike, a stool unexpectedly fell upon his head from behind. "How dare you? You dishonorable scoundrel!" The green-haired youth felt dizzy, collapsing to the ground. The yellow-haired man was about to breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the green-haired youth grasping his foot and yanking him down as well. "You!" The yellow-haired man kicked towards the green-haired youth's hand, but the latter swiftly grabbed an empty bottle nearby and smashed it against him, with the sound of shattering glass. Crimson liquid splattered everywhere. "Goodness, there's blood. Hurry, assist. Quick, stop them. What the hell? These two are serious." Regardless of the truth, the crowd rushed forward, eager to separate the two. Tang Ming silently recited bind. The green-haired and yellow-haired youths found themselves immobilized, struggling in vain against their restraints, only able to witness their separation and subsequent binding. As they regained some movement, an odd feeling stirred within them. Could be ghosts? Both men speculated silently, yet dared not voice their fears, lest they provoke further violence. "Young men, fighting is inappropriate. Let us resolve our differences calmly. If lives are lost, regret will be futile." A voice emerged from the crowd. "He flirted with my girlfriend. Would you be willing to accept that?" The green-haired youth rolled his eyes, turning his head away. "I would indeed." Upon hearing this, the green-haired youth turned back, incredulously asking, "Really?" "Of course not. I've been married for over a decade. Where'd I find a girlfriend?" "Are you jesting with me?" The individual with green hair nearly lost consciousness, his complexion paling to an extreme. "You see, you have indeed turned back." A hint of amusement flickered across the face of the other as he turned to the one with yellow hair and remarked, "Regardless of your relationship, it is rather childish to let matters of the heart escalate to this extent." "Childish? You should experience being wronged before passing judgment, so spare me the pretense of virtue. I detest such hypocrisy, as if you believe yourself some kind of savior." The yellow-haired youth spat out a mouthful of crimson, nearly landing at the feet of the other, fortunate that he was quick to evade. "Hey, I was merely trying to help you, yet you respond with such insolence. Truly incorrigible, a blockhead." The man, now visibly irritated, returned to his seat. The onlookers, witnessing this exchange, refrained from further engagement, leaving only their girlfriends to tend to their wounds. "Brother Tang, these two are quite skilled with their words. They truly live up to the reputation of the dyed-haired crowd." The young man nearly laughed upon overhearing their banter. "Indeed impressive. Yet now that they are bound, their only recourse is to speak. Let us await the arrival of the police." Tang Ming settled back into his seat, picking up a piece of chicken. Just as their scuffle concluded, the waiter had nearly finished serving the dishes. The grilled fish arrived. The waiter placed the fish on the table, stating, "I apologize for the disturbance. The restaurant will waive the charge for this grilled fish." With that, he retreated to the back. "Brother Tang, the proprietor is quite astute. Is this not a matter of course? If you were in his shoes, you would do the same, leaving a favorable impression on customers and ensuring their return." He began to savor the freshly served grilled fish, which was quite delectable. "Do give it a try." The young man nodded in agreement, also sampling the fish. Indeed, this grilled fish is distinct from those at other establishments, both in flavor and tenderness. At 8 o'clock, having nearly finished their meal, the two settled their bill and commenced their journey homeward. Each took their separate path, yet a contemplative light lingered in Tang Ming's eyes. Am I altering the world, or is the world altering me? Are the stories recounted by those youths genuine? Am I capable of shouldering the mantle of a magical girl? Before he could complete his thoughts, he found himself within a chicken coop. Chapter 17. Do chickens sing and dance? The air was filled with a cacophony of clucking sounds, causing a slight ache in his head. How did I end up in a chicken coop? He gazed around in disbelief before swiftly vaulting out. The startled chickens scattered in every direction. How foul? System, what is happening? Is it instability in the spatial transition that brought me to this place? Covering his nose, he reached the door, and upon opening it, discovered the moon hanging high. Yet, the system remained silent. It is still night. I should first ascertain my whereabouts. He retrieved his phone and opened the map application, realizing he was in the northern outskirts of Tang City. Quite far indeed. Were it not for the ability to return at will, who would venture to such a place? He murmured to himself as he stowed his phone back into his pocket. Invisibility, shielding, phasing. With these three spells cast simultaneously, Tang Ming vanished from sight. He decided to investigate the poultry farmers, as they might provide some insight, surely. It is not the chickens that are the issue. With a self-deprecating chuckle, he made his way toward the nearby dwelling. Sigh, do you think the feed the boss has been providing lately is somewhat peculiar? These chickens are growing at an alarming rate, reaching over 10 pounds in just a month. A middle-aged man, perched on the edge of a bed while smoking, looked up at the other three. What you say is true. Even if there were a problem, it is not our place to intervene. If we lost this job, would you find another? An older man with graying hair tossed aside his blanket and stood up. Old Bean, one cannot speak like that. Even for the sake of earning money, one must maintain a clear conscience. A younger man interjected. A clear conscience? If I had one, I would not still be here. I would have left long ago. Old Bean sat down impatiently on the lower bunk. It is better for us to remain ignorant of this matter. If it becomes public, we risk losing our jobs and facing gossip. A figure from a lower bunk by the window rose to gaze at them. If we truly conceal this, what shall we do if it comes to light one day? The younger man voiced his concerns. Come to light? How long have you been here? The least among you has been here for 2 years. There is no innocence left. The smoking man admonished. However, the younger man was about to voice further thoughts when Old Bean interjected. All right, I know what you want to say. Do not rush. I am just as anxious as you, and this matter is both easy and difficult to resolve. Why do you say that? The window-side man asked in confusion. Resigning is the simplest solution, yet you are likely reluctant to leave. After all, life here is comfortable, with little oversight and a steady income. As long as you tend to the chickens properly. Old Bean leaned against the bed, appearing quite composed. Thus, it is best to avoid these issues. If it becomes public, we can shift the blame onto the boss and feign ignorance, completely exonerating ourselves from the situation. Old Bean raised his hand to pick his nose, flicking the residue to the ground. The other three displayed varied expressions upon hearing this. Very well, that is settled. Old Bean certainly has his wits about him. I would have simply sought to resign. The smoking man inhaled deeply and exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. The younger man continued to frown, seemingly deep in thought. The window-side man stated decisively, this plan is excellent. We can portray ourselves as victims and claim compensation. Old Bean and the smoking man exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. The younger man also lifted his head and agreed. Very well, it shall be as you say. Excellent, let us settle on that. Now, let us sleep, and tomorrow I will have no recollection of this conversation. Old Bean climbed back into bed, covering himself with a blanket, and soon began to snore. Outside the window, a shadow silently listened to their dialogue, finding it difficult to determine whether their actions were right or wrong, since they are not the main culprits. It is best to extract as much benefit as possible before assessing the situation. As he retraced his steps, he felt somewhat incredulous. It truly was those chickens causing the trouble. Cluck, 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 cluck. The sound of music emanated from behind, resembling chicken calls, yet it felt somewhat amiss. Is this truly the sound of chickens? It seemed more like a concert. Quickening his pace, he activated his flight magic, hovering a few centimeters above the ground for swift movement. Within minutes, he arrived at the chicken coop, where he discovered several humanoid chickens dancing and singing under the lights. This seems rather familiar. It resembles someone I know. Yet no matter how hard he tried to recall, the memory eluded him. Regardless of who it might be, I must first deal with these chickens. With a surge of determination, he flew inside. The moment he entered the coop, he found himself involuntarily dancing. Goodness, this is a range-based skill. Magical girl transformation. As the music played, Tang Ming began to dance with elegance, transforming into a magical girl. This sound effect must be emanating from the transformation device, yet it feels as though it is resonating from within me. Just as this thought crossed his mind, The transformation sound swelled, overpowering the music produced by the chickens. Ah, can this really be compared? The transformed girl found herself at a loss for words, particularly when she noticed the chickens glaring at her, disturbed by her presence. Well, my dear chicken brethren, it appears you are enjoying quite a fine existence. Hosting a concert here. The melodious voice of the girl rang out. Chicken brethren? Who is your brother? You, a featherless biped, are hardly worth my attention. A rooster stepped forward, head held high, casting a disdainful glance at her. Indeed, this intruder has interrupted our song and dance. Such an offense is unforgivable. A hen chimed in. Husband, let us first dispose of this individual before we continue with the music and dance. Another hen gazes tenderly at the rooster. No problem. This biped appears rather feeble. I hope my two beloved consorts will take good care of me in due time. The rooster extends its wings to caress the backs of the two hens. The girl's eyelids flutter, her heart filled with unspoken thoughts. Have you finished your chatter? If so, let us perish together. A chill lingers in her tone. Alas, why the haste? Do you not see me flirting? Your eagerness betrays your lack of a partner. The rooster casts a sidelong glance at the girl. How dare you, a mere chicken, speak to me in such a manner? The corners of the girl's mouth twitch, her heart brimming with frustration. Very well, in light of your desire for demise, I shall grant you an opportunity. You may strike first. The rooster puffs out its chest, exuding an air of confidence. Oh, you wish for me to strike first? Are you certain? The girl, taken aback, gazes at her opponent in disbelief. Indeed. Come forth and strike. Do not accuse me of bullying you, for this chicken possesses manners. The rooster's disdainful gaze is unmistakable. Very well, I shall strike first. A peculiar glint sparkles in the girl's eyes as she prepares to unleash her pink world, only to hear the rooster call out. Wait. She halts her impending spell, her face a mask of confusion. What is it? Are you afraid? Am I afraid? Who do you look down upon? I merely wish to enjoy this battle gracefully. How about I play some music instead? The rooster observes the girl's wary expression and shakes its head. Play music? Are you out of your mind? Who plays music during a fight? The girl crosses her arms, scrutinizing the rooster from head to toe. Is that not permissible? After some contemplation, she nods in agreement. Very well. If this battle ends in a draw, shall we become sworn brothers? The rooster leaps up in jubilation. Will you play or not? If not, I shall strike first. The girl's expression twists slightly. Ahem, all right. The rooster notices her displeasure and regains its proud demeanor, emitting a dazzling array of colors. Chapter 18. Dance of the Rooster. As the music begins, the rooster sways rhythmically, flapping its wings. Come now, showcase your moves and dance alongside me. The rooster nods to the beat, looking at the girl. Dance? I am afraid I cannot. However, I excel at fighting. A transformation device appears in the girl's hand as she chants. Musician, dancer. System loading musician, dancer, loading equipment, loading complete. So swift? Surprise flickers in the girl's eyes as she focuses on the 3 dancing chickens ahead. The moment her feet enter the musical circle, her body begins to sway uncontrollably. Chicken, 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 dance, let us go. Her body instinctively shifts from side to side, akin to an iron mountain. Her palms open before her, shaking. Yet the girl feels something amiss. She should be holding a ball. How strange. Why do I feel this way? Has the system malfunctioned with the dancer? While she dances, she advances toward the front. I have practiced this dance for 2.5 years. How could you possibly keep up? The rooster mocks her. You have merely 2.5 years. I possess 2 sets of that experience. You cannot defeat me. The girl draws closer, her movements remarkably professional. Notes drift in the air, the rhythm intensifies, and even the rooster begins to struggle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You must be cheating. I shall report you. The rooster exclaims, panic rising in its voice. Report me for cheating? I apologize, but I am indeed cheating. What will you do about it? The girl leaps before the rooster. I will report to those watching on the screen that someone is helping you cheat. The rooster retreats. I'm sorry, reporting won't help. The girl raises her palm and strikes the rooster on the head. Its eyes widen in shock as the impact resonates. A tremendous sound interrupts the music, and the rooster collapses at the edge of the coop, frothing at the mouth. Do I possess such strength? The girl lifts her hand in astonishment. Contemplating, it must be an illusion. What kind of monstrous strength is this? Is there a woman like you? Be gentler. The rooster, now standing, speaks with a whimper. Be gentler? I'm afraid I know not the meaning of gentleness. And who told you I am female? The girl claps her hands, forming a fist. Ready to charge again. What? You're not female? Then what are you? The rooster inspects her closely, inquiring. Are you a cross-dressing master? A cute chick? Or a pervert? I am your elder. The girl chuckles in frustration, her feet pounding the ground as she lunges forward, creating fissures beneath her. The air around them erupts with a thunderous sound, and before the rooster can react, another punch lands on its head. A massive crater forms on the ground. As her foot strikes the earth, something flies out from within, the rooster, still frothing at the mouth. You violent maniac, I am a civilized chicken. You should learn from me instead. Just as it finishes speaking, it feels its body plummeting downward. Goodness, the rooster exclaims. There's nothing quite like the satisfaction of a punch. No wonder one must exercise. It all makes sense now. The girl reflects while suspended in the air, glancing at the other two hens. They tremble slightly and exclaim, Hero, we are all good citizens. He is the one who coerced us, otherwise. Who would abandon a good life to come to this wretched place? The two hens begin to weep, tears streaming down their faces. The girl, taken aback by the scene, suddenly senses something approaching from behind. Attempting a sneak attack? Not a chance. A protective barrier envelopes her, a pink haze expanding outward. Mist and rain surround her. The girl whispers softly, her body disintegrating into red particles. Oh, the crimson figure halts, surveying the surroundings. TSK. I did not expect the three of you to coordinate a performance. The voice resonates around them, yet no figure is visible. Performance? No, not at all. The rooster fervently shakes its head, its feathers shedding, enveloping a 20-meter radius. Let us see if you can emerge now. The rooster's vibrant red hue dims. Nearly half its feathers lost. You are nothing but a molting rooster. Striking you feels akin to play. The voice echoes in its ears. The rooster's heart races, and it instinctively pecks in retaliation. The pink glow illuminates the area as they all retreat. The girl steps back 7 or 8 paces, while the rooster retreats over a meter. Let us go again. Steadying herself, the girl soars toward her opponent, flames igniting in her hands. Celestial fire, meteor fist. The sound of the girl's voice rings in the air as her pink fire fist descends upon the rooster. Celestial fire, meteor fist? That sounds familiar. Just as the thought crosses its mind, the fist closes in. One feather cleaves the sun and moon. Another conceals mountains and seas. The rooster experiences a fleeting thought of the spell's name. With wings wide open, a powerful aura surges forth, invoking the sun, moon, mountains, and seas, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle. The girl, equally astonished, wonders at the rooster's formidable skills. Having unleashed the strike, there is no retrieving it. It is better to gamble. With resolve forming in her heart, she chants, light magic, fist of earth shattering. The pink glow transforms into radiant white as a colossal fist collides with the rooster's wings. Purification. The young girl cried out once more, and a brilliant light transformed into flames that began to blaze. Ah, what kind of fire is this? It is so hot, so scorching. Originally, the feathered wings had sliced through the space, preparing for escape. But the purifying flames instantaneously sealed the gap. As the flames extinguished, a small, black orb lay on the ground, occasionally twitching. It is your turn now, the girl said, turning her gaze towards the two hens. Why don't you take us in? We can cook and do laundry, really. Indeed, we do this every day. Look, I'm even wearing pants. One hen exclaimed, pulling aside its down to reveal a pair of trousers. Are you serious? The girl was momentarily taken aback. But her movements hastened as she replied, I'm sorry, I do not require your services. I shall send you on your way. Purification, pink world. Use you to cleanse the world's sins and descend into eternal hell. The two hens vanished from sight, leaving behind 10 spirit crystals that flew towards the girl and were absorbed into her transformation device. How dare you kill my beloved? I will fight you to the death. The black orb quivered as it rose, glaring furiously. Fear not. None of you will escape. I will send you to join her, the girl said, revealing a radiant smile. You are a devil clad in human skin. The rooster trembled, its eyes darting around. Do not even think about fleeing. This place is sealed by me, with no way up to heaven or down to the earth. Clapping its hands together, it brushed off the dust, wearing a smile. The rooster fixed its gaze on the girl, unwilling to relent, and pleaded, "Spare my life. I swear I will not do evil again. I will reform." The rooster's tone began to quaver with a tinge of desperation. "Really? I might grant you mercy, but you must agree to a condition first." "What condition?" The rooster's eyes gleamed with anticipation as it inquired eagerly. "You must give me your life, and then I shall spare you." As radiant light emanated from her hand, magic surged forth, propelling her forward. The rooster summoned the fallen feathers, regaining its luster. At that moment, a magic circle enveloped it, binding it in place, followed by a flurry of fists striking its body. Amidst the pink light, sounds of excitement and screams intertwined. "You disregard martial ethics. What is there to discuss? Did you not urge me to strike first?" The girl's fists continued to rain down, igniting white flames as powerful, purifying energy began to spread. "No, wait. I shall return one day to settle this." The rooster's cries fell on deaf ears as the girl relentlessly continued her assault. Illuminating colors. "Let your gentleness descend upon this world and purify all evil," the girl prayed, encompassing a 50-meter radius, even half of the chicken coop within her spell. "Finally resolved," the girl declared, reverting to her male form, revealing Tang Ming. "These spirit crystals are quite remarkable, saturated with intense resentment." After collecting the 20 spirit crystals into the transformation device, he proceeded outside. Entering the rear warehouse, he phased through the wall, analyzing the composition of these feeds. Tang Ming said solemnly, lifting the transformation device into the air. "Analysis complete. Excessive food additives, elevated levels of animal growth hormones, abnormal metal content, mercury, and lead detected. Recommendation: hazardous material. Consumption may lead to hormonal disruption and metal poisoning, causing organ degradation." Tang Ming frowned upon hearing this. What initially seemed like standard additives turned out to be hazardous. He had no choice but to report this, or else it would endanger many more individuals. His gaze fell upon the large pile of feed as he muttered, "I should call the police." Speaking to the transformation device, a holographic display projected in the air, dialing the emergency number. Once connected, Tang Ming utilized the voice modulation feature to explain the situation to the police before becoming invisible. Half an hour later, sirens blared, waking the sleeping workers. Tang Ming stood by, employing magic to ensure they could only speak the truth. Thus, this nefarious chicken farm was shut down by the police, while the fate of other unscrupulous farms remained uncertain. Back home, Tang Ming collapsed onto his bed, falling asleep until the sound of his phone ringing jolted him awake. So tired. It feels as though something has weighed me down." As he climbed out of bed, he found it difficult to adjust to his body. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally got ready and stepped outside. Upon arriving at the convenience store and greeting a young man, he heard Brother Tang. "Isn't it time for our shift change? It's already April 3rd. So soon? It's already April 3rd? Then let us switch. Where's the boss?" Tang Ming glanced towards the back, noticing no one was inside. "The boss left early this morning. I don't know why, but he looked anxious. So something important must be happening." The young man removed his uniform and took a sip of water. What could he possibly be dealing with? "It's probably just marital issues or something," Tang Ming said absent-mindedly as he donned his uniform and began reconciling the previous day's accounts. "Marital problems? That sounds serious. It could lead to a divorce." The young man gazed at Tang Ming in astonishment. "Brother Tang, how did you know?" Could it be observing the young man's curious expression? Tang Ming immediately sensed his ulterior motives. "Don't jump to conclusions or you might get punched," he retorted, rolling his eyes. "Are you going back? If not, you can stay and help out for a bit." "Of course, I'm going back. What else would I do here?" The young man shook his head, retreated to the door, waved goodbye, and left. Watching him depart, Tang Ming promptly messaged the boss about the shift change, knowing he would forget otherwise. Just as he sent the message, he received a reply. "All right, understood. I'll come in tonight to cover." Setting down his phone, he recalled something. Quietly pondering, he asked the system, "How much time is left in my trial period?" System notification, 12 hours remaining. 12 hours? That seems like an eternity. I thought it would pass quickly. Tang Ming was lost in thought when someone tapped his shoulder. Both he and the person who tapped him jumped in surprise. "What are you doing?" Tang Ming took the initiative, questioning first. "What am I doing? I'm here to check out. You can't just stand there dazed and grinning. Should I indulge you with applause?" The customer before him began to scold Tang Ming. "My apologies for zoning out. I'll take care of your bill right away. Enjoy your meal." He smiled as he processed the customer's purchase of bread and milk, sending him off. Tang Ming had momentarily lost focus and was completely unaware of his surroundings. I should wash my face to clear my head, he thought as he moved to the back, splashed water on his face, and felt instantly rejuvenated. Upon arriving behind the cash register, I pulled over a small stool and settled down to engage with my mobile device. However, I was not merely playing. I was meticulously summarizing the diverse capabilities and strengths of various supernatural entities. Tomorrow heralds a new beginning, commencing at the early hours of dawn, after which I must ascend through the ranks incrementally. My magical abilities will be rendered ineffective, but fortunately, I possess nearly 50 Ling Jing, prompting me to contemplate which magical skills to select. The options include invisibility magic, shielding magic, flame magic, purification magic, flight magic, levitation magic, and fire meteor fist. Once I finalize these choices, my Ling Jing will be nearly depleted, necessitating further monster hunting, which is fraught with peril. As these thoughts swirled in my mind, I began jotting them down on my phone to avoid forgetting. Exercise? How does one even train? Is it running, push-ups, sit-ups, or perhaps other forms of physical activity? System. Moments later, I stood up to stretch, mentally calling out. System notification. Physical training is not only a facet of cultivation, but also equips one with diverse combat strategies. Moreover, the stronger the physique, the greater the threshold for magical energy one can endure. Thus, physical fitness is foundational. Indeed, having reached this juncture, I find myself compelled to tread this singular path. Tang Ming sighed, stating, "Please help me devise a training regimen." The system acknowledges the command and will assist the user in formulating a training plan. Staring at the training regimen displayed on the screen, Tang Ming was left speechless. What? Can a human even accomplish this? Chapter 20. The devilishly challenging training plan and substitute magic. Are you tormenting me? Is this training regimen even feasible? Tang Ming sat on the chair, scrutinizing the details on the screen. 1,000 push-ups, 1,000 sit-ups, 1,000 frog jumps, 1,000 kilometers of running with weights, 1,000 pull-ups, and practicing yoga to enhance flexibility. This is the preliminary plan tailored for you. There will be subsequent stages, which you may review once you complete this. Plan initiated. Failure to complete will result in random electric shock penalties. Electric shock penalties? Do you think you are young? Tang Ming jumped up from his chair. Ah, you startled me. What are you doing? A customer happened to approach the counter to check out. I apologize for my overreaction. You wish to make a purchase, correct? Tang Ming said, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Be cautious. I am not a thief, making me feel a bit uneasy. The customer rolled his eyes and placed his items on the counter. I assure you, it won't happen again. The smile remained on Tang Ming's face. Next time? There will be a next time. Your words are rather amusing. The customer looked at him quizzically, speaking in a dialect. There is no next time. If you return, I can offer a discount. How does that sound? After scanning the items with the scanner, he began processing the payment. Discount? What kind of discount are we talking about? The customer seemed intrigued by the offer. Membership cards provide long-term discounts, along with various promotions, such as buy two, get one free, and a 30% off on purchases over 30. We will have a 30% off event the day after tomorrow. If you're interested, feel free to return. After listening to Tang Ming's words, the customer pondered. All right, I shall return the day after tomorrow. Thank you for your patronage. Have a pleasant journey. After scanning the payment code, Tang Ming sent the customer off with a smile. Once the customer departed, his smile vanished, and he fell into deep contemplation. This training regimen, will it not leave me utterly exhausted? If something were to happen, there would be no full-level treatment, and I would have to start all over again. System, can you reduce the training plan? After all, I am a novice. If I become too fatigued and something goes awry, it would be counterproductive. Standing still, observing everything in the convenience store, the system remained silent. Certainly, all tasks will be halved. A dark line appeared on Tang Ming's forehead, and he replied exasperatedly. This halving is rather inhumane. How about just 100 a day? And that running is 100 kilometers. Where am I supposed to run? Rest assured, there is a professional training facility. It will be absolutely fine. Reducing the regimen is not feasible, so it must remain as is. A professional training facility? I murmured, recalling the clothing space. It appears to be akin to that location. Indeed, the transformation device contains numerous secrets for you to uncover. I hope you can surpass the maximum level, as greater surprises await you. Surprises? As long as they do not come as shocks, I will be content. Resuming my seat, I gazed at the ceiling, feeling a tinge of anticipation. In the afternoon, the boss arrived to take over the shift. Upon entering, he said, Tang, you may head home. I will manage the store tonight, and you will start your evening shift tomorrow. Understood. I shall take my leave, Tang Ming responded, removing his uniform and hanging it aside as he walked out. Returning home, he awaited the appointed hour. At 6 p.m., a peculiar sensation coursed through me, as if something within had been hollowed out. Please transform now. No problem. Magical girl, transformation. From the powers of fire and light, grant me the strength of magic. As the transformation sound effect resonated, Tang Ming began to dance, ultimately transforming into the form of an 18-year-old girl, adorned in a pink dress embellished with shimmering little hearts along the hem. A star-like decoration adorned her head, sparkling brilliantly, while the heart-shaped transformation device swirled around her. Her slender fingers as white as jade. Is this the initial state? It bears little distinction from the maximum level. I stood before the mirror, scrutinizing my reflection. The girl nodded in satisfaction, approving of her appearance, yet soon her expression soured. If only I were a boy. Why must I be a girl? The clear voice echoed. All right, I suppose the full transformation is incorrect. What about that part? Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind, and I dashed to the restroom. Wow, incredible! My astonishment echoed within the confines of the restroom, followed by some peculiar sounds. Wait, this feels strange. Why does it seem indistinguishable from my original self? Is this an illusion? My excitement dissipated. Calmly stepping out of the restroom, I approached the mirror. Well, that will suffice. System, it is time for training. Loading scene. Loading complete. Scene opened. Entering scene. An outdoor sports arena materialized before me. Notification. Training in your original state yields the best results. Please deactivate your transformation. Tang Ming felt somewhat exasperated but complied, the pink light flickering before reverting him to his original form. All right, where shall I begin? Start with warm-ups, followed by exercise, joint movements, and stretching. Following the system's instructions, Tang Ming commenced his warm-up until the system deemed it sufficient to halt. Now, proceed with 100 push-ups, followed by 100 sit-ups, 100 frog jumps, 100 pull-ups, and run 100 kilometers. Hearing these instructions made Tang Ming's body tremble, and his heart raced. Here we go, he shouted at the sky, slapping his face and diving into the training. Several hours later, a figure lay sprawled in the middle of the arena. Gasping for breath, puddles forming around him. Above, lightning crackled, slowly striking down upon him. Wait! Before he could finish, the strikes landed, emitting wisps of white smoke. I can still move. If you keep electrocuting me, how can I train? Tang Ming lamented, his body convulsing uncontrollably. Gradually, he managed to rise, standing in place. Indeed, the number of electric shocks has been cancelled, while the intensity of the current has been increased. Initially, a smile graced my face upon hearing the cancellation of electric shocks, but soon I found myself on the verge of fainting. You are impressive. I am truly in awe. Gritting my teeth, I continued to run laps around the playground, each step feeling unbearably heavy. 6 hours later, Tang Ming finally completed today's training regimen, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. I have finally completed it, ha ha ha. Cough, cough, cough. My laughter caused me to choke on my saliva, my face instantly turning crimson. System notification, Day 1 of training tasks completed. Considering that the binder still has responsibilities in the real world, a doppelganger spell has been introduced. For merely 20 spirit crystals, you may remain occupied with your work during emergencies. What? A doppelganger spell? Does this mean I can send a replacement to work while I deal with those supernatural beings? Tang Ming lay there, astonished, yet inwardly he murmured. I had anticipated this issue earlier, but I did not expect it to be resolved so swiftly. However, given the circumstances, I can't shake the feeling that there might be a trap involved. Precisely. All right, I shall purchase the doppelganger spell. Transaction successful. Please acknowledge receipt. The transformation device soared into the air, emanating a rosy glow that enveloped Tang Ming's body. Moments later, two identical figures lay in the same spot. This is the doppelganger spell? It feels rather impressive. Curiously, I scrutinized the other version of myself. Attention! This ability can only be utilized in a work context. Other scenarios have not been loaded. Upon hearing the system's notification, I roll my eyes, internally lamenting. Really? Am I not permitted to use him for other purposes? Is it necessary to issue such reminders? Return to reality. The space morphed into a pink hue, depositing me back in my room. The following morning, I awoke to find myself in a hallway. Chapter 21. forgetting my disguise. Must always be like this? Can't I appear normally? It's either a chicken coop or a garbage bin, and now I'm in this dimly lit place. Am I a rat? I can go anywhere. Tang Ming surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat disheartened. As he shifted his feet, he realized he was standing on a dead rat. Yikes. He jumped up, accidentally bumping into a nearby rack, creating a chaotic scene. Leaning against a wall, he held his forehead, feeling a bitter pang as he called out, "System, can you respond? Why are you silent?" In this dark place, only his voice echoed, but the system remained as mute as if disconnected from the network. Well, it seems I must rely on myself. With a sigh, I proceeded along the corridor in search of an exit. After an indeterminate amount of time, light finally emerged before me. Instinctively quickening my pace, I stepped out to find throngs of people bustling along the street. So many people? I was somewhat taken aback, squinting to examine my surroundings. Others on the street glanced at me, some with curiosity, others with scrutiny. Why is he dressed like that? Perhaps he has been robbed? Should I report this? Never mind. He doesn't seem to fit that description. Look, he is heading toward the clothing store, ISNT. A few people on the street began to converse. Upon hearing their words, I immediately glanced at myself and realized my clothes were tattered and filthy. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I noticed a clothing store nearby and decided to enter, relieved to find my phone safely in my pocket. Upon stepping into the store, several pairs of eyes turned towards me. I paid them no mind and made my way directly to the men's section, casually selecting a few garments before heading to the fitting room. The staff exchanged glances, intrigued. "You all should mind your own business and get back to work." A man strode over, asserting himself. "Boss, is everything really all right?" A female employee glanced toward the fitting room. "If there were a problem, he wouldn't be here, would he?" The male manager replied, albeit with some hesitation as he glanced at the fitting room. The others, seeing this, also vacated the area, leaving only the manager behind. 10 minutes later, I emerged from the fitting room, feeling somewhat dapper after my makeover. Just as I stepped out, I noticed a man waiting outside. Before I could speak, he initiated the conversation. "Hello, I'm the owner of this store. I was a bit concerned about your appearance, so I waited here for you. I just tripped when I came out and happened to see this clothing store. Is that a problem?" I replied, looking at the smiling owner with curiosity. "Not all. Are you satisfied with your new outfit? If not, you may continue to browse." The owner surveyed me, appreciation evident in his gaze. "No, I'm very satisfied. Let us proceed to check out," I said as I moved toward the counter, glancing back at him. The owner approached, smiling. Of course, the customer is always right. He then picked up the scanning device and scanned the tags on my clothing. 390 yuan. Would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Credit card is also acceptable. He placed a POS machine in front of me. WeChat. I reached into my pocket, retrieved my phone, and opened the payment code. As the familiar notification chimed, WeChat has received 319 yuan. I exited the clothing store and stepped back into the street. Inside the store, several attendants began discussing amongst themselves. With the owner present, "Hey, that guy looks quite handsome after changing his clothes. He is a completely different person from when he came in. Are you infatuated? What if that mysterious stranger has issues?" "Issues? What kind of issues?" "I think you're the one with the problem. But honestly, he does have a certain charm, exuding a dominant aura." "Dominant? Have you been watching too many dramas? Ladies, have you not had enough of swooning? Shouldn't you return to your posts?" The owner interjected, somewhat exasperated as he approached them. "There are still several customers. Are you planning to neglect them?" "Boss, I noticed that you were looking at that guy a little differently just now. Is there something more?" A girl remarked with a peculiar expression, then hurried away. The others exchanged knowing smiles, implying they understood. "You all, I assure you I am a perfectly normal person. Do not misconstrue my intentions," the owner exclaimed, a mix of annoyance and amusement playing on his lips. Tang Ming remained unaware of this, continuing to stroll through the streets. Merely bringing me here without providing specific clues makes things quite challenging. I silently chastised, my eyes scanning for anything suspicious. After traversing several streets and entering malls and small shops without discovering anything, I began to wonder if I had made a mistake. Sitting on a bench by the street, I pondered, stroking my chin. A glimmer sparked in my eyes as I observed the people and objects around me, noticing subtle transformations taking place. Is this the Lingyan magic? It seems to share similarities with the Tianyan. I felt a surge of excitement as I noticed strange glimmers in the distance. Huh, what is that? I instinctively stood and wove through the crowd towards the towering building ahead. Looking up, I saw those glimmering lights drifting off into the distance. I found it. A smile graced my lips as I proceeded past the traffic lights, walking 700 or 800 meters until I arrived at a clothing mall bustling with activity. Here, I first surveyed the crowd and then stepped inside. 80% off, all casual menswear. 90% off women's clothing, perfect for petite women. As I wandered through the bustling marketplace, I was greeted by the cacophony of vibrant voices promoting a sale. Don't miss out. Enjoy a discount of 40 on every 300 spent and receive delightful gifts. As I stepped into the mall, the noise enveloped me. Scanning the crowd, I inadvertently made eye contact with a salesperson who approached and eagerly suggested, "Why not come in and take a look? Our selection of clothing and pants is extensive, and I assure you, you will be satisfied." "No, thank you. I prefer to browse a bit more," I replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed as I sidestepped away from the encounter. As I continued my search, I noticed something peculiar crawling in the central partition of the floor. It was devouring the luminous orbs of light, its face adorned with a look of satisfaction. "Just a bit more. This isn't enough to satisfy my hunger." A voice resembling that of an infant emanated from a small opening, as some pipes began to shift, teetering on the brink of collapse. On the first floor, I felt a tremor beneath my feet, yet the others around me showed no sign of alarm. Could it be coming from within that strange entity? An exhilaration flickered in my eyes, igniting a warmth within my veins. No, when did I become so combative? It would be wise to maintain control. Otherwise, I might encounter unforeseen dangers. A chill of realization washed over me as I broke into a cold sweat, standing still for a few moments before finally ascending the staircase. In the emergency exit, I found myself locking eyes with a shadowy figure. "Hello, I'm merely passing through. I hope I haven't disturbed you. I must be on my way," I said hastily before sprinting down the stairs. At that moment, I had transformed, my youthful figure nimbly navigating the corridor. Damn it, I forgot I had been reduced to a novice level. I lamented internally. Suddenly, a tentacle reached out towards me from the side. "System alert. The opponent's level has reached 10. This is a danger." Level 10? What level am I? Current level, 1. What? Level 1? This is outrageous. I shouldn't have been stuck at such a low rank after yesterday's training. Training does not equate to leveling up. It allows for combat against higher level foes, but does not elevate your initial rank. Only by defeating your opponent can you gain experience and increase your level. Can it truly be like this? A look of disbelief crossed my youthful visage as I leapt to evade the approaching tentacle. A baby-like voice echoed behind me, sounding increasingly frustrated. "I'm not in a hurry. You seem to be the one rushing," I thought to myself, recalling the moment I entered the fire escape. 20 minutes earlier, upon entering the 5th floor, I noticed dark orbs floating around. Those who traversed this area appeared weary, reminding me of a previous experience in a children's park. My expression turned serious, worried I might witness another harrowing event, becoming a reluctant spectator to a tragic tale. This sense of helplessness was maddening. As I carefully followed the light orbs into the emergency exit, I activated a cloaking spell, rendering me undetectable to the ordinary passersby. I then initiated my transformation, the sound effects from my transformation device eliciting a grimace. Could I not silence this transformation sound? A magical girl without the transformation sound loses the essence of her transformation. This cannot be altered. Sighing, I shook my head at the system's response, choosing to disregard the sound effects and move mechanically. How absurd for a grown man to be dancing like this, I thought, feeling a twinge of self-mockery. Once in my youthful form, I stealthily entered the dark fire escape. The silence enveloped me, as if everything had come to a standstill. Observing the traces on the stairs, I felt a shift in my demeanor. Is that slime? It covered the walls and floor. This could be significant. As I scrutinized my surroundings, I noticed the traces led upward, indicating the creature lurked above. I lifted my gaze, pondering, if only I had a familiar, this exploration could be entrusted to it. My footsteps echoed on the staircase, but nothing happened. After ascending 3 floors without incident, I was met only with the oppressive darkness. Before I could approach the central area, a dark blur swept past me, sending me crashing against the wall 3 meters away. Coughing, I quickly regained my footing. Why couldn't I cast my magical skills just now? System alert. You have been reset. You must start from the beginning. Fine. I had nearly forgotten that detail. A bitter smile crept onto my face as I felt a wave of frustration wash over me. Another black blur darted past, and this time I clearly saw it, an appendage resembling that of an octopus. A tentacle monster? No, this must be a different creature. I leaned back, narrowly avoiding it. But the tentacle split into two and struck downward. With surprise in my eyes, I rolled to evade the attack. The ground beside me shattered, dust rising in a cloud. The infant-like voice rang out, causing my ears to ring. Once I regained my footing, I sprinted down the corridor. The level disparity was too great. I needed to devise another strategy. After about 20 minutes of circling the corridor, I found myself back at the initial scene. I began to ascend again, sliding past the creature's lower half. Come at me. I know you can understand me, I taunted, raising my middle finger in a mocking gesture. The creature's tiny eyes turned crimson as its form shifted from darkness. Has it already entered phase 2? I was taken aback, quickly casting a wind magic spell to hasten my escape. The creature, now with a red hue, smashed through the walls, no longer weaving through the corridors, rapidly closing the distance between us. Looking back at the spectacle, I was both astonished and somewhat speechless. Had I not been reset, it would have been a different story. I could have dispatched it in an instant. Yet, despite my thoughts, I did not run slowly. What spell should I employ? I pondered my available magic as I dashed onward. Binding spells seemed scarce. The transformation device floated into my hand, and I began to manifest the spells. Fire rope magic, firewall magic, illusion sound magic, repeated side, jump magic, speed magic, world encompass you, heaven net envelopes. I was momentarily taken aback. The initial spells were acceptable, but the latter one seemed rather unserious. As I slowed my pace, I heard the sound of walls crumbling behind me. Whatever. If I can use it, I shall. With a fierce determination, I began to learn these basic spells, quickly mastering their use. Fire rope magic, firewall magic, illusion sound magic. These 3 spells took form instantly, launching toward the pursuing creature. The red monster faltered in its speed, followed by a resounding roar as the sound waves shattered the firewall and dispelled the illusion sound magic, its body swelling and breaking the fire rope. Will encompass you. Repeated side jump. As the monster lunged forward, I activated the latter 2 spells, warping the surrounding space. Fists began to coalesce, relentlessly striking at the creature, while its tentacles flailed about. Thanks to the repeated side jump magic, the tentacles merely grazed my form, unable to inflict any harm. Once the barrage concluded, a smirk appeared on my lips as I spoke softly, heaven net envelopes. Pink flames erupted from me, swiftly spreading to form a delicate web. Speed magic. My fingers danced rapidly, weaving the strands into a massive net that ensnared the creature within. The world assault was unleashed once more, augmented by speed magic, resulting in a tremendous multiplication of fists in the air, rapidly striking the creature. A piercing cry escaped the monster, abruptly silencing thereafter. The girl, her brow furrowed, ceased her contemplation and leapt backward. At that very moment, numerous tendrils erupted from the ground, twisting towards her. A sense of relief washed over her, deepening her understanding of the disparity in their levels. As the shadows of fists dissipated, only the slightly injured body of the monster was revealed. Good heavens! Was this merely a superficial wound? It was not a matter of her weakness, but rather of her opponent's formidable strength. She gasped in awe, then resumed her flight. The creature, however, swelled to an even greater size, its tendrils elongating and completely obscuring the corridor behind her, continuing to transform. Its eyes glowed an ominous red, faint traces of blood emanating, creating an unsettling atmosphere. In a sudden burst, the monster surged forward, crossing 5 meters in an instant to reach the girl's lower back, its tendrils spiraling towards her waist. Repeated lateral jumps. Multiple figures materialized, narrowly evading the strike, though her waist garment was still torn, exposing her fair skin. That was close. She brushed her hand over the damaged fabric, feeling a mix of luck and trepidation. Without pausing, she sprinted towards the rooftop. As she passed a window, she caught a glimpse of a blue light approaching from the corner of her eye. Chapter 23. A helping hand? Defeating the monster, the blue light grew larger in her vision, filling her with dread, instinctively believing another monster had appeared. She crouched down and rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the blue light. A wailing sound echoed behind her, and the girl, now on the ground, turned to see a gaping wound on the monster, blood still flowing from it. Was it not targeting me? Her eyes darted around, searching for the source of the attack. At that moment, the monster's body began to emit a red glow, its injuries healing at an alarming rate, and within seconds, it was as good as new. Hiss! It possesses regenerative abilities? How on earth am I to combat this? The girl felt a surge of frustration, yet her body instinctively rolled away from the tendrils and scrambled upwards. She decided to ascend further, hoping to find an opportunity to ensnare it. Otherwise, she would meet her demise here. As she ran, she glanced back occasionally, seeing the creature pursue her once more, seemingly more enraged than before. Has it mistaken my previous assault as its own? The girl widened her eyes in disbelief, her pace quickening. The corridor resembled a labyrinth, and after what felt like an eternity of running, she realized the truth. Damn it! Who cast a spell here? Or was it a high-level spell? Revolving corridor? Suddenly, she thought of the owner of the blue light. Could this person have set it up? The monster relentlessly pursued her, vowing not to relent. What is the point of this chase when it has trapped itself? The girl shouted in exasperation. Wall-breaking magic. A radiant light enveloped her as she vanished into the wall. The creature, surprised, extended its tendrils to break through the wall. On the other side, the girl observed the scene with a sense of resignation. She was now absolutely certain this was a revolving corridor. The hallways ahead twisted and turned like a maze. She had to endure. The magic would wear off in 3 hours, granting her escape. Narrowing her eyes in contemplation, she pondered if she could use this revolving corridor to trap the monster. The light in her eyes grew brighter. Just as she prepared to take a step, she heard a thunderous crash from the wall behind her. Turning to look, she saw cracks spreading across its surface. Truly relentless. A smile crept across the girl's face as she swiftly turned into one of the corridors, crouching behind it. The wall crumbled completely, and the red creature charged in with excitement. But upon scanning the area, it found no sign of the girl. It let out another roar, the sound waves reverberating, creating ripples in the corridor. The girl covered her ears, pain etched on her face, yet she gritted her teeth and endured. After a minute, still no sign of her. The monster grew anxious, yet it hesitated before the corridor ahead, beginning to retreat. Unfortunately, it found itself trapped, unable to exit. The creature glanced back, realizing that the wall it had just broken through had returned to its original state. For a moment, it was taken aback before it charged at the wall, but no matter how forcefully it attacked, it could not break through. The monster began to roar incessantly, its red glow transforming into a deep crimson, a sweet, metallic scent wafting through the air. At that moment, the blue light reappeared on the adjacent wall, transforming into an arrow that struck the monster. The creature emitted a piercing cry akin to that of an infant, a sound most jarring. The girl, hidden within the corridor, prepared to launch a magical assault, but was compelled to peek out upon hearing the creature's cry. The power of that arrow was astonishing. A single strike nearly incapacitated it. Were it not for its terrifying regenerative abilities, it would have been obliterated in one blow. She was taken aback, recalling her own peak strength. She had been comparable at full capacity. The mysterious figure, after that single strike, remained inactive, while the monster's self-healing commenced once more. Was this intentional? The girl's eye twitched as she gritted her teeth and charged forward, flames engulfing her as she approached the monster. Fire burst. Flames spiraled into the monster's body, erupting with explosive force. The creature seemed to respond to some stimulus. Its tendrils whipped violently, pulling the girl into the corridor. Coughing, she rose to her feet, gazing at the distant monster. Explosions erupted from its body, chunks of flesh rapidly detaching, creating a gruesome spectacle. Yet at the center of the creature, something resembling a child glowed. What is this? Narrowing her eyes, she activated Spirit Eye magic, penetrating through the gore to reveal a doll, soaked in blood. A doll drenched in blood? Her heart raced. She had come to understand that these monsters did not appear without reason, often linked to humans. The blood on that doll, could it belong to? A bitter taste filled her mouth, and an unsettling thought crept into her mind. The doll's eyes began to blink, turning to face the girl with a sinister giggle. A chill coursed through her, urging her to retreat, but before she could move, she heard a sound akin to slicing air. This is bad. She rolled down the stairs, glancing up to see the doll clutching something. What is that? Hair? Touching her own head, she discovered her hairstyle in disarray. She was surprised at her quick reflexes, yet was astounded to realize there was something even faster. Was it just a doll? I could burn it. What can it do? She chuckled to herself. The doll, laughing maniacally, turned its head in a complete circle, causing the girl, who had just begun to move, to freeze in place, warily observing her adversary. "Oof, I'm not afraid of you," she shouted defiantly, her body enveloped in pink flames. The doll's eyes sparkled with curiosity, its smile unwavering. With a firm stance, she charged forward. World assault, speed magic, fire rope magic. The fiery ropes rapidly ensnare the area, as fists rained down upon the doll, her hands moving swiftly, leaving the doll momentarily stunned. A surprising scene unfolded as the doll extended its small hand to clash with the girl, both of them stepping back a few paces. The girl appeared somewhat astonished, while the doll seemed indifferent. Once more, the flames enveloping the girl intensified, her fighting spirit surging. As they collided again, their fists began to transform, targeting the doll's vulnerabilities, while fiery tendrils encircled them, resembling a fiery cocoon standing in the corridor. In the distance, a blue silhouette emerged, displaying a hint of curiosity in its eyes, a playful smirk gracing its lips. Not bad. This individual has managed to master such a plethora of elementary magic in such a short span. It seems they have just recently completed their novice trial. I only noticed you last time, and I did not anticipate encountering you again so soon. The blue figure's voice was intoxicatingly melodious. A blue crystal gleamed in its hand, enveloping the entire shopping mall. Isolation magic. Outside of this vicinity, no one within the mall perceived any changes. They continued with their daily lives. As the blue figure slowly dissipated, a shimmering card remained in its place. Chapter 24. The final duel with the doll, transforming into the Fire Witch. Within the fiery cocoon, the two figures continuously intertwined, their fists colliding. Wait a moment. I'm a magical girl. Why am I merely using my fists here? Where's my magic? The girl's thoughts raced, recalling the names of the spells she could wield. Flame of the Beacon, Chujiba. Moonlit Fire Shadow, Chujiba. Tidal Wave of Extinction, Chujiba. Were these? I have never seen them before. Could it be the system's doing? After another collision with her opponent, she retreated. Magic activate. The three spells ignited simultaneously. Yet she felt as if something was being drawn from her body, an uncomfortable sensation. I will deal with this creature first. Her brows instinctively furrowed. Flame of the Beacon began to conjure illusions within the fiery cocoon. Vast mountains and cities bathed in crimson hues. Moonlit Fire Shadow. A full moon ascended high above, casting down sparks that ignited the earth. Tidal Wave of Extinction. The girl felt flames rising within her heart, her eyes glowing crimson. Her magical attire transforming into a vibrant red, ultimately becoming a fire which standing resolutely. The third magical skill can manifest in this way. Observing her gown, she felt significantly empowered, and as she grasped her wand, a brilliant crimson staff materialized. Come forth, the witch proclaimed with fervor, and sparks erupted from her hand, transforming into meteors streaking across the sky. Hee hee. The doll's laughter echoed, seemingly unable to speak, yet the bloodlust in its eyes intensified. The witch's form flickered and vanished, a magical circle appearing in the air. Solar prison. 2 layers of magical circles unfolded rapidly within the fiery cocoon, enveloping the doll. Purgatory world. A more complex magical array, constructed outside, began to manifest hellish imagery. Upon sensing the threat, the doll suddenly spoke. I did not expect you to possess such abilities. I initially intended to toy with you, but I discovered a formidable presence nearby, which is why I feigned ignorance. Now that they have departed, I shall no longer hold back. Await your impending doom. The witch, taken aback at first, then smirked slightly. Is that so? Let's see whether you are formidable or I am. At the end of the night, the light within the fiery cocoon extinguished, leaving only an abyss of darkness. Why has it gone dark? Why did you turn off the lights? How am I supposed to fight now? Turn the lights back on. The doll's anxious voice resonated in the dark. Oh, so you fear the dark? Perfect. I, your elder sister, relish the night. Thus, I shall arrange the nocturnal funeral dance for you. The witch chuckled softly, waving her wand. Angels of the night, descend with mournful melodies, bury the sorrows of this world, and conclude our journey. The witch intoned, the runes on her staff pulsating, while starlight glimmered in the dark realm. The brilliance of the magical array began to spread along with the starlight, a melancholic melody resonating, causing the world to tremble in sorrow, souls attuning in harmony. The doll, initially prepared to resist, found itself unable to put up any defense. instantly suspended in midair, its inner light beginning to fade. My magic, dear sister, is not something anyone can withstand. Should you manage to resist, I would be compelled to employ even more potent magic against you. And at that point, your body may not be able to endure. The witch's eyes reflected a hint of regret, and soon enough, the red glow dissipated, revealing the tattered form of Tang Ming, who had now regained his true appearance. Crashing to the ground, he emitted a sound, while the doll's eyes flickered with a faint glow. Before any action could be taken, the magical arrays began to whirl, ensnaring it within, leaving only 20 or so spirit crystals unscathed. Half an hour later, Tang Ming slowly regained consciousness, his head feeling heavy. As he raised his arm, he inhaled sharply, his eyes widening in alarm. What is happening? I cannot move my body. Tang Ming's eyes darted around, quickly spotting the spirit crystals in the distance. Spirit crystals? A sense of confusion washed over him, followed by a flood of memories. I recall that when I transformed into the fire witch, my mind suddenly went blank, and I could remember nothing. Could it be that my former self dealt with the doll during that lapse? Turning his head to the side, he caught a glimpse of a blue light flickering in the distance. Huh, what is that? Squinting to see, he failed to discern it clearly. Alas, I shall address it when I am able to move. After lying on the ground for nearly half an hour, he finally managed to prop himself up. Staggering, he opened the transformation device to store the spirit crystals, then made his way toward the blue light. A card? He gazed at the object on the ground with curiosity, eventually reaching out to pick it up. There were words inscribed upon it. He gasped in surprise as information began to flood into his mind. Greetings, magical girl. I am magical girl, Lan Jing. We have crossed paths twice, though you have not seen me, while I have observed you. Today is the Qingming festival, and I have numerous matters to attend to. Hence, I leave this invitation for you to join the Magical Girl Gathering on April 10th. Magical girls from this city will attend, and there's a possibility that others from different cities may also join. The venue is at 33 Huangfu Street, you bar from the shadows. Whether you attend is entirely up to you. I am merely the inviter, and it depends on personal inclination, especially with so many unforeseen circumstances. Magical Girl Lan Jing. A gathering of magical girls? Indeed, I am not alone. Excitement flickered across Tang Ming's face before he regained his composure. Today is April 4th, Qingming Festival. Had it not been for this invitation, I might have forgotten. He lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings and stepped outside. There were no lingering resentments here. It was best to return, as I feel as though my body is no longer my own. The transformation device emitted a soft pink glow, guiding Tang Ming back to his room. An hour after his departure, a figure materialized here, clad in a purple gown, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years old. With striking beauty, this place has already been cleared. Those magical girls are remarkably swift. Had it not been for my encounter with troubles along the way, it would have been your turn. The girl spoke with a hint of bitterness, her body transforming into a butterfly as she departed. It seems they can no longer remain idle. It is fortunate we have gathered 5. Who will prevail remains uncertain. A silver glimmer sliced through the darkness, vanishing without a trace. Upon returning home, Tang Ming immediately collapsed onto his bed, drifting into slumber, having previously instructed, if I do not awaken, use the substitute magic to hand over the duties. The system responded with a word keyed before falling silent. Oh, it's still early, and I feel an abundance of energy. Tang Ming, having just risen, began to bounce around his room. He ventured outside around 8 in the morning and returned close to noon. It was now 4 in the afternoon. Having only slept for 2 hours, he felt remarkably refreshed. He entered the bathroom, turned on the shower, and commenced his bathing ritual. After 10 minutes, he used a hairdryer to style his hair and finally tidied himself up before heading outside. As he stepped out, he pondered. It seems the individual assisting me is the magical girl Lan Jing, although the manner of assistance is somewhat perplexing. Surely it must be a male transformation, otherwise, who would aid someone in such a way? A smirk crept onto his lips as he approached the convenience store, just in time to step inside. Suddenly, a loud exclamation echoed at the entrance, drawing the attention of everyone inside the store. They saw a man at the door, legs splayed, clutching his groin. Looking down, Tang Ming noticed a banana peel, which had evidently been discarded carelessly. "Brother Tang, are you all right?" A young man rushed from behind the cash register to assist him. "My old back. I almost threw it out. Had I not reacted quickly, you wouldn't have seen me for days, Tang Ming joked as he slowly sank onto a chair. You're actually quite lucky. The boss slipped on that same banana peel this morning and ended up in the hospital, the young man said with a hint of annoyance as he poured a glass of water for Tang Ming. What? The boss was sabotaged? Is he worse off than I am? That's truly unfortunate. Tang Ming's face first lit up with mirth, only to transition swiftly to a sorrowful expression. The young man rolled his eyes and remarked, that was just the boss being careless. He ate a banana and neglected to dispose of the peel properly. He slipped while trying to pick it up. Understanding dawned on Tang Ming's face, but then he realized, if that incident had already occurred, why did I still step on the banana peel? The young man, now seated, took a sip of water and continued, oh, that was my doing. What? You threw it? Tang Ming stared incredulously at him, ready to confront him. Don't be hasty. This is also your fault for not watching where you were going when you entered. Otherwise, you wouldn't have slipped, the young man said, feigning a look of reproach. Tang Ming dug at his ear, thinking he must have misheard. Your words are rather excessive. Is it not your fault that I nearly fell because of your carelessness? He stood up, squinting at the young man, his palms rubbing together in irritation. Don't rush me. Let me finish. This situation is certainly more complicated than it appears. Do you not know who I am? The young man remained unruffled, his demeanor calm. Tang Ming's mind raced with the possibility of hidden motives. He slowly sat back down, awaiting further explanation. The young man first disposed of the banana peel, assisted a few customers, and then approached Tang Ming. I am keen to hear what you have to say. Tang Ming crossed his legs and folded his arms, scrutinizing him. Brother Tang, please don't look at me like that. I'm a normal person and do not accept same-sex advances. How rude. Tang Ming's face broke into a grin as he retorted. Just a joke. Don't take offense. The young man smiled. I merely referenced a short skit I saw online. Should I thank you for that? Tang Ming playfully slapped the young man's leg, producing a loud sound. Oh, no need for thanks. A few dozen you almost suffice. The young man replied, rubbing his thigh and looking at Tang Ming with bemusement. Will you speak or not? If not, hurry and clock out, Tang Ming said, growing impatient as he stroked his chin. Of course I will talk. The young man chuckled. It all began with the boss slipping on his own banana peel. Honestly, it was merely your bad luck. I had just tossed it aside moments before you arrived. The boss has likely already seen the video of your fall. Hearing this, Tang Ming felt a mix of curiosity and disbelief. What does my fall have to do with the boss? Don't tell me he has feeling down and seeks sympathy from someone in a similar plight. The young man looked at him, astonished. No way. Tang Ming's eyes widened, feeling a wave of frustration. Well, who else to target but someone close to the boss? The young man removed his uniform and added, since you've figured it out, I suppose I can clock out now. Tang Ming's eyes glinted mischievously as he contemplated the implications. Just as the young man reached the door, he slipped. The sound of tearing fabric echoed. Tang Ming's eyes widened in shock. He had merely wished for the young man to mimic his earlier position, not to encounter such a mishap. He rushed to assist him, chuckling, Are you all right? Yet the young man's face turned crimson as he covered his groin. I'm fine. There's spare pants in the back. No need for you to help. Without waiting for Tang Ming to guide him, the young man dashed inside. Laughter erupted from Tang Ming. What is so funny? Came an irritated voice from inside. I'm not laughing. What do you see, laughter? He quickly composed himself, adopting a serious demeanor. The young man emerged from the back, looking bemused. It seems we all have had a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps we should return to rest and avoid wandering outside. Tang Ming, seated behind the cash register, maintained a calm visage. Bad luck. The young man reflected on the day's events and replied, Indeed, it seems today has not been fortuitous. I should head back now. Brother Tang, I'll take my leave. The young man waved as he exited, disappearing into the crowd. Tang Ming shook his head, somewhat astonished by the young man's belief in luck. He thought of the boss and decided to settle the score another time. Just then, the boss, still at the hospital, sneezed while munching on fruit. Who is speaking of me? If I find out who it is, they will regret it. He then reached for an orange. Meanwhile, Tang Ming picked up his phone to scroll through videos. During Qingming Festival, the dedication of those honoring their ancestors was remarkable. They ventured into deep mountains and forests, clearing paths and opening roads, impressive indeed. Are the ancestors too excited for this? Should we add a bit of fervor? He mused, bemused by a video showing someone extinguishing a fire, accompanied by subtitles, a fiery passion indeed. I can feel the ancestors responding to me. The video, an official announcement. highlighted the precautions for incense burning during Ming festival, though it seemed to have little impact. After shaking his head, Tang Ming turned off his phone, noting that night had fallen. As he stepped outside the convenience store, he looked up to see a peculiar light flashing in the sky. What on earth is that? A glimmer sparked in his eyes as he activated Lingyan Mofa. There appeared a figure, seemingly anxious, followed by others in a chase, disappearing from sight. Should I follow? Hesitation gripped him, but after scanning his surroundings and finding no one, he cast a shield's magic. Substitution magic. After invoking his magic, 2 Tang Mings appeared. You stay here. All right. He exchanged a peculiar glance with his duplicate. The magical girl transformation commenced, accompanied by a sound of special effects, transforming into the enchanting figure clad in a pink dress, known as Fenshin. This attire possessed the remarkable ability of self-repair, truly befitting of starter gear. A sense of exhilaration coursed through her as she leaped 10 meters high with a mere tip of her toes. Chapter 26. Level Up, Messenger? As she soared, the girl quickly realized her newfound capabilities. How could this be? Could it be? Speculations danced in her mind, yet she pressed on, effortlessly leaping across the rooftops of the city, always trailing behind 2 shadowy figures. System, what is my current level? She silently called out, only to be greeted by the sound of flowing water, causing her brow to furrow slightly. System notification, you are currently level 5. Keep it up. The system promptly fell silent, and the sound of water vanished. What trickery is this system up to? It should only be an AI, she pondered, her confusion deepening. She resolved to set aside these thoughts for now and focus on leveling up to gain more permissions. With a delicate step upon the glass, she vanished like a breeze amidst the lights. Hey, why are there footprints on the glass? A woman wrapped in a bath towel approached the window, staring blankly at the imprint. What footprints? I just saw a man walk out from the room, yawning as he stood there. I cleaned this just earlier today. Where did this come from? The two exchanged bewildered glances before swiftly retrieving their phones to capture a few photos. Freshly cleaned glass in the afternoon, now mysteriously adorned with footprints by evening. And outside the window, no less. What could this mean? They promptly shared their findings on a social media platform. Isn't it time to sleep? It's already 9 p.m. The man and woman retreated into their dwelling, followed by the sounds of snoring. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, having transformed into the magical girl Fenshin, checked her level status through the transformation device, level 5. Her magical skills remained unchanged, and a baffling condition persisted. The destructive surge status would last for 5 days before she could utilize it again. No wonder she had felt so peculiar earlier. It was all becoming clear. Once her transformation concluded, she activated lightness magic, her speed multiplying several times over. A radiant light swept through the sky, and a magical array materialized. A magical array? It appeared that these two individuals had surpassed level 40, as such formidable power could not be wielded by lesser beings. While leaping, Tang Ming analyzed the situation in her mind. Wasn't there magic for enhancing auditory perception? A sudden thought sparked in her mind, bringing a smile to her face. She retrieved her transformation device and rapidly flipped through the screens until reaching the last page, which displayed favorable wind, spirit ear, and canine nose. Spirit ear, this was precisely what she needed. There must be magic for the 5 senses. She would learn them all later. Her eyes scanned the options before she reached out to select. Learning spirit ear. Spirit ear magic is loading complete. In less than a second, she finished the learning process. She whispered within her heart, activating it. A pink radiance flowed within her ears. The explosive sounds in the sky became crystal clear to her. Run if you can. The figure behind her taunted. Let me go back, and once I've rested, I'll return to fight you. The leading figure retorted, maintaining a formidable presence. Even on the brink of death, you refuse to relent? If you continue this way, I will have no choice but to reduce you to spirit crystals, piece by piece. A dark glow flickered in the figure's hand, a force of darkness sensed even by the distant Tang Ming. This individual was undoubtedly level 90 or higher. Tang Ming gazed in astonishment at the luminescent orb in the sky, a sense of trepidation emerging within her. You shadow messengers. Why do you come to bully us day after day? Do you think we are so easily intimidated? The figure ahead expressed frustration. Indeed, I take delight in tormenting you little fish. The vengeful king will eventually deal with you all, but not today. The woman, who referred to herself as this young lady, smirked. I have answered your question. Now, must you obediently meet your demise? Obediently meet my demise? I never agreed to such terms. The figure ahead suddenly transformed, resembling a mineral water bottle, albeit with limbs and a head. A bottle monster? What kind of bottle is it? The woman shook her head. It matters not what kind of bottle you are. You have encountered your nemesis. She softly intoned, emissary of shadows, embrace the world, devour all, day and night descend. The moon in the sky abruptly vanished, only to reappear in an instant, and a bottle monster stood frozen in place. Tang Ming, observing from a distance, felt a strange sensation of imminent danger, which vanished as swiftly as it had come. Could it be? She fixed her gaze on the bottle monster, only to witness its swift annihilation. This person was truly terrifying. She halted her pursuit, understanding that after acquiring the magical girl system, another facet of this world had unfolded before her. She could no longer view individuals through ordinary eyes. Only strength held significance, unless one was a friend. It was best not to engage with others of unequal power. Reassuring herself, she retreated to the rooftop of a department store. Above, a woman draped in a black dress smiled softly, casting a shadow over the brilliance of spring. She then captured the bottle monster entirely, glancing backward before vanishing into the air. Tang Ming sensed this and swiftly flew through the walls to blend into the crowd below. How intriguing! She seemed no novice, though her level was rather low, likely just beyond the beginner phase. The woman's figure materialized atop the building, scrutinizing the women at the entrance of the department store. Searching for clues. Why are there no traces at all? She mused, perplexed. Could this individual possess some unknown magic? After 10 minutes of observation, she shook her head and disappeared from that location. A man in the distance watched quietly, his heart racing. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and canceled my transformation. Now, it seems that disguising myself as a woman is not so repugnant after all, he thought, somewhat bewildered. Gradually, he left the department store and hailed a cab, avoiding the use of magic for fear of revealing his identity. Sure enough, half an hour later, the woman reappeared in the sky, squinting. This person truly possesses some skill. They have long since departed. With that, she vanished into the air. Who could tell if this time she was genuinely leaving or merely pretending? Upon arriving outside a convenience store, she first turned invisible to enter and, finding no customers, summoned her doppelganger into the stockroom. She then let it dissipate, leaving only herself behind. Emerging from the room, she approached the checkout counter to verify that her doppelganger had made no errors, discovering none whatsoever. This doppelganger is impressive. Alas, it can only function in this mode for now. She felt a twinge of regret before sitting down in a chair, reflecting on the events that had just transpired. Shadow messengers? Observing their dealings with these monsters, it seemed they operated similarly to magical girls. Did they possess a system as well? They surely must, as she recalled receiving her own system at the beginning. Who knows how many others have received one? The variety of systems available now certainly extends beyond just this one. Tang Ming yawned while seated, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over her. She summoned her previously dissipated doppelganger once more before she herself transmitted back home to sleep. Upon awakening, she felt an odd sensation, and upon opening her eyes, she was met with a scene that left her speechless. Chapter 27. Exercising and understanding the underground sewers awakening from slumber. Tang Ming felt an overwhelming urge to vent his frustrations, yet he suppressed his anger, muttering, I haven't had breakfast yet. Shall I eat first before exercising? Certainly, came the reply. Tang Ming promptly returned to his bed. This system is utterly flawed. It has serious issues. Is there no wake-up service? This daily routine of waking up in unfamiliar surroundings is bewildering. If someone were to witness this, they might assume I am sleepwalking. Those who know me might even think I have lost my sanity. After a brief moment of internal complaint, he got out of bed and began to prepare. Descending to the street below, he noticed numerous small carts lining the roads, each boasting an array of offerings. Baozi, Mantu, Chow Fun, Chong Fun, and Rigon Mian. Approaching a familiar vendor, he ordered boss, I'd like a boiled egg, a mantu, and some soy milk. All right, that will be 4 yuan and 5 cents. The vendor retrieved the mantu from a steamer, placing the items into a plastic bag before handing it over. Tang Ming scanned the QR code with his phone, completing the payment via WeChat. Take your time, the vendor remarked upon confirming the transaction. Tang Ming merely nodded and squatted by the roadside to enjoy his meal. His gaze wandered, observing the bustling street filled with workers who had come out for breakfast. jovially chatting amongst themselves, while elderly couples strolled leisurely. The atmosphere was lively. Listening to their conversations, he noted that topics revolved primarily around children, wages, and housing. Little else was discussed. Checking his phone, he noticed it was 7:30 a.m., April 5th, and payday was just around the corner. Rising to return home, he stepped back into his room, only to be transported to an open-air sports arena. Is this merely a space or a tangible location in reality? He gazed up at the azure sky, awaiting a response, but none came. It appeared his authority was insufficient. Perhaps upon leveling up, he would receive answers. Squinting against the light, he noticed a shimmering glow. System notification. Sufficient permission granted. All inquiries can be addressed. Is that so? He nodded, somewhat ambivalently, and began to stretch his body. Training program initiated day 2. A voice echoed in the air, and vibrant music began to play. Wait, what music are you playing? He exclaimed, surprised. You are exercising alone, lacking ambience. I added an audio effect for your motivation. I do not require that. I prefer to exercise in silence, he replied, shaking his head in resignation, and commenced his run. The music ceased. Hours later, Tang Ming lay on the ground, panting heavily, arcs of electricity dancing across his skin. I can see the sparks on my body. Are you doing this intentionally? This approach will surely lead to my undoing. He called out weakly, unable to lift his head, his gaze fixed on the sky. Second training session successful. Based on performance, the training level will soon be elevated. Please prepare accordingly. Coughing, he exclaimed, what? I've only trained for 2 days, and you're already increasing the difficulty? Are you joking? Still gasping for breath, Tang Ming nearly sprang up in outrage. System notification. This is due to your level increase, resulting in enhanced physical capabilities, which are distinct from your state at level 0. Ah, I see. His initial agitation subsided, replaced by excitement. No wonder I felt lighter today. It seems that as my level increases, so do my physical attributes. Lying there, contemplating, a new thought emerged. Does defeating monsters accelerate my level progression? System notification. Affirmative. However, it is advised to enhance your state after exercising. Relying solely on monster elimination for leveling is merely a result of external forces. Consistent training is essential to fortify your physical vessel, preventing it from being overwhelmed by newfound strength. A gasp escaped his lips, and he hesitantly inquired, has this situation occurred before? Unable to answer, permissions are insufficient. Upon hearing this response, a chill ran through him. Clearly, such incidents had transpired in the past, hence the insistence on physical training to avoid potential catastrophe. After an hour, the system's notification chimed again. Suggestion. After exercising, utilize warming magic, soothing magic, meridian activation magic, and physical massage magic to relax your body, achieving a revitalized state that will facilitate better absorption of magical energy during level enhancement. Is it possible to do that? I must try it. He then retrieved his transformation device, perusing the skill list. Among the everyday skills, he found spells like boiling water magic and toe-picking magic, quickly bypassing them to focus on warming magic, soothing magic, meridian activation magic, and physical massage magic. As his fingers grazed the options, a voice resonated. Magical skills loading complete. Instantly, the processes for utilizing these magics flashed through his mind. With his palm open, for luminous orbs appeared, descending upon his body. A wave of comfort enveloped him, and he couldn't help but let out a sigh of pleasure. Thank goodness he was alone. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing. Half an hour later, Tang Ming opened his eyes, feeling extraordinarily revitalized. This sensation, could it indicate a level increase? A curious thought sparked within him, prompting him to check his transformation device. Indeed, he saw that his level had risen by 1. Remarkable. To achieve a level up in such a short time is truly unexpected. Exercising has its additional benefits. Just as he began to feel elated, the system's voice broke through. Hostile energy detected. Immediate action required. Initiating transport. Wait, what is the enemy's level? If it's too high, my presence would be futile. Upon hearing the system's announcement, he swiftly halted the transport. The previous information has not been updated. The target level is 5, which is entirely manageable for you. Is that so? Just as he uttered the words, he was enveloped in a brilliant white light, surrounded by shadows. The sound of dripping water echoed, while rats scurried about and cockroaches darted here and there, creating a scene of chaotic activity. A figure materialized in midair, swiftly descending. Levitation magic. He twirled in midair, landing deftly on the adjacent walkway. His heart raced as he gazed at the foul-smelling black water. Could you not choose a better location for transport? How many times has this happened? Are you testing me, or do you harbor a grudge? His voice echoed down the corridor, but only the squeaking of rats responded. Good heavens, these rats are larger than cats. In an instant, he spotted a particularly large rat standing upright and staring at him. My word, has this creature attained sentience? A glint of curiosity flickered in its eyes, yet it did not approach. Fire-binding magic. As his thoughts raced, tendrils of magic coiled around the large rat, securing it tightly, though it continued to squeal incessantly. He bound its mouth as well, then brought it closer. Upon nearing, the stench was overwhelming, compelling him to retreat and observe from a distance. The rat's body was infested with peculiar worms, resembling maggots, yet distinctly different. Its eyes were a dark red, and its skin was lumpy, akin to scaled armor. He swiftly discarded it to a far corner. I must indeed be in the underground sewers. Gazing up at the densely packed pipes above, he felt uncertain. Though one thing was clear, he was deep underground. Let us take a stroll and see what I can find. Shaking his head, he promptly ventured down the corridor ahead. After traversing a few bends, an astonishing scene unfolded before him. Chapter 28. The mice have indeed transformed. At one side of the underground sewer, Ming cautiously peeked out, only to discover several mice standing upright. To his surprise, these mice had truly become sentient. A peculiar thought flickered through his mind. The green-haired mouse held aloft a small lantern, leading the way while speaking. My four esteemed brothers, should I one day command the underground world, you shall be my greatest contributors. Rest assured, big brother, with the four of us assisting you, conquering the underground realm is merely a matter of time. The red-haired mouse chimed in. Do not forget your promise, for I intend to marry several female mice, hinted the gray mouse with a sly glance. The words of our elder brother are law. Do any of you dare voice dissent? Declared the black mouse, striding forward with righteous conviction. He then added, as long as big brother does not forget about me when the time comes, a small reward will suffice. Must you all dwell on such trivial matters? We are beings of cultivation, divine entities, meant to rise above the mundane, interjected the white mouse, idly grooming its drooping fur. Do not speak so lightly. Without you, I would not have reached this point. We must share both fortune and adversity. As long as we can rule this underground world, I shall grant any of your requests. The green-haired mouse's eyes gleamed with excitement. Indeed, our fifth brother speaks wisely. These are mere trifles. Let us focus on the present. When we engage the Huang Shu tribe, we must exercise caution and secure a swift victory, the black mouse asserted gravely. The others nodded in agreement. Yes, our fourth brother makes a valid point. We have exchanged so many greetings with them. I even know what kind of undergarments they wear, the green-haired leader lamented, oblivious to the strange expressions on the faces of the others. What is it? The green-haired leader, puzzled by his brother's silence, turned to see their expressions. His brow furrowed as he prepared to speak, but a moment of clarity struck him, leaving him feeling somewhat embarrassed as he turned away, choosing silence. Big brother, we have no objections. As long as you are well, that is all that matters, the white mouse said, its long lashes fluttering brightly. Indeed, big brother, we have no objections. Your happiness is paramount, the red-haired mouse echoed, recovering from its previous daze and hastening to agree. Upon hearing the red-haired mouse's words, the green-haired mouse's initially rosy complexion darkened immediately. The others gazed at him curiously, hands pressed to their foreheads. Second brother, if you cannot speak wisely, it is better to remain silent. No one considers you a mute. The green-haired mouse's teeth clicked together in irritation. The red-haired mouse gazed innocently at him, clearly confused. Second brother, perhaps you should refrain from speaking further. Otherwise, big brother may not be able to restrain himself from punishing you, the white mouse remarked. Tossing its head dramatically, the black mouse chuckled and patted the red-haired mouse on the shoulder. You do not grasp the subtleties of this situation. Let us proceed upon arrival. We will have a multitude of mice to command. We should not quarrel here, the gray mouse mused, stroking its chin thoughtfully. Third brother speaks the truth. Let us quicken our pace, the green-haired mouse declared, its sharp claws leaving deep imprints on the ground. Carrying the lantern, the five mice navigated the sewer with ease, while Ming, following behind, found it a torturous ordeal. How could there be so many mice? A thought crossed his mind, quickly followed by the realization. This system is truly remarkable. Although the levels may not be exceedingly high, they are numerous. Reluctantly, he continued to follow, almost slipping into the foul drain due to his carelessness. Levitation magic, floating magic. Tang Ming's body floated a few centimeters above the ground, allowing him to move forward with ease. This is much better. There's no need to worry about falling into the drain, he thought with a hint of pride. The mice ahead remained oblivious to the tail following them, continuing on their way. Big brother, if we were to eliminate the Huangshu tribe, I would ensure that the yellow-eyed one suffers greatly. The gray mouse's eyes glinted with coldness. Fear not. Our enmity with the Huangshu tribe runs deeper than you know. There is ample time. The green-haired mouse paused in the corridor, a shimmering illusion enveloping its form. Big brother, your ethereal transformation has advanced further. Congratulations, the red-haired mouse interjected, eager to compliment. The other three mice exchanged weary glances. Second brother, your flattery skills are remarkable, always finding the right moment. The white mouse sighed, shaking its head. Ha ha. Fifth brother, I only possess this one talent. If you do not allow me to speak, I may become stifled, the red-haired mouse continued, moving forward unperturbed. Shoo! There are sounds ahead. Everyone pay attention, the green-haired mouse commanded, halting at a corner. The other four mice ceased their movements, ears twitching as they held their breath, listening intently to the sounds ahead. Tang Ming, who had just stepped forward, quickly retracted his foot, peering around the corner to observe the five mice. What have they discovered? Curiosity sparked within him. Spirit ear magic. A luminous aura filled his ears, collecting various sounds. Footsteps? Each step was lighter than that of an adult and unshod, accompanied by the sound of something scraping against the ground. Could it be another group of sentient mice? His eyes darted as his mind raced with speculation. Is it you? General Huang, subordinate of the yellow-eyed one. What are you doing here? Came the astonished voice of the red-haired mouse. Tang Ming's heart raced. He quickly turned to see nothing. Spirit eye magic. With a slight thought, he cast the spell, allowing him to see through the wall, revealing blurry silhouettes. Still no clarity. His level was too low. If he were at full capacity, he could see through the wall without obstruction. Feeling somewhat helpless, he could only make do. Me? I was sent here by your fifth brother. You can ask him, General Huang replied with a dismissive expression, glancing at the white mouse. The four mice turned to the white mouse, which bore a mysterious smile. Fifth brother, what is the meaning of this? The green-haired mouse squinted, reassessing its fifth brother. Big brother, there is no need for such suspicion. You know well what manner of mouse I am. This General Huang will serve as our informant. Once the conflict begins, the yellow-eyed one will have no choice but to meet his demise, the white mouse proclaimed confidently, head held high and a smile gracing its lips. An informant? The other three mice exchanged looks of astonishment, glancing between the white mouse and General Huang. Indeed, I have known fifth brother for several years, dating back to before our transformation. Of course, you would not understand if I elaborated, General Huang scoffed. Hearing this, the four mice exchanged bemused and peculiar glances at the two. Big brother, trust General Huang. He and I share a bond of life and death. I have long held disdain for the yellow-eyed tribe, and this opportunity is perfect for us to rise in power, gaining an ally rather than merely expelling the yellow-eyed mice. The white mouse explained, its eyes shining with enthusiasm. Very well. It seems our fifth brother is indeed clever. Let us proceed as planned. The green-haired mouse squeaked with delight. At this moment, Tang Ming began to retreat, fearing discovery due to his proximity. But as fate would have it, he slipped. Chapter 29. The mice's banter, resting before returning. Oh no! He exclaimed in shock, quickly casting a protective shield, only to land directly in the foul drain. What was that noise? The ears of the six mice twitched, prompting them to hurry in this direction. Before them lay nothing but the swirling stench of murky water, devoid of any scent except for the rippling water in the ditch. Could it be the catfish? Huang Dajiang squinted, scanning the surroundings. Catfish? That seemed improbable. Perhaps some object had fallen into the ditch, only to be devoured by those foul creatures. The green-furred mouse fixated on the ditch, as if it had spotted something of significance. Oh, did the leader of the green mice discern something? Huang Dajiang turned to look. The other mice, having found nothing of value, also cast their gazes toward the green leader. You all keep an eye on the edge of the passage, the green leader instructed, pointing with a paw. The others followed his gaze and noticed a scratch on the ground, their expressions shifting to one of realization. How'd I miss that when I came by just now? The white-furred mouse inquired, perplexed by the mark. The other mice began to recollect their memories of the scene. Well, I stepped on it, and since you were behind me, of course, you couldn't see it, the green leader admitted somewhat sheepishly. Upon hearing this, the mice stood in stunned silence, unsure of how to respond. Since there's nothing more to see, let's depart from here before something discovers us, Huang Dajiang suggested, sensing the odd atmosphere. Yes, if we haven't found anything, we should return. The others echoed in unison. The green leader nodded in agreement, and the group began to venture deeper into the passage. Shortly after their departure, enormous catfish began to emerge from the water, belly up. Following them, a glowing shield broke the surface, revealing a figure, Tang Ming, who had fallen into the water. He landed at the edge of the passage, gasping for air, his face contorted in discomfort as if he were about to vomit. These catfish were behaving unusually. They rushed towards him as if seeking to consume him. Murmuring to himself, he turned to observe the belly-up catfish, only to find they had nearly been devoured by others. His eyes widened in disbelief, but as he recalled that catfish could survive in various environments, he felt somewhat reassured. Thankfully, he had activated the protective shield when he fell. Otherwise, he would have been in quite a predicament. Straightening up, he surveyed his surroundings, relieved that they had all left. Otherwise, he would have held his breath for a considerable time. Feeling fortunate, he proceeded toward the spot where the mice had departed. He had overheard them mention their duel would begin in a few days. Why not wait until they were engaged in battle to teleport over? That way, they could wipe them out entirely. His grievances with the system grew increasingly pronounced. Invisibility, shield, lightness, the three spells activated, causing Tang Ming's figure to vanish from the underground passage. Unbeknownst to him, a shadow on the ground was also shifting. The group of mice split up during their journey. Huang Dajiang headed straight back to their lair, while the remaining 5 continued onward. Old 5, there are some things I want to say earlier, and now I can share them with you, the green leader remarked, turning his body to look back. If you have something to say, just say it. We are brothers and should not distinguish between each other, the white-furred mouse responded, smiling as he anticipated the leader's inquiry about Huang Dajiang's situation. The eyes of the other mice sparkled with interest. Since you insist, I shall not beat around the bush. Indeed, it pertains to Huang Dajiang, the green leader acknowledged, his gaze filled with appreciation. Indeed, Old 5, I never heard you mention other friends. We thought you had none aside from us, the red mouse interjected, patting the white mouse's shoulder earnestly. We never said that. The black-furred and gray-furred mice chimed in simultaneously, their expressions reflecting frustration. You did say that. Have you forgotten? The red mouse replied, perplexed as he scanned their faces. The green leader rubbed his forehead, stating, let's refrain from discussing friendships for now. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Oh, very well. The red mouse conceded, feigning innocence. Huang Dajiang was my friend before I transformed into this form. We grew up together. Unexpectedly, we both ended up in this condition. We faced many trials together, ultimately arriving in Tang City, where our pursuits led us apart, until I aimed to become the king of the underground passage and met him again. The white-furred mouse explained succinctly, a hint of sorrow crossing his face. I see. So it appears that mouse can be trusted to a considerable extent. The green leader mused thoughtfully as they walked. Old 5, you actually came from elsewhere. You conceal that well. Only now do we realize, the red mouse exaggerated, his eyes nearly popping out. This is of little importance. We have spent years with Old 5, and we trust each other. This merely allows us to understand more about his past. The black-furred mouse replied, shaking his head. The gray mouse beside him remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. The group of mice turned through several junctions until they reached a wall obstructing the waterway. Let us go in, the green leader declared, lifting his foot to pass through the wall. The other showed no signs of surprise and followed suit. After half an hour, a figure approached from afar, appearing in the air. Is this where the path ends? He mused, casting a curious glance around before focusing on the wall. He extended his palm cautiously towards the wall, feeling something peculiar. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind, and he decided to test it. He pressed his palm against the wall, and instantly, it vanished from sight. As expected, a sense of pride welled within him as he vanished once more, the wall quivering momentarily before returning to calm. What is this? The scene before him astonished him. An underground city resembling a grand pavilion unfolded before his eyes. Is this the world I once knew? Strange thoughts invaded his mind, but he quickly regained his composure. Sensing something crawling at his feet, he looked down. What is such a large mouse? The creature darted away, nearly disappearing from view. It was half the size of a person, several times larger than the one he had captured earlier. Could this be the den of mouse spirits? He gazed once more at the buildings. To go or not to go? It was a challenging decision. As he pondered, a small white figure flew out from the left, while a small black figure emerged from the right. They began to clash above his head. The distant pavilion glimmered with a red light, resembling a monster poised to devour, instilling a sense of insecurity within him. System, are you malfunctioning? Does this opponent resemble me? He grumbled internally. What kind of system operates this way? Can I still enjoy myself? System notification. No issues detected. No issues? Are you certain? Affirmative. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I'll return home to rest for a bit and come back later. This time, the system remained silent, promptly teleporting him back. Upon opening his eyes, he nearly exclaimed in shock. Chapter 30, Startled, Magical Girl Sightings Video. Just as Tang Ming returned home from that bizarre place, intending to exhale in relief, he opened his eyes to find another person standing beside him. You gave me a fright. How did you get here? He stared at the figure that was a perfect replica of himself. Off work, back home, resting. The other party stood up and gazed at him. A thought crossed his mind, and he noticed the bright sky outside the window. Was it already dawn? It seemed he had lingered in that place for too long, causing a slight daze. He approached the sink and splashed cold water on his face, feeling refreshed. Just as he finished, a pressing question arose, and he hurriedly looked at himself, asking, How did you get in without a key? I passed through the wall. Don't worry. I've cast a cloaking spell that renders me invisible to others, the doppelganger replied slowly. You can perform magic too? Tang Ming asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Indeed, but I can only wield simple spells related to daily life. Complex magic is beyond my capability, the doppelganger confessed candidly. I see. His eyes darted as he pondered. Then you can cook, right? He raised his head, anticipation evident on his face. Yes. Great. Let me sample your culinary skills first. Go ahead and prepare a meal. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he spoke earnestly. Then he sat down in a chair. After the doppelganger responded, it walked directly to the kitchen to start cooking. An hour later, gazing at the array of dishes on the table, Tang Ming could hardly contain his delight. All right, from now on, aside from your work, you will also be responsible for cooking. Rest assured, I shall not treat you poorly, he remarked, surveying the doppelganger with satisfaction. No problem, the doppelganger replied, and Tang Ming picked up his chopsticks to begin eating. Cough, what's going on here? Tang Ming spat out the food in his mouth. His expression peculiar. It smelled delightful. How did it taste so different? He looked up at himself. I follow the recipe. There shouldn't be any issue, the doppelganger said, equally bewildered as it sampled the food. No problem. I find it visually appealing, aromatic, and flavorful. Hearing the doppelganger's response, Tang Ming's expression grew even stranger. A thought flickered in his mind. Could it be that the doppelganger and he differed in some way? Was it a matter of taste? System, what is happening? System notification. The doppelganger is merely a doppelganger and cannot be perfect unless it reaches maximum level. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming felt a twinge of helplessness. The system had consistently reminded him to reach maximum level, yet he was unclear about what that entailed. I think I'll eat out. He stood up and headed for the door, only to realize the doppelganger remained seated. You clean this up and take a break. He then exited the room. Downstairs in the restaurant, Tang Ming called out, Boss, I'll have 2 portions of rice noodles, extra spicy. Sure, take a seat, came the voice of a man from the kitchen. After selecting a spot, he took out his phone and began scrolling, only to stumble upon a video documenting sightings of magical girls. The video was blurry, showing only the silhouette of a woman flying in the sky, which somewhat fit the criteria. He stroked his chin, replaying the video repeatedly. The comments read, Are you kidding me? Magical girls? Why not say a deity has descended? Magical girl? I'm still waiting for my Barbie fairy. A cloud floats in the sky. The magical girl comes to my house. This video is so blurred that even my grandpa with 1,000-degree glasses can't see it clearly. How can you claim it's a magical girl? Sai, what if it's true? The world is full of wonders. Full of wonders? It depends on the category. Magical girls are clearly figments of imagination. Yet you want us to ridicule them. Aren't you just idle? Professional shampoo can cleanse your scalp, Just use it, and you'll be a fool. What's so interesting? I can also transform into a magical girl. Visit my profile for surprises. Oh, sis, your profile is quite rich. Mine is not bad either. Following this, bizarre exchanges and advertisements appeared. Shaking his head, he swiped to other videos, leaving only a faint impression of the previous one. The rice noodles are ready. The boss placed a bowl of noodles before him and then returned to the kitchen. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. The chili was quite spicy. After finishing, he felt a bit of sweat forming. Warmth enveloped him. After scanning to pay via WeChat, he exited the restaurant and contemplated returning home directly. However, he thought, since I'm already out, I might as well explore a bit. He changed direction and walked out of the community. Taking the subway to the city center, he entered one of the bustling malls. Wanda Mall was lively as ever, the throngs of people giving Tang Ming a sense of surrealism. Why do I feel this way? He wondered, perplexed. Had his frequent battles with those monsters altered his perception of reality? He purchased a cup of milk tea at a bubble tea shop, sipping it while observing his surroundings. He had already reached the 4th floor when he decided to use the restroom, only to find it overcrowded, forcing him to ascend to the 5th floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor, he noticed fewer shoppers, and before he could locate a restroom, he heard the sound of an argument. Curiosity piqued, he paused and looked over. An elderly man lay on the floor, weeping, while a young man nearby appeared exasperated, surrounded by numerous onlookers. What is happening here? He thought as he approached. My leg. It hurts so much. You want to leave until you compensate me. The elderly man clung to the young man's legs stubbornly. I didn't even hit you. I merely assisted you, and now you're blaming me. The young man's face reddened as more people gathered. If you didn't hit me, why did you help? You seem guilty. Wait until my child arrives, and you'll regret it. The elderly man displayed a defiant demeanor. If I didn't hit you, am I not allowed to help? I should have minded my own business. The young man's eyes brimmed with tears, overwhelmed. You seem guilty. My mother was perfectly fine. How could she have been deceived by you young people? A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd, his expression fierce. The young man looked up, startled, his face paling. Some individuals were recording the incident on their phones, others sharing it on social media platforms, yet no one stepped forward to assist. Observing this scene, Tang Ming fell silent. He was not oblivious to social issues, having seen similar incidents before, but he had never encountered one himself until now. Watch my covert operations. A strange glimmer passed through his eyes. System, confirm if the old man has any injuries. Based on the scan results, the elderly man has no injuries or ailments and is in better condition than the young man. Better than the young man? Was the system mistaken? Tang Ming nearly exclaimed, staring incredulously at the elderly man on the ground. The system did not respond, perhaps deeming it unnecessary. He slowly retreated to a corner. He cast the 3 most commonly used spells and returned to the scene. The 3 were still arguing, each presenting valid points when someone suggested, why don't we check the mall's surveillance footage? The trio froze, the young man looking enlightened, while the mother and son duo began searching for something. Then, hidden among the crowd, Tang Ming's hands glimmered before he vanished from sight. Chapter 31. Come, deceive, yes, we can check the surveillance. I want to see the footage. Help me contact the mall staff. The young man shouted. Sigh, there's no need to escalate this. Otherwise, the mall will lose face. It's better if we resolve this privately. The middle-aged man quickly interjected, his expression shifting. We don't need much money. We only require payment for my mother's hospital bills. Oh, my leg. It hurts so much. I'm truly unfortunate. The elderly man began to put on quite the performance, refusing to let go. The scene was one of intense emotion, with tears streaming down the face of an elderly individual, veins bulging on their forehead, and their limbs beginning to tremble. Onlookers were left bewildered, uncertain whether the incident was genuine or simply a masterful performance. At that moment, a voice broke through the tension, suggesting they wait for the staff to arrive. Indeed, it seemed prudent to allow them to intervene. However, some felt it was rather cruel to leave the elderly person in such distress. Cruel? Why don't you step forward? Came the retort. Forget it, I lack the courage for that. Then why waste breath? Another voice chimed in, attributing the situation to the youth, arguing that it need not have escalated to such proportions. He insisted on calling the staff, all for a bit of compensation. What has to hesitate about? Today's youth show no respect for their elders. This sentiment was echoed by others, lamenting that with such attitudes proliferating, who would be left to assist the elderly? It's a disgrace indeed. Some within the crowd appeared to relish the unfolding drama, eager to see where it would lead. Are you in league with them? One questioned, as others seemed to revel in the chaos. I speak only the truth, based on what I witnessed, came the retort. What you perceive may be a ruse for your naivete. Another scoffed, their tone dripping with sarcasm. The atmosphere grew charged as the young man, despite feeling angered by the exchanges, refrained from hurling insults. Are you truly prepared to escalate this? He implored, gesturing towards his mother, whose tear-filled eyes reflected her pain. The middle-aged man, compelled to look at her, felt tears welling up in his own eyes. This performance deserves an award. Encountering me must be a stroke of bad luck for him. Tang Ming lay nearby, an invisible observer to the unfolding events. The young man felt a flicker of doubt as another voice suggested calling the police to assess the situation and check for injuries. The crowd fell silent, scanning their surroundings as if seeking something elusive. That voice was quite loud, overshadowing our discourse, one remarked. Indeed, I shall make the call, another declared, pulling out their phone. Upon noticing this, the middle-aged man lunged forward, attempting to seize the device, only to trip over an unseen obstacle and fall clumsily. What has tripped me? He exclaimed, quickly scanning his surroundings, but finding nothing amiss. His heart raced as a cold sweat broke out on his brow. Could it be a ghost? He pondered, though the presence of so many people made that notion seem far-fetched. Some observers began to take note of his peculiar predicament, whispering amongst themselves about his potential deceit. What if he is trying to pull a fast one? They speculated, moving cautiously away from him. The middle-aged man, now isolated, felt a surge of fear. Help me up, he called out, but before he could finish, another voice chimed in. See? I told you so. This guy is up to no good. Others nodded in agreement. Uniformed officers arrived on the scene, observing the chaotic situation with caution. Please remain calm. We have already contacted the authorities, the lead officer instructed, urging the crowd to form a perimeter and keep their distance. As time passed, the middle-aged man grew increasingly desperate, sweating profusely as his pleas went unanswered. The elderly woman, once in tears, now sat silently observing the commotion. Suddenly, she attempted to rise and flee, but stumbled and fell, causing a loud thud that startled both the staff and spectators, who turned their attention to her. What tripped me this time? She echoed the middle-aged man's earlier words, leaving the crowd perplexed. As she struggled to get up, her frustration grew. Why can't I stand? She exclaimed, her attempts proving futile. Do you think they are both acting or not? Someone wondered aloud. It seems unlikely they are faking it, another replied. Perhaps we should wait for the police to clarify the situation. The crowd observed the two closely, while the young man took a few steps closer, finding no apparent issues with them. Soon, the sound of police sirens filled the air as several officers entered, displaying their badges and inquiring who called for assistance. A bystander stepped forward, explaining the situation succinctly. The officers then scrutinized the trio in the crowd. The middle-aged man turned to meet their gaze. What is this? The officer mused, moving through the crowd to confront him directly. Turn around. The man remained downcast, prompting the officer to circle him, chuckling, still pretending. Why haven't you greeted me? It was Officer Bai, an acquaintance he had not expected to see. What brings you here? The man stammered, feigning innocence. I see you're back to your old tricks, or haven't you served enough time? Officer Bai remarked, crouching and patting his shoulder. Officer Bai, that is not fair. I was merely resting. The middle-aged man's face paled, avoiding direct eye contact. I know exactly what you're about. Get up and come with me, Officer Bai instructed, his demeanor calm, yet firm. I can't get up, the middle-aged man admitted awkwardly, realizing escape was impossible. Can't get up? The officers exchanged bewildered glances. Help him to his feet, Officer Bai ordered, pondering the absurdity of the situation. Just then, as the officers attempted to assist him, he unexpectedly kicked upwards, causing several officers to tumble down with him. The man's expression shifted to one of confusion, while the officers quickly regained their footing, keeping a vigilant watch on him. It was all a misunderstanding. I didn't expect to rise so easily, he stammered, tears nearly brimming in his eyes as laughter erupted from the crowd. You, wait until later. Make sure to take his accomplices into custody as well. Officer Bai turned to the young man beside him and said, Young brother, would you accompany us back for an investigation? Rest assured, we are fair and just officers. Seeing the smile of the officer across from him, the youth nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, let's disperse now. Officer, Bai shouted as he observed the growing crowd. He then led his team away from the scene. In the distance, leaning against a wall, stood Tang Ming, who, upon finishing his business, turned and walked towards the restroom. After emerging, he continued to wander around, considering the earlier incident merely a minor interlude, not worthy of much concern. He had also visited the mobile phone store and inspected various electronic devices, but due to budget constraints, he had to let it go. With no money, even changing a phone seemed implausible, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Just then, he turned and saw someone in a cosplay outfit walking past him. A magical girl? He remarked, noticing the wand in her hand. The individual glanced back at him, but continued on her way. Oh, just someone in a cosplay outfit. He muttered, shaking his head as he continued walking, a strange thought crossing his mind. What if I transformed here? He felt a surge of excitement, followed by a sudden shock. What am I thinking? Why would I have such ideas? He rubbed his face, determined to dismiss such thoughts. However, fate had other plans. As he reached the 7th floor and took a bite of his ice cream, he heard a peculiar noise. There's a monster. Everyone run. Don't panic. Magical Girl Qing will save us. Indeed, if we believe in her, she will surely defeat the monster. I am Magical Girl Qing, here to eradicate you in the name of light. Tang Ming, astonished, approached the stage, his gaze fixed on her. Wow, this is a real magical girl. He dropped a piece of ice cream onto the ground. The magical girl engaged in a fierce battle with a monster, using various bizarre spells, ultimately vanquishing it amid the cheers of children in the audience. Today's performance concludes here. If you wish to see more, remember to come back tomorrow. The female host announced with a smile. The children cheered in response. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Tang Ming remained, watching intently. He then saw Magical Girl Qing speaking to the dog-like monster, which began to shrink and transform into an adorable puppy. Tang Ming's eyes widened in surprise as he pondered. Is this a familiar? Should I go say hello? He lifted the ice cream to lick it, only to find it empty. Looking down, he noticed nothing but the cone. A chill ran down his toes, and an ominous thought crept into his mind. Sure enough, he looked down to find a patch of white on his right foot. He quickly took out a piece of paper to wrap it and hurried towards the restroom. A few minutes later, when Tang Ming returned to the previous spot, he found it deserted. After inquiring with someone nearby, he learned that they were actors collaborating with the mall to increase foot traffic. I can return here tomorrow and greet them, he thought as he turned to head downstairs. What is that person doing? Why is he so fixated on us? A girl peeked out from a corner. Who knows? A dog head emerged at her feet, watching Tang Ming's retreating figure. Aren't you curious? The girl asked, looking down at it. Curious? Are you sure? Observing the shock on the dog's face, the girl felt a bit embarrassed and said, Indeed, with your canine intellect, what could you possibly contemplate? Don't be too harsh. I simply meant that if you want me to think, that's fine, but you went ahead and insulted me directly, the little dog replied, somewhat exasperated. Since there's nothing else, let's head back. After casting one last glance at Tang Ming's figure, the girl and the little dog vanished from sight. Unbeknownst to them, a flicker of light danced in the shadows, causing Tang Ming to halt in his tracks outside the mall. I can't believe they are still watching me. Their vigilance is extraordinary, he thought, furrowing his brow. He resumed walking, but upon turning a corner, he found them completely gone, leaving no trace. Once home, he saw his stand-in sitting quietly in a chair, eyes closed in meditation. Is this how you rest? He asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. I am an energy being. Resting merely allows for a slow flow of energy, the stand-in replied, opening its eyes to regard him. Well, you truly are a natural workhorse. He shrugged and sat down on the bed, preparing to sleep. Oh, come on. He grasped a mouse in his hand, contemplating venting his frustrations on the system. Tossing the mouse into the air, he suddenly found himself in a familiar setting. All right, system, I advise you to be kind and not push your luck, he panted, trying to catch his breath. Several minutes passed without a response from the system. You are impressive. Every time we reach this point, you go silent. And that self-proclaimed magical sprite. Ever since you installed it, I haven't seen it again, and it had the audacity to threaten me. Just wait. I will find you all, he declared, feeling his anger dissipate as he walked toward the wall. Entering, his expression revealed his discontent. The mice were still rampant, but the peculiar mice known as Shu Jing were absent. Reaching the edge of this underground city, he looked up to find it labeled Mouse Fairy City. Mouse Fairy City? Could it be that these are not Shu Jing but Shu Xian? Is this a legend come to life? Driven by curiosity, he stepped into the city, finding it a realm populated by humanoid creatures. No, this city must not exist in reality. It connects to another dimension. He paused to gaze upward. A green sun illuminated the land, casting warm rays as it descended upon the city walls. Such phenomena could not be orchestrated by mere mice. Could there truly be a mouse fairy? He felt a wave of astonishment, never anticipating such a revelation, and he thought of the healer from his dreams and the fate of that infant. Get lost. You fat catfish. You've devoured so many of our kind. Now it's our turn to feast on you. Several half-human mice carried a catfish before Tang Ming. What's the big deal about a few filthy mice? You have so many in your clan. Do you really care about this? If you want to eat me, just say it outright. Don't beat around the bush. The bound catfish squirmed. Suddenly, a slap echoed through the air. Chapter 33. Amusing tales from Mouse Fairy City's stubborn catfish. You still dare talk back? My brother was devoured by you. I remember the incident vividly. The armored mouse glared fiercely. Huh? Your brother? I don't recall, the fat catfish replied, staring at him in confusion. At that time, I was just a carefree little mouse, struggling to survive alongside my brother. Then, I accidentally fell into the water, and before I could save him, you swallowed him whole. Truly despicable. The mouse delivered several slaps to the catfish's face. You, how dare you? My aunt can tolerate this, but my uncle cannot. If you have the guts, slap me again. The fat catfish retorted. Hearing this, the armored mouse raised an eyebrow and extended its claws to strike the catfish's face several more times. So, do you have anything else to say? The armored mouse asked, smiling at it. Ah, brother, I merely spoke in jest. There's no need to take it so seriously. Just a single word from you, and I shall present myself before you. The plump catfish hurriedly flattered. You best be honest with me. Once we reach the pot, I will attentively hear your confession. The penetrative mouse interjected, stepping forward. Let us proceed. Thus, they continued onward, bearing the plump catfish with them. Nearby, Tang Ming observed the scene unfold, rendered speechless by their antics. Why so many excuses for a mere meal? And that catfish, what a loquacious creature. Just as he contemplated departing, he heard the catfish speak again. Brother, since you claim I have devoured your sibling, if you were to consume me, would that not mean you are feasting upon your own brother? Oh dear, do you wish for a more painful demise? Brothers, let us beat it up and then enjoy catfish sashimi. The group of mice cheered from a distance, followed by cries of anguish. Tang Ming covered his forehead, hastily departing to avoid being amused by the catfish's tongue, revealing his true feelings. Upon reaching a cluster of vintage-style buildings, he noticed the mice adorned in splendid garments and grand robes. Indeed, this is the city of Shuxian. His admiration for the city of Shuxian soared. Old Li, do you think the widow in the south would take a liking to me? I help her daily. As they passed by the street buildings, he overheard a conversation from within a room and leaned in closer. That widow, you say? If you could win her over, you would be truly remarkable. I once considered it, but she is far too formidable. She has had several husbands, all of whom met untimely ends, which led to a period when no one dared approach her. But I see many mice seeking her out now. Are they not afraid? That is because investigations revealed her desires were too intense, ultimately leading to her demise. If you possess such abilities, you may attempt it. But I know I cannot conquer her. Is it truly so? What's strange about that? Have you considered how vast the city of Shuxian is? And what lies beyond its borders? I have not, for here I have no worries about food and drink. Why would I wish to venture outside? That is precisely your thinking. In truth, many mice have ventured into the outside world. It is a grand and tumultuous place, though fraught with peril. Even the founding mouse of the city of Shuxian suffered injuries outside. This speaks volumes about the dangers present. That was a millennia ago. I'm not unaware of such tales. Let us return to discussing the widow. Then let us speak of her. In fact, Tang Ming felt a surge of astonishment upon realizing the city possessed a history spanning a millennium, implying that divine beings may have once existed, though they were far removed from ordinary folk, rendering contact impossible. Had it not been for his acquisition of the magical girl system, he would never have encountered this facet of the world. He felt both fortunate and melancholic, for with knowledge comes greater responsibility. When did I become so accustomed to such matters? Or perhaps my heart has transformed since obtaining the system. A bitter smile crossed his lips, for it seemed so. Otherwise, a normal person would have been terrified upon encountering these creatures and mice, unlike his calm demeanor. Perhaps this is not so bad. as it shields me from developing a psychological shadow regarding these bizarre occurrences. As he contemplated, he exited the loft, where numerous mouse spirits meandered about, and he felt as though he had stepped into ancient times, merely with humans transformed into mice. Kulme. Fabric at a bargain. Trade food for it. Or if you have money, you may purchase it. A young mouse spirit clad in a blue and white robe shouted loudly from atop a table. Fresh meat buns filled with catfish, guaranteed to be juicy. Baked cakes, just $1 each. A mouse in yellow, balancing a load, passed by Tang Ming. Wu Dalong, or perhaps a mouse version. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he heard a mouse call out, Dalong, bring me a few baked cakes. Sure thing. Just a moment. He set down his burden and retrieved 3 wrapped baked cakes, handing them over as the other produced 3 coins in return. Tang Ming rubbed his eyes, struggling to believe what he was witnessing. Have I crossed into another realm? Or am I merely dreaming? Just as a peculiar thought began to form in his mind. The system spoke, you have not crossed realms. Oh dear, I thought you wouldn't emerge. What do you wish to do now? Minutes passed without a response from the system, as silent as a stone cast into the sea. Impressive, he thought, rolling his eyes at the system while continuing to observe the throngs of mice. The scene before him unfolded like a cinematic spectacle. Make way, my young master must pass. A mouse dressed in black attire with a white beard emerged from behind. Your young master? Who is that? A mouse in the crowd queried. Indeed, who do you think you are? Another added. Begone, do not interrupt my courtship. You foolish rabble. My young master is as elegant as a jade tree, a figure of grace akin to a heavenly immortal, the white-bearded mouse proclaimed proudly, while the others regarded him with incredulous stares. Tang Ming, too, was filled with curiosity about what kind of mouse could bear such a title. Make way. Our young master has arrived. The white-bearded mouse bellowed. Suddenly, several towering mice approached, drawing a vehicle adorned with gold embellishments, emitting a scent that relaxed all who inhaled it. Good heavens, a wealthy individual, or rather a wealthy mouse. This revelation jolted Tang Ming's senses. The grand mouse halted before him, blocking the road, and emitted threatening growls. The other mouse spirits were not to be trifled with either, responding with similar roars. The grand mouse retreated a few steps, clearly at a disadvantage. Oomph. You rabble dare to disrespect my mouse? Beware, I shall extinguish your entire lineage, came a youthful voice from within the vehicle. The crowd erupted into laughter upon hearing this. Do you still think this is the city of Shuxian from a century ago? We merely wear ancient garments. It does not mean we are foolish. Exactly. It's clear to hear which second-generation heir has emerged from their family, evidently oblivious to the changes in the world. Indeed, it is truly embarrassing to let such individuals roam free. And you dare insult me? Do you know the consequences of such actions? An indignant voice emerged from the vehicle. A pristine foot, as white as jade, emerged from behind the curtain. Tang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 34. The fair young master with feet as white as jade. The foot, resembling polished jade, captivated the attention of all mice and humans alike. My, such a fair foot. What kind of mouse is this? I cannot tear my gaze away. Could be the fabled Jean Maoshu? Surely not. That clan is rarely seen. How could it be here? Before he could finish his thought, another equally pristine foot emerged from the vehicle. Legs gradually extended from within, revealing a white mouse clad in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt. With elegantly arched brows, elongated eyes, and a graceful figure, one glance would be unforgettable. This mouse is astonishingly beautiful. Tang Ming mused, bemused, without fur. It could rival even women in beauty. What use is it for a mouse spirit to possess such looks? He then employed his spiritual magic to investigate. Sensing no lingering resentment, it appeared not to be a vengeful spirit, but a true mouse spirit. Or were you just discussing? A voice as ethereal as the delicate orchid echoed from her lips, evoking an inexplicable sense of intimacy within. Even her anger possessed an enchanting beauty. Alas, how could such a creature exist? Yet, I wonder, does she have a betrothed? What are you thinking? Did we not just establish that this fellow is a young master? A young master? With such a visage, does it truly matter whether he is a master or a miss? Goodness, brother, your tastes are indeed peculiar. The white mouse, seemingly irate, bore an expression of indignation, which only accentuated its alluring charm. Remarkably, these mouse spirits are not to be underestimated. They are quite indiscriminate in their affections. Tang Ming felt a twinge of admiration for these mouse spirits. You ignorant commoners, my young master is as graceful as a jade tree swaying in the wind. A dashing figure indeed. What nonsense are you speaking? Should you continue to speak recklessly, I shall not hold back. The elder mouse, clad in black with a long beard, stepped forward and bellowed. At that moment, the surrounding mice fell silent, their gazes fixed upon him. Since everyone is quieted down, I shall speak directly. The long-bearded mouse stepped onto a small stool he retrieved from the cart and proclaimed, "My young master has just entered this world and seeks companions to explore the outside realm, to broaden his horizons, particularly experienced mice, for we are willing to pay a handsome sum for their services." Upon hearing this, the mice began to murmur among themselves, creating a lively commotion. Soon, one mouse spoke up. "I know several who frequently venture outside. Is there a referral fee?" "Certainly." A gleam flickered in the long-bearded mouse's eyes. "Very well, I shall come forward." A gray mouse wrapped in a scarf stepped out from the crowd. The two mice whispered together, causing a stir among the others. After some time, a few mice approached and left with a handful of coins, their faces beaming with joy. The young master, who had initially worn an expression of displeasure, began to smile, drawing the captivated gazes of all the mice upon him, leaving some drooling and feeling peculiar sensations. Noticing this, the young master's expression darkened. The mice sighed, some appearing to linger in their desires. If such mice were to fall into the hands of the powerful, it would be a fate most unfortunate. Tang Ming shuddered at the thought, feeling a chill run down his spine. "Thank you all for your cooperation. Now, let my young master take the floor." The long-bearded mouse said, turning to the young master. "Yes, Jinbo, I shall take over from here." The young master nodded and gracefully ascended the stool. The other mice swallowed hard, their expressions akin to that of enamored swine. "Humph, I am the pure and resplendent young master, a magnificent golden-furred mouse." After declaring this, the young master surveyed the crowd of mice and continued, "This is my first venture beyond the confines of my family's territory, solely to journey to the mouse immortal city for exploration and enlightenment. Those who accompany me will be compensated handsomely, not only for protection, but also for possessing knowledge of the customs and cultures of the outside world. Otherwise, suspicion of deceit may arise. The remuneration shall match the task undertaken, and even as a novice, I shall not be easily duped." At this point, the young master paused, only to see the long-bearded mouse presenting him with a bottle of drink. "A beverage?" Tang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment. After taking a sip, the young master resumed, "This journey is expected to last about a year. We will first engage with you for a month before setting off. Tomorrow, we shall return here. I hope you can disseminate this message, and there will be rewards for your efforts." With that, the young master swiftly retreated into the cart, vanishing from sight. The mice expressed their disappointment, yet excitement bubbled within them at the prospect of seeing him again tomorrow. "If only he were female," one mouse lamented. "Even if he is male, that is acceptable. I'm not picky." "Ah, before you utter those words, others have already expressed similar sentiments. Repeating them makes you seem unoriginal. You all focus solely on his appearance. Do you not recognize his formidable strength? Indeed, we were beguiled by his looks, yet in truth he is unmatched. You continue to harbor foolish fantasies. It is ludicrous." A mouse clad in armor regarded the others with disdain, thinking to himself that such a treasure could only be his, and he must win the young master's heart with sincerity. "Ahem, you perverts! Why seek male mice when there are females available?" A white-haired mouse pushed through the crowd, reprimanding loudly. The mice snapped back to reality, cold sweat trickling down their backs. "What has come over me? How could I entertain such thoughts? I am a skilled individual. Yet I unwittingly succumb to such notions. It is truly alarming." The armored mouse stood frozen, realizing that the young master was no ordinary being. It would be wise to refrain from attracting his attention. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Quickly, he departed from the scene, and the other mice, filled with trepidation, followed suit, leaving the streets desolate. In the distance, the vehicle of the young master could be seen gliding away. Indeed, the young master is extraordinary, his allure nearly overwhelming. Tang Ming grasped the wall, his palms growing pale. Once the young master was out of sight, he ventured inward. "This place is vast. I have been wandering for an hour." Tang Ming lifted his gaze at the buildings on either side, only to be met with an entirely different landscape. "Is this a city? A modern city? How is it constructed? A magic, perhaps? Just then, a vehicle soared overhead. Ah, indeed, it is through magic. Intelligent machines were traversing the streets, cleaning as they went, while mechanical birds fluttered above, and the greenery consisted of bioengineered trees. Approaching the trees, he noticed a soft glow emanating from them. Taking a breath, he felt an extraordinary sense of ease wash over him. What kind of black technology is this? He curiously examined the towering trees. A mouse clad in a t-shirt glided by on skateboard. A skateboarder? A mouse version? His gaze followed the movement and spotted a skateboard park where several trendy mice were competing, overseen by an upright dog. A dog? Tang Ming looked up to see a cerulean sky, with the sun suspended above. This must be an alternate world, he mused. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts. It was a girl's voice. Turning, he nearly gasped in surprise. Chapter 35. Humans? Assassination. Transformation into flame warrior. The girl's voice was exceptionally melodious, prompting Tang Ming to turn and behold a girl strikingly similar to a human. Is she a person? Aside from myself, are there others here? And they are not hiding? His curiosity about the girl piqued. He scrutinized her closely. Accompanying her were several white-haired mouse people, impeccably groomed. Esteemed guest, this way, please. One of the white-haired mouse people extended a hand. Yes, let us proceed. I have matters to discuss with your mayor. The girl replied, rising to follow. The white-haired mouse people respectfully flanked her. Other mouse people in the streets regarded them with indifference. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled the air, prompting Tang Ming to crouch down as an arrow whizzed overhead, aimed at the girl. Be careful. A nearby mouse person launched a shield from their arm to intercept the projectile, and wings materialized behind them as they soared toward the source of the attack. Moments later, the mouse person returned, shaking their head. It seems they were prepared. We should not linger any longer. Let us hasten our departure. The leader of the white-haired mice turned to the girl, apologizing. I sincerely regret the incident. This is a reflection of our insufficient security measures. It's nothing. This isn't the first time we've encountered such an event. Let us first proceed to the mayor's building before discussing other matters. The young girl surveyed her surroundings with an indifferent demeanor. Thank you for your understanding, esteemed guest. After the leader of the Bai Mao Shu gestured, a vehicle approached. Just as they were about to board, gunfire erupted. Here they come again. The leader of the Bai Mao Shu's eyelids lowered slightly, and frost manifested in his palm, intercepting the bullets. A few more gunshots rang out, all thwarted by other mouse folk. To think that you would desire complete cooperation with humans is utterly impossible. A winged mouse flew through the air. Fei Xiong, how dare you show your face? The leader of the Bai Mao Shu looked skyward, disdain evident in his gaze. Why should I not appear? Your collaboration with the outsiders is a path of self-destruction. Black mist emanated from Fei Xiong, and amidst the scene, only two figures were clearly visible, the young girl and Tang Ming in the distance. Resentment? Both felt a stirring within their hearts. Observing the situation, Tang Ming realized he had no opportunity to act, while the young girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Noticing this, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. Could she truly be a magical girl? You're being somewhat unreasonable. Only through cooperation can we achieve mutual benefit. The absence of collaboration is the most lamentable state. Just look at the current state of Shu Xiancheng. It has expanded more than fivefold from its original size. This alternate world will be cultivated by our mouse clan. The leader of the Bai Mao Shu soared into the sky, addressing Fei Xiong. I care not for your words. If I say we cannot cooperate, then we shall not. Only I am permitted to decide. How dare you attempt to rewrite history without my involvement? You shall pay dearly. Red light flared in Fei Xiong's eyes. If it weren't for your radicalism, you wouldn't have been dismissed. Now you still dare to dream. You are fooling yourself. The leader of the Bai Mao Shu's expression darkened, cold air spreading from his hand. Brothers, attack. With a wave of his hand, a multitude of winged mice surged forth, heading toward the young girl. You truly are mad. The leader of the Bai Mao Shu pushed forward, erecting a wall of ice before him. A mere trick. Behold my spinning fire wheel. Fei Xiong unleashed a whirling flame. Once again with this move, even with your full strength, you cannot match me. The leader of the Bai Mao Shu shook his head, transforming his palm into a blade that slashed downward. Moon's descent, cold moon revealed, he intoned, encasing Fei Xiong within ice. Suddenly, peculiar music began to resonate in the air. Magical girl transformation, melting the darkness of the world, flame armor. In Tang Ming's eyes, red flames engulfed the young girl, morphing into a dress, while armor formed around her waist, arms, and joints, presenting a valiant appearance. The 5 styles of flame armor, the young girl whispered, her body transforming as fiery red armor spread forth, adorned with coiling dragon patterns. How impressive, Tang Ming thought, filled with envy. Though he felt somewhat awkward about his own transformed appearance, witnessing this scene intensified his discomfort. Blade of blazing fire, the young girl drew a long sword from her arm, striking at the flying mice, who lay defeated moments later. The Bai Mao Shu clan finally reacted, hastily controlling the remaining mice. The leader in the sky turned. Witnessing the scene, his opinion of her rising dramatically. Can this Fei Xiong be mine? He possesses something of great interest to me. The armored girl flew beside the leader of the Bai Mao Shu. After a moment of contemplation and surveying the situation, she nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I shall not take his life. I merely seek to acquire something. After all, one must pay a price for attempting to assassinate me. The armored girl's voice was laced with mirth. No problem, as long as our esteemed guest is satisfied, the leader replied, a smile emerging at the thought of Fei Xiong's life being spared. Very well. The power of flames shall purify the world's resentment and malevolence. The armored girl chanted, a magical circle manifesting behind her, enveloping Fei Xiong. Moments later, several diamond-like crystals materialized and settled in her hands, which she promptly stowed away. Fei Xiong's countenance brightened as he gradually opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment adorning his face. Where am I? He rubbed his head, still disoriented, and turned to find himself locking eyes with the leader of the Bai Mao Shu. Qianren, what are you doing here? Fei Xiong exclaimed in surprise. Why am I here? This is your doing. Do not question me. Qianren shot him a peculiar glance before issuing orders to take him away. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Fei Xiong's voice grew frantic. This guy is quite the performer. He won't be getting out of prison anytime soon. Qianren lamented as he watched Fei Xiong being led away. The young girl, now returned to her original form, stood on the ground. Perhaps he isn't acting after all, she murmured. What did you say? Qianren's ears perked up as he turned to her. Nothing. I was merely contemplating whether it would be better to keep him imprisoned a few more years, just in case he gets any wild ideas and repeats today's events. The young girl yawned, appearing somewhat drowsy. Is that so? Then it would indeed be wise to extend his confinement. A glimmer of light passed through Qianren's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Thus, the unfortunate Fei Xiong was destined to endure several more years of imprisonment. Tang Ming, hidden in the shadows, couldn't help but reflect on how the events of just a few days had eclipsed the entirety of his life experiences. Watching the young girl and her companions depart, he chose not to follow. It would be wiser to seek out the few mouse spirits burdened with resentment. Taking action in the city is rather precarious. He turned and began to search using the previously employed Nanhua magic alongside Lingbai magic. The traffic lights flickered on the bustling streets, evoking a sense of traversing the city. The only change required was to replace the mice with regular humans. As he stepped into the middle of the road, a blaring horn shattered the tranquility of the scene. Chapter 36, The Accident, Misfortune. The sky was azure, clouds floated lazily, and the sun hung high. The blaring horn pierced the serene tableau. Tang Ming turned to see a vehicle speeding towards him. Oh no, was the first thought that crossed his mind, followed by 2 words, harden. A tremendous impact jolted through his entire being, as if his organs had shifted, leaving his mind momentarily blank, the light and shadows swirling rapidly. His body collided forcefully with a wall, creating a gaping hole. He soon lay there, unable to regain his senses for a while. Various voices filled the air. Quick, call for help. Report to the police. Don't let the driver escape. Stop him. Several mice clung to the car, preventing it from leaving the scene. Get off, or I'll run you over. The driver growled ferociously. You're threatening us? Wait until the police arrive and see how tough you are then, shouted one mouse, pressing against the car window. You lot are foolishly playing with fire. The driver, a garishly dressed mouse, pressed the accelerator, preparing to flee. If you dare to step on that pedal, you'll soon learn why the flowers bloom so brightly. A sturdy mouse emerged, wearing a tank top as he approached. And who are you? I'll step on it if I wish. What can you do about it? The garishly dressed mouse retorted defiantly, pressing down hard, causing the car to roar. You truly dare to press on? The muscular mouse wrapped his arms around the front of the vehicle. The car surged forward, Yet the robust mouse slowly retreated, steadfastly holding on. Damn it! What kind of mouse are you? The flower-patterned shoe, displaying an air of frustration, exclaimed, Who am I? Of course, I am a benevolent and optimistic young mouse. The robust shoe retorted, Bah, spare me your so-called benevolence. You are nothing but a fool. With that, the flower-patterned shoe spat from the car window, the saliva landing squarely on his face. The surrounding shoe were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. The robust shoe, equally stunned, found himself pushed back several meters by the vehicle. You actually spat on me? Didn't your mother teach you that such disgusting behavior is a terrible habit? He said, his face growing pale as he suppressed his rage. Whether my mother taught me or not is none of your business. Now, step aside, or I shall not hold back. The flower-patterned shoe pressed the accelerator once more. Fine, then I shall teach you a lesson on why the flowers are so red. The robust shoe bellowed, his muscular arms swelling, a golden light emanating from his body. You think you are the only one capable of this? The flower-patterned shoe grasped the steering wheel, an unusual strength manifesting in him. All onlookers were captivated by the duel unfolding before them, completely oblivious to the fact that someone had been struck and flung away by the vehicle, unable to move. Goodness, are you all mad? I'm lying here, and you are merely watching the show. Ming thought bitterly, then considered, I am human. If they turn against me, I will surely perish. Perhaps it is best to wait until I can move before approaching. He continued to flex his fingers and limbs, wriggling like a worm from a distance. Hold on. This isn't quite right. The spectacle lacks enough clarity. One shoe stepped forward, camera in hand, capturing the scene. Indeed, this lacks appeal. Let's rearrange the scene for you. The surrounding onlookers chimed in agreement. After a brief interlude of around 10 minutes, a transformed scene emerged, marked by bloodstains, remnants of the vehicle, and a ravaged roadway, all taking on an odd aspect. How do you like this? This scene was conceived by the collective effort of many shoe. The proud shoe with the camera declared, You may begin anew. The robust shoe and the flower-patterned shoe spoke in unison. All right, let us begin. And thus, the atmosphere grew tense once more. Meanwhile, Ming, still writhing in the distance, was bewildered. What is happening? Have I stumbled into a movie set? Yet, those injured shoe do not appear to be acting. His gaze scrutinized the unfolding events, hoping to uncover something, yet finding nothing. How could you be so careless while driving? Now that you've struck a shoe, you wish to flee so easily? The golden glow surrounding the robust shoe intensified. The flower-patterned shoe responded, Who are you to stop me? Soon, you shall understand why the flowers are so red. The robust shoe looked up and exclaimed, Wait, why are you stealing my lines? Apologies, I spoke too quickly. Let me try again. The flower-patterned shoe chuckled sheepishly, but then darkly continued, I shall spit into your mouth. As if you could ever teach me a lesson on behalf of my mother. How absurd. With force, he pressed down, the tires screeching against the ground. The earth trembled. In an instant, the robust shoe transformed, rising to a height of 5 or 6 meters, lifting the vehicle above him. The flower-patterned shoe let out a cold snort, merging into the vehicle, which began to morph into a robotic form. Your power is mechanical? A rare skill indeed, but regrettably misdirected. The robust shoe boomed. And thus the battle between him and the transforming vehicle commenced. Ming, finally able to straighten his posture after moments of struggle, exhaled in relief. If this continues, the police might mistake me for an intruder. Sensing tremors beneath him, he hastily activated his hardened magic and then invisibility. Emerging from his concealment, he beheld the titanic clash between the robotic form and the giant. What is going on? Have I been transported elsewhere? Yet, there were no spatial fluctuations during my transition. Confusion clouded his mind. The two titans collided continuously, while helicopters appeared overhead, capturing the spectacle. Sirens blared, and police began to evacuate onlookers from rooftops and roads. I should leave this place quickly. Who knows what may transpire? Thoughts racing, he hastened forward. I will slap your rear. The robust shoe's palm made contact with the robotic rear, echoing a tremendous sound. You dare strike my rear? The robotic form exclaimed in surprise, retaliating with an equally forceful slap on the giant's backside, resulting in a sudden flush. Thus, the two combatants, who had been engaged in a serious battle, abruptly began to strike each other's rears. The onlooking shoe were left speechless, while Ming, now across the street, felt an involuntary twitch on his face. At that moment, something fell from the robotic form, hurtling toward him at high speed. Oh no, he exclaimed, retreating a few steps just as it struck him in the lower back. My kidney. In an instant, he vanished from sight. The onlooking Shu turned at the sound, only to find a metallic fragment in place of Tang Ming, before returning their attention to the ongoing battle. A flash of white light streaked across the sky, plunging into a refuse heap, disappearing within. Tang Ming's last view was of the garbage pile, his mind continuing to curse. Chapter 37. The garbage encounter with General Huang. The roar of vehicles echoed beside the refuse pile. Hurry up. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can clock out. There seems to be more trash today, remarked a Shu clad in blue with a mask. I heard there was a fight among Shu, and the damage was considerable. Hence the increased refuse. A Shu in the vehicle lit a cigarette, leaning out to exhale a cloud of smoke. Really? Such things are not uncommon. They occur every so often, it's no big deal. Another Shu pulled out a phone and began scrolling. I also heard that both Shu possess abilities, and they are top tier. The smoking Shu's eyes sparkled. Oh, abilities among Shu are rare. To think two would emerge today. If only I had powers. I wouldn't have to endure this tedious work every day. Without lifting his gaze from his phone, he continued. Indeed, if I had abilities, I would have soared to success long ago, and wouldn't have to face daily scolding from my superiors. The smoking Shu sighed, gazing skyward. Enough of that. The more we talk, the worse our mood becomes. Let's finish today's tasks. The Shu moved further away, issuing commands. All right. The smoking Shu extinguished his cigarette and set down his shovel, beginning to clear the refuse pile. As the towering heap gradually diminished, peculiar items began to emerge. What is this? One of the Shu called out, stopping to investigate. Something soft, with limbs, lay beneath the refuse. The Shu in the vehicle jumped down, approaching to scrutinize. Hey, what do you think this is? The Shu with the phone inquired. Another Shu stroked his chin, deep in thought, as though something was trying to surface in his mind. I think I remember. 5 minutes later, a glimmer ignited in his eyes. This must be a meat lingji. Meat lingji? What is that? His companion asked, puzzled. Meat lingji, when consumed, is said to extend life and promote longevity. It is a premium medicinal herb. He then pulled out another cigarette to smoke. But how did this end up here? Another Shu prodded it with a stick. Hey, don't poke at it. What if you damage it? The smoking Shu quickly interjected, then added, let me handle it. With a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He exuded an undeniable charm. As he crouched down to touch something, he suddenly froze, as if ensnared by an invisible spell. What's wrong? Is there an issue? His companion looked on in bewilderment. Haha, it seems I mistook it. Let us just disregard this thing and treat it as trash, the smoking mouse said, turning back towards the driver's cabin. The other mouse, filled with curiosity, blocked his path and exclaimed, Old goo, that's rather unfair. You know something, but won't you share it with me? Even if you made a mistake, I wouldn't mock you. Why the rush? It's probably better if you remain in the dark, the smoking mouse replied, scratching the back of his head. Why? I'm not a child. What could possibly be beyond my understanding? Seeing his unwavering determination, the other leaned in closer and whispered, It's a little latex wife from another mouse. Huh? A little wife? Are we talking about disposing of a corpse? The young mouse's eyes widened in fear as he scrutinized the object, which increasingly resembled a cadaver. Not what you think. I meant latex, the smoking mouse chuckled. The young mouse stood dumbfounded, relieved. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. Old goo, you underestimate me. I may not be experienced, but I can still grasp the situation. Releasing his grip on Old Goo's shoulder, the young mouse returned to his post. Old Goo, somewhat dazed, mused, the young mice today really know a lot. He re-entered the cabin and restarted the loader, beginning to scoop up the refuse. Sensing a vibration, Tang Ming gradually opened his eyes, only to find himself being lifted along with the trash by a shovel. Am I being treated as garbage and dumped into a recycling bin? Before he could react, he was placed onto a truck, which soon rumbled to life and drove off. This is problematic, he thought, feeling stiff and unable to cast any spells. What a stroke of bad luck. Will I ever be able to enjoy myself again? Half an hour later, feeling more mobile, he sensed the truck bed beginning to rise. We've arrived at the recycling station already? He pondered, surprised, and immediately activated invisibility. Lightness and hardening, leaping from the pile of refuse. The fresh air was invigorating after being cooped up for so long. Perching on a tree, he took a moment to reflect. His eyes scanned the surroundings, confirming he was indeed at the recycling station, where trucks were dumping waste and moving on. What's that? He wondered, spotting a mouse at the entrance, humming a familiar tune. It sounded reminiscent of the chatter he had overheard in the underground sewer. The same one who conversed with the 5 mouse spirits. Yes, it was him, muttering to himself. His eyes sparkled with intrigue. Strange, it feels like something is watching me. Huang Dajong looked around, but found nothing, silencing his song. Around 5 in the afternoon, after exchanging duties with another mouse, Huang Dajong hurried outside, unaware that someone was tailing him. What were you looking for? Tang Ming thought, his mind racing. Passing through the industrial zone of Shuxian City, he entered the bustling modern metropolis. Huang Dajiang hailed a cab and departed, leaving Tang Ming behind, looking rather foolish. Oh no, I forgot cabs were an option here. What should I do now? Am I to wander aimlessly again? Feeling anxious, he resolved to run, determined that his level 6 abilities would allow him to catch up. He unleashed the full extent of his 3 spells, sprinting alongside the road. The nearby mice felt a gust of wind rush past and looked up at the still leaves of the trees, filled with curiosity. An hour later, he reached the boundary between Shuxian City and the real world. In a state of invisibility, Tang Ming gasped for breath, his limbs trembling. This is more tiring than training. Wiping sweat from his brow, he sensed that the 5 mouse spirits were still within the city, leaving traces of heath flower magic. Forget it. I'll follow him and see what that Huang Xian is up to. After catching his breath, he cautiously advanced. Crossing the barrier, he found himself in the familiar underground sewer, hastily following. The winding paths nearly led him astray, even with the magical traces lingering. Why does Huang Xian keep coming outside? Is he up to something that's too risky in the city? Despite his doubts, he continued to trail behind. His ears perked up, and he halted, observing the area for a few minutes. Finding no ambush, he crept along the wall, covering a distance that felt like several kilometers. Peering through a crack in the wall, he was met with a surprising sight. In a vast cavern, over a dozen mice were bustling about, some digging and creating a cacophony of sounds. Huang Dajiang is back, one of the mice exclaimed. A mouse with golden fur emerged from a tent, his gaze sharp. Brother, I've returned. I've contacted several mice in Shuxian City. They're willing to help. Those wild mice are as good as dead. Huang Dajiang stood before him, hands clasped. Haha, with their help. This underground sewer area will be mine to command, and soon I can live above ground. The golden-furred mouse nodded approvingly. Rest assured, I'll give them a surprise. Huang Dajiang continued to bow respectfully. All right, dear brother, rise. Without you, I might not have achieved such great ambition. In the future, we shall be known as the kings of the underground. What do you think? The golden-furred mouse grinned, patting his shoulder. Brother, you ist. The title of king of the underground rightfully belongs to you. I prefer to be your right-hand man. Huang Dajiang maintained a steady gaze. Since you insist, I shall not press you further. You shall be a co-king, subordinate only to me. The golden-furred mouse scrutinized Huang Dajiang and remarked, It's best not to speak of such things. My words are as binding as nails, unchangeable. Sensing the seriousness in Huang Xian's expression, Huang Dajiang knew that further discussion could lead to discord. So he expressed, Then I thank you, brother, and shall serve you diligently. Very well, come with me, Huang Xian said, pulling him into the cavern. The mice still digging greeted them before resuming their work. This year's yield looks promising. Once this batch is out, we can acquire plenty of equipment. When we ascend to the surface, we'll be well prepared, catching those humans off guard. Huang Xian surveyed the industrious mice with satisfaction. With my brother's abilities, our future prosperity is assured. Huang Dajiang looked at him in admiration. If only some of those fellows would toil, our yield would increase even further. His expression darkened. Are you referring to the dissenters? Huang Dajiang asked cautiously. Yes, those who refuse to submit. Even as their skin is nearly flayed off, I can only use their flesh and blood to nourish my treasures. Huang Xian lamented, shaking his head. Huang Dajiang trembled slightly, his pupils constricting as he bowed his head. Those mice deserve their fate. They're made to work without even a chance to enjoy the fruits of their labor. General Huang raised his smiling face, exuding an air of confidence. Who am I? I am Huang Xian. Even if I lead them to their demise, it would still be their fortune. A glint of madness flickered in his eyes. Heavy resentment and a dark aura surrounded him. Huang Xian had been utterly tainted. Even purification might not restore his current form, possibly transforming him into a grotesque, rat-like creature. Behind him, Tang Ming's eyes glimmered with a peculiar light. fixated intently on Huang Xian. Abruptly, Huang Xian turned his head to glance back. A strange expression etched on his face, sensing something watching him, sending chills down his spine. Upon hearing this, General Huang also looked back. Ultimately, the two rodents found nothing and exchanged confused glances, both shaking their heads. Is it possible that our elder brother has been overworked lately, causing him to feel disoriented? General Huang hesitantly inquired. Huang Xian fell silent, standing still in contemplation before baring his snow-white fangs, saying, "It seems I have indeed exhausted myself," allowing paranoia to creep in. With that, he resumed his path inward. As he passed a corner, he cast a furtive glance behind him, finding everything unchanged, which offered him some relief. Meanwhile, Tang Ming pressed himself against the wall. Even his breathing slowed. Is Huang Xian's spiritual perception excessively acute? Even those of higher rank might not notice. Yet this fellow can sense my presence. Huang Xian was beginning to feel somewhat dangerous in Tang Ming's mind. Should he choose to strike, it must be swift, leaving no time for a counterattack. Otherwise, it would lead to a grueling battle. He reminded himself of this warning. Once he could no longer hear their footsteps, he cautiously followed, maintaining a significant distance. In the heart of the cave stood a palace, guarded by numerous rat soldiers on patrol. So many? It made sense. These were merely half-rat beings, perhaps capable of transforming into true rat men. Gradually setting aside his astonishment, he navigated around the rodents and entered the palace. Passing through several corridors, he beheld various decorations and storage rooms filled with provisions. Everything was present. He heard sounds stirring as his ears perked up. Peering through the door's crack, he spotted 5 or 6 rat men seated, sipping tea and conversing, with Huang Xian and General Huang among them. "I have summoned you here. You must have some conjectures," Huang Xian said, reclining in his chair after taking a sip. The other rodents set down their cups, exchanging glances. Soon, one of the rat men spoke. "We do have some speculations, but we need you to articulate them for confirmation." "Indeed, please elaborate. It will aid us in making comparisons." The others nodded in agreement. Clearly a unified front. Outside, Tang Ming understood the content and directed his attention to the door, preparing to act. No other rat men were present, making this an opportune moment for thievery. A wicked smile crept upon his lips. The transformation device materialized in his hand as he began to cast trap magic. Vines, landmines, illusions, fire pits, lightning strikes, gale. After setting everything in place, he activated his transformation. Pink Maiden, magical transformation, become the messenger of light and flames. A flash of pink light revealed a girl adorned in a pink dress embellished with heart-shaped charms, her hair adorned with a sparkling polaris. Hardening, wall passing, fire ropes, hand speed. Worldwide beatdown, repeated lateral jumps. Pink world, beginner level. Sparks of fire, wind stride, lightness. All spells were unleashed, and Tang Ming felt as though his body might explode. Still, he gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of magic, blood spilling from his mouth. Just as he penetrated the wall, he unleashed a full-force attack upon Huang Xian. The Ratmen's faces reflected horror, and they attempted to retaliate. However, they soon felt an overwhelming sense of danger enveloping them. Just as they opened their mouths to scream, they were engulfed in the onslaught. My goodness! As a glow began to emanate from Huang Xian, it shattered, and he was swallowed whole by the pink world. The girl continued to observe with her spiritual eye as she recited a spell. World of light, descend, pink maiden, ignite the purifying flames, bringing endless hope. A serene aura radiated from her, enveloping the room. Consequently, everything ignited in pink flames, with tendrils of black smoke rising. 10 minutes later, several rat men lay on the ground, their chests still heaving. Among the fallen near Huang Xian, besides the native rat, there were also a dozen spiritual crystals scattered. The girl walked over, collected them, and swiftly departed, vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, some rat men arrived, discovering their comrades unconscious. As they regained consciousness, confusion clouded their minds, and they attempted to recollect their previous actions. What were we just doing? Huang Xian inquired, eyeing General Huang curiously. I don't know. I have no recollection. It seems we were discussing something, but I can't remember anything afterwards, General Huang replied, shaking his head as he attempted to rise, only to slide back down. The group exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Tang Ming had just stored the spiritual crystals in his transformation device when he was teleported away. Chapter 39. The Mysterious Teleportation, a Thief? As Tang Ming stepped out of the palace, he engaged in transformation when he felt the surroundings grow hazy. No way. Before he could finish his thought, he vanished from that spot. At that moment, other rat men rushed over. Hey, I just saw some light here. Why has it disappeared now? One rat man, armed with a machine gun, scrutinized the vicinity in confusion. They began to search thoroughly, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The first rat man to arrive looked up at his comrades. Yes, Captain. The group spread out, surveying the area. In other locations, pink light flickered. What is this? Upon appearing, he fell downward. With a thud, he landed on the ground. Phew, that was close. I nearly lost my life. Just as he finished speaking, anger surged within him. System, are you trying to endanger my life for profit? If I hadn't landed safely, you'd be replacing me. Suddenly, he heard voices from outside. Tang Ming quickly silenced himself, straining to listen. Hello, I just heard a noise from this direction. Do you need any assistance? A woman's voice inquired from outside. At that moment, Tang Ming, in his transformed state, realized he was standing atop a toilet. What the heck? How did I end up in the bathroom? The system is getting worse. His internal grumbling intensified. Ahem, I'm fine. I just slipped a bit. My apologies, he managed to say apologetically. Is that so? If you need anything, remember to call for staff, the woman replied before retreating, her footsteps fading away. He breathed a sigh of relief and was about to open the door when he saw the woman return, their eyes meeting. Hello, Tang Ming awkwardly greeted, glancing around nervously. Hello, I was just about to ask again, but I see you're out now. It seems you're all right. That's a relief. The woman chuckled awkwardly and turned to leave. Why is she dressed like that? Is there a cosplay event? He muttered as he walked away. The girl's ears perked up, catching her words, realizing she was still in her transformed state. Just as I was about to revert to my original form, I paused, pondering. If I transform back now, wouldn't I be perceived as a weirdo? Lost in thought, I found myself standing before the wash basin, gazing into the mirror at the beautiful girl reflected back. Indeed, she was stunning, with skin as white as snow and soft to the touch, her long, lustrous black hair tied into twin ponytails adorned with a Polaris charm. Twin ponytails? When did I acquire those? A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through me as I reached up to touch them. Indeed, I had no recollection of having them before. As I continued to caress my hair, an odd sensation washed over me. It felt rather delightful. Just then, a girl entered the restroom, and I was taken aback. Wow, what a beautiful young lady. The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Still grinning foolishly, I found myself frozen, nervously assessing the little girl. It would be best to leave this place. This seems to be the ladies' restroom, after all. Just as this thought crossed my mind, I noticed the girl's gaze flitting around, and I felt a hint of exasperation. Hello, little sister. I am Kira Procure Funshin. I have matters to attend to, so must take my leave. Until we meet again. I turned, plastering a smile on my face, and hurriedly exited. The little girl replied with a smile. Okay. See you next time. Without looking back, I nodded in response. Next time, I wouldn't be so cheerful in my approach. The girl's lips curled into a mysterious smile, and then she transformed into a young woman of 18, clad in a dark red bodysuit with chains hanging from it, a skull adorning her back. As I stepped outside, I had to maintain my transformed state while walking, drawing curious glances from numerous onlookers. I had originally intended to seek out the magical girl I spotted in the Wanda Mall, but now time was of the essence. I felt a pang of regret and hurried downstairs. As I exited the building, I heard someone shout, "There's a thief." No way. Just as I stepped out. A thief? What a coincidence. My heart raced as I realized that this scenario might be somewhat unusual. It seemed that the system had an impressively wide detection range and a remarkable budget capacity. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so accurate. I couldn't help but admire the individual who developed such a system. Though if this technology originated from another world, I would keep that thought to myself. With a swift motion, I dashed outside. The thief appeared before me like a beacon, enveloped in dark energy and resentment. Quick, catch him, don't let him escape. Someone in the crowd shouted. Instantly, the crowd surged, with some pulling out their phones to record the incident. Seriously? You're filming at a time like this? I mused, glancing at the individual who had just dashed past. I'll post this on social media first. You all chase after him, he said to his companion. Wow, you're impressive. Thinking of that now, his companion replied, somewhat exasperated. What else can I do? I can't catch up. The thief has already crossed to the other side of the street. Before he could continue, he noticed a figure soaring into the air beside him. Wow, there's really someone who can fly, he exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Many on the street gazed in astonishment at the soaring figure. Oh no, I forgot to activate the concealment spell, I exclaimed, but it was too late. My body, which had taken flight, suddenly plummeted to the ground, sliding into the crowd. Hey, where did that person go? Didn't she just slide in here? Many gathered around, beginning to search. Looks like a girl, she asked, wearing a cosplay outfit. Really? I thought she jumped quite high. I assumed she could truly fly. You must be joking. If she could leap to the other side, I'd do a headstand while washing my hair. Just as someone finished speaking, another voice cried out, look over there. Isn't that the girl from earlier? A person on the roadside stared blankly across the street. What? Everyone turned their heads in unison, a chorus of astonishment rising among them. What did she get over there? It looks like she's chasing after the thief. Impossible. The thief has run far away. There's no way she could catch up. In the distance, the girl kept her eyes fixed on the figure ahead. Almost there, just a few more streets, and I can use my magic. Then you want to escape, she thought with a hint of malice. The people around began to turn back to watch the running girl, with some reflecting wistfully, that running figure reminds me of my lost youth. As she passed through a shadowy area, she murmured, invisibility, concealment, lightness, wall passing. In a moment of clarity, she found herself just a few meters from a thief. With a series of agile hops, she conjured her spells, Pink World. 3 types of magic activated, directly enveloping the thief. Where's this place? The thief halted, realizing he was running in circles no matter what he did. Phew, finally stopped. If I keep running, I'll have to resort to my ultimate move. A crisp female voice echoed in the space, and soon a figure began to materialize. The thief, seeing this, immediately kicked out. You lack martial ethics. She twisted her waist and dodged to the side, but a flurry of kicks followed, growing in speed. Just watch as I kick you to death. You dare to use your ultimate move? I'll take you down first and see how you handle it. The thief's excitement was palpable. Oh no, I've encountered a master. You're tough, but I'm tougher. The girl's voice was laced with coldness. Martial arts technique, flashing 5 kicks. Chapter 40, an epic duel with the thief. Upon hearing this, the thief snickered. How about lightning 5 whips? What's this flashing 5 kicks? Just as he retorted, he received a kick to his waist. My kidneys. The thief staggered back, clutching his sides. How does it feel? My flashing kicks are quite effective, aren't they? The girl smiled as she announced, that was just 1 kick. I have 4 more to go. No sooner had she finished speaking than several more kicks landed. I didn't expect you to have some skill. I want to let you kick me again. Hey, I'm dodging. What is going on? Why can't I evade? The thief was struck by 2 consecutive kicks, both landing on his waist. How does it feel? Earlier, you claimed you wouldn't be hit by my kicks, yet in an instant, you've been struck twice. The girl lifted her foot again, ready to kick. Wait, no waiting. Upon hearing the thief's plea, she outright rejected it. There are still 2 kicks. The girl's fierce foot landed squarely on his waist. The sound of cracking bones resonating. I allowed you to wait, and you still kicked me? You're really pushing my buttons. The thief's face flushed slightly, clearly agitated. If you say to wait, then I'd lose face. The girl elegantly swept her long hair aside, exuding confidence. All right, this is your doing. The thief, in a fit of rage, leapt into the air, declaring, let me show you the might of the twin dragons emerging from the cave. As the thief soared through the air, a powerful aura enveloped him. Could this be his ultimate move? The girl felt a surge of surprise and immediately fortified her defenses. Her gaze locked on him. She watched as he extended both hands, pinching his nostrils. Oh no, could it be the twin dragons emerging from the cave? An uneasy feeling gripped her as she conjured a fiery net. With a tremendous sound of blowing his nose, 2 translucent, milky white dragons emerged from his nostrils, dripping with mucus. How disgusting. The girl's eyes twitched as she leaped back. Trying to run? No way. Once someone has witnessed my ultimate move, there's no escaping. The twin dragons loomed ominously behind him. I simply wish to avoid contact with such repulsive entities. Do you truly believe I cannot handle you? The restless maiden glanced back before resuming her sprint. Repulsive? You? Regardless of your abhorrence, I shall first deal with you. The thief, standing upon the head of the dragon, commanded, Pursue with all your might. The twin dragons roared, exuding a viscous substance. Ugh, this is utterly disgusting. Can you not possess a more refined skill? The running maiden complained. What is the use of such words? Do you think I desire this? The thief, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes, lamented. When I first discovered my uniqueness, I believed fate had finally smiled upon me. Little did I know it would lead to this. You expect me to wield items to save the world and act heroically? Tears glimmered in the corners of his eyes as he wiped them away, continuing, had I not encountered you, I would have thought myself the only special one. Look at you and then at me. This is the disparity. I am formidable. What? The thief on the twin dragons shouted incessantly, if not for my skills. I could scarcely afford a meal. What can this pitiful ability achieve? Merely scaring others with a runny nose? It serves no other purpose. The maiden found herself at a loss for words upon hearing his soliloquy. You have stated your piece. What more can I say? Do you possess other skills? What skills? The maiden executed a 360-degree spin to evade the glob of mucus. Other skills? Of course, I excel at thievery. What else could it possibly be? The thief regarded the maiden's silhouette with a peculiar gaze. I knew it. My anticipations were in vain. The maiden cursed aloud. Damn it, can you do nothing but steal? What meaning does your existence hold? You might as well perish. Nonsense. You must have ingested something foul to utter that. Had you experienced my plight, would you still speak so? He pointed accusingly. That is not certain. The maiden's movements slowed momentarily, then accelerated again as she declared, do not distract me with such trivialities. I shall eradicate you in the name of the moon. Oh, you shall vanquish me in the name of the moon? Why not have my parents deal with me instead? He responded, half amused, half irritated. That works too. I shall represent your parents in reprimanding you. The maiden halted abruptly, standing her ground. He too paused midair on guard. Invisibility, levitation, substitution, flame, illusion, hardening, fire rope, whirl besiege you. Various spells ignited simultaneously, while the caster vanished from sight, sprinting to another locale. Only a substitution stood in place. I had thought you intended something grand, but you merely wished to unleash your abilities. The thief's heart lightened at this realization. Then he proclaimed, Twin Dragon's Grace. Mucus continuously spewed from the dragons, enveloping the surrounding space. In the distance, a phantom observed this scene, its pupils trembling in disbelief, internally scoffing. With such abilities, one is unlikely to encounter a worthy adversary. It is truly revolting. The transformation device in hand glowed, proclaiming, a spark can ignite a prairie. Blazing fires sweep across the world. Points of starlight began to materialize in the air, glowing a fiery red. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of flames igniting echoed. Even the dragons began to catch fire. You think you can defeat me with this? Not a chance. He expelled another torrent of mucus. The dragons grew in size. I am curious to see how much mucus you can expel. The maiden's voice echoed from afar. Starfire spreads. Blazing fire sweeps the heavens. The surrounding starlight ignited with fervor, dyeing the area a vivid pink. The original substitution had long been submerged and dissolved in mucus, leaving not a trace behind. Goodness, this mucus can even corrode. I am fortunate to have fled swiftly, the maiden thought, feeling a sense of relief. Amidst the flames, something collided violently, as if in great agony. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Why can it not be extinguished? She wondered why she had not resolved the matter in one fell swoop. Was there a hidden trump card? The maiden charged into the flames, and the fire posed no threat to her. Within the fire, two flaming dragons shrank, while a figure lay on the ground, mucus flowing from its nose, now tainted with blood. You have finally arrived. His eyes snapped open as he lunged toward the maiden. A kick landed upon her, but only the sound of metal clashing resounded. On my foot. He crouched in pain. The maiden blinked, momentarily taken aback, then a smile emerged. Aha, now I understand. I was overly cautious. Had I known, I would have knocked you down from the start. With a hint of regret, she lifted her foot to deliver a kick. Flash 5 kicks. The thief, still groaning in pain, raised his head just as he rolled backward. Want to roll away? Not a chance. You shall be eliminated by me. Her foot followed his movement, extending forward. In Chapter 41, Battle in the Underground Waterway, several kicks landed on his legs, waist, back, and head. Pink world. From a murky depths of the world, I command with a heart of light. Dissipate into the realm. She clasped his head between her legs, executing a throw. Surrounding, scintillating points of light surged into him. expelling resentment and dark energy. They coalesced into a dozen crystalline shards, falling to the ground. So that is how these spiritual crystals form. I had never paid much attention before. The maiden mused, observing the scene with a sense of realization. After stowing away the transformation device, she looked at the figure on the ground. This fellow is a thief, isn't he? What did he just steal? Her eyes scrutinized him, and she activated Spirit Eye magic to investigate. Oh, what is this? Her eyes revealed something peculiar, her expression turning strange. I did not expect this kind of thief. The maiden shook her head, exasperated. It would be better to take him to the police station for proper education. With that, she stored the barrier using her transformation device and appeared by the street wall. After surveying her surroundings, she muttered softly, I wonder if the surveillance cameras captured me? A glimmer of light crossed her eyes, and the cameras began to flicker. Now, I shall not be discovered. I can safely take this fellow away. She crouched and lifted him with one hand, heading outside. Just as she reached the alley entrance, someone rushed in, locking eyes with the transformed maiden, Tang Ming. The scene fell silent, and others entered, noticing the oddity and turning their gazes. They spotted a girl effortlessly lifting a person. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Goodness, I have witnessed what it means for a neighbor's daughter to blossom, possessing strength that could move mountains. Someone from the crowd remarked, Cough, what are you saying? Is that appropriate to say to a girl? Another immediately countered. Indeed, she is the hero who captured that thief. How could you speak so? She is a heroine. Yes, a heroine. How foolish of me. Please forgive my ignorance. The initial speaker apologized awkwardly. Shall we not discuss this outside? The maiden, still carrying the thief, began to walk out. Hey, let the heroine rest first. The crowd surged forward, apprehending the thief and escorting him outside. An hour later, the thief was taken to the police station, yet the girl who had transformed from Tang Ming did not accompany them, finding an excuse to leave midway. If they checked my identification, I could no longer conceal the fact that I was a cross-dresser. The girl walked along the street, feeling somewhat speechless. That guy had the audacity to steal someone else's underwear. It was utterly shocking. Rubbing her eyes, she attempted to erase the memory of what she had just witnessed. Upon returning home, she learned through her avatar that nothing had occurred at the convenience store. Everything remained unchanged. With a sigh of relief, she lay down on her bed and drifted off to sleep. Feeling something was amiss, she sighed lightly. Opening her eyes, she remarked to herself, It seems the system has numerous glitches. Each teleportation was fraught with various issues. Sitting up, she gazed at the azure sky. They say there are deities in this world. What purpose do they have in giving me such a flawed system? Are they deliberately trying to torment me? Waiting in silence, she received no response. Once she warmed up, she would begin today's training regimen. Exhaling softly, it felt as if she was releasing all her pent-up frustration. System notification. Level increased to 13. All indicators met. Training level can now be unlocked. How amusing. After a moment of silence, I mention this and it becomes lively, looking at the sky with a hint of sarcasm. She found it strange that she had purified a level 5 and still had a level 6, yet only managed to increase by 6 levels. Experience needs to be distributed to various parts of the body to enhance personal physique, so naturally, there isn't much experience left to elevate the overall level. Upon hearing the system's explanation, she clenched her fists, realizing her strength had indeed grown. So that is how it works. I thought it was akin to a game where defeating monsters of the same level yields abundant experience, and defeating higher-level foes could directly elevate several levels. Tang Ming shook his head, muttering to himself. Just then, a light screen appeared before him, displaying the training level options. The standard option represented the initial grueling training. To his surprise, it had transformed into the most ordinary version. Goodness, I haven't even experienced the standard one, yet you offer me choices for higher levels. Tang Ming felt speechless, then pondered. Perhaps this rapid level increase was the cause, but this way I might reach the maximum level swiftly, and then my permissions would also escalate, allowing me to uncover everything I wish to know. System notification. Logically, that is indeed the case. The smile on Tang Ming's face was instantly frozen. Forget it. No need to discuss this further. I will stick to the ordinary level for training. Tang Ming spoke expressionlessly, clearly showing a degree of resistance to the system's irrelevant responses. Training program commencing. Level, ordinary. The surrounding sports arena began to expand, tripling in size. Tang Ming merely observed this scene, unfazed. The events of the past few days were more than enough to contemplate for a lifetime. 5 hours later, Tang Ming lay on the ground, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, his face flushed. Running 1,000 kilometers was truly beyond human capability. Fortunately, he had first enhanced his physical fitness before boosting his level, or else it would have been impossible to complete. Speaking intermittently, sweat trickled into his eyes, causing his body to shudder. Damn it! He quickly wiped his exhausted hands across his face. An hour later, Tang Ming struggled to rise. Finally, I can move. After stretching, he was instantly teleported back to his room. Observing the familiar surroundings, Tang Ming felt a twinge of nostalgia, while also feeling exasperated at how the system treated him like garbage, teleporting him hither and thither. Once I master this ability, I shall see how you manage then, he thought with a hint of resentment. After freshening up, he descended to the restaurant below, ordering a bowl of fatty intestines with rice noodles. As night fell, the sky became hazy, with a bright moon rising. On April 6th, he had originally intended to greet that magical girl, but now he could only miss the opportunity. Walking along the street, Tang Ming sighed, turning to glance at the passing cars. Just as he was about to step onto the sidewalk, he vanished from sight. Those around him failed to notice, showing no reaction even as he disappeared before their eyes. In the distance, surveillance cameras flashed red. At another computer, a voice echoed, detecting magical energy fluctuations, identified as characteristic of magical girls. What? A magical girl? How is that possible? A bespectacled young man hurriedly typed on his keyboard, scrutinizing the surveillance footage. Where is she? Why can't I see anything? The young man stared wide-eyed at the monitor, failing to uncover any clues. You should be looking at those men, a mechanical voice emitted from the computer. Men? Are you joking? Though he spoke dismissively, his gaze shifted toward the men in the vicinity. In the underground sewer, Tang Ming, feeling somewhat helpless, was about to speak when a shadow lunged at him. Chapter 42. The battle in the underground sewer 2, the moment of confusion regarding the system was abruptly interrupted by the approaching shadow. He raised his arm in defense while casting hardening, sending the shadow flying several meters away with a single punch. Only then did he have the opportunity to observe his surroundings. So many rats? Countless giant rats scurried about, biting and tearing flesh apart. What was happening? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a sudden realization struck him. Could the battle with the 5 rats and the yellow-eyed general have already commenced? After further observation, he confirmed that their battle had indeed begun. Not far off, he spotted the shadowy figures of the rat people, notably the yellow general. Tang Ming quickly deployed invisibility, phasing, lightness, and shielding. System notification. Shielding magic cannot be used during large-scale battles. Please be cautious. Upon hearing this, he halted in his tracks, realizing that shielding magic had not activated, remaining stuck in the initial phase. Such limitations? Why was this not mentioned in the magic description? He retorted, feeling somewhat frustrated. You have not undergone a large-scale battle. Hence this mechanism was not triggered. Today's encounter is a coincidence, and I explained it to you in advance to prevent unnecessary harm. Tang Ming managed a bitter smile at the system's explanation. Should I be grateful for that? No need for thanks. His expression instantly soured, a wave of frustration building in his chest. If only the system could be anthropomorphized, I would make sure it would never find its way back. He thought angrily. His ears perked up as he heard a sound. Just then, he collided with that entity, tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, he had phased, or that collision would have left him quite dazed. He lifted his foot and dodged to the side, gradually moving toward the center of the battle. In the center, 5 differently colored rat people faced off against 2 larger rat individuals. You lot are quite bold. I thought you would be too frightened to come out of hiding. The yellow-eyed figure sneered at the 5 rats. Ha ha, yellow-eyed one. We are no mere novices. If we were to hide away, it would only provide fodder for others to mock us. The green-haired rat crossed his arms and looked up defiantly at the opponent. What my brother said is true. With this yellow-eyed fool, he is no match for us. We shall soon show him why his backside is split in 2. The red-furred creature beside him poked his head out and spoke earnestly. Upon hearing his words, the other several rat folk turned to look at him, scrutinizing him intently. Even the yellow-eyed one cast a curious glance. Had he said something amiss? The red-furred rat appeared bewildered, unsure of where he had erred. It would be wise for the second brother to speak less. Otherwise, he might lead the other rats to misunderstandings. The white-furred rat tossed his long hair back with a nonchalant shake of his head. Humph, you have quite the mouth, Red Fur. Once you fall, I shall make you understand why the rear is divided. The yellow-eyed rat wore a sinister smile, sending chills down the spine of the red-furred rat. Brother, it would be best to avoid further banter with them and let the rats take action directly. Major Huang stepped forward and spoke. Very well. No more jesting with these little fellows. We must focus on the matter at hand. With a wave of his hand, 3 rat folk leaped forth from behind him. This time our numbers are equal, and we can settle this once and for all. Huang's yellow eyes gleamed as he observed the 5 rats across from him. Yet he saw no signs of panic on their faces. Could it be that the younger rats today are so unperturbed? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the 5 rats opposite produced something dark from their hands. Upon recognizing it, his pupils dilated, and he shouted, "Be careful! Defend yourselves!" A yellowish shield appeared around them. The metallic clang of weapons striking the shield echoed sharply through the underground passage. Damn it! How could these fellows possess firearms? Did they venture above to procure them? Huang felt a surge of anger and turned to the other rats, finding them unharmed. Move now! Let us not allow them to seize the initiative. With that, he leaped into the fray, disappearing among the rats. The other rats followed suit, employing the same tactic. For brothers, be cautious. We shall split our actions. Leave Huang to me and the others to you. As the green-furred rat spoke, he sprang into the throng, searching for Huang. The others followed closely behind. Over here, Major. A soft voice emerged from the chaos of the rat folk. By phone, is that you? I thought you would seek out those few to engage in battle. A head poked out from among the fighting rats. Why are you still tussling with these unformed rat monsters? By phone looked at him quizzically. I have nothing else to do, and I must put on a good show. If I spill no blood, how will anyone know where I've been loitering? I will be criticized for it. Major Huang emerged, wiping blood from his hands as he sat on the ground. Very well, but let us adhere to our plan. Today, Huang will absolutely not escape. You can rest assured. A confident expression graced Bai Feng's face. Oh, it seems you have a clever strategy to deal with him. How may I assist? Major Huang did not inquire about the specifics of the plan. Bai Feng was pleased with Huang's lack of excessive questioning and replied, "Just follow me later. We will discuss the rest afterward." The 2 rats rose and darted into the melee. The other rats found their opponents and commenced their battles. In front of the red rat stood a slender rat folk with sparse fur and an unusually long mustache, which he wielded like a whip, striking the ground. I just heard you say you want to see why the rear is divided. I shall show you shortly." The slender rat grinned at him. "Oomph. Do you think I desire to see your rear? Spare yourself the delusion. I will make you weep on the ground." The red rat's body began to emit a crimson glow, with flames flickering around him. Explosive form. He roared, unleashing a torrent of bright red, instantly engulfing his body in flames. The slender rat watched with surprise, clearly unprepared for the red rat to spew forth blood first. In the distance, a shadowy figure drifted, observing everything intently. This red rat possesses some skill. With that move, his level has skyrocketed by 3, directly reaching level 8. A sense of astonishment washed over him, followed by the thought, if only I could perform such a maneuver, I could catch my opponent off guard in battle. A smirk crept onto his lips, feeling confident. Yet, I must first destroy this thing. It gives me an unsettling feeling. The slender rat felt a strange sensation within, as his mustache quickly coiled into a whip and struck at the fireball. No matter how he struck, the fireball merely quivered, unable to be destroyed. This won't do. If I allow him to complete his transformation, it would spell disaster for me. The slender rat's brow furrowed, his expression darkening as the whip began to manifest magical runes. "Wind strike," he silently proclaimed, and with a flick of the whip, a gust of wind surged toward the fireball. The surrounding giant rats were swept up and scattered in all directions. "Golden strike," he called again, and the whip transformed into a golden hue, sparking as it met the air before striking the fireball. Ack! Cracks began to form on the fireball, and a red figure burst forth, charging directly toward the slender rat. Chapter 43. The battle in the underground passage. 3. The red figure emerged from the fireball, flames soaring from its mouth. Fire transformation. The red-furred rat was enveloped in flames, rapidly coalescing into a shell akin to armor. "So, you possess a transformation ability. I underestimated you. However, I too shall not fall behind." A glint of determination flashed in the slender rat's narrowed eyes as he lashed out with his whip. The red rat's form flickered, deftly evading the whips and closing the distance. Dare to approach me? Even if you are the king of heaven, you shall meet your demise here. The slender rat sneered disdainfully, and then new mustaches sprouted at his mouth, quickly extending to form new whips. Oomph! The red rat shouted, piercing the air and disrupting the space as he grasped the whips. The slender rat was startled, retreating as blue light began to emanate from the whip. Water break, he murmured softly, and the whip twisted and turned, attempting to free itself from the red rat's claws. Planning to flee? Not so easily. The red rat tightened his grip and yanked the whip toward himself, opening his mouth to unleash a torrent of flames. The elongated whip transformed into a stream of water, forming a barrier. Meanwhile, the slender rat chanted, 5 elements of heaven and earth, unite as one. The 5-colored flow shall dissolve all. 5-colored light began to radiate from the whip, shimmering brilliantly. 5 elements magic? Or perhaps fusion magic? The red rat's expression shifted from surprise to amusement. Had I faced you in the first half of the year, I would indeed have been at a disadvantage. However, consider your luck has run out. Fire armor. Fire, elemental phantom. The red rat shouted furiously. The armor upon his body began to morph, transforming into an ethereal firebird that soared into the air, crashing toward the slender rat. You dare to release your armor? You are bold indeed. The slender rat's lips curled slightly, and just as he was about to make a move, he felt something approaching. Instinctively, he raised his hand to block, only to find a deep, bloody wound on his palm. What? How is this possible? As the slender rat jumped back, he turned to see a grotesque creature grinning at him. Hee. The creature opened its mouth and bit down, severing the whip in two. The slender rat gasped in fury, his bleeding palm healing rapidly. The mustaches grew anew, merging into a 5-colored whip that lashed out toward the creature. The monster raised its hand, attempting to grasp it, but was repelled and slid back several meters. Come again. The slender rat pursued relentlessly, his colorful whip striking faster and faster, an unending assault. At this moment, the red mouse found itself in a precarious position, forced to defend itself while its eyes darted around. With a shrill cry, it directed its piercing sound towards the slender mouse. Ah, a sound concentration device? Indeed, it possesses some skill. I refuse to believe I cannot subdue a mere child. However, just then, something astonishing occurred. The red mouse's arm fell off, which it grasped and wielded as a weapon. The claws shot forth like darts, causing it to flail in a panic. This is not good. In its attempt to evade, the slender mouse was struck by one of the projectiles, leaving a corrosive wound on its shoulder. It has corrosive abilities? Damn it. The slender mouse was about to utter more threats when it noticed the sky darkening. Wait, something is amiss. Alarmed, the slender mouse attempted to retreat, but discovered its feet ensnared by some unseen force. Looking down, it saw a mouse head clamped firmly onto its feet. Ahead, the slender mouse hurriedly looked up, only to find a headless mouse person descending from the sky, mere moments away. At that instant, the space around them shifted, and a pastel hue began to spread. Pink World echoed voices around, chanting, magical girl transformation, empowered by flame and light, purging the evils of this world. A striking figure materialized before the slender mouse, accompanied by the sound of music. Before it could utter another word, it was struck by a fist propelled away, engulfed in pink flames. The space ignited once more, intense and fierce. The slender mouse crashed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Turning its head, it caught a glimpse of the red mouse monster attempting to reattach its head. Who are you? The red mouse's eyes reflected a grave intensity. Me? You may call me Mei Shayanu. The transformed Tang Ming spoke with a melodious voice. Mei Shayanu? Are you jesting? I have never heard of such a thing. The red mouse reattached its arm, standing in a defensive posture. There are many things you are unaware of. Since I have made my move, prepare to be purified. As the girl finished her declaration, she leaped towards the red mouse. In response, the red mouse retreated, avoiding the confrontation. The girl waved her hand, gathering the star flames into a fiery tornado, its speed surging immensely. What? It could do that? The red mouse, taken aback, halted its retreat. Raising its palm, it unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, forming a giant hand that struck forward. The clash of flames ensued, with the red mouse's massive hand engulfed, and subsequently sent flying. The girl hot on its heels. Illusion sound, hand speed, heavenly net, hardening. 4 spells were cast as a flurry of punches rained down. Initially, the red mouse managed to defend itself, but gradually it could not keep pace with the onslaught, succumbing to the relentless pressure. Its face, waist, legs, and nose were all battered, blood beginning to flow from its mouth, while its fiery armor shattered and fell away. The red mouse let out a mournful wail. The girl softly uttered, bounce and flash. In one of her punches, her fingers slightly flexed and released, accompanied by a thunderous crack that resonated above its head. The red mouse felt a sense of disorientation, the world around it blurring. Am I to perish here? Brother, third brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, I am useless. Dying in this place, memories of the past flooded its mind, from a small mouse to a giant mouse, then to a mouse person, adventuring together with its brethren. Be purified from the depths of dark power, vanish into oblivion, no longer to manifest in a mortal realm. The red mouse felt its body slip away from its control and succumb to unconsciousness. It is indeed better to be 10 times certain. Next, I shall gradually purify the others. The girl's face radiated joy as she collected the fallen shards with her transformation device, dispelling the barrier and returning to her original position. Surrounding her were the corpses of giant mice, the air thick with the scent of blood. The girl furrowed her brow and casually cast freshness magic, infusing the area within a meter with the fragrance of fresh grass. Glancing down at the 2 fallen mouse people, she shook her head and soared towards the other battle groups. As she passed through areas of fierce combat among the giant mice, strange sounds arose. The forest sorceress brings forth the power of rebirth, bestowing the laws of vibrant life. A green light flickered before her, consuming the entire passageway, engulfing all giant mice as well as the transformed Tang Ming. This is bad. Before she could escape, she was drawn into the vortex, forced to stand her ground, preparing for what was to unfold. Nature brings life, grants rebirth. I am nature, purifying the world. The girl's melodious voice reverberated through the space, all living beings feeling a warm energy flowing within them, only to vanish shortly after. As the light dissipated, they found themselves back in the underground waterway. Tang Ming raising his head just in time to meet the gaze of the girl opposite him. Chapter 44, Battle in the Underground Waterway. Tang Ming's eyes widened as he stared at her. The girl before him mirrored his astonishment. You're a magical girl? They both exclaimed in unison. How did you end up here? Again, the same question echoed. Why don't you go first? They exchanged bemused glances. I'll go first. The magical girl Tang Ming, now transformed into Fanxin, quickly spoke up. All right. The girl's demeanor relaxed instantly as she scrutinized him. You are a magical girl? Is it that kind of transformation? As she spoke, her gaze grew oddly inquisitive. Indeed, I'm a magical girl. From your appearance, it seems you are as well. However, I cannot disclose the specifics of my transformation. If you possess an invitation, you will learn by April 10th. Revealing it now would be of little consequence. The magical girl clad in a green dress adorned with crystalline leaves nodded. Invitation? Is this it? Tang Ming suddenly recalled something and quickly produced a letter from his transformation device. The girl's eyes sparkled upon seeing the letter. Indeed, it seems you have encountered Lan Jing. Otherwise, you wouldn't possess that letter, the magical girl pondered. Lan Jing? Could be she assisted me last time? Tang Ming murmured. Oh, it appears you have been in her favor. With that said, I shall not elaborate further. My magical name is Qingye. Qingye smiled at him, her demeanor now amiable. Hello, I am a magical girl Fanxin. I look forward to your guidance. Tang Ming said, extending his hand for a handshake, only to hear her interject. Let us first resolve the rodent infestation here before we chat. Otherwise, it may lead to a spread of plague. Plague? Tang Ming was taken aback and quickly followed her lead, commencing to purify the giant mice with magic. Just as he moved, he saw a small stick adorned with green leaves appear in her hand. Pointing it to the ground, numerous vines sprang forth, ensnaring the giant mice, swiftly draining them until only their empty skins remained. A gasp escaped Tang Ming's lips. Such rapid extermination? Had I attempted it alone, I would have surely exhausted myself here. Curiosity about her level began to peak within him. Qingye, what level are you? He inquired as he walked alongside her. Level? Approximately level 99. Qingye continued to wield the leafy stick, the vines spreading relentlessly across the ground. Level 99? That's astonishing. Tang Ming, transformed into a girl, wore an expression of surprise and disbelief, undeniably charming. This was nothing unusual. I cleanse those vengeful spirits every night, and occasionally venture to other cities, naturally leveling up swiftly. Qingye spoke leisurely, her hands never ceasing their movements. Upon hearing the response, she pondered something and inquired, Qingye, when did you acquire your transformation ability? That? I gained it 2 years ago, when I was just around 30, Qingye replied, pausing to glance back at him. Did you also attain this ability at 30? Under Qingye's gaze, he felt a bit embarrassed, and after a moment's hesitation, he admitted, indeed, I too acquired this ability not long ago, just at 30. Just as I thought, it seems we share the same fate, Qingye remarked with a slight smirk. The same on the inside? Are you suggesting? Tang Ming scrutinized her once more, feeling a flicker of realization. Since you understand, I shall say no more. Next, I need to deal with these giant rats. If you're still searching for that green-haired rat, you might want to look over there. Perhaps you'll reach level 20. After yawning, Qingye pointed in a direction. Tang Ming, momentarily stunned, quickly regained his composure and said, Thank you. No need for thanks. These creatures won't aid in leveling up your current status. I'm not some pushover, Qingye shrugged, turning towards the throng of giant rats. With each step she took, numerous rats perished, reminiscent of a hellish tableau. Once I reach level 99, I shall attain such prowess. Each step a step towards heaven or hell. My heart brimmed with hope and anticipation for the future as I hastened towards the place Qingye indicated, disappearing into the tide of rodents. Behind him, Qingye glanced back, murmuring, It seems all 5 magical girls from Tang City have gathered. We await the onset of the Hyaki Yagyo in a year, and I hope you achieve full mastery of your magical girl powers. Otherwise, your survival remains uncertain. Upon finishing her words, she transformed into green mist, drifting through the underground waterways, causing the giant rats that came into contact with her to erupt with numerous vines. The girl, having just emerged from the pile of giant rats, was slightly breathless, then began to observe. In the distance, 2 groups of rat men were embroiled in conflict. One led by an injured Huang Xin and his aide, the other by the green-haired rat, the white-haired rat, and General Huang. Just then, Huang Xian shouted, General, aren't you going to explain yourself? What is there to explain? Am I unaware of your true nature? Blame yourself for pretending to treat me well while secretly eliminating my people. If I hadn't sensed something amiss, would you have planned to strike against me? General Huang narrowed his eyes, a fierce expression flashing across his face. Impossible. This is merely a trap set by others against us. Think carefully. Huang Xian's claws expanded as he clashed with the green-haired rat, both retreating afterward. Beside him, the white-haired rat Bai Feng and General Huang continuously collided with the stout black rat, to no avail. What kind of ability does this fellow possess? Striking him feels like hitting rubber. Bai Feng's hair shed, forming projectiles that plunge down, only to bounce back. Bai Feng, why don't we trap him? If we immobilize him, he cannot continue to rebound our attacks. If that fails, we can pierce him with needles. A peculiar light flickered in General Huang's eyes. Oh, hee. Impressive, General. You've devised such a strategy. Let us proceed with that. Bai Feng elegantly tossed his white hair aside, eyeing the stout rat. Oof. Do you think you can capture me? Not a chance. The stout rat declared, rolling away. General Huang then addressed Huang Xian. Do not dwell on this matter. Bai Feng and I have been friends since childhood. This relationship is beyond your comprehension. Had you not forcibly kept me, I wouldn't perceive you so clearly. Best to abandon that thought. With a magical array manifesting in his hand, he hurled it towards the separating Huang Xin and the green-haired rat, forming a colossal earthen wall around them. Upon witnessing this, Huang Xian's rage flared, and he bellowed, Fine. I had intended to deal with you later, but since it has come to this, I shall not hold back. Today shall be your funeral. The 2 rats outside the earthen wall paid little heed to his words, for inside was the silent green-haired rat. At that moment, the green-haired rat's ghostly voice echoed, You are right, but it is not our funeral, it is your demise. The green-haired rat suddenly appeared behind Huang Xian, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the wall. The surrounding rats exchanged glances, smiles spreading across their faces. Just then, Tang Ming burst forth from the tide of rats, aligning with the 3 adversaries. I hope you're all well. What manner of being are you? The three rats exclaimed in unison. Me? I am merely a passing magical girl, Tang Ming declared, charging towards them with no intention of further dialogue. Bold! You dare attack us three directly. General Huang's expression darkened as he prepared to engage, only to be halted by a white paw. Wait, this girl must have some backing to confront all three of us. Be cautious. Hearing Bai Feng's warning, General Huang remained on guard, facing the approaching Tang Ming. Meanwhile, the stout rat's eyes darted nervously as he began to retreat. In an instant, Tang Ming reached the trio, raising her arm and fist to strike down upon them. Daring to challenge us in strength is tantamount to seeking death. General Huang scoffed, then threw a punch in response. When their fists collided, a deafening roar erupted, momentarily staggering the senses. A white claw lunged towards Tang Ming's ribs, emanating a bright light and producing a metallic clash as it approached. A strange look crossed Bai Feng's eyes, followed by another kick, producing the same sound once more. What is happening? Is her body made of iron? Bai Feng inquired, lifting his head. Who exactly are you? We bear no grudge against you. Why do you interfere in our battle? As he prepared to leap back, she replied with a light laugh. You expect me to take your hits without retaliation? As for your questions, I am not obliged to answer. You shall simply accept your fate. With a swift kick, she sent Bai Feng flying several meters away. General Huang, still engaged in combat with Tang Ming, recognized her formidable strength with newfound clarity. Fat one, don't think you can escape. This area has been bound by my magic. You shall either wait until we deal with her or be dealt with by her. Choose wisely. After exchanging blows with the girl, General Huang turned to the stout rat attempting to flee. The stout rat hesitated, a bitter expression crossing his face before a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. He opened his mouth wide and began inhaling deeply. A storm erupted from his swollen form, unleashing a violent wind towards them. Excellent. As Bai Feng charged in again, a look of delight crossed his face as his hair transformed into ropes, seeking to ensnare the girl. Playing with ropes? I shall join in. Tang Ming caught sight of this, and a spark of inspiration ignited within her. The heavens are vast and all-encompassing. Countless pink threads erupted from the girl, sweeping in all directions. Not only did she have to contend with the white-haired rat's string attacks, but she also had to form a shield to withstand the approaching storm while simultaneously engaging in a fierce struggle with Captain Huang. It was outrageous for anyone to dare to distract her. Captain Huang could barely maintain his composure upon witnessing this. Excuse me, you are not human, but a rat, he retorted, only to be promptly corrected by the girl. I challenge you to take another punch from me. Gritting his teeth, Captain Huang summoned a thick, earthy glow that enveloped his body, forming a powerful gauntlet that instantly amplified his strength. The girl took a few steps back, surprised by the display. Now, this is how you become my worthy opponent. Come at me again. The white-haired rat, under assault from the pink threads, watched the fierce battle unfold, cursing inwardly. Damn it. This guy's indeed overconfident. But what are these pink threads? They are remarkably resilient. Even my claws struggle to sever them. The surrounding storm collided with the shield made of threads, causing a violent dispersal of debris. The two combatants, lost in the chaos, vanished from sight. In that instant, pink flames erupted. A spark of fire, glittering five-strike kick, flames flickered amid the dust, colliding with increasing ferocity. Shadowy legs moved with extraordinary speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. To Captain Huang's astonishment, this opponent could also temporarily enhance her strength. This development posed a significant challenge. Yet, he had no intention of retreating. Instead, he concentrated his magical energy into his gauntlet, amplifying his striking power, each punch sending tremors through the very fabric of space. Can you become even stronger? Excellent. Let me test that skill of yours. The girl felt a surge of excitement within her. Manifest the radiant power of the earth. Bestow upon all beings the indomitable will to advance. Heavenly breakthrough fist. A holy white light emanated from the girl, filling the air with a divine aura that instilled a sense of dread in Captain Huang, who felt a creeping fear arise within him. Damn it, why am I feeling this way? With a fierce glare, he planted his feet firmly on the ground, allowing thick earthen armor to form around him before charging forward. The distant white-haired rat and the fat rat sensed an overwhelming pressure building in their hearts, turning their gazes toward the battleground. Is it truly this powerful? Impossible. If it were that strong, It could have easily dealt with us from the start. How could such strength only now be revealed? The white-haired rat felt a twinge of uncertainty, trying to reassure himself deep down. It must be some method of temporary enhancement. Eventually, it will severely deplete their strength. At that time, I'll deliver the final blow and send her down to hell. The fat rat, gripped by fear, halted his advance and began searching for an escape route. The shield, now battered and torn, surprisingly began to restore itself as threads grew to fill the gaps, transforming into a brand new shield that hovered in place. As the girl's fist collided with Captain Huang's, the surrounding space warped uncontrollably. Blood flowed from his mouth, and his spirit began to falter. Again, the girl's light command rang out, and another punch descended. Captain Huang could only retaliate, but after 3 blows, he was sent flying, blood gushing forth like a stream. In a world of pink, purification ensued. The girl waved her hand, and a radiant glow enveloped Captain Huang as he fell. Cough! This guy is indeed formidable. I've just reached level 16, and even he has proven to be a challenge. It seems I need to intensify my training, then, even in a battle of fists and skills, I could easily dispatch my opponents. She coughed lightly, steadying her breath, observing Captain Huang lying motionless on the ground. She realized that he bore no signs of resentment. It appeared that only these few rat men had been transformed by resentment. In the entire Shuren city, she had encountered only one other instance when facing that magical girl. A realization began to dawn upon her, though she remained unaware that such transformations were common among humans, with countless individuals succumbing to resentment daily. Turning her gaze towards the other 2 rats, she smiled charmingly before darting toward them. Chapter 46. The Battle in the Underground Waterway. End. The white-haired rat, Captain Huang, and the fat rat lay unconscious on the ground. The girl, slightly breathless, thought, "Phew, my level is still too low, resulting in insufficient damage. Coupled with my dwindling stamina, even dealing with these few is quite taxing." She quickly cast self-healing magic, a soft white glow flickering around her. Minutes later, her breathing steadied, and vitality returned to her eyes. A transformation device appeared in her hand, displaying her various stats. Her stamina had fully recovered, though her magical energy was nearly half depleted. She contemplated, to deal with those 2, I must employ my strongest techniques, ensuring they have no time to react. Otherwise, it will be more challenging to handle them later. Memories of the attack she executed when following Captain Huang to the underground palace resurfaced in her mind. This is the plan. The longer I wait, the worse it will be for me, she muttered softly before turning to the towering wall that encircled her. Lightness, invisibility. With a gentle push off the ground, she soared into the air, leaping several times until she reached the top of the wall. Glancing upward, she pondered whether her wall-piercing magic would successfully pass through. With that thought, she thrust herself against the wall, only to penetrate through effortlessly. Inside, she observed flickering lights and various attacks swirling about. Just then, Tang Ming arrived, prompting her to retreat back outside the wall. She narrowly avoided exposing herself, as the intensity of the battle had escalated dramatically. It was no wonder these 2 were leaders. Their previous encounter had ended too swiftly, leaving her without a chance to confront Captain Huang properly. She felt torn between relief and concern. First, she needed to ascertain their precise positions. Otherwise, it would be a waste of magical energy to strike at empty space. With that in mind, she invoked Spirit Eye, Spirit Ear, and Body Sensation, 3 sensory-based spells. Her pupils gradually transformed into a soft pink hue, exuding an enchanting beauty. Her ears trembled slightly as they collected various sounds, and her body became extraordinarily sensitive, even detecting the flow of blood and the movement of cells within her. There, she turned her gaze toward the top of the high wall, where a shadow lingered, a smile gracing its lips. To her astonishment, a green-haired rat was present. Who was the other engaged in battle with Captain Huang? She quickly turned her attention inward, discovering yet another green-haired rat. 2 green-haired rats? A clone? Or perhaps a skill akin to a substitution technique? A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in her eyes. The spirit I revealed both to be identical, with little distinction between them. The pink hue in her eyes deepened, filling her pupils and giving her an unusual appearance. The rat on the wall was the true form, while the one inside, though not the original, should not be underestimated. As her pink gaze returned to normal, she sensed her magical energy depleting significantly. First, she would eliminate this rat, making it far easier to deal with Captain Huang, who had already been purified. A swift strike would surely render him unconscious. With this plan in mind, she began to move toward the green-haired rat below. Xingxing Jihua, Huqiang, Huashing, Huanin, Fengxing, Finshin Mofa, Dianhua Mofa, Yuexia Huaying. With several spells activated simultaneously, the magical energy within my body dwindled to that of merely a few elementary spells. My feet pressed against the wall as I ascended, observing the battle within. The green-haired mouse sensed an approaching danger. Turning just in time, it discovered a pink radiance drawing near. Huh, who goes there? Do you know who I am? The green-haired mouse bellowed, though its hands never ceased their movements. Strangle, entangle, life sacrifice. 3 formidable spells manifested, and vines erupted from beneath the mouse's feet, wildly attempting to constrict it. What element abilities? No wonder it could produce a perfect replica of itself. A dawning realization flickered in Tang Ming's eyes, and he leapt over the high wall. Activate! A plethora of brilliance surged forth from Tang Ming's being. Sparks, melodies, a luminous moon hanging high, pink dust dispersing, intermingled with peculiar glowing points, and a tempest encircling the maiden's form as she ascended rapidly. Surrounding her was a flaming wall, with ropes that moved with serpentine agility. The green-haired mouse's eyes widened in shock. It never anticipated this adversary could unleash such a multitude of spells. Where did this power originate? Then, a sinister thought crossed its mind. If this individual is here, then what of my comrades? An ominous feeling began to permeate its heart. The dazzling, 5-legged flash. A sudden leap. In an instant, the maiden stood before it, and before the green-haired mouse could gather its thoughts, fists and feet collided. After a single strike, the maiden retreated, only to be followed by the exclamation, Finchin de Baoja. The space was immediately engulfed in an explosion. Even the earthen wall suffered cracks from the blast. A scream echoed, and as the explosion subsided, flames surged anew. Xingxing Jihua Ke Liao Yuan, Xingho Liao Yuan. The starfire, propelled by the wind magic, began to form a tornado as the round moon in the sky transformed into a fiery crimson, descending rapidly. A violent tremor rippled through the underground waterway, but was swiftly suppressed by a cerulean magic array, preventing any collapse. Not bad. It met the standard of level 30. Qingye floated in the air, her eyes shimmering with verdant light. The situation on the scene showed little change. The waterway remained resilient, and of course, this detail did not concern her much. The green-haired mouse stared wide-eyed at the maiden before it, a flicker of fear evident. You! It barely uttered a word before being interrupted. Fenhong Shiji, Jinghua. The pink radiance enveloped the green-haired mouse, and moments later, it collapsed, leaving behind 17 spirit crystals. The maiden's eyes sparkled with joy as she hurriedly collected the treasures, taking a deep breath to calm the tumult in her chest. A slight movement of her ears caught the sound of a mocking laughter. Ha ha, green hair. Today is your day. Dying in my hands is not in vain. I will send your brothers down one by one, and that damned Huang general too, The maiden turned just in time to lock eyes with Huang Xin, who had burst forth from the high wall. You, Huang Xin began, only to witness the maiden vanish from sight. Oh no, he raised his hands to block, but a striking sensation reverberated from his waist. Damn it, lifting his head, he caught sight of the maiden's smiling face. Another punch landed on his waist, and as he attempted to defend himself, a shadow materialized before him. Tutai. The maiden's dark energy collided with his head, inducing a tearing sensation. Damn it. Resentment brewed in his heart, and before he could regain his footing to retaliate, he caught a glimpse of the maiden's fist poised to strike again. This time he did not protect his head, but shielded his waist, nearly causing him to choke. The maiden aimed for his head, and with a swift maneuver, Huang Xiyin fell unconscious. Close combat is indeed no easy feat, but thankfully, quick reflexes allow for a preemptive strike. A triumphant expression graced the maiden's face as she began to utilize her remaining magical energy to erase all traces of the battle, leaving only a few unconscious mousemen sprawled on the ground. Best to separate them, she decided. What happens next is up to them. I can manage them once, but not a second time. With that, she tossed them into different waterways. Finally, she stood there, reflecting on the battle. At that moment, The sound of clapping echoed in the air. Chapter 47. Daily Tales. Tang Ming's heart raced to the sound, and he leaped backward, summoning a fireball in his hand, ready to throw. Not bad, quite alert. A melodious voice pierced the air. "Oh, it's you, Qingye." Upon recognizing the person before him, Tang Ming withdrew the fireball. "I just witnessed your battle. It was quite impressive. You managed to execute a powerful spell that caught your opponent off guard and swiftly defeated them, then employed the same tactic against that yellow-haired mouse. Well done." Qingye approached the fallen mouse men, kicking them lightly before turning back to Tang Ming. "Thank you for the compliment. I actually stumbled upon that technique by chance, having utilized it more than once." Tang Ming replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I see. No wonder you executed it so adeptly." Qingye's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she continued. "Well, I shall take my leave now." Noticing her intent to depart, Tang Ming quickly asked, "Qingye, do you know the origins of this magic system?" Hearing his question, Qingye paused, regarding him with a curious expression. "This magic system is likely the magical girl system, whose origins are somewhat mysterious. However, for me, it is not particularly significant. If you wish for a thorough explanation, that may be unlikely. Once you reach level 50, the system will load information regarding this. You appear to be around level 20. It won't be long before you learn more." Qingye scrutinized him further, then asked, "Has your system not provided you with any information on this matter?" Tang Ming, feeling somewhat disheartened, briefly explained his system's issues. "Oh, your system has such complications? That's curious. Mine answers questions directly, only providing vague responses when it concerns personal permissions." Qingye pondered for a moment before adding, "Since the system has indicated this, it would be best to wait until your level increases to the necessary permissions before inquiring further." Sighing, Tang Ming responded, "It seems I have no choice but to do so. Now that matters here are settled, I must return," Qingye said, but as she turned, she halted and warned, "You must keep the affairs of Shuaixian City confidential. If those above sense any leaks, it could lead to trouble." With that, she vanished. Tang Ming, feeling exasperated, thought, "If I were to speak, would anyone even believe me?" As he prepared to leave, something occurred to him, and he inquired, "Above? What do you mean by above? Could there be other forces?" His gaze lingered on the dim glow deep within the underground waterway, sensing that the world he was touching was becoming increasingly enigmatic. A restless feeling stirred within him, and so he vanished from that place, allowing the darkness to reclaim its hold. Upon returning home, Tang Ming first dispelled his transformation, then hurried to take a bath before sinking into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke refreshed and vibrant. At 7 o'clock, he noticed his doppelganger had returned home. "Not bad. You seem to be in good spirits these past few days," Tang Ming praised, patting his doppelganger's shoulder. "This is simply my duty. I am but a body composed of magic. If the supply of magical energy falters, I may dissipate at any moment." Upon hearing the words of the doppelganger, Tang Ming merely shook his head, casually tossing 5 ling jing for the doppelganger to keep, to avert the situation he had just described. "Thank you," the doppelganger replied expressionlessly, then turned and settled onto the sofa, swallowing the ling jing and closing his eyes to rest. Observing his actions, thoughts began to stir in Tang Ming's mind, prompting him to speak. "This evening, I shall personally take the night shift. It has been several days since I last went, and I have grown somewhat unaccustomed. Consider a holiday for you." Upon hearing the first part of Tang Ming's statement, the doppelganger immediately opened his eyes, but upon comprehending the latter part, he closed them again. Tang Ming, noticing this behavior from the corner of his eye, felt his heart race, a nagging sense of foreboding creeping in. Could the doppelganger possess self-awareness? Or was it merely a figment of his imagination? He retrieved milk and bread from the refrigerator and sat at the table to eat, still mulling over the matter. "System, does this doppelganger magic have any side effects? I see no other descriptions in the spell's explanation," he inquired solemnly within his mind. System prompt, "Spare me your grandstanding. Just get to the point." A voice echoed in his head with irritation. The doppelganger magic indeed poses no immediate issues. However, if the doppelganger strays too far from the original, unforeseen complications may arise. It is advised to retract the doppelganger and reintegrate it with the original before reapplication to avoid any accidents. Hearing this, Tang Ming felt as though the doppelganger intended to supplant him, making him the mere shadow. He harbored some discontent, feeling that such a cheap trick was inherently unreliable. He resolved to act cautiously. Should the doppelganger become aware, it could lead to troublesome consequences. Prompt. The doppelganger will unconditionally obey commands as long as it remains within a 10-meter radius of the original. A smile crept onto his face. A wicked glint in his eyes. Doppelganger magic, suspend. Return. He spoke softly, and radiant light enveloped him. The doppelganger on the sofa first struggled before its sorrowful gaze transformed into light, merging with the original. Goodness, this doppelganger has consciousness. Thankfully, I discovered early. Had I delayed a few days longer, who knows what would have transpired? He exclaimed in surprise, his expression darkening. He resolved to utilize the doppelganger magic only when necessary, ensuring to promptly retrieve any that had strayed too far, lest he leave behind a mess for himself to deal with. After making this decision, he opened the door and descended the stairs. Once outside, he began to stroll, eager to behold the clear sky. However, the sky was overcast, with raindrops beginning to fall, and he caught them in his hands, his lips twitching in dismay. Just as he thought it might rain, the heavens truly seemed to conspire against him. He returned to fetch an umbrella, just in case. The throngs of people around him instilled a sense of alienation. Humanity's myriad expressions revealed him as merely one among many. If he were to vanish like the wind, aside from his parents, who would remember him? The gloomy sky cast a pall over his mood, leading him to despair and gloom. Why was he entertaining such thoughts? Was it the weight of age? Tang Ming, having just arrived at the subway, felt a wave of sentimentality wash over him. As he scanned his ticket at the entrance, security was engaged in a dispute with passengers reluctant to be checked. They claimed that elderly individuals might carry dangerous items, among other things. Others nearby observed from a distance, but none intervened until their supervisor arrived, which finally resolved the issue. When the train arrived, the throng surged forward, pushing into the carriage. As the train set off, the crowd quieted, each person engrossed in their phones, watching videos or making calls. Tang Ming, donning his Bluetooth headphones, listened to a song that resonated with the theme of the Ghost Festival, a haunting reminder of the spectral realm and the illusions of life. "Oh dear, my apologies," a voice broke through, causing everyone to turn. A cup of milk tea had toppled, splattering everywhere, and the individual hurriedly wiped it up while others kept their distance, wary of getting splashed. Half an hour later, Tang Ming stepped out of the subway, feeling minuscule before the towering buildings. Humanity was indeed remarkable, capable of erecting such lofty structures. He wondered if they could withstand a lightning strike. He gazed curiously at the skyscrapers, then directed his steps toward the shops. Don't miss out. Fresh lamb noodles. Interested in learning to drive? Driving school now enrolling, no extra fees. Come take a look. Beef soup noodles. Hot pot. Chongqing spicy hot pot. Tantalize your taste buds. Hello. Would you like to come in and have a look? Sichuan spicy hot pot. Fresh and crisp, with self-serve drinks and snacks. Wandering the street, he was reminded of his former self by the calls of the vendors. Hot pot at this hour? I've just finished breakfast. A store attendant caught his attention, prompting him to decline directly. No, thank you. The attendant smiled awkwardly before moving on to attract other patrons. As he strolled through the street, he arrived at a place selling assorted items. Did you win? No, I bought 3 lottery tickets and still didn't win. I didn't even break even. It seems I lack that luck. I guess that 10 million will just stay there for now. Tuyus left the lottery store, dejected. Tang Ming passed by, his eyes darting toward them. System prompt. This action violates the magical girl code. Please refrain from actions that contravene the rules or face the consequences. Tang Ming halted abruptly, astonished that the system had discerned his thoughts. Since when had this peculiar entity come into existence? He was oblivious. You've never asked before, the system retorted, inciting a surge of irritation within him. Yet he inhaled deeply and replied, in the future, please load all relevant information for me. Do not keep anything hidden, or I may feel compelled to take drastic measures. Perhaps frightened by his fierce demeanor or for other reasons, the system responded patiently this time. I will be more attentive next time. If you wish to buy lottery tickets, as long as you do not employ magic, it will not contravene the code. Oof. I'm not in the mood for that now. Regaining his composure, he wandered to the lottery store next door to buy a cup of milk tea. Come take a look. This new outfit would suit you perfectly. A salesperson approached him swiftly. No, thank you. I have plenty of clothes that I haven't worn. They're almost beginning to mildew. He replied calmly, disregarding the awkwardness on the salesperson's face. As the day approached noon, he stopped at a roadside stall for a bowl of beef noodles. Afterward, he resumed his wandering, checking his step count on WeChat. Only over 10,000 steps? I feel like I've walked at least 20,000. Could WeChat be malfunctioning? He activated airplane mode on his phone and then turned it off, but upon checking WeChat, it still displayed over 10,000 steps. It appears to be true. Never mind. I will not linger any longer. It is better to return. Turning my gaze around, I noticed the bustling crowd and thought to myself, it is indeed preferable to find a secluded spot. As I walked, my eyes scanned the dim corners and the surveillance cameras. Upon reaching the central area of several towering buildings, I spotted a favorable location and prepared to move towards it. Suddenly, a commotion arose, and someone exclaimed, "Look, someone is about to jump." What? Where? Can't you look up? Why do you have to look down? I apologize. It's a habit. A habit? What is wrong with you? A group of people was in an uproar. Tang Ming's footsteps halted as he lifted his gaze. I knew that life would be different after acquiring a system. Encountering such events is inevitable. With a mix of emotions, he approached to witness the scene. It appeared to be a girl, perhaps contemplating her life due to a romantic issue, but that is not certain. The youth of today indulge in unimaginable frivolities. Is that so? It seems my experiences are rather limited. Excuse me, do you have a number for the police? Tang Ming interjected, somewhat speechless. All right, I almost forgot about that. Thankfully, you remembered. Otherwise, I would have truly forgotten it all, remarked a middle-aged man, looking somewhat enlightened, as if he were not pretending. The middle-aged man hastily took out his phone to call the police, and simultaneously, others began to do the same. In no time, sirens echoed in the air, while Tang Ming vanished into the crowd. Thank you for the reminder, brother. The middle-aged man turned to express his gratitude, only to find that the individual had already disappeared. Hey, where'd he go? The man looked around but saw no sign of him. At that moment, someone nearby spoke up. Are you referring to the guy who reminded you to call the police? He left right after you called, seemingly heading upstairs. What? He went upstairs? Does he know that girl? Who knows? The middle-aged man replied again. Did you record any videos? I plan to share it with my friends so they can see. Indeed, I was so engrossed in watching that I forgot to record. The middle-aged man opened his phone, ready to film. Just then, a loudspeaker announced, "Everyone, please stand back. And those filming, be aware that sharing these could lead to criminal liability. It is best to delete them." Several police cars arrived, followed closely by fire trucks, as dozens of officers began to secure the scene for rescue operations. Half of the personnel rushed upstairs while others worked to disperse the crowd below. Everyone, please move aside. Obstructing rescue efforts will result in legal consequences. Step back, shouted several older officers wielding loudspeakers. The onlookers, young and old, male and female, were being urged to retreat further. The firefighters commenced laying out air cushions, estimating the likely jump location, while the aerial ladder ascended towards the rooftop. On the rooftop, a girl wept, her voice hoarse. Yunshi, please do not act impulsively. I merely made the same mistake that all men do. A young man called out desperately from a distance. However, his additional words only further inflamed the situation. What kind of mistake do all men make? You are a scoundrel, an utterly shameless person for flirting with my best friend. Are you even human? Tears streamed down the girl's face as she cried out. If I had not noticed something amiss with the two of you and followed you here, would I still be in the dark? Yunshi, do not say that. This is not entirely my fault. Your friend seduced me, and I momentarily lost my composure. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at her. My friend seduced you? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? I noticed your gaze was different the first time you laid eyes on my friend. Initially, I thought I was being overly sensitive, but it turned out to be true. Otherwise, would she have sought you out? The girl scolded him, both furious and incredulous. The young man's expression darkened, but as he saw her inching closer to the edge, concern washed over his face. Yunshi, if you step back from there, I promise to change my ways. I will never meet your friend again, and I will not look at another girl without your consent. He raised his hand as if swearing an oath. Just then, the rooftop door creaked open, and several officers rushed in, immediately spotting the two individuals. One officer turned to the girl at the edge and urgently said, "Young lady, please do not act rashly." Another approached the young man, asking, "What is your relation to her?" The young man appeared flustered at the sight of the police, stammering and unable to articulate his thoughts clearly. The officers exchanged skeptical glances at his demeanor. "Speak clearly. Do you hear me?" One officer shouted. I am." As the young man struggled to form coherent sentences, the others looked on helplessly. "You need not be afraid. Simply answer our questions honestly. A female officer gently reassured him. After glancing at her, he nodded and said, "She's my girlfriend. We are having a disagreement over relationship issues. And I was just trying to persuade her when you arrived." Relationship issues? The other officers frowned, sensing the gravity of the situation. What exactly is the problem? Can you share the details with us? The female officer inquired again. Just as the young man was about to speak, another officer shouted, "Be careful. Do not move any further back." Everyone turned anxiously, their expressions tense. "Young lady, please do not do anything foolish. Think of your parents and friends. How would they feel if they received news of your demise?" The female officer took a few steps forward, but stopped, keeping her eyes fixed on the girl. Hearing this, the girl halted, tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed at the crowd. "You do not understand. This is between him and me. Stay out of it. And if you come any closer, I will jump." She turned to look down, fear creeping into her heart. "All right, I will not approach. Please remain calm." The female officer quickly retreated, anxious not to provoke her. Seeing this, the girl took a few steps forward but still showed no intention of stepping away from the edge. "Speak. What is the matter between you two?" Several male officers surrounded the young man, scrutinizing him closely. I was only with her friend, but that should not be held against me," the young man continued, but was interrupted by one of the male officers. "Enough. We have gathered what we need to know. Do not utter anything that might provoke her. From now on, follow our instructions." "Oh." The young man wore a reluctant expression, while the other officers began to inquire about the girl's family and friends' contact information. Meanwhile, several female officers engaged the girl in conversation, remaining vigilant of her actions. Firefighters were also traversing various floors in search of suitable rescue positions. Thus, time passed second by second. Finally, the girl's parents and a few friends arrived, beginning to persuade her. "Yunshi, it is not worth it to jump for such a man. Please come back. Indeed, my daughter, you still have us. We will take care of you. We will never pressure you to find a boyfriend. If you want to find one, do so. If not, that is perfectly fine," her mother said, tears glistening in her eyes. Beside her, Yunshi's father spoke up. "My daughter, come here. Do not entertain any dark thoughts. It's just this insolent young man. Allow me to teach him a lesson." With that, he aimed a kick at the young man. "Hey, uncle, you can say what you want, but please do not resort to violence." The young man swiftly retreated to evade the kick. "Uncle, please, spare me that title. I cannot bear it." Yunshi's father waved his hand dismissively. The young man could only utter that single word before falling silent. From a distance, Yunshi initially felt apprehensive as she watched her father attempt to kick the young man, but she soon exhaled in relief. The police officers observing the scene were visibly pleased by the girl's presence. "Everyone, let us encourage her. It seems Yunshi might be persuaded to return," a female officer whispered. Others joined in, recounting heartwarming memories from the past. Yunshi, feeling a bit anxious, began to relax. Just as she prepared to step forward, her foot unexpectedly slipped and she nearly fell. "Be careful. No. Quick, catch her." The officers rushed forward, only to find Yunshi suspended in midair, not falling. They stood there, momentarily dumbfounded. Slowly, Yunshi began to descend and lay at the edge of the rooftop, slipping into unconsciousness. The officers hurried over to examine her, and upon finding no apparent issues, they exchanged puzzled glances. "Did everyone just witness that?" asked the female officer who had helped Yunshi up. "Indeed. But could it be that they intervened?" A male officer spoke cautiously. "I'm not sure. If they did, they would have announced themselves. This isn't our first encounter." The leading male officer turned back to say, "What if they had urgent matters and didn't have time to greet us? They are not like us. Let us speak less. First, we should take this girl to the hospital for a checkup. That would be more prudent." The other officers nodded in agreement, and they began escorting the people from the rooftop downstairs. Once the rooftop was empty, a figure emerged. Who were they? Could they be individuals like me or possess other abilities? Ming eyed the closed small door with a questioning gaze. Fortunately, Ming had utilized his invisibility spell to remain hidden nearby, which enabled him to catch the girl just as she slipped. However, this also revealed some unexpected truths to him. Regardless, his primary focus remained on leveling up, setting everything else aside. With this thought in mind, he vanished again beneath the sunlight, unaware that a distant camera was flashing a red light. As the sun began to set, night approached. "Yoshir Bienli Dian." Ming stood outside, feeling nostalgic. It feels like ages since I last visited here. This familiar yet unfamiliar sensation is truly unsettling. He stepped inside and was greeted by familiar arrangements. Hey, Tang, you're here so early today? The young man behind the counter looked up, surprised. What? Is it too early for me to come? Are you up to something nefarious? Ming inquired curiously. Ahem, nothing of the sort. I am quite innocent. The young man replied. Hearing this, Ming rolled his eyes and moved to the back. By the way, how are the boss and his wife? Have they been arguing again? He asked casually. Oh, you mean them? They were crying and bickering again early this morning. They've had several conflicts lately, but it always resolves itself after a few days. The young man turned back to his video. Ming smirked at this, about to respond when a voice interrupted from the side. What? Are you pleased to hear about my plight? The words dripped with malice. Ming's smile instantly faded, replaced with a grimace. Actually, I was just thinking about something that would make me happy, not about your situation. Oh, is my situation not worthy of your amusement? What are you saying? I hold you in high regard. How could I mock you? He replied, glancing at the boss, whose expression was unfriendly. Internally, Ming cursed. This guy never reveals the boss's whereabouts. I'm truly at risk of becoming the scapegoat this time. I can't be bothered to argue with you. Just remember not to let this happen again. I'm leaving. The boss glared at Ming and the young man before departing from the convenience store. You little rascal. I'll remember this. Ming pointed at the innocent-looking young man before heading into the back room. Chapter 50. Daily Tales for upon entering the back room. Ming changed into a spare work uniform and walked to the cashier position. Aren't you supposed to be off work by now? He asked the young man, who was still engrossed in his videos. Huh? Are you trying to rush me? I was just about to remind you, but then the boss appeared, the young man said, a bit apologetic. No worries. I'll remember this and be more cautious next time. Ming replied with a warm smile. With such a statement, I feel even less at ease. The young man stood up and headed to the back. I need to change my clothes. I have a date. What? You have a date? With a guy or a girl? Ming asked, astonished at the young man's retreating figure. Is it unusual for a date to involve a guy? The young man turned, slightly irritated. Well, even if you were, I would still consider you a friend, but you mustn't harbor any thoughts towards me. Otherwise, we couldn't even remain friends. Ming sighed as he settled behind the cashier. The young man, noticing Ming's demeanor, remarked, if that were the case, I will make you pick up soap. Ahem, no need for that. Hurry and change for your date. Ming coughed as he nearly choked on his water. The young man, feeling quite pleased, hurried into the room and emerged transformed, looking quite dashing. Wow, not bad. Ming praised. Of course, this outfit is somewhat pricey. If it doesn't accentuate my charm, why buy it? The young man preened his hair. Stop showing off and hurry up. Ming said, somewhat exasperated. You're just jealous. The young man sauntered out of the convenience store. Watching his retreating figure, Ming felt a twinge of envy. This guy's off to a date while I have yet to even hold hands with a girl. Sigh. He picked up his phone and began browsing videos of beautiful women. In the dead of night, a customer entered the convenience store. Coming at this hour, I see someone is pulling an all-nighter. Ming thought, looking up. This person seems lifeless. Perhaps they've been burning the candle at both ends? Under Ming's scrutiny, the individual approached the counter with several packets of instant noodles and some sausages for checkout. That will be 13 yuan. He replied politely while his gaze scrutinized the customer's face. What? Is there something on my face? The customer asked. No. It's just that not many people come to buy things at this hour. After all, I'm the only one here. Better safe than sorry. The customer smiled in response. Indeed, encountering various people at this hour warrants caution. After settling the bill, the customer walked out, but Ming continued to observe him, his brow furrowing as he contemplated following. Just then, another young man wearing glasses entered the store, forcing Ming to temporarily abandon his pursuit. Welcome. The bespectacled youth merely nodded slightly before he began to select items, yet his peripheral vision constantly darted towards the cashier, Ming. Is this person the magical girl that the inspection team reported? There seems to be nothing particularly remarkable about them. He pondered with a hint of skepticism, continuing to browse for half an hour. Ming, sensing something unusual, lifted his gaze to the bespectacled youth and thought, could this fellow possibly be gay? The way he looks at me is almost salacious. It's rather unsettling. Still unable to discern anything concrete, he concluded that lingering any longer might raise suspicions. So he decided it would be better to observe from outside. After making up his mind, He casually picked up an item and approached Tang Ming to check out. The bespectacled youth placed his selected item on the counter. All right. Tang Ming lowered his head to take a look, his body jolting slightly, his expression turning peculiar. The youth opposite raised an eyebrow, also glancing down, his face betraying an awkwardness. Their eyes fell upon a box of condoms on the counter, and the atmosphere turned decidedly suggestive. Just as the bespectacled youth was about to speak, he saw Tang Ming swiftly pack the box of condoms and hand it to him. Taking the bag with haste, he quickly opened the payment code to settle the bill and departed. Watching the youth's retreating figure, Tang Ming exhaled in relief. Good grief. This guy is definitely gay. That was a deliberate tease. Thankfully, I reacted swiftly and packed the item before he could utter a word. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he felt fortunate for his quick response. Once the youth was out of sight, he entered a back room to perform the substitution magic. His main body faded into invisibility, leaving quietly. Following the clues left by the stone flower magic, he proceeded directly. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, the bespectacled youth remained fixated on Tang Ming inside the convenience store. Upon reaching the middle of the stairwell, he overheard a conversation. Hand over the money, or things will get unpleasant. I don't have any money. I haven't even been to work, came a youthful voice in response. Is he being robbed? In this day and age, people still resort to such acts. Tang Ming, intrigued, stepped inside and saw a man wielding a dagger pressing it against the waist of the other person. I really don't have any money. If you don't mind a small amount, you can come home with me. I have some there. The individual spoke in a tearful tone. Damn, a broke fool. What a stroke of bad luck. Well, even mosquito meat is meat. Take me to your house. If you dare toy with me, I'll ensure you meet your end there. The man threatened menacingly. The other, fearing a change of heart, nodded vigorously. Thus, he led the man towards his home, carefully avoiding areas under surveillance along the way. Given his familiarity with the route, it seemed he was no stranger to such dealings. Tang Ming followed at a leisurely pace. Arriving before an old building, he surveyed the site, noting the dilapidated facilities, devoid of any surveillance cameras. Places like this still exist? After pondering for a while, he recalled a location slated for demolition, which had been delayed for 5 or 6 years. Ah, so this is it. I thought it seemed familiar. He trailed them upstairs, where the flickering lights cast an eerie ambience. Are you sure your home is here? If you're deceiving me, I'll end you right now, the man warned, kicking the other's leg, nearly causing him to stumble. My home is on the 5th floor. We're almost to the 3rd, so it won't take much longer. The other, wincing in pain, managed to rise. Let us go. The man urged impatiently, glaring at him. Observing this scene, Tang Ming's mind sparked with a brilliant idea. He then employed phantom, illusory sound, shadow clone, and illusionary form. In that moment, he transformed into a shadow and glided along the floor. Wisps of mist began to form in the air, and the staircase below had vanished. Strange sounds started to echo, altering the perception of the world for both the man and his captive. Whispers, resembling both conversation and weeping, filled the air around them. Pausing, the two exchanged bewildered glances as a white figure floated past them. Chapter 51. Daily Tales 5. Both individuals froze, their breaths becoming labored. What is this? The man turned to the other. The latter shook his head, equally puzzled by the unfolding events. Observing the gesture, the man's expression darkened. I don't care if you're human or spirit. Dare obstruct my path, and I'll make you die again. His threatening demeanor intensified, brandishing the dagger menacingly. The other, now fearful, took a step back, only to feel a damp sensation near his ear. Whirling around, he found nothing there. His heart raced, and his palms began to sweat. The youth heard the man's voice filled with confusion, abruptly turning around to face a pale visage. A scream erupted from his mouth as he attempted to flee. At that moment, a hand gripped his shoulder, and another scream filled the air. What are you screaming about? I haven't even screamed yet. The sound of a slap echoed through the stairwell. The youth covered his face, casting a bewildered glance at the man. What are you looking at? Things have been off since you entered this stairwell. Are you mentally unstable? The man scrutinized him with suspicion. I'm not mentally unstable. You are. The youth felt a surge of anger. Is that so? Then explain what you were just doing. The man regarded him with disdain, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, clearly unconvinced. The youth hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He thought, if I reveal the truth, I'll truly be seen as insane, and this person will simply flee. Yet, if there truly are spirits, I'll have an alibi to escape first. I'm fine. Just a bit fatigued, experiencing some hallucinations. Let us continue on. He feigned calmness, no longer appearing as anxious as before. The man, observing his demeanor, felt a twinge of curiosity, but chose not to press further as he ascended the stairs. As the man took a step, he sensed the air around him grow frigid, accompanied by strange sounds. Hallucinations? He dismissed his apprehensions and pressed forward, only to realize he was descending the staircase. Wasn't I just going up? Turning back, he confirmed that the youth was indeed behind him, and thus turned to follow. Suddenly, his foot slipped, and he tumbled down the stairs, landing in the corridor. Damn it! What the hell? He cursed as he got back on his feet. At that moment, he felt something behind him and swiftly thrust his dagger backward. But it met only air. He rolled aside, scanning his surroundings, but found nothing. The man stood frozen against the wall, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What the hell? Am I seeing things? Where's that youth? The man glanced up the stairs, only to see the youth still moving, seemingly stuck in place. Damn it! The man scrambled to flee downstairs, only to turn around and come face to face with a ghastly pale visage. Breath hitching, he felt the icy chill of the creature's breath. What the hell? His pupils dilated as he kicked out in desperation and fled. Hey, do you think you can escape? The white figure taunted before dissipating into thin air. The surroundings gradually returned to tranquility, yet the man found himself on the 5th-floor corridor, breathless. Wasn't I running downstairs? How did I end up here? You have been hastening towards the 5th floor all along. I called out to you, but to no avail. The man hurriedly crossed the stairs and stood in the corridor. What? I have been walking up to the 5th floor? He gazed at him in disbelief, suddenly rolling up his sleeve to find no bruises. A sigh of relief escaping his lips. It was merely an illusion. It seems I have not been resting well lately. I must pay heed to my health going forward. Just as he lowered his sleeve, his peripheral vision caught sight of bruises beginning to surface on his arm, his heart racing violently. His breath quickened, his complexion flushed, and his gaze became somewhat unfocused. To the onlooker, however, this change seemed suspicious. Could he possess peculiar tendencies? Is my innocence to be buried here? Go to your room first. I have pressing matters. Upon hearing this, the man's body trembled slightly, reluctance evident. What? Are you unwilling? The man drew a dagger across his neck, the sting making it clear that resistance was futile. Very well, but you must be gentle. I have an aversion to violence. A look of resignation flickered in the other man's eyes. The man regarded him with curiosity, not probing further as they proceeded towards the room. Behind them, Ming smirked. The main course was about to be served. He just wondered whether the man could withstand it before the police arrived. His figure faded, and a white shadow emerged, slipping into the room. Inside, the man hastily switched on the light, surveying the disarray with exasperation. Is this a garbage heap? So much clutter, takeout boxes, delivery bags, trash bags, and clothing strewn about. Do you live in filth? The man's eyelid twitched as he demanded, Where's the money? Clear this mess first. Initially shamed by the previous remark, the man retreated into the chaos, rummaging for a considerable time before unearthing over 400 yuan. Is this it? Didn't you say you had more? This is your idea of more? The man gazed incredulously at the sum in his hand. This is all I have. My parents won't send me any money until the end of the month, just over 500. This money is what I earned from gaming. Otherwise, I will be left to starve. There was a hint of smugness in the man's demeanor. With such a response, I hardly know what to say. In that case, you may as well die, the man declared, plunging the dagger into the other's neck, who looked on with confusion and disbelief, as if to say, I have given you the money. Why kill me? I do not merely relish killing. I have a penchant for consumption as well. The man laughed maniacally, dragging the other into the kitchen. Ming, hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the unconscious figure beside him, then began casting other spells to transform the space into a hellish realm. Huanxing, a projection from the pink world, enveloping all in hues of hell. The room began to morph, becoming hazy. Sounds of meat being chopped resonated from the kitchen, sending shivers down Ming's spine. I thought this was merely a robbery. It has escalated to murder and cannibalism. This is a monumental shift. With a sigh, he ventured inside. The chunks of meat had been severed, some still twitching in a grotesque manner. Regardless of any lurking specters, I shall feast first. I can deal with the repercussions come dawn, at which point... What could frighten me? The man scoffed, his hands unceasing as he began boiling water with an electric stove, blanching the meat. With swift and practiced motions, he prepared several dishes, sampling the flavors with a look of pure bliss on his face. Just wait. Soon you shall comprehend true terror. Tang Ming felt a twinge of unease, then contemplated, observing his deft technique. It was evident this was not his first offense. If he has evaded capture thus far, his counter-surveillance skills must be formidable. I shall ensure he is ensnared here. As the man set the dishes on the table, he first went to the door to inspect, finding no issues through the peephole before barricading the entrance, finally settling into a chair. Just as he lifted a piece of meat, it began to writhe, extending toward his mouth. Chapter 52. Daily Stories 6. The hand gripping the chopsticks trembled violently, refusing to release its hold. Damn! Even as I have transformed you into a dish, you remain restless. A frenzied glint appeared in the man's eyes as he opened his mouth and forcefully chewed the meat. Meanwhile, Tang Ming stood aghast, thinking, this fellow is no ordinary person. Had it been anyone else, they would have been terrified and discarded the food. Yet he dares to consume it. Quite remarkable. This is merely an appetizer. I doubt you could sustain this much longer. A strange sense of rivalry surged within, prompting him to manipulate the magic further. All his magical energy concentrated on haunching magic, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie. The cooked meat began to quiver, features emerging upon its surface. Why? Why must you kill me? I have done as you asked. You deceitful wretch. If that is the case, let us die together. The man, staring at the features on the meat, felt his heart race, an inexplicable pressure building. I simply enjoy this. You deserve this misfortune for encountering me. Ha ha ha. A smirk crept upon the man's face as he rose, stabbing at the meat with his chopsticks. Clanging sounds echoed as handprints began to appear on his body, creeping toward his head. Damn, what in the world are you? Were you the one who orchestrated this? The man began frantically smashing the ceramic plates. The crisp sounds reverberated through the room, rendering it even more bizarre. A hand rested on the man's shoulder, a voice whispering in his ear. Why did you kill me? I have adhered to your words, you untrustworthy scoundrel. In that case, let us perish together. The man thrust his chopsticks backward, only to find emptiness. Come out, if you have the courage. Do not cower in the shadows. The man turned to glance back. Seeing nothing, he shouted loudly. I am right behind you. The man's body quivered, propelling him forward, yet turning back revealed naught. I am behind you. If you wish to see me, simply remove your head. The voice echoed chillingly in his mind. My head, damn it. The man clutched his head, rolling on the floor, his consciousness increasingly muddled. Rising to flee the room, he found himself firmly trapped. Even crashing against the door yielded no result. Darkness began to seep over the door, faces materializing one by one. The man recognized them, feeling an unsettling familiarity. You cannibal, return my life. The faces cried out in vengeful unison. You? This is impossible. I refuse, no. The man retreated hastily, hiding behind the table. The shadows surged towards him, all reaching out to grasp him. Damn, I cannot perish here. You are all dead. It is impossible for you to return. Why? The man began to wrestle with the shadowy figures. To my astonishment, his psychological resilience was remarkably high. Despite a hint of fear, reason still dominated his mind. It appeared that conventional methods would not suffice. A more potent approach was necessary. Beside him, Tang Ming furrowed his brow, intensifying his magical output, conjuring images of the infernal depths of hell, and began to cast his spell upon the man. 5 minutes later, Tang Ming stood there, slightly out of breath, a smile dancing in his eyes. Finally, he had reduced this fellow to such a state, and now it was time for him to experience the taste of being devoured. The dismembered body of the victim began to reassemble, instantaneously transforming into a grotesque being marked by stitches, which lunged towards the man to bite him. Though the man resisted, he was ultimately bitten at the waist. A chunk of flesh torn away. A cry of agony escaped him, causing even Tang Ming to cover his ears. Gradually, the man was consumed by this creature until a knock echoed from the room's door. Tang Ming turned, a smile fading from his face as he slowly vanished from sight. And the eerie scene within the room began to dissipate, returning to normalcy. Captain, there is no sound inside. Could it be a false alarm? The person referred to as Captain spoke with a tone of reprimand. Whether it's a false alarm or not, we must verify before making any decisions. If we leave due to silence and something goes awry, we cannot escape blame. Yes, Captain, understand my mistake, the other replied apologetically. Let us knock again. If there is still no response, we'll call for a locksmith. The captain instructed the others. Understood. They responded in unison. A few minutes later, the sound of a lock being pried open was heard. Be cautious. The captain raised his right hand in a signal. The others, sensing the gravity of the moment, prepared to rush in as soon as the door opened. Don't move, they shouted upon entering the room. What greeted them was an enveloping darkness. Someone flipped on the light, revealing two individuals lying on the floor. One man was muttering incoherently in his sleep. After exchanging glances, the police began their search. Gathering in the living room a minute later. Captain, what about these two? They inquired. We've checked. There are no others. Everything here seems untouched, except for a slight disorder in the living room. Indeed, I took a look myself, and it aligns with what you said. However, this is rather peculiar, the captain pondered, gazing at the two on the floor. Let us wake them and inquire about the situation. The other officers hoisted the two onto the sofa. As one of them opened his eyes, he screamed, "Don't kill me. I'll give you the money." The police quickly restrained him upon witnessing his reaction. Calm down. Take a good look. As the man's vision cleared and he recognized their uniforms, he let out a sigh of relief. Are you calmer now? Yes, much better. Can you tell us what happened? The officers activated their recording devices. The man turned his head and saw another person beside him, his complexion instantly paling, his voice trembling. He the one who wanted to kill me. Upon hearing this, the officers turned to scrutinize the other man. Do any of you find this person familiar? One officer asked. Now that you mention it, he does seem a bit familiar. Could he be someone previously wanted? They began to pull out their phones to search. The captain retrieved his phone from his pocket and began browsing. Moments later, just as the man was about to awaken, someone exclaimed in surprise, "No way, it's him. He is one of the suspects in a robbery, murder, and cannibalism case we've been tracking for 5 years. Who would have thought he'd be here?" A young officer looked at the man with astonishment. There is no doubt. This man is the suspect. Let us restrain him first. We cannot allow him to resist. The captain produced handcuffs from his belt and secured the man, just as he opened his eyes. The man immediately cried out, "Don't eat me. I realize my mistakes. I shouldn't have killed you. Please no. Help. Help." Witnessing his desperate struggle and hearing his words filled everyone with a sense of relief. Let us take these two back and interrogate them. At the captain's command, several officers lifted them and exited the room. The man, still somewhat dazed, asked, "Aren't you going to interrogate me? Where are you taking me?" His voice faded amidst the blaring sirens. Only a fleeting shadow remained, flickering. Chapter 53. Daily Chronicles. The shadow drifted to the door, where two police officers had begun to cordon off the area. Outside, sirens blared once more, this time bringing in technical personnel to conduct a thorough search and investigation of the room. The shadow descended into the darkness below, revealing Tang Ming, who mused on the unexpected encounter with such individuals. Life indeed unfolds in unpredictable ways. He circled around to the street, where the moon hung high in the sky. It was past midnight. Perhaps it was best to return home as the chill began to set in. Rubbing his arms, Tang Ming made his way back. Outside a convenience store, he spotted a dark figure in the distance. Who is that? Cautiously, he approached. "Hey, what are you doing here?" The sudden voice startled the bespectacled youth, causing him to jump. Turning in annoyance, he recognized the man from the convenience store. An idea struck him, and he glanced back at the store, noticing another person inside, the very man before him. "You can use magic?" The bespectacled youth instantly regained his composure, regarding Tang Ming with a calm demeanor. Tang Ming, observing his reaction, began to speculate. "What do you think? It seems you are reluctant to admit it. But that is fine. I'm merely here to extend an invitation." The bespectacled youth produced a business card and handed it to Tang Ming. "If you wish to join us, you can contact us through this. Scan the QR code for all the details." Tang Ming accepted it without hesitation, noting the bold letters. Tang City Public Security Bureau, Special Law Enforcement Department, Grievance Elimination Workshop. Puzzled, he asked, "You're a police officer?" "Not exactly a police officer, but I suppose you could say that," came the answer that only deepened Tang Ming's confusion. "I belong to a special department that has been established for over 50 years, with a perfectly organized system. You can come for a visit later." "Oh, I see. But why did you say that I could use magic? Have you seen others perform it?" "The use of magic isn't a secret. Currently, We have an employee in our workshop who has been with us for 5 years, wielding magic like the stars in the sky. The bespectacled youth looked at Tang Ming with excitement. Tang Ming's brow furrowed with interest in that individual, yet he contemplated his own exposure. Since his abilities had been noticed, hiding was no longer an option. It would be better to step forward openly. With renewed determination in his gaze, he replied, "Very well. I'll come and take a look in a few days." The bespectacled youth wore a broad smile upon hearing the news. "As long as you come, you will undoubtedly not regret it. Our salary and benefits are exceptionally generous. Many envy us, yet few possess such fortune. I shall take my leave now, awaiting your favorable news." With a smile, the bespectacled youth departed. Witnessing his exit, Tang Ming contemplated. It must have been an inadvertent exposure. Otherwise, this particular individual would not have sought him out. He decided to investigate the matter further before determining whether to join them. He stepped into the convenience store and promptly withdrew his substitute, choosing not to leave it outside any longer. Thus, he welcomed the dawn amidst contemplation and anticipation. Daily training ensued, and he began to make progress towards the second phase of his training regimen. On April 7th, nothing of consequence transpired. He lived an ordinary life. A mundane existence indeed. Yet, beneath this veneer of normality, how many could endure such monotony? This prompted the desire for some excitement, to stir the still waters of life. April 8th and 9th passed without incident. He merely found himself transported to dark corners at midnight to assist those with grievances, aiding them in purifying their souls before finally sending them to the police station. Time flowed like water, and Tang Ming's physical conditioning continued to improve, his strength growing daily. Feeling capable of vanquishing level 10 monsters even without transformation, this burgeoning confidence began to swell within him. On April 10th, Magical Girl Gathering dawned, and as the first light broke, Tang Ming opened his bright eyes, a peculiar radiance enveloping him. The day had finally arrived. The truth of the world was about to reveal itself before him. Excited, he freshened up and, after retrieving his substitute, set forth towards the gathering location. Arriving at No. 33, Huangpu Street, he gazed at the sign. From the darkness, while the adjacent bar's neon lights flickered incessantly, though the entrance remained firmly shut, suggesting he had arrived prematurely. Perplexed, he stood momentarily at the entrance, then squatted beside it, casting furtive glances around. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Rising, he approached it and chuckled upon realizing it was merely the bar's operating hours, 8 p.m. to 3 a.m., and it was only 10 a.m. Tang Ming's lips twitched as he sighed and walked away. He entered an internet cafe and began gaming to pass the time. Setting an alarm, he immersed himself in the game, oblivious to the two oddly dressed men beside him, who were also engrossed in their gameplay, occasionally exclaiming excitedly, "Kill him. Yes, like that. Shoot. What the hell are you doing? How did you die?" One of the men, clad in a white shirt with several rips, held his forehead in disbelief at his teammates' incompetence. "Please, your skills are pitiful. How is that my fault? Let's go again." The man in trendy attire did not even turn his head. "Hey, you dare say my skills are poor? You start, and I bet you can't take down those guys." "Fine, let us see who gets more kills," the trendy man replied as he clicked the mouse to restart the game. The man in the torn shirt laughed. "All right, prepare to meet your doom." Tang Ming, overhearing their banter, felt somewhat exasperated, thinking, it's just a game. Why the uproar? As dusk descended, his alarm sounded. Time to go. He picked up his phone and exited, followed by the two men. The trio exchanged glances as they settled their bill and departed the cafe, with Tang Ming heading towards the bar while the other two sought a nearby street vendor for a meal. "That guy seems a bit strange," the trendy man remarked, glancing at Tang Ming's retreating figure. "What is so strange about him? No matter how odd he is, he can't compare to us." The man in the torn shirt replied nonchalantly, seated comfortably. "Boss, 2 bowls of mixed noodles, extra cilantro. Coming right up," the vendor responded, returning to his cooking. "Hey, you say that as if we aren't strange at all. We are heroes walking in the darkness," the trendy man scoffed, pouring himself a glass of water. "Heroes, huh? After all these years, it hardly matters." The man in the torn shirt shook his head, pouring himself some water as well. Inside the bar, Tang Ming found himself momentarily disoriented by the flashing lights. "Hello, are you here alone?" A server approached him. "I have an appointment," he replied, settling into a nearby sofa. The server, upon hearing this, left him be and returned to her station. Half an hour later, someone approached from behind and greeted him. Are you the magical girlfriend Sheen? Upon hearing this voice, Tang Ming's body stiffened. Who is this person? I have not mentioned this to anyone. Feeling a surge of anxiety, he remained seated on the sofa, pretending not to hear. The individual beside him, noticing his reaction, sat down with a smile. Tang Ming turned to him with curiosity. Hello, is there something you need? I have an appointment. Oh, I see. I also have an appointment, but it seems you are occupying my spot, the man remarked, scrutinizing him oddly. Gazing at the impeccably dressed man before him, Tang Ming's heart raced. This individual was no ordinary person, exuding an undeniable pressure. Is that so? However, my position appears to be here as well. Perhaps you are mistaken? Tang Ming replied calmly. Shall we present evidence to settle this? The man in the suit suggested. Still smiling. No problem, Tang Ming responded, retrieving an invitation from his pocket and showing him the relevant section while concealing the rest with his hand. The man's smile broadened as he produced a receipt. Tang Ming was momentarily taken aback by his action. What does presenting a receipt mean? Take a closer look. The man in the suit tossed the receipt to him, reclining on the sofa with an air of indifference. Tang Ming examined the receipt, then glanced at the man before scrutinizing the document again. Ah, so you're an acquaintance. It seems there was a misunderstanding. I must take my leave now. Tang Ming smiled, rising to depart. Wait, are you leaving just like that? Am I expected to pay? The suited man questioned, bewildered. Pay? Why would I pay? Are you not curious why our spots are the same? It could be my error. So what is there to discuss? Upon hearing Tang Ming's response, the man in the suit appeared flabbergasted. All right, let me ask you. Are you the magical girlfriend Sheen? The suited man sighed. The invitation was given to you by me. Tang Ming's eyes brightened at this revelation. Then he scrutinized the man anew. Are you also of that transformation type? I was once, but not anymore, the suited man replied, leaving Tang Ming feeling perplexed, wondering why he was being so cryptic. Why is that? Because after reaching level 100, one can begin to change classes. At that moment, another voice chimed in as someone unceremoniously took a seat beside the suited man, followed by another individual. The two individuals were well known to Tang Ming, being the very ones who had caused quite a commotion in the internet cafe. Is it you two? He inquired. Oh, do you know each other? The man in the suit regarded the three with a curious expression. You just met, didn't you? The trendy dressed man remarked, bringing up the incident at the cafe. So that's how it is. Since you've already crossed paths, it shouldn't feel too unfamiliar. Let's wait for one more person to arrive before we head to the private room. The man in the suit said with a smile and a nod. What does job change mean? Is it similar to what we see in games? Tang Ming, intrigued, did not pay attention to the final arrival. It's somewhat akin to that. It essentially means that once you reach the maximum level in one profession, you can transition to a higher one, the trendy dress man explained as he lifted his glass and took a sip, his gaze wandering over to the others. I see. What professions are available? There is only one transition profession. There are no others. However, it's certainly far superior to the earlier transformations. The man in the torn shirt interjected before the trendy dressed man could respond. Must you always interject? The trendy dressed man remarked, somewhat exasperated. Hey, I merely speak quickly. I'm not trying to steal your thunder. The man in the torn shirt replied with a hint of pride as he tousled his hair. Forget it. I see you're doing it on purpose. Just wait. I bear grudges, the trendy dressed man retorted as he took a sip of his drink. You all might want to tone it down a bit. We wouldn't want to frighten the newcomer into thinking our team is always at odds. The man in the suit advised, tapping his fingers on the table, an unusual chill permeating the air. Ahem, let us not hold grudges over trivial matters. I'll let this one slide. The trendy dressed man shifted his gaze elsewhere. I'm indifferent as long as he doesn't provoke me. The man in the torn shirt seemed unconcerned. Tang Ming observed their dynamic with some surprise. It appeared their relationship was quite amicable, judging by their reactions. The man in the torn shirt seemed to possess a higher level, and even the trendy dressed man exhibited a degree of apprehension towards the man in the suit, who remained unfazed. He mentally assessed their relative levels. This is the magical girl fun Xian. You should introduce yourselves, the man in the suit gestured. My magical name is Lan Jing. Magical girl Lan Jing, he introduced. I'm the magical girl Chung, though I must confess, I'm not particularly fond of oranges, the trendy dressed man added, a hint of reluctance on his face. I am a magical girl by Ming. I prefer the night over the day. The man in the torn shirt yawned and reclined on the sofa. Magical girl fun accent. Truthfully, I'm not keen on this name either, but I can't change it. Tang Ming shyly introduced himself. Magical names are fixed from the outset. Only after a job change can you obtain a better magical name. Though it all depends on whether you can change it after that. The man in the suit expressed with a hint of disappointment. Tang Ming's heart sank as he realized they had all been unable to change their magical names. Perhaps his own chance was greater? The trio observed the smile on his face, their lips curving slightly. As for whether they could change names after reaching the next job level, they didn't seem to mind. They had grown accustomed to it and found it rather trivial. The man in the torn shirt tilted his head back to gaze at the twinkling lights atop the bar. The other two nodded in agreement, while Tang Ming pondered internally. He must choose a splendid magical name once he reached maximum level. Here are your fruit platters, the server announced as they placed the dishes down before departing. Let us eat something. The fruits here are quite good, Lan Jing declared as he speared a piece of cantaloupe and popped it in his mouth. The others followed suit, except for Bai Ming, who directly grabbed the plate and stuffed his mouth. Tang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to chew the fruit in his mouth. Don't mind him. He's a drifter without a permanent residence, the trendy-dressed man joked, setting his fork aside. A drifter? Without a home? Isn't that a beggar? Tang Ming asked in surprise. You're the beggar. I'm merely a drifter. That doesn't equate to being a beggar. Bai Ming glared at Tang Ming after swallowing the fruit. Isn't that hard to bear? Tang Ming looked at him with increased confusion. All right, but I'm still quite different from a beggar. At least I maintain cleanliness and have a sense of style, Bai Ming remarked, a hint of annoyance crossing his brow. Indeed, if he truly resembled a beggar, I wouldn't have invited him. I would have simply blocked him out, Lan Jing added, nodding in agreement. No matter the circumstances, maintain a certain level of decorum, Bai Ming began, but was interrupted by a voice from a distance. You all have arrived. This must be the new friend. Chapter 55. The magical girl gathering to a young man clad in casual attire entered, his appearance accentuating his striking handsomeness. Lan Jing rose to embrace him, exclaiming, You finally made it. I thought you had forgotten about this. How could I forget? Especially with the arrival of a new friend. The man in casual wear replied, as he scrutinized Tang Ming. Looks like you've leveled up to 25. Not too shabby, he remarked directly to Tang Ming. Oh, you could discern his level? Have you already? Lan Jing questioned, her expression a mix of surprise and curiosity. The other two also approached, examining him closely. What the heck? Are these guys flirting? Touching each other in public like that? Tang Ming thought to himself. Hey, it's modern times. People often express their desires openly. It's akin to ordinary couples on the street, the trendy dressed man replied. But this is a same-sex situation. How can that be viewed as ordinary? Tang Ming countered. You simply lack experience. You should venture out more. The world is far broader than you can imagine, the trendy dressed man advised. What if they engage in such activities publicly? What activities? Those activities. Oh, so that is what you meant. Surely, they're not that desperate. The group turned their attention back to the newcomers. As they overheard the conversation, their actions froze mid-motion as they remembered they were in a bar. Shall we move to a private room? Lan Jing suggested awkwardly. Yes, let us head inside. They all chimed in unison, guiding Tang Ming along with them. These folks are quite playful, indulging in five-way antics, impressive indeed. It's a shame I'm not attracted to men. The one who just came in looked quite appealing. Let us talk about women. Why are we veering off topic? They finally realized their conversation had taken a peculiar turn. Inside the private room, the server brought in the drinks and promptly closed the door. The atmosphere within became somewhat intimate. Don't take what those people said too seriously. We're merely good friends, nothing more, Lan Jing stated, glancing at everyone. Let us have a drink first. Chunghua opened a beer and handed each person a bottle. Once the five clinked their bottles together, they all took a hearty swig. Refreshing, they all exclaimed in unison. Since we're all magical girls, I want to say much more. Let us transform and reveal ourselves, Lan Jing declared, standing and locking the door. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Henceforth, they could identify one another not by their real-world identities, but by their transformed appearances. At the entrance, Lan Jing took out a blue diamond crystal and gently whispered, the power from the ever-frozen world, freeze everything, magical girl transformation. As the crystal emitted a sound, blue light slowly spread across her body, revealing a water blue dress. An icy crystal hairpin adorned her hair, and a water blue belt encircled her waist, with hexagonal snowflakes cascading from the hem, producing a melodious sound upon collision. The Earth's permanence was shattered. and the fallen angel was buried. Magical girl transformation. Chengguo whispered, and a yellow crescent moon appeared before her. Her body was enveloped, transforming into a beauty beneath the moonlight, exuding an ethereal aura and the weight of the earth. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with countless small crescents, and a belt of stone armor wrapped around her waist, while gauntlets adorned her arms, replacing the skirt with armor. Lightning flickered, piercing through the dark night, bringing a glimmer of light amidst the shadows. Magical girl transformation. Bai Ming's transformed form had her black hair turned silver, with faint lightning flickering above it. A ribbon of lightning arced around her waist, and the hem of her dress was outlined in a zigzag pattern of lightning. Life is the eternal beginning, yet also endless decay. The gentle breeze swayed, and fallen leaves bore no regrets. Magical girl transformation. Tang Ming's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the girl transform from the casual dress man. Are you Qingyi? Oh, you recognize my transformed state. Could it be that you are? Qingyi appeared puzzled, then recalled something. Magical girl transformation. Pink flames ignite my heart. Eternal light illuminates the world. Tang Ming instantly transformed into the magical girl Fun Xin. Upon witnessing this, Qingyi's surprise began to fade. So it's you. I only recognized your transformed state, and for a moment forgot our encounter that day. Have you two met? The transformed Changguo inquired sweetly. Well, let me share the story of my encounter with him. The girl form of Qingyi sat on the sofa, her tone gentle as she began to recount. The others looked at Tang Ming with a hint of curiosity. I never expected you to have the audacity to confront those vengeful rat men alone to level up. You have quite the courage, Bai Ming remarked, giving him a thumbs up. It was merely luck. The girl transformed from Tang Ming shyly replied. There's no luck in it. It seems you have also ventured to the Rat Fairy City. This indicates you are not a timid person. There are some matters I should discuss with you. Lan Jing elegantly settled back on the sofa. Lan Jing, did you help me? On April 4th, in that clothing mall. Tang Ming's gaze shifted to the girl, transformed from Lan Jing. Oh, it seems you have deduced it. But this is not our first meeting. The first was at that children's park. I merely observed you from afar. The second time, I intervened to assist you, as your trial period was just concluding. Hearing this from Lan Jing, the others appeared enlightened. So that is how it was. Thank you. Tang Ming poured her a drink in gratitude. No need. It was my duty. In times of danger, we magical girls should support one another rather than stand by indifferently. Lan Jing's tone turned solemn. The others fell silent. Tang Ming could only watch, unsure of what to say. Let us talk about Qingyi instead. Bai Ming shrugged and turned to her. Indeed, I remember Qingyi lacked the ability to discern others' levels. Has she broken through? Chengguo smiled, moving to sit beside her. Indeed, it seems Qingyi has indeed reached that level. I just wonder what her form is like. Lan Jing swirled her drink gracefully. Tang Ming, too, looked at Qingyi with curiosity. Qingyi, under their gazes, said, I initially intended to surprise you all, but one sentence exposed my issue. Could you grant me a bit of privacy? The others responded with silence. Haha, brother doesn't speak, but aside from real life, where else is there privacy? Chengguo nonchalantly rested her feet on the table, striking a carefree pose. Elegance is what a magical girl should embody. Your demeanor is rather unbecoming, Lan Jing remarked, looking at Chengguo with mild disdain. Come on, I feel quite comfortable like this. Why don't you give it a try? Chengguo retorted. But Lan Jing dismissed the matter, stating directly, have you successfully changed your job? Upon hearing this, the others, except for Tang Ming, displayed expressions of joy. Qingyi nodded, and radiant light began to shimmer around her as she initiated another transformation. Chapter 56. Magical Girl Gathering 3. The vibrant life manifests nature's splendor. The knightly form transforms. As Qingyi spoke, a knight clad in dark green armor appeared, wielding a spear, with vines entwined around her armor. Is this the form after the job change? Tang Ming gazed at the knight with excitement. Not bad. It seems there is still room for evolution, Lan Jing commented. Indeed, it closely resembles ours. Both embodying knightly forms aligned with our attributes. Bai Ming nodded, tapping the armor with his hand. Bai Ming, be careful not to damage it, Chengguo cautioned, taking out a cloth to polish Qingyi's armor. And what about you? What are you doing? Bai Ming rolled his eyes at her, continuing to strike the armor and seemingly relishing the sounds it produced. The armored form consumes a significant amount of magical energy, but its attack power is exceptionally strong. It is rarely used unless facing formidable opponents. Lan Jing returned to the sofa, closing her eyes in repose. Is that so? I thought the form could be maintained indefinitely after the job change, Tang Ming said regretfully. Well, it is possible to maintain this form for an extended period, but one must achieve a very high level. For instance, Bai Ming can sustain it for long periods, as his magical energy consumption is already quite close to that of the magical girl form. Cheng Guo, polishing the armor, smiled at Bai Ming. What? You can basically maintain the knight form for an extended period? Does that mean Bai Ming is nearing the maximum level of a knight? Bai Ming glared at Cheng Guo after hearing this, shrugged, and replied, Indeed, I am already at level 190. Level 190? That high? Isn't reaching level 200 just a matter of stretching out your hand? Tang Ming looked at him with envy. Reaching level 200 is no easy feat. I have been continuously purifying the vengeful monsters for a month, and I am barely approaching a level. It becomes increasingly difficult as you ascend. Bai Ming said with a hint of helplessness, ceasing his tapping on the armor and sitting back on the sofa. That statement holds true. The advanced vengeful monsters in Tang City have mostly been purified by us. We can only train our combat abilities daily, so we can fight even if our magical energy is exhausted. Lan Jing opened her eyes, staring at the ceiling. Thus, for you all, especially for Xian, this is a crucial time for leveling up. If you reach level 90 before the Zhongyuan festival, transitioning on that day will not be an issue. Qin Ye's voice emerged from within the armor, clearly audible. The armor radiated light, returning to the magical girl form. Zhongyuan festival? Tang Ming observed the others seated comfortably on the sofa and joined them, casting a sweeping glance around the room. The Zhongyuan festival, often referred to as the Ghost Festival, this year took on the moniker of Little Ghost Festival, as it heralded the emergence of numerous diminutive spirits, all of considerable rank, ranging from level 100 to 200. On this day, we would meticulously arrange an enormous magical array in Tang City to mitigate any adverse effects on ordinary citizens. Lan Jing's expression bore a heavy seriousness as he regarded the group, prompting solemn nods from the others. A tremor of apprehension surged through Tang Ming's heart. Could it be that the little ghosts of Zhongyuan Festival possess such formidable strength? What was there to boast about in his previous triumphs? His face reflected a mixture of gravity and a tinge of bitterness. Regardless, even if he did not reach level 100, attaining level 90 would suffice. It merely meant he might not survive the Hyaki Yagyo next year. Orange Fruit wore a serious expression, devoid of any smile, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Could we truly contend with such formidable foes? Tang Ming inquired uncertainly. Oh, I forgot to mention, there are dozens of magical girls and knights in our city, and we will encounter them during this year's Zhongyuan Festival. Perhaps other magical girls from neighboring cities will also lend their aid. For this event is indeed a grand feast for us, Bai Ming remarked with an enigmatic smile. Tang Ming regarded Bai Ming with curiosity, puzzled by his expression. When the time comes, you will understand. Your primary task now is to elevate your level and maintain your training. We shall reconvene at the Zhongyuan Festival, and I will require your collective assistance in establishing an immense magical array to encompass our city. Lan Jing raised his glass and drank it in one go. Will the others not participate in the arrangement? Tang Ming asked, somewhat confused, as he observed Lan Jing pour himself more wine. They will contribute, but their efforts will not match the prowess of our quintet, especially considering we aim to cover an entire city. Orange Fruit interjected, eager to assert her point. And don't you find it curious why we invited you rather than other transformable beings? Now that you mention it, it is quite puzzling given my low level. Tang Ming admitted, his curiosity piqued as he looked at them. Show us your transformation device, and you will understand, Bai Ming yawned, casting a sidelong glance at Orange Fruit. TCH, you could have simply said so, Orange Fruit replied, her enthusiasm waning. Well, I could not help it. I sense your displeasure. Bai Ming grinned as he picked up a snack to munch on. Indeed, I have also harbored discontent for quite some time. Perhaps we should test that? Orange Fruit narrowed her eyes at him. If you wish to test it, wait until after we finish speaking, Aoi interjected, exasperated. Disregarding their banter, Tang Ming produced his transformation device. Oh, still in the shape of a heart, Bai Ming remarked with interest upon catching sight of it. The others turned their attention toward him as well. Is there an issue? Tang Ming's lips twitched slightly. No problem at all. I am merely curious. My transformation device resembles a zigzag lightning bolt by Ming revealed, displaying his own device that shimmered with electric light. Tang Ming felt a pang of envy. It was undoubtedly more aesthetically pleasing than his own. Upon activating his device, 5 symbols appeared: a pink heart, a blue crystal, an orange crescent moon, a white zigzag lightning bolt, and a palm-sized staff adorned with green leaves, with the last 4 glowing faintly. Every city's magical girls will manifest 5 related figures. And once all 5 appear, this symbol will emerge. The ultimate magical skill will unveil a magical array known as the World Domain, Lan Jing explained. World Domain? Indeed. It requires the magical powers of all 5 of us to activate, specifically to confront the spirits that emerged during the Zhongyuan festival, he confirmed with a nod, falling silent thereafter. So, we have been bound together from the onset? Tang Ming inquired. One might say that, although it is not a complete binding, this collaborative magical array necessitates our specific involvement, by Ming elaborated, noting Lan Jing's silence with a smile. I comprehend now. I will lend my strength to you all when the time comes, Tang Ming resolved, determined to reach level 90 before this year's Zhongyuan festival, with hopes of exceeding level 100. Indeed, I did not misjudge you, I always smiled warmly. Though you're the lowest in level among us, your courage is commendable. Orange Fruit also smiled, her youthful visage evoking a sense of closeness. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 57. The magical girl gathering, and everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance, falling silent. Greetings, your barbecue has arrived, a youthful voice called from outside. All eyes shifted back to Lan Jing, as if questioning whether he had ordered barbecue. Oh, I forgot. My apologies, Lan Jing exclaimed, finally realizing after several calls from outside. The expressions on everyone's faces suggested they were on the verge of exasperation. Is this truly your character? Orange Fruit approached the door and opened it, revealing a somewhat impatient waiter. Here is the barbecue you ordered. Please enjoy, he said, hastily handing over the order before swiftly departing, seemingly oblivious to Lan Jing's magical girl form. After closing the door, they set down the food on the table. Since Lan Jing was treating, there was no need for reservations. As the bag was opened, an intense aroma wafted into the air. Tang Ming swallowed hard, captivated by the sight of the barbecue. Let's transform back and eat, Lan Jing announced, reverting to his suit-clad appearance. The others followed suit, returning to their bar hall personas. Everyone eagerly dug into the barbecue. And half an hour later, only remnants remained on the table. They all reclined on the sofa, some gazing at the ceiling, others burping, while others closed their eyes, seemingly drowsy. Have we all had our fill? Lan Jing asked, surveying the group. Yes, we are nearly done. What is next? Any other activities planned? Bai Ming questioned, holding a toothpick curiously. Since we have already feasted, it is time to engage in some physical activity, Lan Jing replied with an unusual smile. Huh? The others exchanged puzzled glances. Domain activate, Lan Jing chanted, and the surroundings began to transform, revealing a vast sports arena. Tang Ming was taken aback, exclaiming, "Isn't this the sports arena I normally train in?" Upon further inspection, he realized it was at least 10 times larger. 10 times? Goodness, he gasped, astonished. Seriously? Just after we've eaten, you want us to do this? You hold us in high regard. At least allow us some time to digest, Bai Ming remarked, stunned as he stared at the azure sky. The expressions of the others mirrored his disbelief as they gazed at Lan Jing in silence. Since we are here, there is no need to rush away. Let's digest, right here, Lan Jing declared, lying down on the field. Haha, you are impressive, Bai Ming sighed, joining him on the ground. Very well, I will go along with it. I always shrugged, conjuring a chair to recline upon. This will allow me to observe everyone's physical capabilities and gauge the disparity in strength, Orange Fruit stated before beginning to jog along the track. Tang Ming found himself at a loss for words, having only recently acquainted himself with them and unable to utter any shameless remarks. After their brief respite, Lan Jing waved her hand in the air, conjuring several luminous screens displaying the data of 5 individuals. Fun Xian, level 25, attribute, fire, speed, under analysis, strength, under analysis, neural reaction, under analysis, physical level, robust. The statistics for the others were astonishingly high. Notably, Bai Ming's speed reached twice the speed of sound. Strength soared to 500,000 tons, neural reaction achieved 3 times the speed of sound, and physical level was classified as meteorite grade. What sort of statistical method is this? Tang Ming gazed in astonishment at the data before him. This is a new system I developed based on the magical girl system. It is already in its second version, though it has yet to reach the transformation level. Lan Jing remarked with a hint of regret as she viewed the screen. Remarkable that one can derive other systems from a magical girl framework. If only I. Tang Ming furrowed his brow, finally sighing. If I were unable to even release a fart. There's no need to be so self-deprecating. Once you reach level 50, your intelligence will also increase. But I have not created a statistical table for that, fearing some individuals may incessantly compare themselves. His gaze flickered toward Bai Ming and Chengguo. Hey, what are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chengguo wiped her face, discovering nothing amiss, and cast a puzzled glance at the two. Bai Ming, appearing indifferent, quipped, worried that your IQ might be lacking. I was considering creating an intelligence enhancement system for you. It is your IQ that is lacking. My intellect is beyond your comprehension. Chengguo rolled her eyes at Bai Ming from a distance, continuing her leisurely stroll. Qing Yi, reclining in chair, merely opened her eyes momentarily before closing them again, exuding an air of detachment. All right, you're not wrong, Tang Ming acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Lan Jing shook her head in mild exasperation, stating, we want to pry too much into your identity in the real world. As long as you're not a criminal or an addict, we can still be comrades in arms. Though, that seems unlikely, as the system possesses some discernment. If it chose such a person, I would suspect it malfunctioned. Rest assured, I do not harbor such proclivities. I am merely an ordinary person, though I am uncertain if I can still be considered ordinary. Upon hearing Tang Ming's somewhat resigned words, Lan Jing comforted him, saying, whether one is ordinary depends on your mindset. I too had my doubts at first, but once accustomed, I realized it merely added the identity of a magical girl without significantly impacting my life. It seems I will require quite some time to adapt to this lifestyle. Chengguo, lounging nearby, remarked, I have only been a magical girl for 2 years. Had I not encountered the Ghost Gate opening during the Zhongyuan festival, I should now be around level 150. You are fortunate. You will experience a burst of growth in a short time, although adjusting to this lifestyle will be relatively brief. No worries. My adaptability is quite strong, Tang Ming replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Then that is good. Chengguo intended to continue lounging, but was called over by Lan Jing. Everyone, come here. It's time to train. The group sighed in unison, sauntering over to Lan Jing. Initially, they engaged in standard training before moving on to sparring. Upon hearing Lan Jing's next words, both Bai Ming and Chengguo's eyes sparkled with excitement. No problem. They shouted in unison, instantly brimming with enthusiasm. Tang Ming stood momentarily in a daze, while Qing Yi and Lan Jing exchanged curious smiles. Goodness, are they actually going to fight here? As he pondered this, he heard Chengguo declare, I'm off. See you at the finish line. Her words lingered in the air as she vanished into the distance like a speeding vehicle, leaving only a dark dot in motion. Bai Ming swiftly pursued her, and Tang Ming could see the two dark figures colliding. Are they all right? Tang Ming watched the two dots with concern. They are fine. They have always been this way. Only through conflict do they progress, Lan Jing assured him before propelling herself forward. Goodness, before she even finished her sentence, Qing Yi sprinted 100 meters away. What else with everyone putting in so much effort? If I slack off, will I be looked down upon? Feeling somewhat exasperated, he could only run at his fastest speed. During the training, magic usage was prohibited, relying solely on physical prowess. As he ran, the 4 dark figures remained in his sight, completely outpacing him. Just as he was about to revert to his habitual pace, a dark figure flew toward him. What is this? Goodness. Chapter 58. Is this how we train? A black object hurtled toward Tang Ming, forcing him to halt and dodge aside. A loud crash echoed nearby, followed by a cloud of smoke. Cough, cough, cough. Emerging from the smoke was a disheveled figure. Chengguo. Tang Ming gazed in astonishment from a distance. I'm fine. I merely tripped, Chengguo replied, snorting before taking off again, swiftly disappearing into the distance. Just as he was about to continue running, he heard a commotion in the distance. Damn it, Bai Ming. Come again. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. Heh, you think you can defeat me? You're still too green. If I'm not feeling well, you won't fare any better. Is that so? Then come and try it. Prepare yourself. The cacophony of Chengguo and Bai Ming's banter echoed from afar. leaving Tang Ming somewhat dumbfounded as he observed them. These two are indeed lively. When did you arrive? Startled by an unexpected voice, Tang Ming nearly swung a punch. Cough. Those two won't settle down anytime soon. It's better to keep your distance to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Qing Yi said with a smile as she strolled leisurely. All right, then I shall proceed at a leisurely pace. Just as he considered slowing down, Qing Yi added, You need not take your time. Building your physical strength is your primary task now. For us, it's merely routine. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming felt somewhat speechless. Fine. He quickened his pace, giving his all in a run. A few minutes later, he found it amusing to glance at Qing Yi, who was leisurely strolling beside him. Are you walking? Indeed, my walking speed is faster than your full sprint. Just a bit faster. Your leisurely pace makes me question whether I'm actually running. Tang Ming's forehead twitched as he pushed himself to run even harder. 2 hours later, he was panting heavily, bent over with sweat pouring from his forehead like a fountain. His shirt soaked through. Chunghua, you truly are like a sticky plaster, so clingy. I apologize. Once my level surpasses yours, I shall give you a good thrashing to relieve my pin-up frustration. Once your level surpasses mine? What dream are you having? Do you think I will just stand still? That remains to be seen. I will watch you try to surpass me. Hey, just as the two continued their banter, Lan Jing interjected, Let's take a break. We still have sparring to do later, where you can showcase your skills. Both of them emitted peculiar sounds, exchanging odd glances at one another. No problem. Qing Ye, positioned beside, took out his recliner and settled into it, while Lan Jing turned her gaze towards Tang Ming, feigning disinterest. Finxin, should you fail to regain your energy in half an hour, there is no need to engage in the combat match. You may simply observe from the sidelines. Lan Jing's words reached his ears, prompting a swift reply. It's all right. I am unfazed. Being with you all makes me feel as if I am constantly growing stronger. The group exchanged glances, smiles gracing their faces. What are you all laughing at? He asked, looking at them with an innocent expression. You'll find out soon enough, Bai Ming replied, excitement evident in his demeanor. Tang Ming raised an eyebrow, casting a skeptical glance at the four, wondering if he had been led astray. As half an hour gradually slipped away, they began to prepare for the combat match, while Tang Ming wore an expression of peculiar contemplation. The time arrived, and the first match featured Qing Ye against Changhua. Lan Jing swiped across the screen, revealing the match cover. Qing Ye appeared suspended amidst a forest's embrace, while Changhua seemed solitary beneath a yellow crescent moon. What is this ridiculous cover? Tang Ming mused, scrutinizing the image on the screen. It was created during previous matches. Otherwise, it would appear too monotonous. Bai Ming explained as he approached and patted Tang Ming's shoulder while observing the cover. This is rather juvenile, akin to a blood-pumping video game, Tang Ming remarked, his mouth twitching slightly. Well, the others turned to stare at him, causing Tang Ming to feel somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to consider retracting his words. It's fine. After all, only we can see it. It doesn't matter, Qing Ye said, rising from his recliner and slowly opening his eyes. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, the atmosphere growing thick with tension as their eyes met each other. Ahem, let's leave it at that, Lan Jing said, casting a somewhat awkward glare at Qing Ye. Are you two ready? If not, let us commence. Both nodded lightly. Qing Ye vanished from the recliner to the center of the arena, with Changhua following closely behind. Qing Ye, don't blame me for taking advantage of you. I want to go easy just because of your lower level. Changhua warned with a hint of condescension. Then let us see who prevails, Qing Ye replied nonchalantly. Both turned to Lan Jing, awaiting his signal. Begin. In Tang Ming's ears, there was only the sound of an explosive impact as a cloud of dust erupted from the center. Changhua struck down with a fist, cracking the ground beneath. Qing Ye used his arm to absorb the force, stepping back a few paces. Again, Chenghua's eyes remained calm, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. This is the manifestation of Changhua in battle mode. He possesses absolute composure, Bai Ming elucidated. Tang Ming nodded slightly. Changhua swept a leg toward Qing Ye, who leaped backward but was met with a headbutt to his ankle. Damn! Qing Ye's eyes widened as he executed a sideways flip, barely evading the blow, landing and using his hands to propel himself into a spin, preventing Changhua from following up. Yet a yellow crescent appeared overhead, casting a chill over the arena. Sinew! Qing Ye exclaimed, leaping to dodge Chenghua's punch. Their magical energies collided, transforming the space into a battlefield. Tuan Songhai! Chengwe's palm clenched, unleashing a torrent of earth that engulfed the arena. The curse of life's death. The trees began to morph, infused with an eerie vibrancy, cascading towards the ocean of earth. The two engaged in a flurry of strikes, various spells erupting from their fists, enveloping the entire arena in chaos. Amidst the yellow dust, something swiftly shot outward, adorned with a hint of green mist. The victor has been determined, Lan Jing observed with a smile. Indeed, Qingye's strength has grown remarkably to withstand Changhua for such a duration. Bai Ming's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let us take a 10-minute break before commencing the next match, Lan Jing declared, crossing his arms as he surveyed the dissipating dust. All right. The haze cleared, revealing Changhua standing centrally and Qingye lying in the distance. Is this a combat match? This is perilous. Tang Ming's eyes nearly bulged as he regretted his earlier remarks. Next up, Qingye versus Fanxin. Chapter 59, A Relentless Assault. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming exchanged glances with Qingye. After nodding in acknowledgement, he leapt to the center, the previously cracked ground now restored. Qingye, do not hold back. I wish to gauge my own strength, he declared. Oh, you possess such determination. Then I shall not show mercy, Qingye responded with a warm smile. Tang Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment but thought, I merely spoke in jest, hoping for a refusal. I didn't anticipate an affirmative response. Alas, looking at Qingye's smile, the words he wished to express were swallowed back. Very well, let us commence, Tang Ming said, exuding a sense of resignation. No problem. Qingye's smile broadened, while the other three observed with curious expressions. This is bound to be entertaining, Bai Ming remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Just watch. Lan Jing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Changhua, intrigued, scrutinized the unfolding battle. Tang Ming charged at Qingye with remarkable speed, delivering a punch that sliced through the air. Qingye tilted his head slightly to evade, countering with a striking jab to Tang Ming's midsection. My waist, he exclaimed, executing a 360-degree spin just in time to escape the blow. That was close. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he lifted his head, only to see a shadow darting towards him with alarming speed aimed at his waist. What the? Do you wish to strike my waist again? Not a chance. Tang Ming spun around, only to discover Qingye standing still, his mind racing with confusion. What was that just now? Suddenly, he was airborne, pain radiating from his midsection. Huh? Unyielding, he turned his head to find only a piece of wood. What the? He barely restrained his exclamation as he hit the ground. Can you still continue? A man must never concede. Hearing Qingye's words, Tang Ming, panting, scrambled back to his feet. Once more. Now, that's the spirit of a true man, Qingye praised, his palm emanating a green mist as he appeared before Tang Ming in an instant. Prepare to receive my punch. The wind from his fist howled, stirring the soil beneath. Is that a punch? Tang Ming could only think this as he hastily crossed his arms in front of him, rolling backward. Qingye pursued relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of punches, leaving Tang Ming to rely solely on instinct for defense. After this onslaught, his face bore numerous bruises, a patchwork of blue and purple. Qingye, do you take me for punching bag? He managed to utter, his voice slightly slurred. Not at all. Your ability to withstand so many blows without faltering indicates your physical resilience. Perhaps one day, you might even surpass me, Qingye mused, pulling out a towel to wipe his brow. What does physical resilience have to do with this? Tang Ming felt a lingering discomfort, sensing that someone was taking their frustrations out on him. All right, I'm actually doing this for your own good. Look at the screen. It displays your physical data, and it is the most accurate. Only during combat can we better monitor everyone's physical conditions. Qingye, having tucked away her handkerchief, turned her gaze towards the screen. As she looked up, she indeed saw her data being calculated. Was I mistaken about him? Just as this thought crossed her mind, another voice rang out, urging now. Unleash your strongest magic and physical prowess. Okay, let's go. Tang Ming hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the eager looks of others, he gritted his teeth and declared. In an instant, Qingye vanished from sight, and a forest began to materialize around them. Shun Luo world. Pink world. The collision of the two realms crumbled under Ta's slight resistance. Once more, he shouted. Harden. Illusion sound. Flames. World beatdown. Repeated lateral jumps. Fiery skies. He unleashed a myriad of spells, illuminating the surroundings with brilliance. In the distance, Bai Ming nodded, exclaiming, "This kid is impressive. To keep fighting like this." Even I almost faltered in my day. Had it not been for external provocation, I would not have met the standard. Indeed, this individual shows promise. Future collaborations could be beneficial, especially after this year's little ghost outbreak. The outsiders will surely start to stir. Lan Jing observed the duel with a relaxed demeanor. Those beings are merely numerous. We can utilize combined magic now. Its power is not yet formidable, but once this fellow levels up, we shall take him to witness the outside world, which is rife with challenges. Bai Ming yawned and glanced at Chenghua. "You need not look at me. I ventured out recently and found little, though there are some signs. After the Zhongyuan festival, they should awaken." Chenghua nonchalantly turned his gaze to the sky. "If all else fails, we could compel the shadow envoys to act, as they harbor animosity towards us." As Lan Jing mentioned this, her eyes narrowed, glinting with cold light. "Them? It poses some difficulty, yet it would be more prudent to have the authorities intervene. Otherwise, they will not act." Chenggua's eyes lit up. "That won't work. They are overwhelmed and sometimes even request our assistance. Just think about it, and you'll understand. Moreover, a substantial military presence is stationed outside, continuously purging those entities. Unless the central authority exerts full force to eliminate the root cause." Bai Ming smirked. "The central authority? Addressing the root cause? You are overly optimistic. They depend on these entities to cultivate talent. How could they ever undertake such an endeavor?" Chenghua exchanged a similar expression with Bai Ming. "That is precisely why I wish for us to eradicate these entities at their source. This world should possess both those entities and our existence. Yet no one has succeeded throughout history." A chilling, murderous intent emanated from Lan Jing. "Sigh indeed. I would prefer a mundane life. Who desires to be the hero? Only those who have never encountered the complexities of society aspire to such dreams." Bai Ming sighed deeply, an unusual aura surrounding him, crackling with thunder. "Bai Ming, be cautious. Your dark attributes are surfacing," Lan Jing admonished, placing a hand on his shoulder. "Best reserve that for the final battle. It is too draining." Bai Ming lowered his head, appearing fatigued. Chenghua patted him on the back, as if to console him. Just as they were engrossed in conversation, a figure soared into view. Bloodstains evident on his person. Upon landing, he performed a nimble maneuver and darted inside. Flash 5 kicks, bound strike, speed magic, Iron Mountain Slam, Crow Flying Plane. Tang Ming employed every combat skill at his disposal, save for the speed magic. With his fervent onslaught, Qingye wore an expression of satisfaction. "Very well. Since you have exerted yourself thoroughly, I shall deliver the final blow. Brace yourself." Qingye's body radiated a dazzling light, and just as he initiated the bounce strike, she vanished, only for him to feel impacts on his back, waist, arms, legs, and finally his chest. Chapter 60. Is this conversation serious? The unprecedented battle between Bai Ming and Chenghua. Tang Ming felt as though his body had collapsed onto the ground. "Am I still alive?" he questioned, prompting a curious look from Bai Ming, who was adjusting Tang's limbs. "Do you believe you are still alive? Could it be?" As soon as I moved, excruciating pain surged through me. It hurts, it hurts. Can you speak properly?" Lan Jing smacked him on the head, sending him 5 meters away. "Rest assured, you're not dead. Qingye has already healed you. After his forging by repeated strikes, your physical training will progress at an accelerated rate." Lan Jing laid Tang Ming flat on the ground. "Forging by repeated strikes? What is that?" Tang Ming stared blankly at the others encircling him. "I know what you are thinking. Are you wondering how Qingye, who possesses wood and life attributes, is associated with such a peculiar skill?" Bai Ming looked down at Tang Ming. Reluctantly, he nodded, as he was running out of strength to speak, merely expressing his curiosity. "This is a combat skill. I initially thought that having it would yield the same effect, but I discovered that certain skills can only be executed with specific attributes. I possess it too, but mine manifests as the lightning variant of forging by repeated strikes. If you were to experience it, you would be thoroughly electrocuted." Bai Ming knelt beside him, kneading his arm. A gasp escaped Tang Ming's lips, his face instantly flushed with embarrassment. "I apologize, I couldn't help it," he said, wearing an awkward expression. "It's all right. It happens to everyone the first time," Chenghua said with a mischievous smile. The others simply chuckled, but remained silent. "What happens to everyone the first time mean? What does that even imply?" he thought, feeling a mix of amusement and frustration. After Bai Ming had thoroughly pressed on him, he suddenly sensed a wave of warmth spreading within him, involuntarily letting out another gasp. His face turned crimson. He felt as if he had lost all dignity today. Don't worry, it's a natural occurrence for men. Such days come and go. Qingye approached, casting a gentle green light upon his head, causing his hair to turn green. Uffed. Bai Ming quickly turned away, though he could still hear the sounds. Qingye, you might want to hasten this, Lan Jing remarked, a smile playing at her lips as she gazed at the sky. Chengguo, producing a phone from seemingly nowhere, snapped a photo of him before also turning away. Before Tang could react further, a wave of comfort washed over him once more. Oh wow, that feels good, Tang Ming instinctively exclaimed, his expression darkening. How much longer will this sensation last? Upon hearing this, Qingye met his gaze, assuring him, it will be over soon. Just hold on a bit longer. The others erupted into laughter at this remark. Laughter erupted, and Bai Ming doubled over, clutching his stomach, nearly brought to tears by the hilarity of the moment. Tang Ming also found himself caught between laughter and exasperation, feeling as though he might wish to vanish into the ground. Once the laughter subsided, Qingye retracted his glowing green hand, stating, "You may rise now. I have nourished your body with my life force. From now on, whether it be for level breakthroughs or physical training, your efforts will yield twice the results with half the effort. However, the most crucial element remains your unwavering perseverance." Qingye then reclined on his chair, shutting his eyes, a trace of fatigue evident upon his face. The others refrained from disturbing him and instead moved to the side for their own sparring session. Lan Jing glanced at Qingye before leading a few individuals to another area, leaving Tang Ming lying on the ground, stunned. Can I get up now? Why do I feel nothing? He raised his palm for inspection, then lifted a foot, slowly rising to his feet. Is it truly this simple? Perhaps it requires time to manifest? As he pondered, he caught a glimpse of Qingye nodding slightly. Huh, could he have divined my thoughts? Upon closer observation, he confirmed his suspicion. Just as Tang Ming took a few steps, he realized something was amiss. Oh no, the restroom. At a distance, Lan Jing waved, and Tang Ming abruptly appeared in the private room, hastily sprinting toward the restroom. After more than 10 minutes, he limped back into the room, receiving curious glances from the staff outside until he entered. Once more, take this punch. Monkey steals peach. Crow flies a plane. Upon entering, Tang Ming's ears perked at the peculiar dialogue, and he looked up to see two individuals engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their moves as ruthless as they were swift. Are these two on good terms? Of course they were. They were capable of striking each other with deadly intent. Lan Jing approached and then halted, frowning as he observed Tang Ming. You possess quite a unique scent, he remarked hesitantly, his nose twitching as an awkward expression surfaced, prompting him to cast a freshness spell. Only after observing this did Lan Jing step closer. Fishing for the moon in the water, Chung was suddenly reached for Bai Ming's groin. Hey, scissor kick, alligator twist. Bai Ming swiftly brought his legs together, attempting to trap Chengguo's arm while executing a 360-degree spin. In response, Chengguo unleashed a move, blind as a bat, aiming two fingers toward Bai Ming's eyes. Tang Ming, watching from below, was utterly astounded, thinking, I've never seen skills like these. Where did they learn them? Do such abilities only emerge at higher levels? These are all their self-created skills. Lan Jing calmly interjected. Self-created? How impressive. A hint of envy flickered in Tang Ming's eyes, quickly replaced by a shiver at the memory of the twin dragons emerge from the cave technique he had faced previously. It was truly revolting. Bai Ming, grinning, declared, Try my millennium kill. What? Chengguo's expression shifted in alarm as he hurriedly shielded himself. Yet, Bai Ming did not circle behind, but confronted him directly, exclaiming, Pole dance, activate. A steel pole materialized in front of Chengguo, compelling him to grasp it and begin dancing rhythmically. What on earth, Bai Ming? What kind of absurd technique is this? Chengguo was left dumbfounded as he danced, becoming increasingly alluring and enchanting. I stumbled upon this by accident. It's my first time using it. And you're the perfect practice partner, Bai Ming said with a wicked grin as he watched Chengguo dance. Not only were Tang Ming and Lan Jing taken aback, but even Qingye, reclining in his chair, stood up to observe, his expression somewhat unnatural. Bai Ming's repertoire of distasteful skills seems to be ever-expanding, Lan Jing lamented. Meanwhile, Tang Ming contemplated, if I were to be subjected to this skill, would I react similarly? The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Bai Ming, you are inviting your own misfortune. Chengguo spat, dancing the pole dance with resentment. "Oh, what can you do in such a state?" Bai Ming queried, bemused. "I love you, moi moi." Chapter 61. I love you, moi moi. The unconventional duel. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing at Chengguo in astonishment. "What did you just say?" Bai Ming asked incredulously, even using his fingers to dig at his ears. Chengguo flashed a beguiling smile as peculiar music filled the air. "I love you, moi moi. I love you. I love you, moi moi. You are my little darling, nestled in my heart, kept close." Bai Ming's body began to tremble uncontrollably, and he found himself uttering the same words. I love you, moi moi. I wish to be your little kitty, waking you up to bring you joy, returning home to be your little sweetheart." The three individuals at a distance felt a chill run through them. This was far more impressive than Bai Ming's pole dance. It also involved singing and dancing. Tang Ming took a few steps back, his eyes wide in horror. He had never anticipated that these two possessed such formidable skills. It was simply alarming. Lan Jing shook his head in disbelief. "This serves as a reminder. In the future, if they employ such skills, we should keep our distance to avoid getting ensnared ourselves." Qing Yi observed the dancing duo with a bittersweet smile, and they nodded in agreement. Love, heart, death, liver. Tears began to well in Bai Ming's eyes as he struggled to resist his body's movements, but it only slightly slowed him down, proving ultimately futile. Hee. This is a compulsory spell. Once cast, it can only be dispelled automatically, unless your level is sufficiently high. Upon hearing Chengguo's words and witnessing him continue to dance and sing, Bai Ming's heart sank to the depths of despair. Thus, the three onlookers watched the two perform for 10 minutes. Bai Ming, slightly out of breath, fixated on Chengguo, who found himself in a similar predicament. Neither spoke, but the intensity of their rivalry grew ever stronger. Bai Ming supported himself on his knees, a peculiar light flickering in his eyes, and his figure vanished in an instant. Thor's judgment. A massive pillar of lightning materialized, enveloping Chengguo. Earth Spirit Battle Armor. A yellowish armor appeared on Chengguo's body, resisting the onslaught of electricity. Lightning speed, piercing the clouds. A streak of brilliant light tore through the sky, crashing into Chengguo's armor. A tremendous vibration reverberated through the arena, leaving a 300-meter-long chasm in its wake. Cough, cough, refreshing. Chengguo gazed up from within the abyss at Bai Ming, his body shifting and disappearing once more. In the distance, Bai Ming kicked out to the side, a clash resonating in the air. In a swift motion, he flipped and unleashed a punch, while Bai Ming's elbow blocked the attack, causing him to grimace as something threatened to escape. Chengguo, with a flickering gaze, charged forward with his head. Just as the collision seemed imminent, Bai Ming opened his mouth wide, expelling a translucent liquid, remnants of green matter still visible within. Damn! The thought barely formed in his mind before he sought to evade. Trying to escape? Not a chance. I won't consider it finished until I make you nauseous. Bai Ming gleefully seized Chengguo's arm as the liquid approached his face. Chengguo felt time slow to an excruciating crawl, wishing that it could remain suspended, sparing him from the impending ordeal. However, the affairs of the world do not unfold as one wishes. The overwhelming scent wafted past his cheek, inducing a wave of nausea, while the skin sensation felt as if jolted by electricity, causing immediate goosebumps that eventually settled upon his hair. Ah, Bai Ming, you scoundrel, I will make you pay. The shrill voice echoed throughout the stadium. Oh dear, this is increasingly revolting. Lan Jing's eyes twitched, rendered speechless. Tang Ming and Qing Yi merely exchanged glances, saying nothing. Yet the pallor of their faces revealed the chill of facing the duo's tactics. Upon looking again, a more terrifying scene unfolded before the three. Chengguo, you rascal. How audacious you are. Bai Ming's body trembled slightly as he fixed his gaze on the black specks upon him. Chengguo, now somewhat smug, picked his nose, rolling a booger into a ball, preparing to flick it away. How could you be so audacious? Spitting? Why not just hock a loogie? Chengguo shot a sidelong glance, and upon finishing his words, both stood frozen in place, and then strange smiles crept upon their lips. This is bad, duck. Lan Jing hurriedly conjured a shield around his body and shot backwards at great speed. Qing Yi exhibited a similar reaction, vanishing in an instant, while Tang Ming, trailing behind, remained somewhat perplexed. Why? His heart filled with confusion, yet he still retreated, only to face the impending calamity for being a beat too slow. A viscous substance, tinged with yellow, danced through the air, crashing to the ground and creating a massive crater, its power immense. Phlegm? Tang Ming felt a jolt of horror, instantly regretting his inaction. Before he could activate his shield, the phlegm landed atop his head, and he felt as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, his mind blank. Yet reason urged him to hurry and activate the shield, flee backwards, or this is merely the beginning. Clenching his teeth, he summoned the shield, sighing in relief. Arriving at the edge of the stadium, he looked at the two, feeling a pang of sorrow, and remarked, "Do you not feel a twinge of guilt for leaving me behind like this? I not just warned you? It was your slow reaction that led to this outcome. It seems you still lack experience." Lan Jing averted his gaze, feigning profundity as he stared into the distance. Qing Yi nodded in agreement, his eyes sweeping over the yellowish goo atop Tang Ming's head, unable to suppress a smile. Hearing Lan Jing's words and witnessing Qing Ye's mirth, Tang Ming felt his life dimmed, pondering whether it was too hasty to befriend them. When the two in the sky had finished expelling their contents, Lan Jing finally spoke. "Ahem, that was quite the match. We have witnessed a unique battle, offering valuable insights." Upon hearing Lan Jing's words, the two, who had intended to continue their skirmish, halted and swiftly made their way over. "I merely tested the waters, nothing more." Bai Ming spoke modestly, yet the smile on his lips betrayed him. "Is that so? I, too, have yet to exert my full strength. After all," someone spoke up, "and I figured it best to refrain from further action and afford others some opportunity." Chung was shrugged, hinting at a desire for another round. "Enough of your chatter. Let's first take a break and observe my battle with Qing Yi." With a wave of his hand, Lan Jing instantly restored the dilapidated stadium to pristine condition. Qing Yi nodded, teleporting to the center with poise. Lan Jing mirrored the action, exuding an air devoid of any mundane essence. Their combat adhered to traditional forms, a clash of physical techniques against magical confrontations, each employing a variety of tactics until the statistics were compiled. Tang Ming, perched at the edge, bathed in the water conjured by Lan Jing, cast lingering glances filled with melancholy towards Bai Ming and Chenghua. "What happened to you?" Bai Ming inquired, puzzled by Tang Ming's demeanor. "It's nothing, just got splashed by a dog, rinsing off." Tang Ming replied, somewhat vexed, as he soaked in the water sphere, vigorously scrubbing his hair. "I suspect you got a dog's urine on your head, judging by your appearance," Chenghua remarked, turning his gaze. Tang Ming halted momentarily, lifting his exasperated face to assess the two, inwardly thinking, "Are these two devoid of common sense?" Their subsequent actions only reinforced this notion. Chapter 62, Godlike Maneuvers. "Off I go, farewell." Bai Ming's hand crackled with lightning as he reached into the water sphere. "What are you doing?" Tang Ming gaped at his actions. Chenghua, witnessing this, chuckled, "Be careful not to electrocute him." "Why would I electrocute him? I merely noticed the water was too cold and thought to warm it up for a comfortable bath." Bai Ming wore an odd expression, seemingly sincere. Tang Ming regarded him with skepticism, but at that moment, Bai Ming plunged his hand into the water sphere, sending a tingling sensation coursing through Tang Ming's body. Surprisingly pleasant, an unusual sensation bubbled within him. Chenghua, observing Tang Ming's expression, raised an eyebrow, pondering if Bai Ming had undergone a transformation. 2 minutes later, Tang Ming felt not only a tingling in his body, but also a peculiar sensation emanating from his lower half. "This isn't right. Isn't this akin to boiling a frog?" Alarmed, he prepared to voice his concerns. Suddenly, a fierce current surged through him, and he beheld a resplendent world, angels fluttering above, beckoning him. "Ah!" The seductive gasps escaped his lips as he felt life reach its zenith. Chenghua, stifling laughter, also plunged his hand into the water, an icy chill merging with it. From the trials of thunder and gold, the challenger is prepared to endure the most excruciating test. Chengua's tone grew serious, yet his eyes belied no such gravity. Bai Ming turned, his eyes darting, the lightning intensifying to a frenzied degree, causing the very air to tremble. "What on earth are you doing?" "I merely wish to wash up. Is it necessary to subject me to trials at this moment?" Tang Ming began to regain his composure, contemplating a retort. "Fear not, brother. We shall take good care of you." Bai Ming's voice was soothing, yet the lightning surged more violently. "Rest assured, dear brother, I am a gentle soul who would not inflict pain upon you." Chenghua sighed dramatically, leaving one to wonder what his intentions were. Only after Lan Jing and Qing Yi concluded their duel did they withdraw their hands. Tang Ming fell from the water sphere, his body enveloped in smoke, with sporadic flashes of lightning. What have you done to him? Lan Jing gazed curiously at the figure on the ground. We did nothing. We merely felt he required further honing, so we lent a helping hand. His future potential is boundless. Bai Ming replied earnestly, his face void of any other expression. Helping him to strengthen his physique and rid his body of impurities is my unique skill, unparalleled in this world. Shengwen nodded with pride, believing his words to be commendable. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming felt an urge to bang his head against a wall. Was this even human speech? Oh, is that so? Then you may continue employing this method on him, ensuring his path ahead is smooth. Lan Jing nodded in agreement, swiftly moving past the matter. Qing Yi merely cast a glance at the smoking Tang Ming before looking away, seemingly unfazed. Good heavens, are these individuals the ones with issues? Or am I the one? Tang Ming stared blankly at the four, lying there as the others concluded their match. The gathering has come to an end. In the future, I will extend invitations to everyone again. Here is my contact information. Lan Jing turned and took out her transformation device, swiping it across Tang Ming's device to add him as a friend. The others followed suit, and during this process, Tang Ming had no part to play, merely watching silently. The surrounding lights flickered as they appeared in the private room. It was already past 4 o'clock. Everyone should head home early. Lan Jing, seated on the sofa, took a bottle of beer and drank it down. Bai Ming stretched lazily and made his way outside, saying he had other matters to attend to. I should be leaving as well. Chengguo rushed ahead and exited the room. Qing Yi settled slowly into a seat, gazing at Tang Ming on the ground. Aren't you getting up? Did you notice? I have endured similar treatment as you. Qing Yi spoke disinterestedly. You too? That's wonderful. Tang Ming immediately scrambled up and sat on the sofa. Mind your words, otherwise I may have to lend you a hand. Upon hearing this, Qing Ye's smile faltered, and he awkwardly replied, I spoke too quickly. I will be more mindful next time. If you have pressing matters, you may leave first. After finishing her drink, Lan Jing gazed at him with hazy eyes. Sure, no problem. Tang Ming felt a chill run down his spine and promptly stood up to head outside, casting a strange glance at the two of them. Could these two possibly share that kind of relationship? He hastened his steps, fearing that lingering would leave him trapped here. Watching him depart, Qing Yi remarked softly, is it really necessary to act this way? It's almost as if your sexual orientation is under suspicion. I couldn't care less. Let them think what they want. Lan Jing regained her usual demeanor and inquired, when will you register after your recent job change? Tomorrow. Once registered, I can venture into the outside world. I am eager to explore. Qing Yi gazed dreamily at the ceiling. All right, just let me know when you plan to go out. I will accompany you, as I need to attend to some matters in the neighboring city as well. Qing Ye's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, a smile playing on his lips. You aren't going to see her, are you? Indeed, it is her. Among us. You're the only one who found love after acquiring the system. Yet I have been single for 2 years. Why haven't I encountered anyone? Qing Yi lamented, rubbing his face in exasperation. I only found a girlfriend at 33. I initially thought the system would disappear. It seems one must first obtain the system before finding a partner to avoid such situations. If one remains single until 30, even the system would neglect you. Lan Jing reclined on the sofa, exuding a somewhat languid demeanor. I have only heard rumors. I never expected it to be true. Heard rumors? Did that guy Bai Ming tell you? Qing Ye's face flushed with embarrassment, and before he could explain, he heard. It's fine. Bai Ming has visited more places than I have, and he knows more people. She knows Bai Ming as well. So that is how it is. No wonder Bai Ming spoke of this matter as if he knew everyone. Qing Yi realized and took up a bottle of beer to drink. Should I introduce you? Cough. Cough, cough. Qing Yi, still sipping, nearly choked. Is it necessary to be so excited? Lan Jing rolled her eyes at him. We can discuss this later. It's getting late, and I need to head back to rest and take care of other matters. Qing Yi quickly rose and vanished from the room. How dull. With everyone gone, I shall take my leave as well. Lan Jing murmured softly before disappearing from the room. Outside, Tang Ming felt overwhelmed by the events of the past few hours. His mind struggled to comprehend it all. Better not to dwell on it, or it would only bring more anguish. He decided to return home and sleep, pondering these matters upon awakening. As he passed through a shadowy area, he vanished without a trace. A dark figure cautiously slipped into the shadows behind him. Chapter 63. chatting and striving to level up. The figure in the shadows held something glinting coldly in hand. Upon reaching the darkness, a ferocious light flickered in its eyes. Where did the person go? Scanning the surroundings, the figure realized the one it had been following had already vanished. Impossible? Absolutely impossible. There's only one path. How could this be? Just as the shadowy figure was lost in thought, a fist, accompanied by a whistling wind, struck its back. Its pupils contracted as it attempted to evade, but it was utterly immobilized, sent flying without even processing the thought before losing consciousness. You dare target me? You truly are something. Tang Ming exhaled onto his fist and retrieved his transformation device to call the authorities. Maintaining world peace relies on me. You can enjoy your time in prison. With that, he truly disappeared from the scene. As he looked around at the familiar surroundings, a warm sensation filled his heart. No place compares to the comfort of one's own home. He entered his bedroom and lay down to sleep. The next day at noon, he opened his bleary eyes, feeling a throbbing headache. My head aches and my body feels sore. What did I do last night? His mind was blank, struggling to recall the events of the previous night. After lying in bed for about an hour, he finally managed to piece together what had transpired. Goodness, I thought I was indulging in revelry. It turned out to be just drinking and chatting with a few guys. Have I been acting strangely lately? I seem to accept the transformation in identity and the changes in the world with unusual ease. This doesn't feel like my former self. I believe I contemplated similar matters in the past, just without any detailed answers. Should I ask them? That's what I will do. Tang Ming took out his transformation device and searched through his memories for the friends he had added yesterday. Found it. Upon focusing, he realized it was a group chat. Can't we add friends individually? This doesn't seem right. It's 2025. Even if it's outdated, one should be able to add friends individually. Is it possible I need to operate it myself? That must be it. He began to add friends one by one, but after several minutes, he saw no responses. It seems they are all offline. Perhaps I should leave a message in the group. He sent a message. Can a magical girl system alter a person's personality? Does it increase acceptance of bizarre matters? As soon as he sent it, he saw replies coming in. Wow, that was fast. What was the point of adding friends if they weren't going to accept? He considered cursing, but swallowed it down, intending to finish his inquiry first. Indeed, however, such questions merely serve as triggers, revealing your true nature. As long as you approach it calmly, the heightened acceptance stems from your brain being developed as your level increases, allowing you to handle any situation without overreacting, Lan Jing responded. As for other concerns, it cannot be said there are none. After all, it is an externally implanted system, which will inevitably influence the holder to varying degrees. Solutions do exist, Bai Ming replied. Don't listen to Bai Ming. The solution is straightforward. It's a matter of leveling up. As long as your level is sufficiently high, your adaptability to the system will improve until it no longer has an effect. Chengwu chimed in. Reaching level 100 is nearly sufficient. Qingye remarked, it was during this moment that I realized. They kept saying, you'll understand when you get there, which was utterly nonsensical. As he absorbed their responses, Tang Ming's heart began to clear. Indeed, this was the essence of my true self. Then, Lan Jing replied, if the system were to unveil your true nature entirely, you would cease to be yourself. Thus, swiftly elevating your level is paramount. Otherwise, you would not even comprehend how you perished. Is it truly that perilous? Tang Ming hastily replied, not merely perilous, at that point. You would be governed by your essence, leaving your conscious self engulfed. Such incidents have transpired before, which is precisely why you are urged to elevate your level to 100. That is your primary task, while all else is of trivial significance. Lan Jing sent a message accompanied by a resigned expression. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Bai Ming sent a farewell emoji. Chengguo remained silent thereafter. There is little else to discuss. I shall log off for now. Qingye stated, ceasing further conversation. Lan Jing too refrained from messaging, sinking into silence. Are they all preoccupied? It seems I'm the only one idling about. With a sense of melancholy, he rose and was startled upon entering the living room. What the? A doppelganger? How did you end up here? After work. I returned home and found you waiting in the bedroom, replied the doppelganger. Tang Ming, feeling a flicker of gratitude, exclaimed, once I achieve success, I shall treat you to a fine meal. As he spoke, he tucked the doppelganger away, vanishing from sight. First and foremost, you must refrain from harboring thoughts of usurpation, he muttered as he entered the bathroom. In the afternoon, he emerged with renewed vigor, scanning his surroundings for any vengeful spirits or other entities. In the dead of night, Tang Ming noticed a suspicious figure lurking in the shadows of the city. This person's resentment seems rather exaggerated, he observed, surprised by the man in the distance. Damn it! How dare he pursue my girlfriend? He deserves to be punished. The man gritted his teeth, glancing toward a specific area within the community. Surely this cannot be happening again. Such enmity must stem from something extraordinary. Tang Ming quickly employed invisibility, lightness, and phasing, stealthily following the man. The latter cast a curious glance behind him, startling Tang Ming. Could it be? Does this fellow possess a higher level than I? That seems implausible. If that were the case, he would not merely glance back in confusion. I must exercise greater caution. Surprise flickered within him as he attentively observed the figure ahead. Unbeknownst to him, a girl in a black dress loomed above, watching the unfolding events with a smile. A newcomer? It appears he is not from our side. Thus, I need not hold back. She stepped forth, following suit. In the distance, a figure opened his eyes, lightning crackling. And Shadow Envoy? Intriguing. Her appearance must signify a purpose. I shall investigate further. Meanwhile, Tang Ming remained unaware that he had become the target of scrutiny. At this moment, he was still cautiously trailing behind. Damn it. I regarded you as a brother, yet you dare to sleep with my girlfriend? If I do not eliminate you, you might think me a pushover. Dark energy emanated from the man's eyes, and even Tang Ming felt a twinge of surprise. Such occurrences are mournful for anyone, yet taking a life is not the solution. Is it? It falls upon me to prevent an even graver tragedy. With a countenance of solemnity, he appeared as though on a mission to save the world. That wretched woman too. Could she not resist at all? Is she merely to acquiesce to his advances? They're all a bunch of beasts, deserving of demise. The man halted, suddenly wearing a smile. Hello, I am here to find a friend. He resides in room 301 on the 5th floor. Very well, thank you. Tang Ming watched in disbelief as the chilling atmosphere thickened within him. Is he talking to himself? Has he been so traumatized that he's lost his sanity? A sense of pity began to blossom within Tang Ming, but he knew he must act decisively when the moment arises. With a series of knocks resounding, the man stood before the door. The individual who emerged startled him, leaving him uncertain if he was muddled or if the world itself had turned absurd. Chapter 64. Events escalate too rapidly for contemplation. To his astonishment, the door was opened by a greasy, portly man with scant hair atop his head. Are you jesting? You managed to woo my girlfriend? Tang Ming thought, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Is it true that wealth can blind one to such folly? Other notions flitted through his mind, providing some solace. Then he heard the man say, My apologies, I knocked on the wrong door. Tang Ming nearly stumbled, almost falling in the corridor. What the? You mistook the person? I thought. Drawing a deep breath, he resolved to wait, observing them. The greasy man forcefully shut the door, while the other wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Acting like a big shot, are we? Tang Ming mused, finding humor in the man's apparent lack of foolishness. Damn it, if he's not here, then where could he be? The man's expression hardened as he scrutinized the surroundings, suddenly charging toward a distant door. Is he truly going to force his way in? Raising an eyebrow, Tang Ming stepped into the corridor. This fellow must be out of his mind. Cursing inwardly, he noticed the man peering through the peephole. This must be the room, right? If not, what a waste of time. He murmured softly, glancing through the peepholes of other rooms. Is he merely testing his luck? This is rather. Tang Ming felt a sense of futility. He had initially intended to observe the brother of the man who had stolen his girlfriend, but now it appeared he had no choice but to act and eliminate him directly. As he raised his hand, he noticed an expression of excitement manifest on the man's face. Oh, could he have found it? With this thought, Tang Ming hurried over to observe. Inside, a couple was entwined in an affair. Who else could it be but the two? The man let out a beastly roar. Surely not, brother. That sound belongs to your girlfriend and my brother, right? His heart raced, and his thoughts intensified regarding the man's mental state. The man pounded on the door, a furious voice emanating from within. Who is it? Why are you knocking at this hour? Open the door. I know you are in there. How could I respond if I'm not inside? Are you out of your mind? You are the one who's insane. Your entire family is deranged. Come out, or I shall call the police. Tang Ming turned in astonishment. Call the police? Are you serious? Turning back, he was even more astonished to see the door swing open, revealing a handsome young man who looked at the visitor. Ah, it's you. What brings you here? I'm rather busy. Busy? Is that what you call it while you're entangled with her? The man glared at him, his eyes aflame with rage. Her? Who is she? The handsome young man asked. Perplexed. Are you feigning ignorance? My girlfriend is the one you have seduced. You must bring her out immediately. Upon hearing this, the handsome young man's expression darkened instantly. How dare you bring this up? She is my sister. I would never pursue her. Your mind must be troubled. Had it not been for your previous outbursts that injure my sister, I would never have compelled her to leave you or caused her sorrow. How dare you cast blame upon me? You should distance yourself as far as possible. The handsome youth unleashed a torrent of scorn, leaving the man bewildered, while Tang Ming wore an expression of peculiar discomfort. Goodness, all the words exchanged during this journey were mere fabrications, and I took them to heart. Tang Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment as he wiped his face, unable to meet the youth's gaze. You are speaking nonsense. You. Who are you to mention my sister? You are nothing but a deceiver. It is impossible. I could never harm her. The man's eyes began to ooze a viscous black liquid, swiftly enveloping the surroundings. It is all your fault. I am blameless. You all deserve to die. His voice grew increasingly hoarse, and he appeared to transform in a strange manner. Are you all right? The youth furrowed his brow, intending to place a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Do not move. Tang Ming's words halted him in his tracks. Just as the man began to manifest black and crimson soft armor, morphing into an insect-like monstrosity, complete with antennae, sharp claws, and wings. If I kill you, she shall return to my side. The creature's claws turned swiftly towards the youth, who stood frozen in shock at the sudden transformation. Oomph. Tang Ming's gaze turned cold as he initiated his metamorphosis. From light and flame, I am the magical girl, singing the song of courage and sighing for the world's compassion. Transform, magical girl Fanchine. A radiant light enveloped the area, revealing a girl clad in a pink dress, adorned with a polar star pendant and heart embellishments on her hem. With fierce determination, she charged forward, flames swirling to defend against the claws. Domain expansion, pink world. Both the transformed girl and the monster vanished, leaving only the bewildered youth behind. Impressive speed, he instantly drew me into his domain. A girl in a black dress appeared, a subtle smile playing on her lips. It is best that no traces remain here. This individual may also disappear. As she raised her hand to obliterate everything, a voice interrupted. Oh? To eradicate every trace here? That depends on whether you possess the capability. The girl in black turned in surprise, realizing who it was. What? Do you intend to meddle in our affairs? Originally indifferent. I cannot ignore murder. Just one person. There are so many in the world. Losing a few is inconsequential. Upon hearing this, the individual shook his head. One person is still a person. Just as one cannot feast on the same meal daily without feeling hunger, can one truly dismiss a life? Such reasoning is flawed. One cannot equate a person to a meal. Meals hold far greater significance. People are expendable. It seems we cannot find common ground. We must settle this through action. Are you, a man, intending to bully a young girl? Have you no compassion? How about this? With a smile on his face, the individual summoned thunderous energy, proclaiming, Transform, magical girl Baming. The expression of the girl in black darkened instantly. You are Baming? Something seems off. Your appearance should not be like this. Is that so? I have merely employed a glamour spell. No one knows my true form. So, let us battle before you inquire further. Her hair turned silver, lightning crackled, and her dress was adorned with zigzag patterns of electricity, exuding an air of competence. In an instant, she was enveloped in tears of light. Drawing close to the girl in black, the darkness wailed. The girl in black manifested gauntlets, delivering a powerful punch. The collision of their forces caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Meanwhile, Tang Ming continued to engage the monster in fierce combat, having exhausted all available magic, resulting in a stalemate. This is impressive. However, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for me. I must devise a strategy to uncover its weakness. Various thoughts raced through his mind as a glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes, drawing nearer to the beast. You dare to obstruct me? I am but a pitiful soul. Why must you oppose me? The creature let out a guttural roar. Nonsense. Once I purify you, you'll understand whether your words hold truth. Tang Ming shouted back, his palm colliding with the monster's claws, ripping one off entirely. Once more, his face twisted with madness. The monster howled in agony. Chapter 65. breaking boundaries run, both parties abandoned elaborate magical skills, opting for the most primal, visceral combat. The monster's claws dug into Finchine's shoulder, instantly drawing forth torrents of crimson. The pain ignited a peculiar exhilaration within Tang Ming. Delightful. A tortured laugh escaped his lips as he fortified his body with hardened magic, leaving the severed claw embedded in his shoulder, preventing its retrieval. Are you insane? How can you act so recklessly? The monster gazed at him, a hint of fear creeping into its demeanor. Insane? Perhaps I am indeed unwell. But what does that have to do with you? Ah! Tang Ming erupted into laughter, seizing the claw and yanking it backward, crimson blood gushing forth to stain his dress. Ah! The monster trembled, now reduced to 4 claws. Madman, call me what you will. Today, I shall feast upon your defeat. Pink flames ignited around Tang Ming's hands, his fist crashing into the monster's head, a resounding crack echoing through the air. The insectoid creature was sent flying backward for over 10 meters before finally halting, only to raise its head and find Tang Ming closing in. With a sweeping kick, he sent the creature plummeting 2 meters into the ground. Ah, damn it, you scoundrel. The monster could scarcely endure, bursting forth from the pit and bellowing. Disintegrate, transform. Its carapace shed, revealing tender flesh beneath. In an instant, it reassembled, becoming a warrior clad in armor, wielding 2 metallic spears, exuding an air of fierce menace. Beetle warrior, great horned beetle. The warrior emitted a sound akin to a special effect. Beetle warrior? What on earth is that? Tang Ming regarded the figure before him with a perplexed expression. Oomph, you have forced my hand. Otherwise, I would not resort to such measures. Prepare to meet your demise. The warrior reversed its spear and hurled it toward Tang Ming with lightning speed. A raging inferno ignited, consuming the space as it collided with the spear, leaving trails of flames in its wake. Light as a feather, with a firm stance, Tang Ming charged forward, unperturbed by the impending attack. To confront it head-on is to court death. The beetle warrior, its eyes filled with disdain, charged forward as well, its thin wings fluttering, vanishing into the air. Finchine halted abruptly, narrowing her eyes as she clenched her fiery fists. In an instant, she struck, colliding with the 2 spears, sending her sprawling backward. A distance of 30 meters. Before she could regain her footing, she retaliated, her fists clashing together, igniting sparks. Finchine was instantly obliterated. Oh no! Alarmed! The beetle warrior crossed its arms defensively, narrowly blocking the fiery fists, its body propelled backward. Thus, the 2 battled intensely upon the ground for nearly half an hour, both utterly exhausted and gasping for breath. You, nothing more than this after all this time, still unable to subdue me. The corners of Finchine's mouth curled into a smile as she silently murmured, the overwhelming annihilation. Ignite the flames of your inferno. As soon as she finished speaking, the surrounding space tightened. What is this? Does he also possess a second stage? The beetle warrior straightened up, a strange expression emerging in his multifaceted eyes. Flames flowed around Finchine's entire body, gradually revealing a crimson hue, and the pressure upon him intensified. He could not allow her to succeed. Resolutely, he charged towards her, intent on halting her transformation. The spear lunged towards Finchine's chest, but just as it was about to make contact, a hand reached out and seized the spear. No matter how hard he strained, he could not advance further. Raising his head, the beetle warrior felt a jolt of fear as he beheld the somewhat altered girl before him, a deathly dread enveloping him. It turns out she is merely a little bug. How dare she strike at me? Her audacity is remarkable. The girl regarded him with disdain, effortlessly snapping the spear in her grasp. The beetle warrior's eyes widened in horror as he quickly retreated. Thinking of fleeing? The girl regarded him curiously, flames gathering between her fingers, and with a flick, she left a trail of fiery cracks in the air, striking him and ultimately piercing through. At that moment, the pink-hued domain began to crack, and 2 figures surged into it. For pairs of eyes met. Finchine, the figure amidst the lightning, gazed strangely at the girl on the ground, gradually revealing her form. Do you know this person? That makes things easier. Simply kill her. The girl in the black gloves revealed an amused smile. Oh, you recognize this body? Finchine lifted her gaze to the lightning-clad girl. This body? Bai Ming narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Finchine closely, and suddenly a realization dawned upon her. So this is how it is. The girl in the black dress crossed her gloved arms, feigning disinterest. Can you discern the problem? Fanxin looked at Bai Ming with a hint of surprise. Since I have figured it out, you should return now, or else I will personally escort you back. Bai Ming's tone was icy as armor began to materialize on her arms, stopping just at her shoulders. The girl on the ground witnessed this spectacle, her eyes widening in shock. Who is this person that can don armor? You want me to leave? Then you should weigh your own strength. Fanxin spoke gravely. Apologies, but I have no time to waste with you. If I were to strike, it would be with full force, and you could not endure even 2 moves. I am merely being courteous. Had I spotted you earlier, I would have already sent you back. Tears welled in Bai Ming's eyes as the pressure enveloped the domain, causing even the distant beetle warrior to collapse under its weight. Fear sprouting in his heart. Fanxin's chest heaved, clearly enraged, yet she refrained from striking, feeling that the overwhelming pressure only intensified her shock. Such potent spiritual pressure surpasses even what I felt before my demise. There should not be such powerful beings in this world. Why have I encountered one so soon? The witch within Fanxin pondered incessantly. Could this world be stronger than my own? Cursed luck, if summoned again, I would detach from my body and resurrect in this realm. Very well. The witch intended to respond, but suddenly felt a tearful presence beside her. Moments later, Fanxin reopened her eyes, her irises shifting from crimson back to pink. Bai Ming, what are you doing here? Fanxin looked up and met Bai Ming's gaze, catching a glimpse of the girl in the black dress. Who is she? I was merely passing by, happened to bump into her while following you, so I came to take a look. Bai Ming scrutinized Fanxin again, stating, You should refrain from using such magic until you reach level 50. Otherwise, these issues will arise. As for the girl beside you, she merely wishes to kill you. Hearing Bai Ming casually utter the last sentence filled Fanxin with astonishment. Kill me? What did I offend her? I have no recollection of that. No need to ponder. They strike based on mood. It matters little whether I provoke them. Bai Ming spoke from the skies before vanishing from sight. Suddenly, a violent shockwave erupted beside Fanxin, sending her flying. Get away from here. Bai Ming's voice echoed in her ears. Rising, she withdrew her domain and appeared in the corridor, hastening downwards. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a shadow, stealthily moving, and upon halting, she followed it. Chapter 66. Resolving the Beetle Warrior. Conversation by Ming and the girl in the black dress engaged in a fierce exchange of blows before vanishing again, the sound of their clash resonating through the corridor. Humph. You dare to strike without my permission? Do you not regard me highly? Bai Ming's arm shimmered with faint golden lightning, its powers seemingly amplified. I do not require anyone's consent to act, even if you are stronger than me. What of it? The girl in the black dress rubbed her gauntlets together, and instantly, barbs sprang forth. Thus, the two resumed their battle. Meanwhile, the beetle warrior, trembling with fear, fled down the stairs, oblivious to the figure trailing behind him. The two shadows arrived at the open space before the building. The first, having just relaxed, heard a voice behind them. Oh? Why have you stopped here? The beetle warrior's body trembled as he fearfully turned to face the speaker, only to relax upon recognizing them. It's you. I thought it was someone else. Seeing his relief, Fanxin felt somewhat speechless. Are you looking down on me? It is not that I look down upon you. It is merely that compared to those two, you are indeed weaker. Oomph. Wind, be careful not to trip over your tongue. It is not that I am weak. They're simply too strong. Can we not converse amicably? The beetle warrior regarded her with a perplexed expression, then replied, Does it really make a difference? At least it makes me feel better. Fanxin looked at him indifferently. The beetle warrior, momentarily stunned, began to admire the peculiarities of his mind. What do you want with me? I am in a hurry to get home for dinner. You're in a rush for dinner? Do you have any idea what the situation is right now? Fanxin began to admire the beetle warrior, saying, I am here to purify you. Otherwise, why would I follow you? Purify? The beetle warrior's expression darkened, his anger evident as he retorted, If you purify me, will I lose these abilities? Fanxin nodded noncommittally. Just based on you? He nodded again. Then you shall be disappointed. I am quite confident in my abilities. I have already fought you and grasped your capabilities, especially since you have lost your second stage powers. At most, it would be a stalemate. The beetle warrior lifted his head, a proud look on his face as he declared, How about we each take a step back? The sky is vast. That expression of yours does not suggest a negotiation. Fanxin shook her head and replied, Regarding earlier, were you not always being overwhelmed by me? How did it turn into a stalemate? That was merely you going mad. Are you saying that if a rabid dog bites you, you should bite back? Finchine's lips twitched at his words, but she dismissed them, saying, your statement only strengthens my resolve not to retreat. And I must learn whether what you said before was false. Falsehood? What falsehood? The matter of whether nature is your girlfriend or a close brother has arisen. Upon hearing these words, the compound eyes of the beetle warrior instantly flushed crimson, and fury enveloped him. It's not my fault. It's their fault. I merely sought to protect her without intending her harm. It was merely an accident. Is this truly necessary? Breaking up with me is solely due to that guy. He must have said something to her. I suspect they are having an affair. Otherwise, why would she be so obedient? That wretched woman. Finchine, observing the furious expression across from her, could roughly guess the situation but knew she must purify her own doubts through first-hand observation. Chain gun. The long spear in the beetle warrior's grasp transformed into a chain gun, directly launching an assault towards Finchine. I was just waiting for your attack. Finchine's entire being ignited with pink flames, and she conjured a slender sword, thrusting it forward. The sound of collision echoed as another chain gun pierced from his side. At that moment, Finchine raised her foot and kicked, retreating a few steps before advancing again. You wish to engage in close combat? Not on my watch. The warrior bellowed, summoning a tiny whirlwind that swept toward her. Firewall, arise. A barrier of pink flames erupted 2 meters ahead, obstructing the incoming whirlwind. The figure crouched low, springing forth with force and darting 10 meters away, just 2 meters shy of reaching her. Observing this, the beetle warrior opened his mouth, spewing forth a viscous green liquid. By heavens! Finchine instinctively unleashed a protective shield, rolling backward as the slender sword slipped from her grasp and soared toward him. A celestial blade from the heavens. The beetle warrior turned in surprise, only to find the sword lacked significant power, leaving him puzzled. Within 3 seconds, a glimmer flickered in his eyes as he kicked backward, colliding with an object. Take this. Finchine's delicate fingers aimed for his ankle, disregarding his retaliatory kicks. What are you trying to do? I merely wish to purify you, not to kill you. Why such an overreaction? With that, she pulled back, and he stumbled backward. A fist engulfed in flames struck his compound eye. My. Before he could utter another word, another punch descended, followed by a flurry of blows. The world shall strike you down. In an instant, a magical skill was unleashed. The chain gun at the beetle warrior's back morphed into steel claws, reaching for her, yet Finchine held them at bay with both hands. Rest easy, lullaby of illusion. Sleep now, my dear darling. What sort of music is this? I am no darling, the beetle warrior protested, struggling to break free from his pinned position. His arms and claws reached for Finchine. You have too many limbs, so I shall reduce your count by 2. With that, he bit down on one chain claw while gripping another, tearing backward. Blood gushed forth, and his remaining arms trembled slightly, the agony evident in his eyes. Are you mad? Resorting to biting now? Perhaps. Finchine's blood-streaked visage instilled a sense of dread. She charged at him once more, this time transforming her flames into gauntlets adorned with barbs. Knowing well the pain they would inflict upon contact, a gasp echoed from her opponent as he pivoted to flee, only to be pierced through the chest by a bolt of lightning from afar. Finchine remained stationary, turning her gaze skyward to behold 2 armored figures hovering above, exuding formidable strength. Well, do you still wish to fight? The lightning-clad warrior taunted. I cannot defeat you, but there are those who can. Oh, yet presently, you indeed cannot best me. The figure clad in black ice armor spun and vanished into the air, leaving behind a faint proclamation. By Ming, await your reckoning. One day, I shall make you pay. Is that so? I hope you can surprise me then. Of course, I shall also have surprises for you. Bai Ming's final words were barely a whisper, audible only to himself. At that moment, he heard a slight rustle and looked down to see Finchine lifting the injured beetle warrior, preparing to invoke purification. Chapter 67. The Tale of the Beetle Warrior? Happiness? Bai Ming, having shed his armor, landed beside her and inquired, What are you doing? I aim to purify him. I understand your intent, but such solemnity seems unwarranted. Is there something amiss? Upon hearing this question, Finchine realized it is due to the resentment residing within him. I was somewhat gullible to his words, which led to subsequent errors. Thus, I wish to discern the true answer. During the purification, I will observe his memories closely. I see, but I advise you to refrain from such actions. it may impact you adversely. Why? This purification is primarily meant to dispel resentment. If you become ensnared in their memories, you may find yourself unable to distinguish your own identity. Bai Ming's words echoed in Fanxin's ears. Indeed, while the possibility was slim, it was a concern that could not be overlooked. Bai Ming suddenly chuckled. Observing his smile, she felt a sense of uncertainty. Should she proceed or not? Surely, this time will be safe, wouldn't it? Rest assured, I shall be here to watch over you. You may proceed with confidence. Gazing into Bai Ming's gentle smile, Fanxin, now transformed into a delicate maiden, felt an inexplicable warmth. Why did she feel this way? Could it be? No, that is impossible. She shook off the peculiar thought. Why the shaking of your head? Do you not desire my assistance? Seeing Bai Ming's puzzled expression, Fanxin promptly responded, Thank you. I shall commence now. As her thoughts swirled, she surveyed the chaotic surroundings and added, But how shall we address the battle scars here? Those? I have already set up a barrier. Otherwise, the casualties would have been dire. Look closely. Upon hearing this, Fanxin activated her magical intuition, and indeed, faint barriers enveloped every corner. Then let us begin. Feeling reassured, she stood firm and initiated the purification on the individual she held. In the realm of pink, cleanse the resentment, dispel the filth. Pink flames encircled her, surging directly into the man's body. Ah! He cried out, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes remaining shut. Bai Ming watched from the side, murmuring, This fellow's resentment is rather peculiar. Could it be stubborn? Such a rarity. A smile graced his lips as he took out his phone to record the event. Fanxin slowly closed her eyes, nearly voicing a curse before halting, regretting Bai Ming's presence at this moment. So soon? It appears the exhaustion is affecting him, but that also poses greater danger. Bai Ming shook his head and dialed number. Hello, Hifu community, hurry over. What? Where? A kimono? Where are there women in kimonos? Forget the kimono. I said Hifu community. Oh, so it's Hifu community. Your speech was unclear. I thought you meant something else. Enough of the nonsense. Hurry up and come here. I'll send you the video later. Video? What video? Why so many questions? Just come. All right then. Bai Ming hung up the phone, glanced at the surroundings, and with a flicker of thought, began to shrink his presence to a mere 3-meter radius. Instantly, the damaged areas reverted to their original state. The youth in the corridor slowly opened his eyes, surveying his surroundings with a hint of confusion. What am I doing? Why am I here? Shaking his head, he stood up and returned to his room, where a woman's voice immediately called out. Hey, why are you outside? I just saw you on the sofa. Is that so? I'm puzzled as well. Could it be that something sinister is watching me? Don't scare me. I'm not scaring you. We'll check it out after dawn to avoid any trouble. It doesn't matter. Do you need me to tell you what to do? The sound of snoring filled the room, suggesting that someone had drifted off to sleep. It's better for everyone to sleep soundly. Let's refrain from chatting late at night. Outside, Bai Ming opened his eyes, smiling as he gazed at the buildings, clearly aware that everything that had just transpired was orchestrated by him. Tang Ming, transformed into a young woman, was now observing the events unfolding before her. Hello, I'm Su Yang, flying high with joy. Bai Hua, it's a pleasure to meet you. We can start as friends, regardless of whether we pursue a relationship in the future. Oh, you think that way? Are you saying this deliberately to pique my interest? If so, congratulations, you've succeeded halfway. It seems fortune is on my side. What do you like to eat? Su Yang looked at the girl Bai Hua with a gentle smile. The girl, in turn, scrutinized the amiable man before her. Waiter, 2 lattes and 2 mousse cakes, please. You know I love mousse cake. From the moment I laid eyes on you, I noticed your gaze linger on the mousse cake several times. I was merely speculating, but it seems I was correct. Really? The girl appeared increasingly intrigued by the man before her. Time flew by, leading to the day of the man's confession. Coincidentally, with his brother present. Su Yang, my sister is waiting for your confession. Rest assured, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have met Bai Hua. Today will surely be a success. Then I'm relieved. I wouldn't introduce my sister to just anyone, but you are the exception. Haha, a true brother indeed. From now on, you're my brother. All right, and I'll be your brother-in-law. Enough with that. Just saying. Su Yang heard footsteps and quickly turned to see they've arrived. You hastily concealed the bouquet behind his back. As Bai Hua approached, she realized that Su Yang was there, while her brother hid nearby. Bai Hua, what a coincidence. Ah. Oh yes, what a coincidence. What are you doing here? Bai Hua looked at him curiously, not noticing the hands hidden behind his back, possibly due to the dimming light. I I was just taking a walk here and didn't expect to run into you. Do you have plans later? A walk? Actually, I was waiting for you. Under the gaze of the girl, Su Yang's face displayed both shyness and timidity. Waiting for me? Waiting for what? A curious tone escaped her lips. I. Just then, someone passed by, abruptly halting his intended words. The girl's gaze darted around, seemingly aware of what he was about to say. Time shifted again, placing the two in a milk tea shop, happily sitting shoulder to shoulder. This is different from what I imagined. It doesn't seem like the worst-case scenario is unfolding. Did something go wrong? Tang Ming felt utterly bewildered. At that moment, Su Yang unexpectedly poured his milk tea over Bai Hua's head. Chapter 68. It turns out there's a problem. Everyone present froze, staring at the scene in disbelief. Tang Ming at the entrance was equally astonished. What are you doing? Bai Hua sprang up, glaring at Su Yang with irritation. What am I doing? Don't you know? Su Yang stood up as well, shouting. Me? I haven't done anything. What do you mean? Didn't you go on a date with another man a couple of days ago? Another man? Bai Hua was momentarily stunned, then shouted. I've been with you these past few days. When would I have time to meet anyone else? You been with me? You're not even bothering to prepare a good lie. I was back at my parents' house a few days ago. When would I have been with you? If you're looking for a fight, just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Bai Hua took a tissue to wipe her head. You don't want to talk, do you? Su Yang pounded his palm on the table, shouting, Bai Hua, I've long suspected your infidelity. And now that I've uncovered it, you accuse me of picking a fight? What are you pretending for? Hearing his loud outburst, Bai Hua felt her anger rise. You better explain yourself, or we're not done. Saying this, she pulled out her phone and dialed. On the other end, her brother reassured her, Sister, wait for me. I'm on my way. Be cautious around Su Yang. Otherwise, he might do something irrational. Okay, brother, don't worry. After hanging up, she said, Su Yang, I want to let your accusation slide until my brother arrives. Oh, is that so? Let us see who you can find. Su Yang took a sip of his milk tea before sitting back down. Bai Hua turned to the restroom to clean the milk tea from her head and returned to wait. Meanwhile, the others merely watched, whispering among themselves. Another man? Could it be Bai Hua's brother? Why is this happening? When did Su Yang get it wrong? Tang Ming, seated nearby, scrutinized both of them, trying to uncover the issue. At that moment, he noticed dark, thread-like marks appearing in Su Yang's eyes, slowly spreading outward. Huh, how odd. Shouldn't this be outside in? Why is it inside out? Is something wrong? Tang Ming stood up, moving closer to observe the scene. Before long, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Turning to look, he saw the youth approaching. Sister, how are you? Brother, I'm fine. It's just that Su Yang poured milk tea on my head and accused me of dating another man. Upon seeing her brother, tears began to well up in Bai Hua's previously dry eyes. What? Her brother glared at Su Yang with anger. You, Su Yang, how dare you treat my sister, such a wonderful person, this way? And you accuse her of meeting another man? Are you looking for a fight? Isn't that true? You're the one looking for trouble. Her brother was ready to confront Su Yang, but was halted by Bai Hua. Brother, don't. I still consider him my boyfriend. What nonsense. He just said that about you, and you're still defending him? Her brother looked at her in frustration, swallowing his words. I think you're the one in the wrong. At that moment, Su Yang stood up, pointing a finger. Everyone present looked at him in astonishment, as if he were a fool. What? Say that again. Her brother was momentarily entranced, staring intently, as if about to take action. Bai Hua, upon hearing this, wore an expression of disbelief. I have already stated that man is likely you, right? Su Yang stepped forward from the chair, raising his hand to strike. A loud sound echoed as Bai Hua covered her face, staring blankly at her boyfriend. How dare you hit my sister? This is outrageous. Bai Hua's brother's temper flared instantly, lunging at Su Yang to engage in a scuffle. Others hurried to intervene, with some dialing the police. As time progressed, it shifted to the rented apartment of Su Yang and Bai Hua. The three sat in heavy silence. Su Yang, are you unwell? I have never seen you so irritable before. If this continues, I advise you to break up with Bai Hua. Her brother squinted, gripping Bai Hua's hand. Break up? Why? What have I done wrong? What have you done wrong? Last time, you laid hands on my sister. How can you claim innocence? Impossible. How could I hit her? I cherish her too much. Have you forgotten so quickly? You have continuously blocked my sister's way home, even threatening her, which is precisely why I have come to talk to you today. Su Yang, observing the sincerity in both their expressions, began to harbor doubts, stating, Impossible? I have been at home these past few days. How could I have done such a thing to her? Is that so? I think you should visit a hospital. The last time the police took you away, you nearly left a criminal record. Her brother glared at him in frustration. Let's go. He pulled Bai Hua towards the exit. Throughout this ordeal, Bai Hua had remained silent. Want to leave? Bai Hua must stay. I just told you, and you've already forgotten. I was blind to have introduced my sister to you. Her brother lamented, disregarding his warnings as he made his way outside, while disappointment flickered in Bai Hua's eyes. I told you both to stay. Do you not understand human language? A booming voice resonated from the room. Hurry. Su Yang felt something amiss. They should not linger. Her brother hurried Bai Hua down the stairs. After this, you should return home. Come back in a while, as if you and Su Yang have already broken up. And do not think of him anymore. MHM. Bai Hua felt a pang of sadness upon hearing this. Ah, damn it. You are all bullying me, why? A cacophony of smashing sounds erupted in the room, which the siblings overheard. They exchanged glances, their expressions void of emotion, hastening their steps. Su Yang, let us never meet again. Let us act as if nothing ever happened. At that moment, Bai Hua's resolve not to return solidified. Time shifted again, and Tang Ming found himself facing a child. Huh? What is this? Tang Ming stroked his chin, surveying the scene. Could this be Su Yang? Engaged in such acts. Su Yang was holding a stray cat, pulling at its fur, uncaring of its anguished cries, instead wearing an excited grin. More scenes flashed before his eyes, each depicting cruelty towards cats, until they gradually faded, leaving only traces of blood in dark alleys. The resentment began to fester at that moment, growing increasingly potent. This individual has had issues since childhood, merely concealed later. During his time with Bai Hua, the resentment began to cloud his mind, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. Tang Ming took a deep breath, feeling disdain towards him. Even if purified, the residual effects will remain. This is incurable. A price to pay for your cruelty towards those animals. Shaking his head, he stowed his magic and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, he found someone standing before him. What are you doing here? Chapter 69. A strange treatment method. In a month, just as Tang Ming opened his eyes, a familiar face appeared. Qingyi? I didn't expect you to remember me. Well, it hasn't been long. Forgetting you would be the real issue. Indeed, Qingyi reached out, patting him on the shoulder, ultimately asking, do you feel unwell? Not at all. Tang Ming looked at him in confusion, unsure of the intent behind the question. Is that so? Just now, you witnessed this person's past. Any thoughts? Well, I have no particular thoughts. I simply harbor a dislike towards him. Upon hearing this, Qingyi turned to Bai Ming beside him and remarked, no major issues, but just to be safe, it's better to treat him. No problem, being cautious is wise. Any emergence of negative emotions should be promptly addressed, or it could lead to significant trouble. Tang Ming immediately inquired, what issues? As I previously mentioned, exploring others' past can easily lead to complications. A few times is manageable, but if it goes awry, irreversible factors may arise. Which is why I called Qingyi here to purify you. I see. No issue. Proceed as you wish. That is what you said. A peculiar smile appeared on Bai Ming's face. Wait, is this treatment the kind I'm thinking of? It is undoubtedly legitimate treatment. Are there illegitimate treatments? Enough talk. Let us start quickly. I want to finish and head home. Bai Ming hastily interjected, dragging the unconscious individual and tossing him towards the community security kiosk. The two merely watched, offering no resistance, clearly disinterested in interjecting. Qingyi summoned a multitude of small trees around, each growing to waist height. Gulme, lie down. Lie down. Yes. Hurry. No more chatter. Oh. Tang Ming obediently reclined on the platform formed by the trees, gazing up at the night sky. Hey, the moon has risen this high. Do not speak. Oh, relax. It will only take a moment, and you won't feel anything else. Understood. Qingyi circled around, murmuring something, while Bai Ming smiled nearby. Begin. Qingyi raised his palm, commencing the hand gestures. Is this magic? Or technique? Tang Ming turned his head, curiously observing Qingyi's movements. What spell? This is an alternative form of magic. It does bear some resemblance to spells and techniques. Upon hearing this, Tang Ming felt a curious thought arise. It seems that both spells and magic are merely methods of application, and the manner of execution can vary to achieve similar results. However, this approach is not as swift as spontaneous casting. It should only be employed in specific circumstances, just like my current situation. Do not think of anything else. Qingyi's gentle voice reached his ears. With a slight nod, he closed his eyes. All things dance. Qingyi stood in place, radiating a life-giving glow that felt exceptionally comforting. The branches and leaves of those small trees began to grow rapidly, entwining around him. Tang Ming felt his body tighten, his limbs ensnared, even branches coiling around his neck. What kind of treatment is this? Can we not have something a bit more normal? Tang Ming opened his eyes, speaking with a hint of helplessness. Do not speak, be quiet. Qingyi frowned, the brilliance intensifying, while Tang Ming sensed an increasing pressure. It became difficult to breathe. As the limbs began to struggle and desperately attempt to pull away, the result was utter immobility. Suddenly, a radiant glow emerged from the entwined branches, gradually revealing something flowing from within, imbued with a faint white light. Half an hour later, Tang Ming felt as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld. Gasping for breath, would it be possible to have a semblance of normalcy in the future? This situation was so peculiar that it felt akin to engaging in bondage. Tang Ming rolled his eyes at the two individuals, observing the marks on his wrists and the strange sensations from the bruises on his neck. After all, enduring a little hardship was expected. He would eventually grow accustomed to it. Bai Ming offered a comforting smile. In the future? Get used to it? The big brother of the body shivered and said, There is no future. I will be cautious on my own, and I shan't trouble Qingyi. What is there to be shy about? We are all comrades, after all, and we still have battles to fight side by side. Bai Ming playfully slapped his arm. Am I shy? I am a normal man, who engages in bondage every day for no reason. Tang Ming replied with a hint of exasperation. Qingyi, did you hear that? This guy claims your skill is binding, and not just any binding. Can you endure it? Endure? Why would I need to? It seemed he had yet to experience the joys of restraint. Perhaps a more potent method was required. After saying this, Qingyi prepared to cast a spell, opting for an instantaneous effect this time. Actually, I think I could be open to it in the future. How about we leave this place for now? Tang Ming jumped back, resembling a startled rabbit as he watched them. If only he had suggested it earlier instead of waiting for Qingyi to take action. Bai Ming, somewhat helpless, remarked, Time is of the essence. We have matters to attend to. Take care of yourself. As he observed their departing figures, something seemed to strike him, and he inquired, Who is that woman in black? She's one of Shadow Envoy's people. It's best to exercise caution around such individuals. Bai Ming replied before vanishing from sight, while a glimmer of light flickered in Qingyi's eyes before he too disappeared. The Shadow Envoy? That name sounded familiar. As Tang Ming began to walk outside, a recent memory flashed in his mind. Was she the woman who had been following him a few nights ago? She didn't seem to resemble her much. Could it be someone else? That seemed plausible. Had he not been vigilant last time, he might have fallen into her clutches. He gazed up at the moon with a sense of relief when a voice suddenly broke the silence. My head hurts. How did I end up here? Turning around, he found a man whom Bai Ming had thrown into the security booth. As a good Samaritan, I shall lend you a hand, he declared, approaching the man. With a swift motion, a resounding crack echoed as the man fell back into unconsciousness. I am indeed a good person. Helping others is my greatest joy. He blew on his fingers and departed. Time passed in a blur as Tang Ming gradually adjusted to this new reality without resistance to his transformed identity. On the morning of April 29th, a sudden recollection of something forgotten struck him as he noticed a business card on the table, dredging it from the depths of his memory. Damn, I forgot about this. Should I take care of it today? I have already reached level 45. It's time for a little break. With this thought, the tension in his expression eased. After breakfast, he followed the navigation to his destination. In the city center, he scanned the address revealed by the QR code on the card, feeling perplexed. Is this really it? Am I mistaken? This does not resemble an official establishment at all. The door appeared run down, and even the nearby garbage pile seemed to corroborate his doubts. Were he not for the sign hanging nearby, he might have questioned the legitimacy. As he pondered whether to enter, he noticed a cleaning lady approaching. Excuse me, is this the right place? He hastily approached her, pulling out his phone. Indeed, you are in the correct location, young man, she assured him. But the appearance seems quite different from the images you have seen, does it not? Perhaps those images are from a time long past, or when they first opened. It has been years. Just take a look for yourself. I will clear this rubbish first. After the lady began her work, over 10 minutes later, Tang Ming observed the area had transformed, now bearing a slight resemblance to the pictures on the map. Still hesitant, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Hey, is that you? Before he could approach, He turned to see Tang Ming already facing him. Both stared in astonishment. What are you doing here? After a moment of surprise, the other person spoke first. Since we're already here, let us go inside. Tang Ming followed him into the dilapidated office. Inside was significantly better than outside, though still not particularly impressive, cluttered with miscellaneous items and oddities. This is a place for props. All the costumes and film-related materials are stored here, which is why it appears so disordered. It serves to keep prying eyes away. I see. Lan Jing, what are you doing here? Are you? Indeed, just as you suspected. Lan Jing's response was straightforward, revealing no pretense. Tang Ming fell silent, unsure of what to say. They arrived at a wall where Lan Jing first entered code, followed by a fingerprint scan, and then an iris scan. Tang Ming was taken aback by this procedure. Was this a top-secret location? Would he be safe entering? Doubt crept into his voice as he asked, "Are you sure it's all right for me to go in? Rest assured, with me guiding you." Who would dare to say a word? Lan Jing replied confidently, "Let us go." The wall slid open to reveal an elevator, which they stepped into. As they descended, time seemed to stretch until the elevator finally came to a gradual halt. Lan Jing led Tang Ming through a futuristic corridor until they entered a spacious room filled with screens flickering with light. Upon closer inspection, Tang Ming discerned that they displayed a map of Tang City, marked with various colors and annotations. Truly impressive. This is the work of an official organization. Tang Ming marveled. This was created by me and others, not the government, Lan Jing remarked, reclining on the sofa with a sidelong glance at him. Oh, is that so? Ha ha, impressive indeed, Tang Ming responded, feeling a bit awkward as he took a seat on the sofa, the atmosphere growing tense. After several minutes of silence, as he contemplated speaking but found himself at a loss for words, he heard Lan Jing inquire, "How did you end up here?" I came based on the address on this business card. I never expected to run into you." Tang Ming hastily retrieved the card from his pocket. Lan Jing examined it closely and nodded. "Now I understand." "You understand?" "Indeed, I know this person. I will call him right away." Lan Jing pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello, are you still asleep? Get up and get to work. Someone is looking for you." "Work? What work? Who's looking for me? Just hurry over. There is no need for so much chatter." "Oh, give me 5 minutes." After hanging up, only the sound of beeping remained. "It's nothing. This guy's a good person. As for his name, you'll find out soon enough," Lan Jing said mysteriously. Tang Ming felt a surge of curiosity. Could he possibly have the surname Sure? A young man wearing glasses entered, first glancing at Lan Jing before turning his gaze towards Tang Ming. "Is it you? I can't believe you said you'd come in a few days. I've been waiting for nearly a month." The bespectacled youth complained somewhat incredulously. "Isn't it because I had matters to attend to? But here I am now," Tang Ming replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed and opting for an excuse to divert the topic. "Matters? That is surprising," the young man remarked, momentarily taken aback, but soon recovered, saying, "Well, I suppose individuals like you are indeed quite busy. No worries. I can wait as long as you show up." He then produced a tablet and tapped on it, causing an array of fruits and snacks to emerge from the wall. Tang Ming gazed in astonishment, thinking to himself, what high technology. Let us indulge a bit. We can discuss matters after we're well fed. The three of them began to feast without a care for their appearances, though in truth, there was little dignity to maintain. "My name is Go Jinren. You may call me Jinren," the young man said casually after sipping some cola. "Excuse me, what? Go Jinren?" Tang Ming quickly grabbed a tissue, embarrassed, as he wiped his mouth in surprise. "Is there a problem?" Jinren queried. "No problem at all. That name is quite impressive. It certainly leaves a lasting impression." Tang Ming responded with a smile, though the glimmer of surprise in his eyes was hard to conceal. "Tang Ming? Is it your real name?" Lan Jing, who had remained calm throughout, seemed disinterested in the conversation. "Yes, my name is indeed Tang Ming. What about you, Lan Jing?" "I am Chunin Shonen. What a lovely name," Tang Ming remarked, intrigued. "What's so lovely about it?" Chunin raised an eyebrow, a hint of curiosity crossing his face. "Well, the character signifies peace and safety," Tang Ming responded, somewhat helplessly, stating whatever came to mind. All right, I was merely jesting." "There is no need to take it so seriously," Chunin said, his previously stern expression softening. "Ah, yes, that was hardly amusing," Tang Ming retorted, rolling his eyes. Now that they had exchanged names, it seemed appropriate to delve into serious matters. Go Jinren adjusted his glasses and regarded them earnestly. "Let us discuss the important topics at hand. It appears they do not concern me." Chunin leaned back on the sofa with an air of indifference. Can you at least show me some respect? We're all acquainted here. What respect is there to be had? Jinren replied, exasperated. Tang Ming noted a change in Chun An's demeanor, which was now more relatable than before. Very well then, Jinren sighed, relaxing against the sofa. As I previously mentioned, my role here pertains to your transformation into a magical girl, and I have another individual who fits that description. He gestured towards Chunin. I am aware of that. We can skip over this part, Tang Ming interjected. Jinren's hand became somewhat rigid, his words momentarily caught in his throat, the tension in the air palpable. Let me outline the responsibilities of our department. Perhaps we should first discuss the reason for my invitation, alongside the compensation. Jinren raised an eyebrow and sat in silence for several minutes, struggling to articulate his thoughts. If you don't speak, I shall take my leave, Tang Ming stated innocently. You are impressive, Jinren said, giving a thumbs up before continuing. I sought you out to invite you to join us and contribute to society and the world. Tang Ming's mouth twitched, and he immediately rose to his feet, declaring, if that's the case, we have nothing further to discuss. I'll be on my way. Wait a moment. Jinren sprang up to stop him, smiling as he added, we are in need of personnel. I hope you can join us. The terms are negotiable. Isn't that more reasonable? Why bother with all that fluff? Tang Ming shook his head and resumed his seat on the sofa. His gaze flickered towards Chunin, who gave a subtle nod in response. Jinren was oblivious to the internal issues brewing within his team. Come, have some cola and fruit. Jinren's enthusiasm was somewhat overwhelming for Tang Ming. Just as Chun interjected, you two should stop being so cozy. What is inappropriate for two grown men to be doing, getting all touchy-feely here? At this, they quickly distanced themselves, their cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Could you enlighten me about the compensation? Tang Ming bit into a slice of watermelon. Our studio has been operational for 50 to 60 years. Currently, only 2 of us remain. However, our performance has been commendable, and we consistently meet the targets set by our superiors. If you join us, your monthly salary will start from at least 10,000, with comprehensive benefits. Jinren pulled out his tablet, revealing the studio's profile, and began reading the details aloud. Tang Ming listened intently, but after a while, he interjected, to be honest, I'm not particularly inclined to join an official organization. It might feel too constraining. That's not the case. We deal with extraordinary matters. In the event of casualties, follow-up personnel will handle the aftermath. Our focus is merely on dealing with entities or objects infused with resentment. Of course, there are restrictions. We must avoid taking lives unless absolutely necessary, Jinren elaborated, his tone growing serious. Killing? Tang Ming realized that his previous encounters had been mere trifles, and genuine combat could indeed involve life and death. Let me put it this way. Chunin, do you have any idea how many lives he has taken over the years? Tang Ming shook his head, but turned his gaze towards him. In the past 5 years, I have taken the lives of over 10 individuals. Not because I wished to, but because it was imperative. Chun An's expression turned cold, and the atmosphere around them grew heavy with an icy tension. Tang Ming's pupils dilated, his heart racing as disbelief washed over him. Will I also have to take lives in the future? In this society governed by law, resorting to violence? A sudden wave of fear and doubt about the identity of a magical girl surged within him. There's nothing to fear. I was also in a state of panic for several days when I first began, even contemplating giving up. However, I persevered, and while I do engage in these activities, I rarely resort to killing. Most situations can be resolved peacefully. Otherwise, I simply send the adversary to a less favorable realm. Chunin yawned, appearing somewhat lethargic. Is that so? Tang Ming felt a weight in his heart, unsure of how to respond. Seeing his demeanor, both Jinren and Chun simultaneously suggested, why don't you return home for today? I will contact you if anything arises. All right, Tang Ming replied, feeling somewhat listless as he stood and slowly made his way towards the exit. I'll see you off, Chunin said, accompanying him outside. Jinren shook his head, feeling a mix of emotions, pondering whether revealing the truth was beneficial for Tang Ming. This is a necessary growth for him, akin to a seed slowly germinating within his heart until he must act. Perhaps, he sighed, just like Chunin, by the time we realized what was happening, it was already too late. He had preemptively taken the life of that individual, nearly causing the collapse of the magical girl system, which almost resulted in a backlash that could have consumed him. That is precisely why we must clarify the brutal truth to them now, so they can mentally prepare themselves. However, I believe this person should pose no significant threat. There is a fierce determination about him, making it relatively simple to overcome this obstacle. Let us observe further. It should not take much longer. Gojinren murmured mysteriously. A virtual figure materialized on the nearby electronic screen. Monitoring him in real time, he was nearing level 50. The magical girl system is not to be trifled with and is likely seeking out victims for slaughter. Indeed, according to the replicated system, that appears to be the case. All we can do now is wait. Gojinren rose solemnly and walked towards the back, the figure on the screen following suit. Outside, the atmosphere was somewhat silent between the two individuals. Chunin merely glanced at him before stating, "You need to keep this matter in mind. There is still time to contemplate it thoroughly." Tang Ming nodded in agreement. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the entrance of the subway station. "Will you take a taxi or the subway back?" "Let us take the subway." "All right, then I shall not see you off. Until next time." Chunin approached and patted his shoulder in a gesture of consolation. "Thank you." Tang Ming forced a smile as he entered the subway station. Once home, he lay on his bed, reflecting on Gojinren's words. "Damn it, I thought something good might come of this, but instead, I received such news. Am I truly destined to take a life in the future?" Unable to respond. "I knew it." He pounded the headboard in frustration, and after venting, he continued to lie there. Time passed slowly, and darkness gradually enveloped the sky. Fortunately, he had set a time limit on his substitute magic. Otherwise, he would have missed work. Tang Ming hurriedly got up and quickly made his way outside. Arriving at the Yushirbien Li Dian convenience store, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. The young man was still there, the scenery unchanged, and the proprietor still wore a weary expression. "Boss, what are you doing here? How many times must I hear that? Can't you phrase it differently?" The boss rolled his eyes at him. "Isn't Tango just concerned about you? What I need is concern for." The boss grabbed a snack from the small table and stuffed it into his mouth. "If he really cared, he would offer me some advice. That way, I could make someone happy provided they're female. Don't bring me any men." "Ahem, well, boss, we are just normal men." The young man looked at him somewhat speechless. "Otherwise, I would have taken care of you first." "Hey, you dare to have designs on me? I have a family. Mind your manners." He threw the snack bag, which landed on the cash register. "I'm not joking. I'm serious about this. Think of something that could help me." Observing the boss's serious demeanor, both the young man and Tang Ming frowned in contemplation. "Alas, I have an idea." The two turned to look at the young man. "If it doesn't work, you can't blame me. Just say it. I genuinely care for my employees." The boss nodded at him with a gentle smile. "Listen carefully. I will only say this once. The boss has had many arguments with the boss lady, hasn't he? Each time, he ends up sleeping outside. This time, he should not rush back and instead stay out without any news. He could just waste time like this. Or he could update his social media daily, showing her how carefree he is outside." The young man blinked at the end. Staying outside indefinitely isn't impossible, and he could update his social media, but how could he convey that he was living splendidly? The boss frowned in deep thought. "Can't we go out? We could take various pictures and post them on social media." Tang Ming interjected, observing them. "Going out? But all my money is with my wife." The boss looked somewhat troubled. "Well, that won't do. Perhaps you could stroll through the park? Larger parks would work too." Upon hearing this, the young man spoke with a hint of reluctance. "That won't work. It might backfire. If the boss sees you enjoying yourself outside after leaving home, she might think it doesn't matter whether you're there or not," Tang Ming suddenly remarked, shaking his head in disagreement. After considering this, the boss nodded, acknowledging, "What you said has some merit. If things go awry, I could end up losing everything." The young man rolled his eyes and said, "I was merely suggesting an idea. Is it necessary to analyze the problems involved? This is making me feel caught in the middle." His tone held a hint of grievance. "Fine, your idea is indeed flawed," the boss added. The young man looked at the boss, somewhat speechless, and began scrolling through videos on his phone. "Xiaotang, why don't you share your thoughts? I'm sure your little brain has some good ideas." The boss looked at him with anticipation. "Well, actually, you guys have been through this more than once, so there's no need to dwell on it. Just wait a few days, and you'll reconcile with your sister-in-law." Tang Ming spoke simply, not wanting to be scolded like the young man. However, he forgot that it was he who had quashed the young man's idea. "Damn it, give me a solid suggestion, and I'll add an extra 200 to your salary next year. How does that sound? Not appealing. All right, then how about an extra 100? It's not about the money. What do you want then?" Seeing the boss's helpless expression, he knew that unless he offered a suggestion, this would go on endlessly. The young man, with a slight smile, appeared to take pleasure in the other's predicament. Tang Ming, observing their expressions, felt a sense of helplessness. He realized too late that he should have kept quiet, and it was entirely his own fault. Then I'll share my idea, but let me issue a warning first. If it doesn't work, don't say it like before. Rest assured, do you not know what kind of person I am? You only say that because you know what kind of person you are, Tang Ming shot back with a roll of his eyes. Besides, you just claimed you wouldn't speak for him. Yet when things go awry, you reveal everything. Cough. That was merely because this idea seems unfeasible. It could lead to my downfall, hence the need for caution. Tang Ming shook his head, unwilling to discuss this further with the boss, and proceeded to share his thoughts. This matter must start with the boss. Every time their essay quarrel, he just walks away, lacking the assertiveness of a man. This diminishes his masculinity, and the boss lady will perceive such a man as nothing special. After an argument, she knows he will return in a few days, having read him like a book. The boss stroked his chin, pondering, and the young man raised his head with interest. If after an argument he stays assertively at home, what can she do? He should eat and drink as usual, treating it as if he were invisible. Eventually, when she can no longer tolerate it, she will initiate conversation with him. At this point, Tang Ming took a sip of his drink. What if she kicks me out? The boss looked at him curiously. If she kicks you out, will you just leave? Your legs are your own, not hers. If you allow yourself to be thrown out that easily, you'll be quite humiliating. Your personal image in your sister-in-law's eyes will only diminish further. Thus, you must remain at home and not go anywhere. The boss appeared somewhat stunned, reflecting on the logic of this. However, he expressed concern, but what if she hits me? Tang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Yet inwardly he pondered. Is the boss truly so easily manipulated? This poses quite a conundrum. Perhaps I should devise an alternative plan. His eyes darted around, and soon an idea emerged. Though this notion may not suit the boss, I have just conceived a brilliant strategy that is bound to succeed. The youth gazed at him intently, while the boss's interest grew even more piqued. A sly smile crept across his face, for the boss was destined to face some trials. Trials? I am willing to endure any hardship if it yields a fruitful idea. That is splendid, he replied. A peculiar smile unconsciously graced Tang's face, indicating that this concept would surely prove advantageous. Your relationship appears to be quite robust. You always manage to reconcile, albeit with frequent minor disputes. Perhaps we could approach it from the perspective of marital dynamics. The boss nodded in agreement, as the youth prepared to execute a bold maneuver, activating the recording device. After all, does the boss not possess a B+? I could intentionally collide with you while calling your wife, creating the illusion of an accident, thus avoiding any need for police involvement. However, this collision must be executed with finesse, enough to cause a fracture, yet heal swiftly. Both the boss and the youth furrowed their brows, casting dubious glances in his direction. Are you certain there are no ulterior motives entwined with your suggestion? The boss scrutinized him with uncertainty. The youth, though puzzled, exhibited a flicker of excitement in his eyes, as if he had unearthed a hidden truth. How could that be? I am an honest person, completely incapable of such deceit. Tang Ming suddenly realized that something was amiss, yet a peculiar smile returned to his lips, suggesting he harbored an intriguing thought. Upon noticing this, the boss felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, you sly one. There's indeed something suspicious about you. Are you deliberately proposing this idea? The boss, half amused and half exasperated, rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Tang. Yes, you. I had no such intention. After all, it is not I who quarrels with my spouse. Tang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Forget it. Discussing matters with you two youngsters is a sheer waste of time. The boss donned his coat and prepared to exit, glancing back at them as he reached the door. Next time, do refrain from suggesting such ludicrous ideas. It is no wonder you remain single. The youth erupted in laughter, while Tang Ming's expression turned sour. What are you laughing at? Have you found someone? Indeed I have. Oh, when did this happen? How was I unaware? The boss regarded the youth with skepticism. He truly does have someone. Did you not see his post on social media? He has shared it with everyone, and that girl is quite stunning. Tang Ming interjected. Impressive. The lad possesses some skills. The boss remarked with a hint of admiration, adding as he stepped outside. Let us hope you do not end up like some individuals who remain unattached. Just ensure you do not return home to face your wife's wrath. Tang Ming shouted, resigned to changing back into his uniform. Rest assured, I have not sunk that low. The sound of the boss's voice and the roar of the car engine echoed outside. Chapter 73. Contemplating future issues and the peculiar girl, after changing back into his uniform and handing over responsibilities to the youth, Tang being retreated behind the cash register, extracting his phone to peruse the day's news. Oh, a comic convention? Set to commence on May 3rd? Wasn't it always on the 1st? He scrolled down and discovered several other exhibitions scheduled prior. A home expo? That appears to be an annual affair. Perhaps this is the reason they are hosted in the same location this year. He resolved to visit the comic convention in a few days, first checking for available tickets. Upon opening the app, he was met with disheartening news. None were to be found. Goodness, they sold out that quickly? Tang Ming sighed, somewhat dejected. It seems I must explore the external exhibitions. As the clock struck midnight, he found himself reflecting on his earlier conversation with Go Jinren. Murder, what a profound topic. Living in this era, who could ever envision themselves committing such an act? If I were to commit murder, what then? Should I relinquish the system now? It seems once bound, one cannot unbind. He rubbed his face, staring blankly at the glaring lights, lost in thought. Hey, can you hear me? Is this individual deaf? How could a store employee be deaf? He marveled. A girl holding snacks regarded the dazed Tang with curiosity. Should I capture a picture of him? She pondered, circling to the back of the register and swiftly tapping his shoulder. Tang being jolted upright, nearly unleashing a fireball in his surprise. What the hell? Who are you? Do you not realize that such actions could induce a heart attack? Thankfully, I managed to restrain myself, or the dragon-subduing palms would have been unleashed upon you. He hastily took a few deep breaths to calm his racing heart. The girl stood there, somewhat bewildered by his intense reaction. Once she regained her composure, she chuckled. Hey, you were daydreaming here and expected to remain unscathed? I have called out to you multiple times. If someone were to attempt theft here, would you not even flinch? She shot him a sidelong glance. Well, you see, I was pondering philosophical questions, and the depths of thought can be consuming, he replied. Philosophical questions? You? The girl shook her head, her eyes betraying disbelief. Tang Bing's mind raced, and he realized, wait, why am I even explaining myself to you? Aye. The girl stammered. Yet before she could finish her thought, Tang Bing noticed the items in her hands. Are you here to check out? Allow me to assist you. He swiftly took the items from her grasp and completed the transaction with a few swift scans. That totals 436 yuan. Would you prefer to pay via scan or cash? The girl observed his cheerful demeanor, raising an eyebrow as she replied, scan. She retrieved her phone and opened WeChat. The familiar notification chimed. WeChat transfer of 43.6 yuan. Thank you, and do visit us again. Noting that she seemed eager to leave, the girl nodded with a smile and turned to exit. Oh dear, today's employees are remarkable. They actually usher customers out. I wonder how the boss would react if he learned of this? Tang Bing pondered, observing her with a mixture of curiosity and caution, wary that she may attempt to deceive him. The night was dark outside. Should he not offer a word of caution? Still blinking, he suddenly called out, safe travels. The girl stumbled slightly, turning back to give him a bemused look. Hello, is there something you require? Her beaming smile radiated warmth. No, nothing at all. I merely recalled that I still have items to purchase. After speaking, she returned to the shelves to select more items. Is there something peculiar about her? He mused. As thoughts raced through his mind, he utilized his special vision, yet saw nothing out of the ordinary. Strange, why is that? Could it simply be that this girl is somewhat different? Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the surveillance monitor, observing her seriously selecting items, seemingly without issue. In due time, I shall reveal my prowess, the girl thought with a tinge of resentment, pulling out her phone to send a message. Dad, your store clerk is rushing customers out. You must come swiftly. What? Is that truly happening? Very well. I shall be there immediately. Upon receiving the message, the girl stowed her phone and resumed her selection, all the while casting furtive glances toward the cash register. Thus, two individuals with ulterior motives awaited in silence. The sound of a car horn resonated from outside. Tang Bing turned to see the boss approaching, his brow furrowed in confusion. The girl also glanced outside, a hint of excitement dancing at the corners of her lips. The boss hurriedly entered the store, merely glancing at Tang Ming before he began to inspect the surroundings. Tang Ming stood there, his mind racing with speculation. Had he forgotten something? To his surprise, he saw the boss approach a girl and take her hand. Goodness, they had just spoken about his wife, and now he had a mistress? Was it inappropriate for him to be here? Regardless of his thoughts, the couple approached him directly. Hey boss, out so late, he exclaimed, then turned his gaze to the girl beside him, adding, as expected of the boss, managing to attract such a beautiful girl. I will definitely attend your wedding feast in the future. Boss, why do you look a bit unwell? Tang Ming continued. Oh, I see. I will also attend your child's full moon celebration. Even if I'm not working here by then, just say the word, and I will take leave to come back. With a girl as lovely as her, I can guarantee that my boss won't suffer any loss in the future, Tang Ming concluded, patting his chest as if to express his loyalty. You. The girl blushed slightly, wanting to say something. You little brat, think you're clever, huh? Where did this mistress come from? I warn you, don't spout nonsense. The boss said, slightly bewildered by Tang Ming's barrage of words. Don't worry. I won't speak out of turn. This matter will remain buried in my heart, Tang Ming replied, then thought for a moment. No, I'll forget it as soon as I turn around. He promptly turned his head away and, when he turned back, feigned ignorance. The boss and the girl exchanged looks of disbelief, their minds blank, unable to formulate a response as they simply stared at him. Tang Ming blinked, feeling somewhat awkward. Alas. What terrible luck to stumble upon such a scenario. It would be quite unjust to be dismissed over this. After a few minutes of this impasse, the boss took a deep breath and chuckled. How come I never noticed you were so articulate? Is that so? Perhaps it's because you are the boss. And thus I held back a bit, Tang Ming replied, avoiding eye contact and examining the other items in the store. Is that so? Then what did you mean by what you just said? Nothing much. I didn't say anything at all, Tang Ming said with a puzzled expression. Come on. You clearly just mentioned me. The girl interjected, her eyes flashing with annoyance. Huh? What did I say? I forgot. He scratched his head, looking somewhat lost. I'm getting older. My memory isn't what it used to be, and I easily forget things. Seeing his innocent expression, the boss felt somewhat speechless and bluntly stated. She is my daughter. Oh, so she is your daughter. Tang Ming immediately nodded in agreement, and then realized, wait, she is your daughter? He scrutinized the two with incredulity. How could someone like the boss have such a beautiful daughter? What did you say? The boss widened his eyes in surprise. Well, you do have an eye for beauty, the girl remarked, her previously furrowed brow relaxing. Hey, you little brat, your tongue is quite slippery, the boss said, relieved to see his daughter's smile return. That's the truth. Tang Ming and the boss exchanged knowing glances, both coming to a silent understanding. Dad, should we punish him for what he said earlier? The girl asked, crossing her arms with a smirk. How about letting him help in the storeroom? What do you think? The boss suggested, patting her head. However, the girl impatiently swatted his hand away, leaving the boss feeling a bit awkward. Helping? No problem. I'm quite strong, Tang Ming boasted, striking a pose that suggested great strength, despite his lack of muscle. With a physique like yours, no need to embarrass yourself. Let us discuss the initial issue, the girl said, pulling out a small notebook to jot down notes. You were daydreaming during work hours, so much so that you didn't notice customers approaching, and your attitude was cold, even dismissive towards them, she stated, looking up at him. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? I just ponder profound questions. Dismissing you as a complete misrepresentation, Tang Ming retorted, indignant. The girl narrowed her eyes at him, unimpressed. If I say it happened, it happened. You have no right to refute that. Boss, aren't you going to intervene? Tang Ming turned to the boss. Cough, it's fine. If you two want to argue, go ahead. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it was you. The boss shrugged and moved aside, taking a seat as if to enjoy the spectacle. Also, we need to address the fact that you mistook me for your dad's mistress, the girl said, amusement lighting up her face. How was I supposed to know he had a daughter? And one this age, it's truly a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? There is no such thing in this world. Once spoken, one must take responsibility. Isn't that what adults do? Is that so? I had no idea, Tang Ming replied, looking utterly clueless. How old are you? 30, why? 30, and you still don't know? What is wrong with being 30? I'm still a child at heart, forever 18, he declared, prompting laughter from the boss, while the girl stared at him in disbelief. Is that a problem? No problem at all, the boss affirmed. Dad, what kind of employee do you have? He has quite a character, the girl remarked, rolling her eyes at her father before taking a seat. Xiao Tang is my capable assistant. Without him, this store would be unimaginable. So please forgive him this time, the boss reassured her, patting her shoulder. Okay, the girl nodded, contemplating something before adding. This time I'll let it slide for Dada's sake, but if I catch you again, you'll be in trouble. Don't worry, there won't be a next time. Even if I do mess up, I'll just trim the bad parts off the fruit and make do, Tang Ming said with what he believed was a gentle smile. The girl and the boss exchanged looks of amusement, speechless at his response. After a few minutes, the boss broke the strange silence, saying, "Well, Tang, you'll have to work hard tonight. I'll take her home." He stood up to lead the girl away. "Wait, why the rush? Your affairs with Mom are old news. It's like a monthly cycle, utterly tiresome." The girl rolled her eyes and remained seated. Ming watched in astonishment, while the boss looked helpless, unable to cope with his daughter's blunt personality. "Now that you're done, may I have my turn?" the girl asked, surveying the room again before fixing her gaze on Ming. "Is there anything else? Is it impossible to speak if there's nothing to say?" "Oh, I can. As for whether I choose to listen, that is my own prerogative. Regardless of your willingness to hear me, I am determined to express myself. So, are you going to speak?" Observing Ming's indifferent demeanor, the words that nearly escaped my lips were quickly swallowed back. My gaze fixed intensely upon him, my agitation palpable. With a deep breath, I exhaled and declared, "In a few days, there will be a comic exhibition, and you are to accompany me. There's a character that remains unclaimed, and fortuitously, I have just spotted you, so it shall be you. Am I to refuse? What do you think?" "So, it is unequivocally a no?" "Oomph." The expression on the girl's face suggested that if he dared utter a negative, trouble would surely follow. "Very well. When shall this occur?" "On May 3rd. I will come to fetch you on the afternoon of the 2nd for makeup." "So early? Can't we do it on the 3rd? I still desire a bit of sleep." "You can sleep after the makeup. Our makeup artist works swiftly." Ming gazed at her, somewhat speechless, and could only nod in acquiescence. "No, he still has work obligations. If he leaves, that would necessitate my presence." The boss, who had initially nodded in agreement, promptly shook his head. "Just borrow him for a day. You can manage the shop alone. I will speak on your behalf to my mother." The girl's final words were like a lifeline. "No problem. Let him accompany you." She turned to add, Tang, "Just stick with my daughter. She means you no harm." Looking at the boss's flower-like smile, I felt somewhat resigned. Tang, what character will you portray?" the boss inquired, seemingly perplexed. "Indeed, one ought to know the character they are to embody, right? That is a secret, but I assure you, it will leave you utterly astonished." The girl confidently patted her not-so-prominent chest. Ming frowned at this. "Since matters have been settled, should we not return home?" the boss remarked, somewhat curiously, glancing at the girl. "Yes, it is time to go home, but can you return?" The girl rolled her eyes, gathering her belongings and heading outside, adding, "If you dare to stand me up that day, I shall make you understand why the sun shines so high." Ming exchanged glances with the boss, the former first asking, "Why does the sun shine so high?" "How should I know? You should inquire yourself." The boss responded with an air of lament, also making his way outside, presumably to spend the night in his vehicle. Ming sighed, returning behind the cash register, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought once more. Thus, time drifted into the early hours, and the surrounding space began to ripple as substitute magic activated autonomously. The individual vanished from the spot, leaving only the substitute behind. Continuing to days. Chapter 75. The narrative takes a strange turn. A sigh echoed from within a trash bin. "Damn it! Why does it remain like this? Can't I find a decent place?" Amidst the commotion, a figure tumbled out of the trash bin, cursing incessantly. "System, if you possess the ability, come forth. I won't hesitate to annihilate you. I've never encountered such a system before. Do the systems in those novels operate like this? I believe not. Certainly not. I should ask Lan Jing and the others." Thus, I squatted beside the trash bin, beginning to send the messages. Almost immediately, a response arrived. "There is no such occurrence. We are directly teleported to designated locations, and this has never happened before. Is there an issue with your teleportation?" "No, I was merely inquiring out of curiosity. As long as there is no problem, just be cautious. Rest assured, if I cannot fight, I will surely flee." Indeed, after that, no further messages emerged in the group, with only Lan Jing replying to my previous message. "Damn it, is it that my system is flawed? How unfortunate to have drawn a faulty system." Thankfully, the other functionalities seem to be operating normally. I consoled myself, beginning to survey my surroundings, which remained shrouded in darkness. Is it that the system prefers nocturnal operations? The daytime teleportations are conspicuously scant. Yet, the system has failed to provide any explanation. Could it be a defective product? It seems unresponsive even when prompted. My mind was filled with complaints as I took steps forward. Strange sounds echoed from a distance. "Will you comply? If not, I shall take matters into my own hands." "Comply with what?" I possess nothing. Nonsense. How could you have nothing? I have heard others speak of it. Others? Who? The questioned individual's tone suddenly turned icy. That is of no concern to you. Just hand over the goods. The person across grew impatient. Let me not discover who that individual is, or they shall face dire consequences. Whether they face consequences or not, they shall not enjoy them. You both should accompany us. Voices from the side chimed in. Who are you? Both parties spoke with tension evident in their voices. Who are we? Open your eyes and observe closely. Just as those words were uttered, a multitude of lights illuminated the area, casting it in brightness akin to daylight. The police? The pupils of the two contracted, and they prepared to flee. Meanwhile, Ming halted, using Ling Yin to observe the unfolding scene. Simultaneously, on the other side, Gojinren gazed at the flickering subtitles on the screen, murmuring, "The trial has begun. I wonder if this preliminary task can be completed? Fear not. From my observations, there is no issue at all. The subsequent trial tasks are the main focus, and I shall watch closely to prevent any unexpected changes." Chenon sat on the sofa, sipping red wine with an air of elegance. That is reassuring. Your presence should mitigate any problems, even if unforeseen changes arise. I'm certain I won't be the sole one to respond. Oh, Gojinren turned to regard Chenon, nodding in understanding. The two resumed their watch of the large screen, attentively observing Ming's actions. The two individuals, now encircled by police, sighed and remarked, "It seems you have come prepared. This time, you've truly fallen into a trap. Raise your hands and do not resist." A police officer shouted through a megaphone. The two exchanged glances and obediently raised their hands. Observing their compliance, the police signaled and cautiously approached, wary of any sudden developments. Just then, an unsteady figure appeared outside. "Help! Someone is trying to kill me." Some police officers turned to look, spotting the individual drenched in blood, seemingly gravely injured. The captain merely raised an eyebrow and signaled the two individuals, who then broke away from the group and rushed toward the distressed person. Simultaneously, cries erupted from the encircled duo. Not good. The captain swiftly turned, drawing his handgun and aiming it forward. Damn it! He pulled the trigger, firing at them. The two had transformed into monstrous forms, one a fish-headed creature adorned with fins, the other a grotesque being covered in lumps and tentacles, intermittently emitting infantile sounds. The police advancing towards them had already been rendered unconscious on the ground. As gunfire erupted, officers began drawing their weapons and aimed at the monstrous duo. With such pitiful firearms, do you truly believe you can harm us? That is sheer folly. The fish-headed creature's tail swept, unleashing a torrent of water towards them. Retreat. Bring that thing out. As the captain spoke, some individuals rushed to the vehicle to retrieve several boxes, while others raised their shields to fend off the surging tide of water. When two in the back prepared to assist what appeared to be an injured person, that individual suddenly transformed into a wolfman adorned with scales, emanating a chilling aura. A cloud of foul air escaped his mouth, causing two police officers to faint instantly, barely having time to react. Only Ming, observing from a distance, witnessed the unfolding spectacle. Goodness, is this the kind of scene that greets me upon my arrival? It seems rather intense, he mused with a hint of excitement, yet he had no intention of joining the fray just yet. Let us observe a little longer. Those officers seemed to possess valuable equipment yet to be utilized. His gaze fixated on the boxes. The captain, seasoned in combat experience, instinctively turned to witness the transformation of the supposedly injured individual. Indeed, his tone turned icy as he declared, "Everyone, pay attention. We are now facing three vengeful entities. Judging by their appearance, they seem to be a gang. Be cautious." After issuing the warning, he dashed towards the boxes, retrieving weapons from within and swiftly unlocking their capabilities. Fingerprint confirmed. Combat mode activated. The elongated device morphed seamlessly into a sniper rifle, merging with the captain's essence. As the gun fired, a fist-sized hole erupted in the body of the infant-like monstrosity. Incredible! Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. "Engage," the captain said with a smile. The other officers began to don their gear, transforming into various forms, shields, guns, cannons, and bows among them. The firearms predominated, including handguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and submachine guns. Shields advanced for defense, while the other types flanked the sides, with firearms positioned centrally, aiming to neutralize the infant-like creature swiftly. Yes. Following this, a cacophony of gunfire and blinding light erupted, turning the monster into a sieve. Not only Tang Ming was left dumbfounded, but even the remaining two creatures stood frozen, hesitant to move, fearing they might meet the same fate. Capture them, commanded the captain, retrieving specialized handcuffs from the boxes and tossing them before the creatures, which transformed into a net, ensnaring them. The two were subdued and reverted to their human forms. Haha, this feels like a satisfying release of pent-up frustration. The captain laughed heartily. The other officers wore smiles of relief. Indeed, in the past, they could only endure attacks passively. Now, equipped with these tools, they would no longer have to tread cautiously when confronting these vengeful beings. Their transformation was nothing short of remarkable, thanks to the Research Institute. Initially, they had thought they could only restrain. They never anticipated such overwhelming power. This was merely the first version. The second version would soon be released. As long as they remained part of this team, I can assure you, we will be among the first to obtain the new model, the captain proclaimed. Really? Observing the skeptical expressions on their faces, the captain merely replied, "Just wait and see," with a mysterious smirk. This doesn't seem right. They have resolved the situation. What's my role here? Am I merely a bystander? Tang Ming began to feel increasingly convinced that there was something amiss with the system. Watching them depart, a sense of ennui washed over him. Just as he contemplated leaving, he noticed the remains of the infant-like creature beginning to writhe. Chapter 76, Making Milk Tea? The ingredients are a bit different. Huh, this creature isn't dead? Even in such a state, it still clings to life. There must be something suspicious. Tang Ming immediately concealed himself, observing the unfolding events. Goodness, when did these officers become this formidable? Especially those weapons. They are truly lethal. The vengeful figure, transformed into a puddle of sludge, began to coalesce, gradually taking on a humanoid shape, with a twisted neck and a menacing glare. It seemed to question Tang Ming's prolonged observation. Surely, it would not emerge to greet him? Just then, the creature turned its gaze directly towards Tang Ming's hiding spot. How did it notice me? I made no sound at all, he thought in astonishment, preparing to retreat. Try to escape? Not a chance. The creature lunged forward, blocking Tang Ming's path. Hey, it kicked towards him. How did you discover my presence? I sensed you the moment you arrived. I just wasn't sure which side you belonged to. It seems you align with neither, so prepare to meet your demise. With that, the creature's fist came crashing down. Can you at least wait until I finish speaking before you strike? What good is your incessant chatter? Tang Ming dismissed its taunts, dispelling his invisibility and reinforcing his body with magic, engaging in a fierce battle. They exchanged blows, each landing strikes in return. I've encountered many like your invisibility magic, which led me to develop my own counterspell. Even those stronger than me can be sensed. The creature boasted with arrogance. Incredible. Where did you acquire such knowledge? You'll never extract any information from me, for you shall perish here. Black mist began to emanate from the creature, signaling another transformation. You change. I shall change as well. Magical girl transformation, bestowing the power of justice upon the world. A brilliant light enveloped them, revealing a magical girl alongside a grotesque creature covered in spines and tentacles. Good grief, are you a trap? You're the real trap. Your entire family must be. I'm a magical girl, Tang Ming retorted, half amused, half annoyed. If this doesn't qualify as a trap, then what does? And as for being a magical girl, you really think you deserve that title? The creature's words left Tang Ming speechless, prompting him to unleash a fiery punch. Did I strike a nerve? You truly are a trap. Keep talking, and I'll tear your mouth apart. The creature's tentacles elongated, morphing into fists to retaliate. Flames ignited, sparks flew, and an array of magic erupted in rapid succession, engulfing the area in flames. Are you out of your mind? Using so much magic at once. The creature struggled to keep up, only to be struck in the side by a sudden blow. Oh, my kidney! It shrieked. Fermentation magic. Just then, a hand landed on its back, causing its body to swell, the distinct scent of fermenting dough wafting through the air. What kind of magic is this? Before it could react further, another spell was cast. Egg-beating magic. A whisk materialized in Tang Ming's hand, and he began to stir the creature mercilessly. Within this brief moment, the creature regretted provoking Tang Ming, realizing too late the folly of its actions. Lying on the ground, it began to retch uncontrollably, its eyes filled with resentment. If you have the ability to kill me, then do it. Do not torment me like this. I do not take lives, Tang Ming replied, a strange sensation stirring within him. Yet he refrained from striking. Milk, tea magic. A sly smile graced his lips as he invoked a spell he had never used before. Flames ignited in the air, accompanied by twinkling starlight, as the fiery strands began to ensnare the retching creature. What are you planning to do? The creature asked, panic evident in its voice. I'm making milk tea. Tang Ming's expression bore an eerie smile, perceived by the creature as devilish. Making milk tea? Why are you binding me for that purpose? The monster gazed uncertainly at the burning fuse on its body. Indeed, it was just as one might imagine. Damn you, you lunatic! Regardless of the monster's curses, the individual continued to weave spells, and peculiar objects reminiscent of a kitchen began to materialize around them. Is this truly the method for concocting Nika? It seems that anything intertwined with magic tends to defy the norm, and this was no exception. Fanxin felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her, then raised her hand to begin her own operations. The monster was unceremoniously tossed into the apparatus, becoming part of the ingredients. Moments later, a cup of Nika, crafted by the monster, was presented before them. Just then, a slight movement was heard, and a figure vanished from sight. All that remained was a towering cup of Nika, with the monster already unconscious within, ensconced in the crimson liquid, unable to move. What on earth is this? At that moment, a group of police officers arrived on the scene, fully armed. Captain, what is this? The captain surveyed the bizarre sight with a puzzled expression. If I am not mistaken, this should be a cup of Nika, right? I believe so. There's no mistaking it. Look, there's even a straw on top. But what is that dark mass inside? Is it perhaps pearls? Indeed, those are pearls. Look how round they are. Yet why is there only one? True, why is that? Have you all forgotten about our return mission? It doesn't matter where this Nika came from. That is the priority. The captain regained composure and stated. The other officers hastily diverted their gazes, though they occasionally glanced back. Strange, the readings indicate that the suspect is still here. Why can't we find them? This individual is exceedingly cunning, feigning unconsciousness. Had it not been for the sudden alarm from the device, we would have struggled to report back. Let us set aside those thoughts for now. The readings indicate the suspect is still present. We must search meticulously, even turning over every shard. For I refuse to believe they possess wings to escape. Upon hearing the captain's words, the other officers frowned, glancing skyward as if to ascertain whether the suspect had taken to the skies. They instead caught sight of the mammoth cup of Nika. The captain muttered under his breath, but resumed his search diligently. After half an hour, all the officers encircled the Nika, exchanging glances, their expressions grim. Despite being so close, they were unable to locate the suspect. Are we to dig 3 feet into the ground? Some officers pondered aloud, while others hesitated, stepping cautiously on the ground. That seems unlikely. The device indicates the suspect is on the same level as us. If they were underground, it wouldn't show this way. Observing the captain fiddling with the device, the others began to produce their own equipment, continuously comparing readings. Ultimately, they congregated once more around the cup of Nika, gazing at one another. The readings confirm they are right here. Why can't we see them? Could they be invisible? This is baffling. Could it be a malfunction? Nonsense. This is one of the first batches post-system update. How could there be a fault? The captain rolled his eyes, continuing to scrutinize the surroundings. Ultimately fixating on the enormous cup of Nika, the others noticed this and began to frown in contemplation. Initially overlooked, they now perceived something amiss, shock evident on their faces. Could it possibly be within this cup of Nika? One officer ventured hesitantly. It's certainly plausible. Otherwise, why would the device indicate this position? Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. It appears we have located it. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I'm going to pierce this cup of Nika. The captain cautiously approached the Nika and, upon confirming there was no danger, drew a dagger and aimed for the surface. As the sound of shattering rang out, a liquid resembling amber began to flow forth, accompanied by a delightful fragrance. This scent is exquisite. Everyone, exercise caution. If it contains any unusual substances, the consequences could be dire. The captain instructed, glancing at the others. Maintain your composure. If any adverse symptoms arise, retreat immediately. Understood, Captain. The others replied in unison. A minute later, they all exhaled in relief, encircling the dark mass within the matcha, Nika. Indeed, others nodded in agreement, some retrieving handcuffs and ropes to bind the entity. Ah! The monster suddenly cried out, "You wretched beings! I want to let this go. How dare you treat me as a pearl in your Nika? This is a profound humiliation. Act now!" A voice called from the side, as one officer brandished a stun gun and aimed it at the monster's waist. Oh damn! The monster turned to face the assailant, tears glistening in its eyes. "You fiend!" In that moment, enveloped in electric currents, it gradually reverted to the form of a normal human. "Arrest him!" The captain, observing the monster's unconsciousness, promptly tossed a pair of handcuffs. Thus, these officers escorted the individual back, the sound of sirens echoing through the night sky. From the shadows, a figure observed this scene, breathing a sigh of relief. This individual's tongue was far too sharp. Thankfully, I had learned all those practical skills. I never anticipated they could be utilized in such a manner. Once they vanished into the distance, the figure intended to teleport back, only to find no response. Strange? Why is there no reaction? System? What's going on? Give me a prompt. After calling out in his mind for some time without any reply, he thought, damn, this system is utterly unreliable. Who on earth designed it? It doesn't even provide the most basic prompts. Standing there in a state of helplessness, he pondered what to do next, ultimately succumbing to a daze. No, I can still follow them. The issue lies with them. Even if something arises, it will be within their vicinity, and I can wait for the perfect opportunity. With that thought, a smug smile played upon his lips. He planted his feet on the ground and sprinted forward at near supersonic speed. In the darkness, he moved like a whispering breeze, gliding past the crowd without causing a ripple. The police vehicles came into clear view, and he maintained a leisurely pace behind them until they neared the police station, where he halted outside. Why does this place give me a sense of foreboding? Is something amiss inside? Tang Ming stood at a distance, scrutinizing the scene with a glint of curiosity in his eyes. I shall wait right here to avoid any misunderstandings. After reverting to his normal state, he found a small eatery, ordering a serving of zhajiangmian, to consume while he observed. Time flew by swiftly, and until the establishment closed. No further incidents occurred. Am I to wait indefinitely? Until when? Tang Ming stood on the street, gazing blankly at the police station across the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Go Jinren and Chun were watching the words that appeared on the screen. Oh, this fellow has actually ventured outside the Municipal Special Operations Police Station. Chun exclaimed in surprise. Let me inquire about what is happening over there. I hope our people aren't squabbling. Go Jinren swiftly grabbed his phone and dialed, yet nothing transpired. There's no issue. They simply apprehended a few individuals during their night shift, later discovering someone assisted them, but that person's whereabouts remain unknown. To err on the side of caution, they returned first, planning to investigate further later. Go Jinren remarked, his brow furrowing as he gazed at the screen. If that's the case, it must have been Tang Ming who resolved the situation. Since he has done so, why follow him to the police station? Chun stroked his chin, and suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. It seems the mission has yet to be completed, and thus, we are unable to return. Following along may indeed facilitate the subsequent tasks. I shared a similar sentiment earlier and reminded them to be vigilant of their surroundings, as unforeseen circumstances may arise. Go Jinren adjusted his glasses, displaying a hint of smugness. Haha, since Tang Ming's system has not transported him back, it signifies that further events will unfold. It is only prudent to remind them. Let us observe keenly from here. After Chun concluded, he switched the screen to a video, revealing footage from the Municipal Special Police Station. The following day, at noon, Tang Ming's eyes twitched restlessly. It is already midday. Can there not be any signs of action? He internally lamented while continuing to squat by the roadside, watching passers-by. Stifling a yawn. He felt a sense of ennui as he observed the comings and goings, his gaze frequently darting toward the police station. What is this? He was instantly captivated by a group of individuals. We will act when the crowd thickens in the afternoon. No problem. Do these fools truly believe our people are so easy to capture? Haha, this time we have mobilized entirely. It is time we stand atop this world and receive the reverence of others. The others displayed expressions of smug satisfaction upon hearing this. Luin, that fellow, possesses the ability to resurrect even after being reduced to shambles, and during a fight, he will undoubtedly go to extremes to shatter himself. What sort of person could possibly apprehend him? As for Yang Xiaoping, we shall inquire after rescuing him. No need to ponder here. Nearby, a man clad in chamade attire fiddled with his earrings. Qian Duo remarked, "Your words carry truth. Yang Xiaoping is someone who prefers to analyze every situation before feeling at ease. In my opinion, it is utterly unnecessary. Among us, who could rival him?" A man dressed in a beautiful girl outfit turned to Yang Xiaoping. "You are so blinded by your own strength that you risk becoming overconfident. You will inevitably face consequences. Particularly you, who lacks thoughtful consideration." Yang Xiaoping disdainfully flicked his lip piercing, casting a scornful glance. "Nonsense. How could I? Oh ye, be as you say? Look at Wang Jun. He has not uttered a word." He then turned to the previously silent man, who donned pink attire and had pure white hair. His eyes narrowed slightly. "Well, what else can I say? You are all correct. However, it would be wise to discuss the specific course of action to avoid unnecessary hardships." Wang Jun smiled wryly at the trio. "TCH, what is there to discuss? Let us just charge in, executing swift and decisive actions to make our presence known to the world." Oyi, dressed in casual wear, appeared somewhat out of place among them. "Oyi, perhaps we should heed Yang Xiaoping's counsel. He has always been right." Qian Duo shook his head, continuing to fidget with his lip piercing. Oyi nodded in agreement, while Yang Xiaoping regarded him with calm eyes. "Very well, we shall follow Xiaoping's lead." Oyi sighed, falling silent. The four arrived at the small eatery, where Tang Ming had dined on fried sauce noodles the previous night. Tang Ming, entering the establishment, adeptly ordered his noodles while continuing to observe them. Chapter 78. The four-man group, evening assault on the police station as dusk descended. The city was bathed in a crimson hue. People hustled about, commuting to and from work, with only a handful able to enjoy life unencumbered. Naturally, events incongruent with this world were also unfolding. For example, the current situation. The sky is free, yet I am not. Thus, I must utilize my own hands to forge a world of freedom, for which I would go to any lengths. Yang Xiaoping stood on the street, gazing at the evening glow. Another episode of eccentricity has arisen. He always utters peculiar phrases before a mission. Oyi stood nearby, somewhat contemplative. "You do not understand. This is a reflection on life and the world. Enough of such incomprehensible musings. Let us discuss our next course of action." Qian Duo interjected, struggling to absorb the conversation. "Look at Wang Jun. He is several meters away from you." Yang Xiaoping glanced over, locking eyes with Wang Jun, who could only manage an awkward smile before reluctantly approaching. "Let us table that for now. We should focus on our next steps." Yang Xiaoping lowered his voice, surveying the surroundings. "We will proceed this way, then that way, and finally conclude with this." The others nodded in agreement. Everyone understood the course of action. "I have made it abundantly clear that we will charge into the police station when the guards change shifts." The others nodded once more, all consenting to this plan. Meanwhile, Tang Ming stood at a distance, utterly bewildered. Why can I not comprehend this tactical plan? What do they mean by this way and that way? Regardless of his understanding, the group began making their way toward the police station. At that moment, the guards commenced their shift change. "Now," Yang Xiaoping called out softly, and they hastened toward the entrance. Initially assumed to be ordinary individuals, they were halted as they approached. "May I help you? We are here to locate someone." "Locate someone? Do you have an appointment? Or any form of identification?" "This is our identification." Yang Xiaoping retrieved a document from his pocket, appearing official. Upon seeing this, the guards relaxed slightly and reached out to inspect it. However, they unexpectedly crumpled the document into a ball and swung their fists, catching him off guard and sending one flying 2 meters away. The other 3 swiftly dealt with the remaining guard. They then surged forward into the station. Tang Ming observed from outside, still feeling an unsettling sense of danger. It is perhaps best not to enter. This feeling is truly discomforting. He remained squatting, while the passers-by were startled by the earlier commotion. By the time they regained their senses, the 4 had already vanished. "Quick, call the police. Someone has breached the station." Is this even the police station? How do we call the police? Damn, that is a problem." Everyone pondered this dilemma with furrowed brows. Tang Ming, equally astonished, observed them, unsure how to resolve this issue. "Just call the police. Forget about the rest. It's not the only police station around." One individual among the crowd snapped back to reality, cursing as he pulled out his phone. Tang Ming, feeling somewhat exasperated, retrieved his transformation device and began dialing. The nearby 110 emergency service was swiftly contacted, receiving the distress call from this location. In an instant, the area was filled with the blaring sirens and flashing red and blue lights. Simultaneously, a girl clad in a blue dress appeared in the sky, her eyes glowing blue as she calmly observed the unfolding events. A cacophony erupted within Municipal Special Police Station. "How dare you intrude here? You possess audacity." Several individuals flew out, mechanical wings flapping behind them, immediately dispersed the crowd to prevent casualties. Yes, some among them swiftly approached the police vehicles, producing identification before directing the onlookers to vacate the area. They even discovered that all electronic devices had ceased functioning. Within a minute, only the police and 7 individuals remained at the scene. Good heavens, no wonder there is a sense of danger. With this technology alone, one could easily sustain themselves. And there is an odd feeling that something else lurks here, which truly poses a threat to me. With narrowed eyes, he began to cultivate a clearer understanding of the governmental power at play. To his astonishment, the advanced technology on display was truly eye-opening. Yang Xiaoping gazed toward the sky, where several individuals were present. However, he mused, with such rudimentary tactics, they surely underestimated us. Ouya, touching the piercing on his lip, displayed a hint of disdain. Qin Duo and Wang Jun observed with calm indifference. "Is that so? I initially intended to extract information about you from the 3 of them, yet it seems they have presented themselves to us, which saves considerable time. Since they are here, there is no need for them to leave." The speaker was none other than the captain who had apprehended Lu Wan and his companions. "Huh, do you really think you can stop us if we decide to leave?" Ouya tilted his head, casting a sidelong glance at the captain. "Do not waste words with them. This fellow is named Li Yu, the deputy head of this precinct, and he possesses considerable power, especially with the weapons he wields that pose a threat to us." Lu Wan whispered to Yang Xiaoping. "Weapons? So it is true." Yang Xiaoping nodded and remarked, "I had speculated that someone could neutralize your abilities, but now it seems you are indeed restrained by their weaponry." "Well, it is actually a pervert who has me restrained." Lu Wen's expression suddenly darkened. The others exchanged puzzled glances. Even the 2 initially captured individuals appeared taken aback. "Enough with the questions. Let us swiftly deal with them." Lu Wen changed the subject, instantly transforming into a grotesque creature covered in warts and tentacles, emitting sounds akin to that of an infant. "Transform first." Yang Xiaoping observed Lu Wen's transformation with evident distaste and added, "Everyone, maintain utmost focus. This time, we shall strike decisively and establish our reputation." "Agreed." The 6 responded in unison. At that moment, gunfire rang out, and the 2 who had been captured initially fell to the ground, lifeless. "Damn, are you incapable of playing fair? We haven't even transformed yet." Ouya looked exasperatedly at Li Yu hovering above them. "I apologize, but I do not have the luxury of time for your gradual transformations," Li Yu retorted, leveling his aim at them once more. "You dishonorable scoundrel, I shall show you the reason behind the beauty of the flowers." Ouya roared, instantly morphing into a mantis-like creature, wielding his scythe as he soared into the air, locking eyes with Li Yu. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping transformed into a monstrous entity resembling a large beetle, with glimmering horns atop his head and a shell encasing his body, disappearing from sight as his wings fluttered. Qin Duo also began to change, but unlike the others, he shed his skin to reveal a being covered in crimson fur. Wang Jun, after glancing at them, produced a peculiar item from behind and shouted, "Shadow armor. Unite." Chapter 79. Why does your style differ? Combat. Interception. Black light flashed across the skull-like transformation device, enveloping him in an instant, revealing a figure clad in armor adorned with demonic patterns and a skull-like helmet. By heavens, this individual style is distinctly different. Tang Ming stared in disbelief. Li Yu looked down in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that truly armor? Heh, are you all intimidated?" Ouya brandished his scythe. "It is merely a special variant. It is not as though I have never encountered such before." Li Yu's astonishment quickly faded, and he added, "Individuals like you, who are so self-assured in their abilities, are not uncommon in my experience. Humph, that is only because you have yet to encounter us. Soon, you shall understand what true strength entails." Ouya crossed his scythes and charged forward. You dare to challenge me?" Li Yu retrieved a machine gun from behind and activated his mechanical wings. In an instant, the 2 were engaged in fierce combat. Then let me entertain you. Yang Xiaoping raised his horns, emitting a peculiar wave that distorted the surrounding space. Magnetic field barrier. The 6 fully armed officers were drawn towards him. Qian Duo, in his frighteningly hairy form, revealed elongated fangs, dripping crimson liquid that corroded the ground beneath him. His red fur swirled as he soared upward like a bat. Ha! It has been a while since I tasted flesh. Allow me to savor your delicacies. The other officers, somewhat intimidated by his appearance, nonetheless charged at him with determination. Luwen remained rooted, extending his tentacles towards the figures in the sky. Come at me. The other officers rushed towards him. Meanwhile, those outside were busy dispersing the crowd, some contacting superiors for instructions. Shadow armor, shadow blade. Wang Jun withdrew 2 blades from his arms, and a torrent of blood gushed forth as he leaped into the air. What the hell? How can they all fly? Tang Ming gazed incredulously at the unfolding events. A roar echoed through the sky. Shadow, 1,000-year kill. Tang Ming's attention snapped to Wang Jun. Everyone, be cautious. This fellow possesses some skill. Several officers maintained their formation, prepared for defense. Shadow mist confusion. A dense black fog descended, enveloping the surroundings in obscurity. Ah, damn it. Hith hith. The sounds of panic and anguish echoed within the mist, as if some grievance lingered. Tang Ming felt a chill run down his spine, instinctively drawing back. This is utterly perverse. The title of armor is now tainted, with a silent lament. He kept his hands behind his back to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Uya's eyes twitched as he cast furtive glances towards Wang Jun, and Liu's brow furrowed, feeling discomfort in his rear. Is this all you can resort to? These despicable tactics? Liu parried Uya's scythe and immediately fired a shot, which was deflected harmlessly away. Despicable? That is merely your perception. We hold a different view. Uya's foot transformed into a blade aimed at him. Liu found himself both amused and enraged. He had not encountered someone like this in many years, and he was indeed gaining new insights. The mantis captures the cicada. Uya's speed surged, aiming to behead Liu. Damn it! Liu cursed internally, promptly pressing a button on his gun, summoning a protective light shield. Oh! Uya smirked, observing this scene. If one shield can withstand, I refuse to believe 100 can. You think I will allow you to strike 100 times? Liu looked at him defiantly as his mechanical wings disassembled into flying swords circling around him. Thought slash. As the words fell, a cold light flashed. Uya's pupils constricted as he crossed his sides to defend, retreating backward. Tenfold power, turn to dust. The gun in his hand emanated a blue glow. Immense energy pulsating as it followed the flying swords. Damn it! Uya cursed aloud but hesitated not, plummeting downward. Not so fast. A figure emerged below, firing a shot that abruptly decelerated him, delivering a heavy impact. The scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaoping's situation was markedly better. With each lift of his horns, adversaries were sent sprawling to the ground. Qian Duo deftly evaded the lasers, directing the crimson-furred creature to weave gracefully through the fray. As the officers occasionally cried out in pain, yet held their formation, engaging in combat with him, Luwen stood on the ground, feeling somewhat helpless. Alas, I'm the only one who cannot fly. I am utterly useless here. Cursing inwardly, he contemplated whether he should discreetly slip away. Observing their circumstances, he realized they were fully capable of handling the situation, which would also allow him to conserve his strength. The more he pondered, the clearer his thoughts became, and he found himself fiercely battling with those policemen, yet increasingly distancing himself from the central position. Shadow fire, burn the fat, Wang Jun shouted again. As the mist began to dissipate, the police, engulfed in flames, could not extinguish the fire no matter how hard they tried, ultimately falling to the ground. Wang Jun, seeing this, immediately flew towards Yang Xiaoping. Good, I shall let them experience my ultimate skill, explosive armor. As Yang Xiaoping tore off his armor upon Wang Jun's approach, he attacked wildly in all directions, causing sparks to fly as the armor clashed with the air, drawing the attention of onlookers. Not good. Everyone get back. Liu shouted from a distance, attempting to rush over, but was intercepted by Yi. You think you can save people? No chance. You were just bragging. And now it's all over. Yi laughed maniacally. Is that so? I merely acted with a sense of urgency. Perhaps I overestimated you, Liu retorted dismissively, glancing at the charred body of his opponent. Oye's laughter immediately ceased as he hurriedly used his abilities to heal the charred areas on his body. Begin. Before the words had left his mouth, the ground began to shift, and a long cylindrical object emerged, aiming at Oye. Hiss! Oye felt a chill run through his body and quickly flew away while yelling, "Run!" Unfortunately, the incandescent light engulfed him, silencing any cries for help. Damn it! Yang Xiaoping's pupils constricted as he withdrew his armor, grabbing Wang Jun and fleeing, showing no concern for Oye's fate. Lu Wen had long since vanished from the ground, leaving only a few policemen exchanging glances at the remnants below. Thinking of escaping? No way. Liu returned the sentiment, leading his team in a swift pursuit. Leave not a single one behind. The rest of you manage the scene. Understood, Captain. In an instant, the sky was devoid of any presence, save for Oye, who plummeted below, his fate unknown. After the cannon fired, it turned crimson and began to sink, ceasing its barrage. Everyone hurry. Once this area is secured, we will assist the captain. Got it. Brothers, you've worked hard. Now, we will need your help regarding the crowd. No trouble at all. This has truly been an eye-opening experience. Indeed, I never imagined technology had advanced to such a degree. It is quite astonishing, the other officers remarked as they helped clear the scene. Meanwhile, in the distance, Tang Ming advanced through the shadows. It has been a while, he said with a smile, looking at the figure before him. Chapter 80. A familiar conclusion. Can skills change? The shadow before him twitched at the corners, fists clenched. I haven't sought you out, yet you come knocking. Truly, you are a fool who walks the path of heaven while ignoring the gates of hell. Lu Wen glared at Tang Ming with resentment. Is that so? It seems my search for you was indeed timely. Otherwise, I would have found myself in a dire predicament. Tang Ming replied with a smile. Let us see who possesses greater skill. Lu Wen transformed into a monstrous form, declaring, I merely underestimated you before. This time, luck will not be on your side. Before he could finish, he extended his tentacles to grab Tang Ming. Apologies, but anyone who has been bested by me once will not be considered my opponent. Tang Ming charged forward, shouting, transform, magical girl Fenxin. Flames erupted instantly, surging towards his adversary. Domain expansion. With a swift thought, the area was engulfed in pink light, vanishing from sight. The policemen passing through the vicinity were oblivious to any anomaly. What did you do? Lu Wen asked with a strange tone, his actions unceasing. I merely wish to engage you in a fair battle, free from any interruptions, Fenxin declared, unleashing starfire, encircling the two and igniting a fierce blaze that escalated in temperature. Lu Wen observed his peculiar actions, his tentacles multiplying and transforming into a spiny monstrosity. Explosive spikes. Lu Wen's hardened tentacles shot outwards, targeting Fenxin exclusively. This move is indeed novel, yet it poses little threat. Fenxin raised a firewall, enveloping herself, activating phasing and invisibility to evade the area, aiming to flank her opponent for a surprise attack. Hee, attempting to sneak up on me? I have witnessed your tactics before. Do you think I would fall for them again? A calculating expression crossed Lu Wen's face, hidden beneath his spines. Sure enough, as Fenxin approached within half a meter, new spikes sprouted from exposed areas of his body. Fenxin squinted her eyes and cast a peculiar spell. Dance magic, flea jitter magic, boiling water magic. After casting these three spells, both Lu Wen and Fenxin experienced a strange sensation. Huh, they exclaimed simultaneously, the latter hurriedly examining the spell descriptions. Dance magic, a lifestyle skill that brings joy to oneself and others. Flea jitter magic, a lifestyle skill that, when used as an attack, causes both the user and the target to shake uncontrollably. Boiling water magic. During the casting process, water is automatically generated, awaiting to boil, when used as an attack. It treats all objects as water to be boiled, indiscriminately affecting friend and foe. What? Is that really how the descriptions go? Why does it feel slightly off? Did I misremember? A peculiar sensation washed over him as fleeting memories of various spells crossed his mind, raising suspicions that something was amiss. He was certain the descriptions had not included these elements. Just then, a cute magical sprite appeared in his mind, the very one that had installed the system. To his surprise, due to carelessness, the lifestyle skills had been incorrectly filled out. How careless of me. Thankfully, it can be corrected now. The magic sprite wiped the sweat from its brow and remarked, better late than never. This system does have its quirks without my direct manipulation, yet fortunately, the issues are not severe. I wonder how this fellow is faring. Has he begun to relish this experience? Hee. Thus, the sprite vanished from his consciousness. Tang Ming remained unaware of these developments, only realizing that the description of the magical skill had changed, now wearing a face of disbelief. What kind of absurd magic is this? How can it differ from what you described? Lu Wan, feeling the effects of the magic that were entirely unlike its name, expressed his astonishment. Don't take me for a fool. A righteous person can become quite fearsome when angered. You a righteous person? You must be joking. Fenxin's playful voice rang in his ears, causing him to feel a tightening sensation in his body. Uncontrollably, both of their bodies began to dance, occasionally twitching as if plagued by fleas. Had anyone witnessed this, they would have found it utterly unbearable. Thankfully, with the domain activated, otherwise, if they were to dance outside, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. Fenxin mused internally. Yet, an odd sensation washed over her once more. It's so hot. I want to take off my clothes. What on earth is this feeling? Fenxin was startled, hastily slapping her face several times to regain her composure. Lu Wan has regained his human form, his body drenched in sweat, his gaze somewhat unfocused, and his hands constantly gripping his clothes as if he were about to tear them apart. This cannot continue. Can this spell not be paused? Just as this thought crossed his mind, it truly came to a halt. The graceful figure of Fenxin froze in place. To my astonishment, it can be controlled? How I wasted so much time dancing. How infuriating. Cursing inwardly, I immediately employed the milk tea magic to encase Lu Wei once more. As the domain dissipated, a colossal milk tea appeared on the spot, its pearls equally immense. It was purified instantly to avoid missing out on experience points. Purification, pink world. Embrace the power of light. In the blink of an eye, Fenxin leapt 10 meters forward, pursuing the others fleeing in the opposite direction. Still trying to escape? Li Yu's mechanical wings fluttered behind him as he soared over the skyscrapers, chasing into the night sky. Do you think I fear you? If it weren't for the concern over that thing's range, who would chase you for so long? Yang Xiaoping turned mid-air, disdainfully observing him. Beside him, Wang Jun remained silent. A few figures then flew in, revealing Qian Duo and other officers. You've been chased for so long. Isn't it exhilarating? Soon it will be my turn to revel. Qian Duo panted slightly, his gaze dark as he stared at the police across from him. Although he was unaware of Oye's specific situation, it wouldn't be pleasant. It is a pity he could not be rescued. He is likely under your control now. Yang Xiaoping spoke calmly, stroking the horn atop his head. I cannot be bothered to converse with you. You are unworthy of my words. Li Yu, holding a submachine gun, declared confess for leniency, resist for severity. Bah, the outcome will be the same. Why say such things to me? Qian Duo spat on the ground, uncertain of who would be the fortunate one. You are fully aware of your actions. Knowing the result, there is no need for further discussion. Simply apprehend them. Li Yu gestured, and the other officers began to encircle and launch their attack. The drugs we peddle offer a taste of freedom, if not for your relentless crackdown. We would have already prospered. Would we need to resort to such tactics? Qian Duo bitterly pulled out a tuft of fur from his body and scattered it into the air. Your kind of drug merely destroys others' neural cells, inducing addiction and hallucinations, releasing excess dopamine, while diminishing white blood cells and platelets, leading to weakness, bleeding, or even death. The consequences are dire. Li Yu's tone was icy. Yet, is it not their own inability to control themselves that ultimately leads them to shift the blame onto us? Ridiculous. Yang Xiaoping interjected. Enough with the idle chatter. Since we cannot reason with you, we must resort to force. Li Yu pulled a trigger, and a blue laser shot directly towards Qian Duo. Just as Qian Duo transformed his red hair into a shield to block, a strange object from afar also shot towards them. Chapter 81. The Power of Slingshot Magic. Assistance. Not only was Qian Duo astonished, but the police across were equally taken aback. Who would dare to strike at this moment? Yet it appeared to be from our side. Li Yu sighed in relief as he observed the ground, but found nothing. Who is it? Sneaking around. If you have the ability, come forth. After piercing through the incoming projectile, Qian Duo shouted at the ground, his voice echoing. Meanwhile, on a rooftop, Fenxin helplessly remarked, if I could fly, I would have dealt with you all already. Must I go through this? Resting her hand on the railing, she gazed up at the figures in the sky. Qian Duo, realizing no one responded to his shout, furrowed his brow, thinking, I never expected someone would strike at this moment. It seems they cannot fly, so I merely need to be cautious and deal with these fellows before seeking trouble with him. Qian Duo, the person on the ground, should not be too formidable. They merely wish to distract us, so it is best to resolve these matters quickly. Yang Xiaoping flew over and clapped him on the furry shoulder. All right, Qian Duo nodded, his eyes growing fierce. Simultaneously, Liu pulled the trigger at Yang Xiaoping. Realizing the danger, Yang Xiaoping looked up just in time to meet Liu's gaze, hastily hardening his shell to withstand the laser. The other officers also pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage towards the three. The ground, too, had projectiles shooting upwards. This slingshot magic is indeed quite useful. It works perfectly for daily bird hunting. Now treating them like birds is simply a sure hit. Fenxin's face lit up with an excited smile as she continued to gather magic on the slingshot, igniting flames. Taste my fireball, like a meteor streaking through the sky. It hurtled directly towards Qian Duo. Do you think I am easy to bully? This guy is targeting me. Qian Duo, exasperated, felt his red hair grow even more vibrant, as if it might bleed. Everyone, do not let them approach. Pay attention to the energy depletion of your firearms, and change magazines promptly. Liu swiftly retrieved a magazine glowing blue from his waist and seamlessly replaced it. Damn it, their magazines should be sufficient to wear us down. We must resolve this quickly, Yang Xiaoping muttered, casting a glance at Wang Jun, seemingly searching for a solution. Sigh, fine. Wang Jun, feeling the intensity of their gaze, spoke up, buy me some time. Seeing that Wang Jun was being shielded in the middle, Liu and his companions sensed something was amiss. Everyone, aim for that middle fellow. Liu directed his gun towards Wang Jun and unleashed a 5-round burst, but unfortunately, all were blocked by the other two, albeit with varying degrees of injury. On the rooftop, Fenxin observed this scene, narrowing her eyes as she raised the slingshot once more, still aiming at Qian Duo. Moonlit Fire Shadow. Integrating skills into another based on the slingshot magic's description was a daring endeavor. Should an accident occur, she would be the first to suffer. The sound of slicing through the sky shattered the tranquility of the night. Those wandering or gathering in the night all looked up in astonishment. What? Why are there two moons? Is my vision failing? Your vision failing? Am I seeing things too? Come see. The sky is changing. Could this signify my ascension to divinity? Are you insane? Ascend to divinity? I will make you a eunuch. Quick, take a photo. This is an astronomical phenomenon. Perhaps it could earn a Nobel Prize. You? I'm recording a video. Indeed, many turn to record, while only a few capture photographs. Simultaneously, a chilling scream pierced the sky. The crowd on the ground froze, instinctively gazing upwards. I must not have heard that correctly. One person received a slap to the face. Looking at you, it's clear you heard it right. The slapper wore a smug expression. The one slapped held his face, feeling aggrieved, unsure of how to respond. Damn, isn't this an open space? There are no buildings. How could there be voices? Could it be something flying in the sky? No way. Could this be a sign of spiritual energy revival? If so, I shall become immortal. Ha ha ha. Sigh. It seems there are still too many delusional people. Someone shook their head in lament, then added, if I Haven T had my turn, how could it be yours? Others cast disdainful glances at him. High above, Qian Duo clutched his posterior, his face flushed with anger, and resentment brewed within him, causing his hair to emit a crimson mist. Darn it, that person below is undoubtedly a pervert. Liu and the police felt an ominous chill rise, sensing insecurity behind them as they lowered their heads to glance down. Qian Duo, let us not concern ourselves with this matter for now. Let us wait for Wang Jun's side to resolve first. Yang Xiaoping observed with a peculiar gaze, sighing inwardly. This individual must be deranged, otherwise. Why would he target Qian Duo specifically, and in such a manner? A thought crossed his mind. Could it be an unusual fetish? Yang Xiaoping's pupils contracted, casting a sympathetic look at Qian Duo, though he refrained from voicing it to avoid breaking his composure. Once we resolve this situation, I shall ensure he knows I am not someone to be trifled with. Qian Duo, filled with ire, spoke, and the crimson mist around him dissipated considerably. On the ground, Fenxian, unaware of the consequences of the recent attack, readied her slingshot for one final shot. This is the last shot. I refuse to believe you can continue soaring through the sky. Whispering to herself, she repositioned to aim again. Magic Release, Starfire Ignition. The advanced version of the flickering flame. Starfire Ignition was a technique Xin had stumbled upon in the past, and she had grown increasingly adept at wielding it. Fire. Upon launching the projectile, she sprinted forward, leaping over the rooftop and appearing in midair, slowly gliding forward, though still descending. Oh my, someone's jumping off the building. Everyone, quickly take cover. If you get hit, it's the end for us all. Run. The crowd on the street swiftly scattered in all directions, while the vehicles continued to drive, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. In the sky, just as Qian Duo deflected the police's laser fire, he sensed something approaching him. Damn it, not again. Turning to look, he was shocked to see a fireball, larger than himself, hurtling toward him. Oh no! His crimson hair transformed into a shield, protecting him, while Yang Qiuping beside him felt helpless, realizing that all the attacks were aimed solely at Qian Duo. He couldn't assist him. To everyone's astonishment, Qian Duo was engulfed by the fireball, being dragged down. This is a ploy to distract us. Yang Qiuping immediately rushed forward, only to be pushed back by Li Yu's gunfire. Huh. Let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Do not let him aid that individual. We shall continue. Li Yu pressed a button on her machine gun, and a voice proclaimed, palm print verification successful, form transformation, close combat weapon. The mechanical wings behind her fluttered rapidly as the machine gun morphed into dual luminous blades. Goodness, a magical girl? Chapter 82, Eyewitness Account. A conversation with Qian Duo. Those hiding on both sides of the street were also observing the figures in the sky, and someone magnified the scene on their mobile phone, exclaiming in astonishment. What? A magical girl? Have you not fully awakened yet? Look, it's real. The individual displayed the footage they had just captured. Goodness, it truly is a magical girl. Others, hearing this, also pulled out their phones, directing them toward the sky in search of the spectacle. Over there, quick, look. Following the pointed direction, everyone hurriedly aimed their cameras. They soon spotted a girl continuously falling from the sky, her gaze fixed upward. How strange. Why does it seem she's falling slowly? Indeed, under normal circumstances, she should have landed by now. Is this some kind of filming? Perhaps she's on wires? Moreover, in this age, where would one find a magical girl? It must be a joke. True, it seems a bit exaggerated, yet I have not heard of any filming crew in this vicinity. If there were, we would certainly have gathered to watch. It's merely coincidence we stumbled upon this. Nonsense, look up. Someone shouted in surprise, while others gasped in shock. Everyone shifted their attention from the girl to see a massive fireball plummeting toward the ground. Is this also part of the filming? Why does it feel increasingly hot? Run. It's a fireball. Who is recklessly igniting fires? Damn it. How unfortunate, encountering so many bizarre events in such a short time. Stop filming. We will be crushed into a pulp. Someone hurriedly dragged another person away to safety. Huh. The creature has finally descended. Xin smirked, her pink glow shimmering as she softly uttered, Pink World, Domain Unleashed. Those fleeing below felt the intense heat abruptly vanish, causing them to halt and turn around. They discovered the fireball had vanished, and had it not been for the lingering warmth in the air, they would have deemed the previous scene a mere hallucination. In the sky, Wang Jun opened his eyes, his shadowy armor radiating an extraordinary light. Shadow Realm, Devour. Two black whirlpools materialized in his palms, forcefully hurled toward the battle above where Yang Qiuping and Li Yu were engaged, enveloping them all, himself included. Everyone in the sky vanished, plunging into silence. Tang Ming did not require my intervention. Only Li Yu did. On a rooftop, a blue figure gazed upward, contemplating something. Let us observe a bit longer. Shaking his head, he vanished without a sound. Is it you? The red-haired monster transformed by Qian Duo fixated on the girl opposite him, his expression one of confusion. It's me. What of it? Xin looked at him quizzically, not entirely grasping the meaning of his words, yet she readily affirmed her identity. No way you, a girl, could commit such acts. What? Do you look down upon me for being a girl? Or do you have objections? However, there's no however. Your demise is imminent. So you might as well submit to my purification. Xin interrupted him directly, her annoyance evident. Qian Duo stood dumbfounded, thinking, darn it, could she be a male who specializes in targeting others' weaknesses? He then inquired, are you from Nanliang? Or perhaps a she-male? Or something else entirely? Noticing his conflicted expression, Xin asked curiously, why do you care so much? Of course, I want to know what you intend to do to me, so I can be prepared. Huh? Did I not just say I intend to purify you? Are your ears merely for decoration? Oomph. Who knows what your true intentions are? What if you have ulterior motives? Goodness. Fan Xian widened her eyes, her thoughts racing. This person can't possibly have that kind of preference, right? I am definitely a guy. How could I do anything else to him? It seems one cannot judge by appearances. Cough, rest assured. I shall not do anything else to you. As soon as she spoke, Qian Duo appeared somewhat disappointed. Fan Xian felt an uncomfortable sensation wash over her, flames erupting from her body, dispelling the chill rising within her. She stepped forward, charging at him, cursing, "I'll beat you, you pervert. Aren't you a pervert too? How dare you say that to me?" Qian Duo's eyes twitched, and he charged forward, shouting, "You dared to shoot my backside. Do you not have the courage to admit it?" Fan Xian paused, looking at him curiously. "When did I ever shoot your backside? Stop making baseless accusations." Then she unleashed a flashing 5-strike kick enveloped in flames. Kick! I could do that too. Red hair curse. The hair danced wildly, landing upon the pink flame, dissipating in an instant, causing the flames to diminish significantly. A spark can start a fire, moonlit shadows, dust magic. Qian Duo exclaimed. Entangled in mystery, twisting paths, suppressing the gods. The crimson hair transformed into countless ghastly faces that lunged forward. "O God of light, bring forth the cataclysmic destruction." The words echoed in the heart of Fanxin. A pink luminescence radiated within as dust spread everywhere. When the spark ignited, it became a manifestation of explosive artistry. Boom! Both figures vanished within the flames. Before the fire could fade, a moon ascended into the sky, hurtling downwards with great speed. Moonlit shadows collapsed. Fanxin's dress was corroded, riddled with holes from which ghastly faces emerged. Ominous and eerie, life and death. I curse with the fate of future generations. Before he could finish, something poked him from behind. Turning around, he saw a ragged girl wielding a stick, retracting it. Oops, my apologies. This magic is still new to me. I promise it won't happen again. Fanxin felt a bit awkward. She intended to use rod extraction magic to interrupt his spellcasting, but inadvertently aimed at his rear, leaving both parties speechless. Damn it! Qian Duo's eyes rolled back as he fainted, only to be struck by the descending moon. I sincerely apologize. Fanxin sighed, then began to purify him with her cleansing abilities. Over 50 spirit crystals, splendid. Now nearing 300, she need not worry about scarcity. With a smirk, she retracted her domain, appearing atop a building. Where's everyone? She scanned her surroundings, but found no one. Have they left? I suppose I must drop this fellow at the police station. Just as she lifted him, the system's voice echoed. There is a domain in the air. Violent disruption is permitted. Fanxin's movement halted abruptly, and she murmured, "How long has it been since you last responded to me?" "Almost half a month. I'm beginning to suspect you've abandoned me." After a moment of silence from the system, she resigned herself to the notion of being alone, accompanied only by her transformation device. With a sigh, she tossed the man back onto the rooftop, employing spells such as Spirit Eye, Spirit Ear, and other enhancements to heighten her spiritual perception. There, after 5 minutes, her gaze fixated on a patch of emptiness, ripples occasionally disturbing the stillness. Violent measures? Which magic to employ? Her mind raced through options. An evil grin crept across her face. Chapter 83. Deadly Magical Skills? A turn of events. Among all the skills, only one suited the current predicament. Yet, its description appeared somewhat unusual, seeming rather mundane. Threading magic. Upon release, countless flying needles converge forward with immense piercing power. Caution. This magic belongs to the pinnacle of life skills, hence may possess minor flaws. Side effects. This magic tends to bind others. It can affect both foes and allies, making it an entertaining diversion. Goodness, if life skills didn't have these flaws, would they even qualify as life skills? They all share this indistinct nature of friend and foe. The smile on Fanxin's lips faded upon reading the side effects. Fortunately, it is controllable. I shall target only the enemy, thus avoiding self-harm. Once she had settled this in her mind, she sighed in relief, extending her palm to cast the spell. Threading, like a torrent, gather like a chasm. Ah, damn it. Fanxin felt as though her entire being was pierced by needles. Those flying needles burst forth from her body, stained with blood. Witnessing this, her heart chilled. cursing inwardly. Couldn't you have listed that flaw? I thought it was something else. Her body began to convulse. She barely managed to cast body massage magic before collapsing onto the rooftop, watching as the bloodied needles continuously divided and then coagulated back together. Thankfully, she could control these needles in her mind. Otherwise, this immense magical energy would have been wasted. The sound of metal grinding filled the air, causing Finchin's ears to ring, while those sleeping within the building and moving about clutched their ears. Some daring souls strained to gaze upwards. Goodness! Before they could utter another word, a blue glow enveloped a 1,000-meter radius, and the onlookers resumed their previous activities as if nothing had happened. Not bad. The figure atop the rooftop, donning sunglasses, observed everything, praising the spectacle. The needles converged like a dragon, striking towards the domain. A colossal sound drowned out the area. As dark radiance began to spread, numerous police officers fell, each bearing wounds, some collapsing instantly. Oh, the onlookers exchanged bewildered glances at the unfolding scene. Perfect. Now we needn't battle in that pitch-black space. Liu wiped the blood from his mouth. His blade appeared somewhat dulled. With only 3 companions remaining, their situation far worse. I never anticipated someone could breach my domain. It seems this person possesses some skill. Wang Jun's voice turned icy. Yang Qiuping surveyed the surroundings, remaining vigilant. Whoever this hero is, if they assist us in capturing these two, a generous reward awaits. Liu shouted, but no response came. For Finchin had only just regained her composure. It appears that person will not respond to you. Let us continue our battle. Wang Jun transformed, becoming more animated. As the armor on his arms morphed into sword blades, charging forth, with Yang Qiuping hastily following. His shell thickened, claws extending, brandishing menacingly. Now that we are outside, I fear you not. You go catch the others, lest they fall to their demise. Liu prepared to withstand 2 foes alone. Captain, allow me to stay. The 2 of them are enough. The other 2 nodded and dashed downwards. All right. Liu, seeing the determination in his eyes, consented. Shadows flickered across the sky, as people plummeting down were caught by others. Time stretched, yet it was less than an hour. Threading bind, Finchin struggled to rise, issuing subsequent commands to the hidden flying needles. Bloodlight erupted, and she spat blood. Damn it! Just as she uttered this, she collapsed again, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the needle erupting from her body. The sanguine radiance surged into the needle swarm, instantly staining them crimson, casting a blood-red glow in the air. I initially intended to use this magic, but it was too harsh on myself, so I refrained. I didn't expect this person to be so ruthless. They shall undoubtedly become the guardian of Tang City. No escape. The blue figure adjusted his sunglasses, growing increasingly impressed. Unbeknownst to him, Ming had not seen the full description of this magic. Otherwise, he would not have used it and now regretted his decision. The 4 engaged in fierce combat felt a tightening in their bodies, as if bound by some unseen force. What is this? Yang Qiuping exclaimed, feeling indentations form on his armor. My exoskeleton is extraordinarily sturdy. How is that even possible? Beside me, Wang Jun is scarcely in a better state. His arm blades nearly shattered. Naturally, Liu and the nearby officer are met with a similar fate, with only 2 individuals below, engaged in receiving others. Spared from this grim outcome, a soft gasp escapes Yang Qiuping's lips, prompting the trio to turn their heads, only to discover that his horn has been severed. His form begins to alter, swiftly morphing into that of a human. At this moment, they discern what binds them. Is it a thread? A crimson one? The 3 are momentarily taken aback, sensing an ominous turn of events. The red thread continues to weave around Yang Qiuping, multiplying until it ensnares his limbs, even silencing his mouth. How can such binding be possible? Liu begins to feel fear creep in as he envisions himself in a similar predicament, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. Indeed, he and the adjacent officer are quickly bound in a manner akin to Yang Qiuping. Only Wang Jun remains steadfast, though it seems his endurance wanes. Damn it. Shadow armor, explosive armor, upgrade, divine shadow armor. Wang Jun shouts, repeating shadow armor over 30 times before any discernible change occurs. Yet, he hears, the metamorphosis conditions have not been met. Given the current perilous situation, permission is temporarily revoked. Divine shadow armor, descend. A gleam of joy illuminates Wang Jun's face as a massive vortex materializes in the obsidian sky, heralding a violent transformation of the shadow armor. Divine shadow armor, unite. The crimson threads are instantaneously severed, leaving behind only the black armor, its oppressive aura enveloping a radius of 500 meters. The helmet, adorned with dark red eyes and sharp protrusions, features blades that unfurl like feathers, arms ablaze with crimson flames, while the lower body is clad in scale-like armor, complete with barbed heels and wings formed from flying swords, constantly flickering. Lying on the rooftop, Fen is somewhat speechless. Is it really escalating to such intensity? As she rises to retreat, the divine shadow armor's helmet turns to face her. A female? Regardless of gender, as an adversary, you shall meet your demise. The divine shadow armor strides forward, reaching Fen side in an instant, delivering a punch before she can even brace herself, sending her reeling through the air, blood spilling from her lips. Thus, she is hurled about in midair by the divine shadow armor, utterly powerless to resist. Chapter 84. A near brush with death. Reinforcements. In the air, Fen feels as though her body is on the verge of explosion, her bones crackling ominously. This is it. I am truly at death's door. Panic wells within her, and her body grows increasingly cold. Alas, I never anticipated such a scenario. It is utterly unforeseen. A soft voice carries through the air as the shadow holding Fen head turns to gaze elsewhere. Who are you? Before her stands a girl clad in a blue dress, gracefully traversing the void, each step crystallizing delicate shards of ice beneath her feet. Who am I? You shall find out shortly. The blue-clad girl unfurls her palm, sending snowflakes soaring into the sky, encasing the surroundings in frost. 1,000 miles frozen. 10,000 miles of snow drifting. The shadow feels his body stiffening, tiny ice crystals spreading from the armor, making any movement exceedingly arduous. You. His words falter as a snowflake lands upon his head, instantaneously pinning him down in midair. What? The shadow exclaims in astonishment, utterly incredulous. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, yet your emergence has altered the situation significantly. The blue-clad girl approaches him slowly, her gaze fixed. Impossible. I possess full-level armor. You cannot possibly be my opponent. This cannot be. A cry emanates from within Wang Jun's armor. Oh, so, the armor realizes it cannot escape. It has finally ceased controlling you? The blue-clad girl smirks, a hint of amusement in her expression. How do you know that? I merely guessed. You guessed. Wang Jun twists his head, striving to discern the girl's features. Do not move. I am no novice. The blue-clad girl caresses the armor, seemingly searching for something, stating, Where is it? What are you looking for? Do not touch indiscriminately. The blue-clad girl remains silent, continuing her search upon him. Found it. A broader smile spreads across her face as she retrieves a fist-sized object from his waist. Are you searching for my transformation device? How did you know? Wang Jun exclaims, a hint of panic in his voice. How would I know? The blue-clad girl inspects the object in her hand, stating, Naturally, it is because I possess a similar item. You possess one too? That is impossible. The individuals who acquire armor are exceedingly rare. How could you possibly have one? Wang Jun exclaims incredulously. Judging by your appearance, you are already in a transformed state. How could you also transform into a completely different type? This matter, how shall I articulate it? Whether or not to tell you is indeed a dilemma. The blue-clad girl steps on his back, asserting, Who are you to know these things? And do you even deserve to converse with me? The blue-clad girl regards him with a curious gaze, her eyes tinged with mockery. Wang Jun falls silent. At that moment, the blue-clad girl turns her attention to Yang Xiaoping. Since I have made my entrance, the fee for my appearance must be settled by you. What fee? We never invited you. Yang Xiaoping's chest heaves as he gasps for breath, having recently endured the agonizing grip of the red threads. Witnessing Wang Jun mercilessly thrashing that individual had initially brought him immense satisfaction, but his spirits soon plummeted once more. However, I have indeed made my appearance. You are making it quite difficult for me. The blue-clad girl sighs, seemingly filled with regret, and suggests, How about this? I shall first give you a thrashing, and then he can deal with you afterward. With a gesture toward Fen, who lies in the air, Yang Xiaoping's brow twitches. What if I refuse? Refuse? The blue-clad girl gazes at him in surprise, exclaiming, You dare to refuse? Upon finishing her sentence, a flurry of snowflakes descends toward Yang Xiaoping. Oof. Just as he attempts to retreat, he finds himself rooted to the spot, glancing down to discover that everything below his ankles has been frozen, and he is completely unaware of when this occurred. Damn it! He emits a piercing cry, desperate to resist, yet it is far too late. The snowflakes blanket him, instantly encasing him in ice, leaving only his eyes to blink incessantly. I have already stated, simply settle the fee for my appearance. Resistance is utterly superfluous. The blue-clad girl shakes her head, her gaze flicking to Li Yu and the others. Long time no see. A wry smile crosses Li Yu's face, while the individual beside him evades eye contact. Indeed, it has been quite some time. However, I never anticipated encountering you under such circumstances, which is rather amusing. The blue-clad girl approaches them, her fingers brushing against the red ropes binding them. You are quite the playful ones, indulging in binding. The blue-clad girl teases, her hand gliding over the ropes, causing them to snap one by one. What binding? You had best refrain from making baseless accusations. Li Yu's previously cheerful expression instantly darkens. Had I not intervened, you would have perished here today, and you dare cast me a scornful glance? The girl in the blue attire shot him a disdainful glance and snapped her fingers. You all wait here for a moment. I must attend to this fellow, otherwise, death will be imminent. She approached, gently patting the unconscious Fenxin, and a chilling energy surged into his body. Shunin, who is this person? Li Yu inquired, observing the incapacitated Fenxin. This individual is a newly recruited companion. You shall encounter him frequently henceforth, so do not fret. I see. But isn't there a concern regarding her skills? She appears unable to distinguish friend from foe. Shunin, smiling slightly at Li Yu's words, remarked, perhaps she intends to avoid unexpected occurrences by establishing control, ensuring swift damage control in case of unforeseen developments. After pondering, Li Yu nodded in agreement, finding no fault in his reasoning. The blue-clad girl was none other than Shunin, who had come from the Ban Chu. Thankfully, he was not a magical girl. Otherwise, he would have experienced the chaos of errant skills and unreliable introductions. Amusement and resignation filled his heart. Fenxin emitted a soft moan, his eyelids fluttering as he prepared to awaken. Let us withdraw. Shunin raised his hand and led Li Yu downward. Aya. Fenxin felt a searing pain as he attempted to move, causing his muscles to spasm and writhe. It's time to rise. Otherwise, you shall find yourself in trouble. A voice echoed in his ear, prompting him to spring up and survey his surroundings. Who goes there? Fenxin warily scanned the area, realizing that aside from the two frozen individuals, there were no others present. His eyes widened in confusion. What was happening? Had he unleashed his potential and subdued them all in an instant? Upon seeing the blue ice crystals, a figure flashed in his mind. Lan Jing, it must be him. Otherwise, he would not have intervened to assist. Since he was not present, it indicated that these gifts had been bestowed upon him. Turning to Wang Jun and Yang Xiaoping, Fenxin began to speak. Purify, dispel the grievances of the world, and transform them into dust. With my heart, I shall eradicate evil. Pink hearts spread like butterflies, engulfing the realm of ice crystals. Very well, I shall leave these two to you. Chun An's voice resonated beside Tang Ming, who merely nodded and descended to the ground. I cannot fly yet. Would you lend me a hand? He awkwardly asked. You are on the verge of advancement. Flying is merely a matter of time, Chun An replied, catching them with a flurry of snowflakes. The others on the ground gazed at the blood-stained girl with expressions of awe. Since the matter is resolved, let's hasten our departure. Chun An waved for Li Yu and the others to escort the injured away. However, his peripheral vision caught sight of Tang Ming slowly vanishing in a blaze of white light, his mouth agape as if trying to utter something. Chapter 85. Preparing for the comic convention, Chun An had intended to say something further, but the scene before him halted his words. This system truly lacked finesse. With a hint of exasperation, he turned to Li Yu and reminded, do not forget about the individual beside Qianduo. He gestured toward that direction. Just then, the girl that Tang Ming had transformed into appeared, apologizing. My apologies, I forgot there was another person. Everyone exchanged glances, exasperation evident in their expressions. After he resolved matters with Qianduo, he was promptly transported away by the system. All is well now. You may take the others and perhaps encounter something valuable along the way. Chun An declared before vanishing without a trace. Captain, how did he end up here? How should I know? But I suspect it has something to do with that girl. Which girl? The one we just discussed. Liu, after casting a few more glances, finally realized, right? You weren't present above at the time. It's understandable you wouldn't know. Let us not dwell on this. We should return with the others. The police escorted the three back, managing to recover Liu when along the way. Ban Shichu, you have returned? Yes. How did it go? Fairly well, though there were unforeseen circumstances. Chen tossed an object onto the table, creating a resounding impact. What is this? Go Jinren stood up from his chair and approached for a closer inspection. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the one, right? He looked up at Shonen. Indeed, it is that item. Haha, splendid. We have gained another material for research. I wonder what level this is? Go Jinren stroked his chin, pondering, then looked back at Shonen. I estimate it to be between level 80 to 90. Otherwise, Tang Ming would not have been unable to resist. Go Jinren was taken aback by this revelation. What? So Tang Ming was under a death threat this time? It seems the magical girl system is becoming increasingly perilous. Danger often signifies opportunity. It elucidates the underlying issues, Chunin stated, sinking into the sofa as he bit into a pear. The magical girl system is undoubtedly being manipulated by someone, and each appearance signifies an update and upgrade of the system. I can deduce portions through my own system. You have mentioned this before, but I did not expect the trials to become this extreme unless unexpected circumstances occurred or it was deliberate. Go Jinren fiddled with the transformation device, repeatedly pressing it. What are you doing? Oh, I'm curious if I can transform. I want to give it a try. Forget it. This device controls the transformer's abilities. You should wait until you fully understand it before using it. Really? Is that so? Go Jinren gazed at him in astonishment. Chunin nodded and replied, that is indeed wonderful. It suggests that there may be something akin to mechanical life within. If I can study it, my intelligence system will be all the more refined. Yawning, Chunin remarked, isn't it that fellow? You add programs to him daily. He has become somewhat clever, but that is the extent of it. If he can break through this barrier, the funding will increase significantly. I share that sentiment. I could buy a car and settle my mortgage. Then I congratulate you on your impending liberation from your mortgage. Chun An's eyes grew heavy, and he seemed ready to succumb to sleep. How can you compare to me? You are, wait, have you already fallen asleep? Go Jinren turned to find Chun in slumber. He fetched a blanket from the side and covered him before retreating with the transformation device. Having just reverted from his transformation, Tang Ming surveyed his body, now marred with wounds. Goodness, I nearly lost my life this time. If it happens again, I cannot guarantee anyone will come to my aid. He sprawled on the ground, feeling the pain from his injuries intensify. Damn it. Thankfully, I was mentally prepared for the agony that would escalate upon reverting to my original form. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and gritted his teeth to endure the discomfort. The following day at noon, Tang Ming, bearing the marks of battle, slowly drifted into slumber. Having no time to address his doppelganger's return, he awoke around midday, surprised at how long he had slept. Rising, he inspected the wounds, which were now scabbing and on the verge of healing, filling him with joy. I did not anticipate my body would recover so swiftly. By tomorrow, they should be unnoticeable. Otherwise, I would have to concoct an excuse for the promise I made to her. Reflecting on this with a hint of resignation, he proceeded to take a shower. Refreshing, came the cheerful sounds from within. Around 3 p.m., as Tang Ming descended the stairs, he noticed a familiar vehicle parked outside. This is the same model as my boss's car. There sure are many wealthy individuals. How I wish I had wealth as well. He mused, preparing to pass by. Alas! Here we go. Tang Ming raised his eyebrows and instinctively turned to look. Is that you? What are you doing here? He was somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. How did you know I lived here? How could I not know? The girl rolled her eyes, and Tang Ming immediately understood. Seriously? The boss is that unreliable? He told you? Enough chit-chat. Get in the car. We're in a hurry. The girl said impatiently. Last time you mentioned you would come by noon, but you went silent after returning. Now I have to pick you up. You really have some nerve. Is that so? I might have overslept. I've been feeling quite drowsy lately. Perhaps it's a sign of aging? 30 and you're already old? Then what does that make my dad? That's not my statement. Don't twist my words. Tang Ming looked at her speechlessly, then quickly hopped into the car. Let's go. Wow, your tone makes me feel like a driver, the girl remarked, but still started the car and drove off. Is this the boss's vehicle? Tang Ming felt the door of the car. Yes, he wasn't keen on lending it at first, but after I threatened him, he complied. Threatened? What kind of threat? Tang Ming's interest was piqued. Why are you so nosy? I want to hear it. Well, I was just bored. Listening to others' gossip adds some flavor to life. The girl rolled her eyes and glanced at Tang Ming through the rearview mirror. This time at the comic convention, we have a team of 9, and with you, that's 10. Just follow my lead and don't stray. Can I know what role I'm playing? What role? You'll find out when you arrive. Tang Ming rolled his eyes in response. But I don't have a ticket. Don't worry about that. Everything is prepared. Just put on your makeup and change your clothes and follow the team into the exhibition hall. The girl said seriously, we will be live streaming the event, mainly focusing on cosplay. No other tasks, just taking pictures with those collecting stamps. You'll reap the benefits. Tang Ming nodded non-committally, clearly not taking it too seriously. Don't underestimate it. For 3 days, you'll earn 300 each day, and if there's more, it will be settled separately. Rest assured, I will not disappoint your expectations and will complete the task with excellence. The girl looked somewhat speechless and chose not to respond further. As the car ventured further, they arrived at a building where several individuals emerged. Chapter 86. Cosplay, the makeup artist from the forensic department? You're late. How come? A man approached and leaned against the window. Picking someone up, so that's why we're late. What about you? Why haven't you done your makeup? The girl opened the car door and said to Tang Ming, get out. All right. After Tang Ming exited, he noticed that the others were all in their 20s. A mix of both genders, and not a single one was unattractive. Now I must seem quite unsightly, he thought to himself, then smiled and said, hello everyone. I'm the newcomer. Oh, so you're that person. Huh, that person? Which person? Tang Ming looked puzzled and glanced back at the girl. Yanzi mentioned she found someone very suitable for a role, and it seems that SU. A girl in flamboyant attire assessed him. Yanzi? Who's that? As soon as he spoke, the others looked at him strangely, as if to say, are you joking? You came along, but don't know who Yanzi is? Tang Ming looked innocently at them, and that expression only made them turn back to Yanzi. Cough, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dongfang Yanzi. You should know my surname, right? Of course. Dongfang Hong. That is your father's name. But why are you called Dongfang Yanzi? Tang Ming scrutinized her, somewhat uncertain. What's wrong with that? Dongfang Yanzi raised an eyebrow at him. Your personality just differs a bit from a swallow's. Tang Ming bluntly stated. You're quite sharp. Let us go. Dongfang Yanzi closed the car door and walked toward the building. Brother, do you never consider who you're speaking to? Not really. I'm not much of a talker. Tang Ming replied, noticing the strange look from the young man beside him. Is that so? You seem a bit clueless. Clueless? How could I be that kind of person? Tang Ming immediately retorted, I am quite adept at reading situations. There's no way I would miss social cues. Is that so? Well, it seems you've never had a girlfriend. Tang Ming looked at him in surprise. How did you know? Did she tell you? The others nodded, affirming his deduction. No, I deduced it from what you said earlier. Impressive. So what do you think, I'll have a girlfriend? The young man rolled his eyes, and the others appeared speechless as well. Cough. As long as you can read the atmosphere and the expressions of girls, you should be fine. The girl in flamboyant attire interjected. I can read the atmosphere and others' expressions, but it still doesn't help. Are you sure you truly understand? Or is it merely your assumption? The girl in the black short sleeve turned to look at him. Wait, how do we get onto this topic? We're straying further. Tang Ming said, somewhat impatiently. He's getting anxious. That must be it. Several people teased. What are you all fussing about? If there's something to discuss, do it inside. Dongfang Yanzi called out, her commanding tone silencing them instantly. The young men looked somewhat embarrassed as they followed her inside the room. Ah, everything is ready and just waiting for you. A woman dressed in traditional Han attire stood up to greet them. Hui Ming Jia, long time no see. The last time was at the beginning of the year. Dongfang Yanzi embraced her, playfully snuggling into her arms. Tang Ming stared in astonishment, then turned to glance at the others, who wore expressions of mild surprise as they each found a place to sit. Tang Ming also had to find a spot, conveniently settling into a genuine leather chair. Wait, are you serious? What's wrong? Isn't it a bit too arrogant of you to take my exclusive seat as soon as you arrive? Tang Ming looked at the chair and then back at her. There is no name on it. How did it become your exclusive seat? Dongfang Yanzi raised an eyebrow. Ask them. She turned to the others, who were all nodding, seemingly acknowledging her authority. Fine, I'll just change my seat. But as he stood up, he felt something was off and quickly glanced down. No way. The others heard his startled exclamation and looked over. Goodness. Impressive. Brother, you really are something. Dongfang Yanzi looked somewhat astonished. This is purely coincidental. Tang Ming repeatedly compared the broken armrest in his hand to the original position, confirming it indeed belonged there. Let this seat be yours. Dongfang Yinzi retreated and dropped the subject. Wait, can you blame me? It's clearly the chair's fault. Tang Ming felt anxious, but was at a loss for what to do. Cough. Let us set aside the chair issue for now and discuss tomorrow's comic convention. Hui Ming Jia stood up as the others settled down. The previously boisterous group fell silent in that moment. All present were enthusiasts of cosplay, albeit not professionals. However, passionate about their hobby, they endeavored to embody their respective characters. Sister Hui Ming took a sip of water and remarked, "Since you have invited me, you must know my background. Indeed, I was once a forensic expert, and now I'm a makeup artist. Do not be surprised. I've been in this profession for over 2 years, and my skills are quite commendable." Upon hearing this, everyone except Dongfang Yin gazed at her in astonishment. What? A forensic expert? Tang Ming thought to himself, feeling somewhat helpless. It was quite a bold move to have a forensic expert do their makeup. The others shared similar sentiments, though none were as overt as Tang Ming. Please do not misunderstand. I invited Sister Hui Ming because she possesses genuine skills and is well known in the cosplay community. If it weren't for my mother, I would not have known her. Dongfang Yin also rose to her feet. Thank you, Sister Hui Ming, for coming to guide us and welcome. Everyone stood and applauded, except for Tang Ming, who was a beat slow, appearing somewhat out of place. Tang Ming, applaud a bit louder. Dongfang Yin whispered as she approached him. Look at her. She seems a bit uncomfortable with this. If we clap any louder, we might scare her away. Huh? Dongfang Yin quickly turned her head to see Sister Hui Ming's smile faltering, her eyes darting around. Everyone, please sit down and wait for Sister Hui Ming to finish. Okay. Sister Hui Ming expressed her gratitude towards Dongfang Yin, who, feeling a bit shy, glanced at Tang Ming before finding a seat. We are a team, and I hope we can coexist harmoniously over the next 3 days, avoiding conflicts. If there are any issues, please voice them so we can discuss them together, preventing any lingering grievances. Now, regarding the makeup, please go and collect your costumes. After Sister Hui Ming spoke, she entered one of the rooms. Everyone, let's go. Dongfang Yin led the way, with the rest hurriedly following. Only Tang Ming lagged behind, feeling a mix of emotions. He never imagined he would one day engage in cosplay, and the thought stirred a sense of excitement within him. A smile crept onto his lips as he reached the doorway. Just then, someone called out, Tang Ming, here is your costume. You can put it on after the makeup. He raised his hand to catch it, immediately opening the box to take a look. What? This is my outfit? Are you sure you didn't grab the wrong one? Rest assured, there is no mistake, replied the young man who had spoken to him earlier, emerging from the room with a box in his arms. But this is women's clothing. And what's wrong with that? Some men look even more stunning after makeup. The young man rolled his eyes. Well, I clearly do not fit that description. Tang Ming hesitated to believe it. No worries, there are only 2 options. 0 or countless times in women's clothing. You'll come to like it eventually. The young man pulled out his outfit, and Tang Ming was momentarily taken aback. Could this even be worn? Hey, this is a surprise. This is what you're actually supposed to wear. The young man revealed another outfit that looked much more conventional, clearly designed for a male, albeit still a bit peculiar. What is this? A male servant? A male servant? Tang Ming felt his worldview shatter. I am in women's clothing. You are a male servant. Is there not a more standard role available? There is. A girl in flowery attire chimed in. What is it? Turning to look, he saw she was holding a costume for C-Bar, complete with a golden sword embedded in the box. I know this character. She is originally female, making our roles incomparable. He lamented, glancing at the girl in the black short-sleeve shirt beside him. Mine is a black butler. A black butler? A woman dressing as a man? Indeed. Is there a problem? The girl raised an eyebrow at him. No problem, no problem. I think it is quite fitting. Tang Ming gave a thumbs up and ventured into the living room to face the young man. I am Nong Jian. Pleased to meet you. I am Tang Ming. You should have heard Dongfang Yin mention my name earlier. I have indeed heard of you. I did not expect a newcomer to be invited to play this role, but your instincts are remarkable. I could see the character in you at first glance. Perhaps you possess a natural aura for it. Nong Jian scrutinized his male servant outfit. What are you looking at? I am checking for any damages, so I can mend them later. You should take a look too. Nong Jian remained focused on his task, examining the clothing meticulously. Tang Ming paid no mind, similarly inspecting the women's outfit. Fortunately, there were no damages. It merely needed to be ironed. Nong Jian expressed his delight, and when he lifted his gaze, he found himself locking eyes with Tang Ming. Mine is also fine. That is good to hear. Upon hearing Tang Ming's affirmation, Nong Jian folded his outfit and returned it to the box. The others finished checking their clothes as well, with only a few minor damages, which could be addressed with a little time and effort. Since we have all inspected our costumes, let us begin mending the damaged ones while the others can be ironed. Sister Ming smiled upon seeing everyone organize their outfits. The group sprang into action, some sewing, some ironing, while others followed Sister Ming to the makeup room. Tang Ming opted to iron first, as Nong Jian was also present, along with the girl in the black short-sleeve shirt and 3 other young men, while Dongfang Yin and the others went to mend clothes and apply makeup. Tang Ming, do you know how to iron? If not, I can teach you. Huh? I didn't know how to iron clothes. Are you joking? I could do a bit of everything. Tang Ming replied dismissively. Is that so impressive? We shall see your skills shortly, the girl in the black short-sleeve shirt remarked, astonished, as the other 3 turned to look at him. Well, I suppose it's adequate. Tang Ming suddenly felt shy and quickly downplayed his abilities. TCH, so you are a big shot after all. A young man in a shirt shook his head. Call it what you will. I am indifferent. Tang Ming replied candidly, admitting, I do not excel at ironing, but I have some experience. I just know a little. Since we are here, let's all iron together. We are a team. We must maintain a pleasant atmosphere, Nong Jian urged. I am not insensitive to the atmosphere. He's just a bit showy, the young man in the shirt shrugged. Hurry and start ironing. We still need to work on the wigs. The girl in the black short-sleeve shirt plugged in the iron. Tang Ming stood in front of an iron, watching intently. The magic of ironing clothes. I remember it exists. He thought, rapidly flipping through his skills list, searching based on memory. The young man in the shirt glanced over, smirking, and said with a hint of sarcasm, some people claim they can do something but only know a little. This time they have been exposed. Nong Jian looked at Tang Ming with a hint of resignation. Just as he was about to offer assistance, he saw Tang Ming lift his hand and begin ironing the clothes. His movements were smooth and graceful, captivating to behold. Wow, he's quite skilled. Nong Jian halted his steps, watching Tang Ming's technique. The girl in the black short-sleeve shirt was also taken aback, while the young man in the shirt was left dumbfounded. Once Tang Ming finished ironing the clothes, he turned to Nong Jian and the girl in the black short-sleeve shirt and asked, would you like me to help you iron? My skills are quite good, just look. He hung the freshly ironed clothes on a hanger, devoid of any wrinkles, as smooth as silk. All right, then I shall entrust this to you. The farmer, and readily agreed. The girl in the black short-sleeve shirt, a bit shy, nodded in agreement as well. Is there anything you need me to assist with? Tang Ming then turned to look at the young man in the shirt. I can manage on my own, he stammered. His face slightly flushed as he began to iron his clothes. The other 2 did not engage in any banter with him and readily accepted the situation. After a little over 10 minutes, the group hung their freshly ironed clothes and made their way to the dressing room. Have you finished ironing? Dongfang Yin, sporting a wig that had yet to be styled, stepped out. Be careful, don't let it fall, Sister Ming cautioned from behind. Don't worry, this isn't my first time. Dongfang Yin replied, returning to her chair while the others continued to mend their garments. Sister Yin, Tang Ming's ironing skills are truly remarkable. His work is impeccably smooth and wrinkle-free. Once you finish with your wig, you should take a look, and urged, approaching her eagerly. Is that so? She glanced at Tang Ming. Just average, 3rd best in the world. He replied, a hint of pride tugging at the corners of his mouth. This time, his pride was genuine rather than feigned. Even the young man in the shirt refrained from commenting further. All right, I shall go and see your craftsmanship soon. Dongfang Yin's wig resembled a character from a game, somewhat familiar. It seemed she had seen that hairstyle before. Upon hearing Tang Ming's words, a flicker of delight crossed N's face. I think it does look a bit familiar, but I just can't place it. This is my self-created character. It's nothing like a game character. She rolled her eyes and chose to ignore the 2. The 2 exchanged awkward glances, feeling a sudden tension, and opted to sit beside Sister Ming as she worked on the wig. I should also possess similar skills. Perhaps I should learn this for emergency situations, he mused, rummaging through his inventory. Indeed, he discovered several hairstyles under the life skills category. Curl, long straight black, single ponytail, and double ponytail, among others, as well as makeup artist skills like comprehensive makeup artist, crisis makeup artist, and horror makeup artist. This makeup artist skill certainly seemed suspect. Just the names of the spells suggested they were anything but ordinary. Tang Ming felt a bit exasperated, as he often stumbled upon inexplicable skills. Chapter 88. Makeup Artist Skill Selection. early to bed and early to rise, Tang Ming felt somewhat helpless regarding these skills, especially those he had already mastered. Now, whenever he encountered spells with names and descriptions that seemed dissimilar, he knew they were formidable, and not getting himself into trouble was merely a matter of luck. Fortunately, there were hair-related skills. He decided to learn all the hairstyles, while the makeup artist skill, comprehensive makeup artist, seemed the most reliable. Learning. Please wait as skills load. Tang Ming squinted slightly as he sat, while beside him yawned, seemingly on the verge of sleep. Once you finish sewing those clothes, you should also go and iron them. Sister Hui Ming instructed the girls in floral outfits with a wig. No problem. They gave a thumbs up before departing. All right, you can step outside and wait for now. The clothes will be ironed later. Sister Hui Ming patted Dongfang Yan's shoulder. Your turn. You there in the shirt, Sister Hui Ming said, gesturing after a moment of contemplation. Yes, you, come here. The young man nodded and approached the mirror, obediently taking a seat. It'll only take half an hour. No problem. Sister Hui Ming retrieved a white wig from a nearby mannequin and placed it on him, beginning to trim it. When all was said and done, the young man looked much more handsome with the wig than he had before. Quite dashing, Sister Hui Ming assessed, her eyes filled with appreciation. Thank you, Sister Hui Ming, he replied bashfully. This made Tang Ming feel that the young man was not entirely insufferable. You two come on. Next. Sister Hui Ming pointed at Tang Ming. Me? Yes, indeed. Just you. Come over. It one tea bite. Even if Sister Hui Ming wanted to bite me, could I possibly resist? What a cheeky one. Tang Ming sat awkwardly in the chair, gazing at his reflection, feeling a bit unfamiliar. Why did he have such thoughts? Staring at this face, he increasingly felt it was not his own. Was it due to exhaustion? Or perhaps the multitude of recent experiences had left him feeling dazed. Regardless of his contemplation, he found no clarity. What are you daydreaming about? Sister Hui Ming's hand rested on his shoulder. Oh, nothing, just wondering how I would look dressed as a girl. And my thoughts wandered, he replied. I thought you might be having second thoughts. Rest assured, I will handle this matter perfectly. Sister Hui Ming secured his hair under a net, then placed the pink long wig on him, starting to apply adhesive around the edges. Yes, just like that. Press the scalp down as you stick it. And the wig must be pressed firmly as well, or it will easily come off. Oh, you understand this? Sister Hui Ming looked at him in surprise. Yet her hands continued their work. I know a little. A little bit wouldn't tea happen to be a lot, would it? A lot? Perhaps. You truly are not modest. Modesty? That is not something I've ever practiced. All right, the hairstyle could be adjusted later. Sister Hui Ming released her hands, allowing him to leave. Thank you, Sister Hui Ming, Tang Ming said as he walked out, hearing her call and his name behind him. In the living room, three were gathered, the young man in the shirt and Dongfang Yan. Have you finished too? You look quite good, Dongfang Yan remarked, a hint of pride evident in her tone. It wasn't you who styled it. So what are you so proud of? He rolled his eyes at her and sat in another chair, ignoring the young man entirely. Even if I didn't do it myself, I hired the person who did. What is the difference? Is that really how you see it? Tang Ming regarded her curiously, squinting his eyes. What kind of look is that? Is it not true? Dongfang Yan glared at him, then turned to the young man in the shirt and asked, Isn't that right? The young man appeared bewildered, glancing at her before stammering. Yes. You're right, absolutely. Oh dear, there is something fishy going on here. Tang Ming noticed a different glimmer in the young man's eyes when he looked at Dongfang Yan. His cheeks flushed. See, even Zhuomuchuan agrees. So your name is Zhuomuchuan? I'm somewhat surprised. That name doesn't seem typical for a boy. More like a girl, him? He is merely cowed by your domineering presence. That doesn't count at all. Tang Ming shook his head, sighing. Hey, can't you say something nice for once? Do you want me to speak to my dad about your issues? I might just deduct your salary. Cough. Well, what's Zhuomuchuan said isn't wrong? I think you should do it this way, Tang Ming replied, a smile suddenly spreading across his face. Zhuomuchuan stared at his expression, taken aback. Dongfang Yan rolled her eyes. Are you all here? Have you finished? Dongfang Yan turned to the just-arrived and hee-hee. My hairstyle is the easiest to manage. I don't even need a wig, just a hairstyle will suffice. The flamboyantly styled and settled beside Tang Ming. The atmosphere was lively as Tang Ming observed the scene. His eyes filled with admiration. Our most handsome here is Nong Jian. He will undoubtedly captivate countless young ladies, he remarked. Oh no, it's actually you? Yin Jia. Those boys will surely flock around you, he continued, only to hear Oriental Yin dismissively reply. Who would want those boys around? What I desire is the sensation of being surrounded by girls. That feeling is simply delightful. Her laughter rang out, light and carefree. Just you? It would be a miracle if someone sought you out. You dream of being surrounded by young ladies? Tang Ming interjected with a hint of sarcasm. You don't understand. I'm merely warming up. As for what you mentioned, we shall see tomorrow, Oriental Yin replied nonchalantly. As time passed, all 10 individuals in the room completed their headgear and styled their hair. During this process, Tang Ming exhibited an impressive familiarity with makeup, leaving Oriental Yin and the others momentarily speechless. By evening, they settled down for a meal, opting for takeout. After satisfying their hunger, they spread out on the living room floor, bringing out their costumes. They needed to rise at 4 a.m. the next morning to change outfits before heading to the comic convention, which would involve a 2-hour wait in line. Although they possessed passes that would significantly cut down on their waiting time, Oriental Yin, seated on a chair, produced 10 passes from her pocket, stating they would wear them around their necks in the morning to avoid forgetting. Not a problem. Everyone chimed in unison. That night, all of them fell into a deep and restful sleep, a result of Tang Ming discreetly casting an infant-like sleep spell. As the alarm clock rang, everyone opened their eyes. Get up, quickly, shouted Oriental Yin. I'm up. Nong Jian yawned, slowly rising. The girl in the black short sleeve and the one in the floral attire emerged from their blankets, appearing quite lethargic. Everyone, hurry and wash up. Huiming Jie called out as she stepped from her room, her face still adorned with a mask. Huiming Jie, you're up so early, Oriental Yin remarked. It's normal for someone my age to need less sleep, Huiming Jie replied. She then turned to the groggy Tang Ming, saying, look at her, and then look at yourself. How can there be such a stark difference? Tang Ming, with sleepy eyes, innocently asked, huh? What did you say? I didn't catch that. Seeing his expression, Oriental Yin chose not to respond further and headed toward the changing room. Come on, brother, Nongjian said, patting Tang Ming on the shoulder with a hint of reflection. This is the first time I've seen Yin Jie care so much about someone. You two aren't involved in anything, right? Well, if there was something, would I be nitpicking like this? Tang Ming rolled his eyes and walked toward another dressing room. After a moment of consideration, Nong Jia followed suit, thinking it made sense. If Yin Jia had feelings for him, I wouldn't believe it. The girl in the black short sleeve suddenly chimed in. Why not? Tang Ming looked at her with curiosity. Actually, Yin Jia has never had a boyfriend and is quite oblivious to feelings. I've noticed boys pursuing her multiple times, but she just assumes they want to be friends, showing no reaction, and it all fizzles out. She lowered her voice, casting a glance at Oriental Yin. I see, Nongjian mused, stroking his chin as if deep in thought. What? Are you interested? Tang Ming raised his eyebrows, intrigued. What are you thinking? I have a girlfriend and am about to get married. What? You're getting married? Tang Ming exclaimed in shock, only to quickly lower his voice as he looked at him. Indeed, Nongjian nodded. Tang Ming sighed internally, thinking, Brother Nong, you revealed that a bit too quickly. I hadn't even gotten to that part. The girl in the black short sleeve rolled her eyes at him and hurried to catch up with Oriental Yin and the others. Tang Ming blinked, unsure of what to say. You don't need to worry about her. Zhao Wenyue has that kind of personality, but she is quite straightforward. Her name is Zhao Wenyue? Nongjian exclaimed, slapping his forehead. I forgot to introduce her to you. That's fine. As long as I know what you all look like, names are just labels. Tang Ming replied casually. Nongjian hesitated before asking. Are you sure? Yes, I'm certain. I have great confidence in my memory, Tang Ming affirmed. At least I know the names of several of you. Nongjian smiled. That is true. At least you know our names. The two entered the dressing room and began to change clothes. The room was divided into small compartments, each accommodating one person. The boys occupied one side, while the girls were in another room. The costume was somewhat reminiscent of his transformed outfit, but appeared more like a counterfeit version. He gazed at the attire with a bittersweet smile. After a few minutes, Tang Ming emerged, and whether due to the wig or his demeanor, he bore a striking resemblance to a girl. You are Tang Ming? Goodness, I never expected you to look so fitting in women's clothing. Nong Jia remarked as he stepped out in a butler outfit. Well, it's not too bad, Tang Ming replied, feeling slightly embarrassed. The others who followed suit were equally astonished, showering him with compliments, which only made him blush further. Let us head out. We'll let Huiming Jie finish up, Nongjian said, stepping toward the exit. The others followed, leaving Tang Ming lagging behind. Upon entering the living room, they found 4 girls applying makeup to one another. You all are here. Zhuamuchuan appeared from the other side, clad in a denim jacket, exuding an unexpectedly wild charm, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor. Wow, I didn't expect you to look so put together in that outfit, Tang Ming commented as he approached her. You were the one who lost your appearance in that outfit. She shot back. Whatever. I can't be bothered to argue with you, he yawned. Making his way to Hui Ming Jia. I'll adjust your outfit and makeup. She began to rummage through her makeup bag, pulling out brushes and thread to start her work. Done. Hui Ming Jia held up a mirror for him to see, revealing a completely transformed reflection. Beautiful. Hui Ming Jia's makeup skills are exceptional, though not quite as good as mine. He teased. You cheeky one, taking advantage and still being coy. Are you looking for a fight? Hui Ming Jia playfully swatted his back before saying, It's time for the next one. All right. He sprang up from the chair like a spring. Just as he stood up, Nong Jian plopped down, saying, Hui Ming Jia, just do whatever. I'm very obedient. That's what you said. Don't blame me. Hui Ming Jia replied, her smile hinting at mischief. Just keep it normal. I'm afraid of pain, he quickly added, putting on a pitiful expression, which looked quite bashful. When you wear that butler outfit along with that expression, it's just too much. If any girl likes that type, you'll be a hit. It's not my first time dressing like this. I have some skills, he replied, puffing out his chest with pride. Don't move. Don't mess up your hair, Tang Ming cautioned. At this moment, Hui Mingjie spoke up, causing Nong Jian, who was about to continue his thoughts, to be abruptly silenced, leaving him helplessly gazing at her. It is better not to say anything to him, as it might hinder Hui Mingjie's performance. Dongfang Yin's voice came from beside them. Indeed, Tang Ming nodded and turned to look at her, a fleeting look of astonishment passing through his eyes as he remarked, Your attire truly presents a different aura. Not only do you appear beautiful, but there's also a certain gallantry about you, instantly evoking the image of a female warrior. Is that so? I thought you only knew how to chatter. Dongfang Yin picked up the large sword beside her and said, I will graciously accept your compliment, but let us not dwell on the matter of idle chatter. Tang Ming felt somewhat speechless, yet seeing the smile on her face, he refrained from uttering any more vexing remarks. Your outfit is quite commendable once you finish your makeup. If your movements and expressions embody more of a feminine charm, it will be even more perfect. Suddenly, he heard Zhuamuchuan speaking beside him. What did you come over? Tang Ming immediately turned to look. You didn't notice me, yet you dare to criticize? But you're standing rather close, aren't you? Just take a look for yourself. Tang Ming's gaze swept between him and the distance, realizing it was merely the width of a finger apart, almost too close for comfort. Zhuamuchuan glanced down, quickly stepping back, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, My apologies, I didn't notice. I'm not one to hold grudges, so I will let this slide. Tang Ming nonchalantly replied, then added, What were you saying about me just now? Chapter 90. The grand opening of the comic exhibition, Zhuamuchuan awkwardly averted his gaze and replied, It was nothing. Nothing? Tang Ming looked at him with a half-smile, and when he sensed the other's discomfort, he gently remarked, Your words might be tolerable when addressing a woman, but when speaking to a man, what exactly are you implying? He surveyed him curiously, particularly lower down. What are you looking at? Zhuamuchuan hurriedly covered up and promptly sat down on the nearby sofa. Brother Tang, impressive. After your remarks, this fellow might develop a complex about you. Nong Jian leaned in and whispered in his ear. Alas, what are you two up to? Hurry up and come over here. The two, still engaged in conversation, immediately turned to see Dongfang Yin tossing something towards them. What's this? This is a prop. A prop. Just this? Both were somewhat astonished as they scrutinized the object, inwardly muttering. Isn't this just a piece of wood? After a brief glance at each other, Tang Ming took it, as it was labeled for magical girl use. This is for me, but what about him? He doesn't need it too much. He just needs to interact with others. Let him hold on to this stick instead. Nong Jian appeared to take delight in their misfortune. Do not laugh too soon. You might find yourself in tears later. Dongfang Yin tapped the table, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. Oh really? Then I would truly like to see, besides. This is not my first time attending a comic exhibition event. Perhaps. Dongfang Yin began applying moisturizer to Zhao Wenyue and started to do makeup for the girl in floral attire beside her. Her skills were quite commendable. With ample room for improvement, keep striving. After Hui Mingjie finished applying makeup for several other youths, she approached them. It is all thanks to Hui Mingjie's excellent guidance. After finishing, She stretched her arms. Come over too. Dong Fangyin glanced at Tang Ming and the others. The group immediately gathered around her, watching intently. We have an activity this time, a grand brawl, where various anime and game characters will cross paths. We will see if you can attract the attention of others, and the live broadcast will also be conducted simultaneously. A grand brawl of all characters? Is it the legendary grand brawl? Zomuchuan pushed past Tang Ming to get closer. Isn't that stating the obvious? A grand brawl is a grand brawl, right? Dong Fangyin looked at him, somewhat speechless. Laughter erupted from behind, and upon turning, they found Tang Ming. Let's not dwell on this topic. What I intend to convey is that we need to attract those attending the comic exhibition into the live broadcast room. As for rewards, they are inconsequential. What I seek is to have them follow the account and increase our follower count. Dong Fangyin spoke earnestly, casting a sweeping glance over them. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Tang Ming, who was blinking his eyes in confusion. I will give you all a final touch-up for your makeup to avoid any mishaps later. Hui Mingjie observed their appearances, picking up hair gel and other items from the table to begin her adjustments. By the time everything was finished, dawn was just beginning to break. Rest assured, Hui Mingjie, I'm not a child anymore. In my eyes, you will always be a child, and I must take care of you. Does that mean I will never grow up if you continue to see me this way? If you keep viewing me like this? Hey, I'm merely joking. Why are you acting so coy? Hui Mingjie playfully tapped her forehead with her hand, urging, hurry along now, or you'll be late. All right, love you, Hui Mingjie. After saying this, Dong Fangyin embraced Hui Mingjie. The onlookers, aside from Tang Ming, maintained an unusually calm demeanor. It was not until they boarded the vehicle that Nong Jian turned to Tang Ming, saying, this is Yin Jie's car. You should ride with us. Certainly. He promptly opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Can you drive? Of course, why? Tang Ming turned to look at Nong Jian. It's nothing, just asking. If there's a need later, we will rely on you. A need? What need? Realization struck Tang Ming, and he thought, just drive. No need to mention any needs to avoid misunderstandings. In the back seat, Zomuchuan observed the two, feeling somewhat speechless. Can't you two have a proper conversation? I seriously suspect there's something between you two. Great, I thought your friendship was pure, but it seems to be tainted by worldly desires. One of the other youths in the back seat gazed out the window. Hanjin, are you lamenting life again? This time, it doesn't seem quite right. Nong Jian turned to look at the youth dressed in a manner akin to a mental patient. Alas, how did someone like me end up becoming friends with you all? Now, I even have to attend this comic exhibition with you. I see you're having a great time. Why speak such words now? I am merely considering your feelings. Moreover, my outfit is distinctly different from yours, allowing me to savor a unique experience. Observing his expression of enjoyment, not only did Nong Jian roll his eyes, but so did the other three. You should relish it on your own. Nong Jian started the car and followed after Dong Fangyin and the others. After 30 minutes, they arrived at a parking lot and parked the car. Everyone quickly exited, retrieving their luggage and other belongings. Follow me. Ensure you have your passes. Dong Fangyin looked at everyone. We all have them. They took their passes from around their necks, confirming everything was in order before leading the group outside. A sea of people stretched endlessly before Tang Ming's eyes. Countless cores were present, taking photos, checking in, and some were lining up. Do not linger here. Let's head inside, or the crowd will only grow larger. Dong Fangyin's words echoed in Tang Ming's ears. Oh, all right. He hurriedly followed them through the throng of cores, gradually reaching the entrance surrounded by iron railings. Hello, here are our passes. After the security guard checked them, he opened a side door and let them in. Is it this easy to get in? Tang Ming turned back to look at those still being held outside. What do you think? This pass is not something just anyone can possess. Hurry up and go. As for them, they will have to wait until 9 o'clock to enter. Let us proceed to join the others. Are there others? Upon hearing this, Dong Fangyin turned her head and said, what do you think a character brawl means? Ahem. I misspoke. It should be, how many more are there? Oh, I see. Not many, just over 50. If others join in the middle, the final number may still be subject to discussion. More people is better. A look of delight crossed Tang Ming's face. You enjoy crowds? That's wonderful. I was worried you might not like them. Since that's settled, there's nothing more to discuss. Dong Fangyin picked up a suitcase and continued walking. Tang Ming also grabbed his suitcase and followed them into the venue. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the vastness of the space. It was immense, and there were many splendid cosplays. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a bikini cosplay adorned with white hair, as it passed by. Chapter 91. The brawl is underway. Hey, what are you looking at? Ah, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Do you take me for a fool? You've drooled all over your feet. Tang Ming quickly wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand, but found nothing there, instantly realizing he had been teased by this fellow. Let us go. Our spot is over there. We need to assemble some props to ensure a good experience for everyone. Dongfang Yin approached, patting Tang Ming and Nong Jia on the shoulders, her tone somewhat frosty. No problem. He felt a sudden jolt of energy. After exchanging glances, the two followed the main group forward. They passed through several exhibition areas until they reached a spot near the walkway. Right here. Tang Ming looked in the direction Dongfang Yin pointed, noticing an exhibition area that appeared newly constructed, somewhat shabby, yet the ground was devoid of dust. Just this? Indeed, just this. This way, we save costs, and it can withstand wear and tear. Tang Ming nodded in agreement, saying, indeed, while it may seem shabby, it can endure the rough handling of so many people. Otherwise, it would be too distressing if it broke easily. Absolutely. Dongfang Yin picked up her suitcase and said, follow me. It's better to place these items in the back. Everyone followed her toward the back of the exhibition area, lifting the curtain to enter the room. Let us place everything here. Dongfang Yin set her suitcase on a shelf, saying, household items go here, and the props need to be placed on the outside display. We still have to set things up. After saying this, she took the suitcase from Tang Ming's hands, opened it, and began pulling out various props. The others followed suit, while Tang Ming felt somewhat superfluous. How about I help you? He asked hesitantly. It's fine, just this little bit. Nong Jia and waved him off, having already retrieved everything from his suitcase. Fine, then I'll check on the others. After saying this, he walked over to the girl in the black short-sleeve shirt. Zhao Wenyue, do you need help? No need, this isn't enough to look at. Zhao Wenyue closed her suitcase and began assembling props. Tang Ming scratched his head and approached the girl in the floral outfit. Before he could speak, he was interrupted. I can handle this alone. Too many hands complicate things. You should go help others. Listening to this, Tang Ming tactfully walked away, though his face bore a hint of embarrassment. In this day and age, people refuse help even when offered. If it weren't for the fact that you're girls, I would have simply taken over to assist you. He shook his head and sighed as he moved towards Wamuchuan. Are you looking down on me? Tang Ming rolled his eyes and returned to Dongfang Yin. If there's nothing to do, don't wander. Just stay here. She finished assembling the props in her hands and stood up. Come with me. Oh. Tang Ming took the props she handed him and walked outside. You all continue working. We'll go set up the display. All right, the others nodded, continuing with their tasks. Upon reaching the display, Nong Jia and also arrived with several props. You're here too? Once I finished, I came over. All right, place them here. Dongfang Yin pointed to a corner of the display. Nong Jia and immediately walked over to that spot. You go help as well. After taking the props from Tang Ming, Dongfang Yin headed to the center. No problem. Nong Jia and Tang Ming began arranging the items there. A few minutes later, Zhao Wenyue and Zhuamuchuan, along with a few others, arrived and began placing the props. Once everyone was finished, Dongfang Yin went to the side of the display and turned on the power, instantly illuminating the area. Under the bright lights, the display truly resembled a showcase, and the props radiated their unique brilliance. Oh, have you all finished? A muscular, handsome man dressed in an Egyptian style approached with a broad smile. You arrived quite early as well. There is still time for you to check out our setup. Dongfang Yin descended to engage in casual conversation with him. As for my business, I have everything prepared here. We just need the participants to come in and start. The man looked at their arranged display and said, when I have time, I'll drop by. After all, events like this are always lively. If you come, I'm afraid those girls will follow you. Who could resist someone so handsome and charming? Dongfang Yin pulled out a candy from her pocket, tossing one in her mouth as she offered him a piece. The man accepted the candy, opened the wrapper without a second thought, and popped it into his mouth, saying, You always give me candy whenever we meet. When will you introduce me to a boyfriend? What boyfriend? That topic is completely off the table. Discussing it is bothersome. Observing her nonchalant demeanor, the man shook his head. Is that so? What a pity. I already have a girlfriend. Otherwise, you would be a prime candidate. Hearing this, not only was Dongfang Yin surprised, but Tang Ming and the others also turned to gaze at them in astonishment. Of course, that's impossible. I was only joking. Realizing he had misspoken, the man quickly corrected himself. Let us just say it was a past occurrence. After getting to know you, I find it better to remain friends. Ahem. Well, the event is about to start. Let us discuss this later. Zwamuchuan stepped closer to the two of them. Sure, we can chat later. MHM. They parted ways and returned to their respective displays. Hey, who knew someone used to have a crush on Yin Jia? This is big news. Nong Jian jumped in. Of course, someone like me has to be liked by others. Yin Jia rolled her eyes and said, Everyone get ready. Those people will be entering soon. Let us not have any issues. Everyone nodded in agreement, heading to their respective positions. Tang Ming, meanwhile, sat down on a chair at the side, waiting. Nong Jian approached the stage with elegance and courtesy. Zwamuchuan donned a full denim outfit, his muscular physique reminiscent of a Western gunslinger. Zhao Wenyue wore a black and white butler uniform, standing politely at the center. Dongfang Yin, clad in armor and wielding a great sword, stood nearby. The girl in the floral outfit wore clothing that accentuated her stunning appearance. She had originally planned to portray Seabar, but Huiming Jie had switched her outfit to an elf cosplay, instantly revealing her breathtaking beauty. The others present were distinctly varied: a chivalrous figure, a wolf-like beast in costume, and a gothic Lolita exuding an aura of dark terror. Among them, a young man clad in psychiatric attire lay sprawled on the ground. This was their current visage. Outside, a throng of people gathered, their chatter shattering the tranquility of the place. Hurry, let's seize the best spots. Come on. I still need to buy some merchandise. I mustn't let others beat me to it. Watch where you're stepping. Everyone, please don't crowd. Take your time. Although someone was shouting through a megaphone, it was of little consequence to the dense crowd. What are you doing? Acting like you've never seen a crowd before. Why is there such a long queue? What are you pushing for? Can you move aside? I have urgent matters. Urgent matters? You can go as far away as possible. Who are you bullying? Upon turning, the individual realized the other was a robust Lolita and promptly silenced himself, blending into the throng. Chapter 92. The chaos unfolds. The venue was instantly filled with a surge of people, leaving no room to maneuver. The electronic lights flickered, and music resonated throughout the space. On the central stage, individuals began to dance freely, eliciting cheers from the audience below. Every booth, whether dedicated to gaming, anime, merchandise, or others, was enveloped by the crowd. Following the front desk's guidance, attendees started collecting stamps and sharing posts. Some mingled with cosplayers, while others lingered in anticipation of friends. Tang Ming and his companions found themselves surrounded by many, as the number of performers on stage swelled to over 20. Some wished to join, but were immediately halted by Dongfang Yin, who insisted they wait until this round concluded. Everyone was aware that their location was primarily focused on live streaming, and those familiar with Tang Ming's broadcasts understood they could now participate. Naturally, they could also initiate their own live streams. Dongfang Yin raised a sign displaying a QR code alongside the room number. The crowd promptly retrieved their phones to follow the room or began streaming themselves. Since we're all set, let the chaos commence. Dongfang Yin combined her mask and helmet before retreating to the back. The lights dimmed abruptly, leaving only a small spotlight in the center of the stage as music gradually began to play, and someone stepped forward to dance. Was it merely dancing? Certainly not. The main performance would be by themselves, as stunts were likely to be rare here. Stunts? What are those? Specialized performance techniques, akin to martial arts or equestrian displays. Ah, I see. Tang Ming elongated his words, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Dongfang Yin cast a sidelong glance at him, stating, You won't need to perform those actions. Just stand there and take photos or guide them. Nodding at her gesture, Tang Ming thought, Stunts? I can do that flawlessly. It appears I want to have the chance to showcase my skills. Why are you shaking your head? Do you not wish to participate? Not at all. I merely have a habit of shaking my head. Don't misinterpret. Is that so? Shaking your head is not a commendable habit. You should work on that. Very well. I shall consider this matter seriously. You'd better. Just as Tang Ming and Dongfang Yin prepared to bicker again, a commotion erupted ahead. A person dressed as the grass god began to dance exuberantly. Wow, this completely reshapes my perception of the character. Impressive. They can dance so well in such an outfit. Is this individual the great grass god? Even the little grass god isn't this grand. Hey, why do you care about that? I'm going to. Suddenly, a cosplayer donned in a security uniform leaped onto the stage, brandishing a paper baton. This is inappropriate. Your appearance is overly flamboyant. You ought to do it this way. The security character began to swing the baton through the air, then executed a backflip, transitioning into a dance reminiscent of Michael Jackson. Oh, marvelous. That was splendid. Let us see a classic move, a 180-degree lean. The cosplaying security officer glanced over and remarked, that's a 30-degree lean, not 180. If it's like that, I might as well lie down for 180 degrees. Laughter rippled through the audience, both on stage and below. Since you said that, I can't let you have all the fun. I'll give a try. With that, he began to perform the classic move. Remarkable. Do others' shoes possess something special? Does his foot possess something too? You're overthinking it. Michael Jackson had unique shoes and stage setups, unless he is genuinely extraordinary. Just as Dongfang Yin attempted to converse with Tang Ming, a gasp arose from the crowd. Goodness, he actually did it. Incredible. Indeed, it was impressive. Tang Ming's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he gazed at the performer, only to be taken aback. What's going on? There's nothing at all. Rubbing his eyes skeptically, he looked again, but the situation remained unchanged. This individual seems unusual. There's no malice in him. Could he be akin to that woman in Shushing City? As these thoughts crossed his mind, the performer executed an extreme maneuver, bending down to a level parallel with the stage. This instantly incited gasps from both the audience and participants, drawing attention from passersby. Incredible. Can he get back up? Dongfang Yin was equally astonished, while Tang Ming wore a knowing expression, pondering. Does he even want to get up? With a thud, the performer collapsed on the stage, promptly propping himself up and stating, I haven't yet learned how to rise. I'll return next time. What a pity. If he could stand up, it would be a showstopper. If he managed to rise, it would be nothing short of sensational. The feat of bending was already astonishing, and rising would be extraordinary. Is it really that exaggerated? It should be. Dongfang Yin approached and remarked, this performer exhibited remarkable skill. Let's all welcome him back next time. She began to clap, prompting the cosplayers behind her to join in, and the audience followed suit. Tang Ming gracefully stepped forward, discreetly observing the performer. When their eyes met, the individual hesitated, avoiding his gaze. What is this about? Does he recognize me? Tang Ming pondered, attempting to recall if he knew anyone resembling this figure, whether friend or foe. But none fit the bill. Even with makeup, he should have some familiarity. It was implausible for him to be completely unrecognizable. It was unlikely that he knew Tang Ming while the latter did not know him. Regardless of how the other averted his gaze, a thought flickered in Tang Ming's mind. If he wasn't an ordinary person, he must possess extraordinary abilities, and among those he knew, few had such traits. Thus, he likely belonged to one of the magical girls, though identifying which one was impossible. It seemed he was employing a shielding spell to obscure his presence. What are you staring at? Hurry back. Before Tang Ming could delve further into his thoughts, Dongfang Yin tugged him back. At that moment, the cosplaying security figure leaped off the stage and vanished into the crowd. Wait, is that him? How could it be him? His eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the retreating figure. He was a stage actor, so it shouldn't be surprising to see him at a convention. Yet why would he adopt such a different appearance? Continuously lost in thought, I found myself being ushered to the back. Ahead, a few individuals commenced a performance in a competitive manner, while the formidable De Chao Shun simply vanished from sight, eliciting no surprise from anyone. Dongfang Yin had also enlisted 2 participants to elevate the atmosphere, while those attempting to perform the folk dance were unceremoniously pushed aside, leaving only the healthy activities to continue. At last, it was my turn. Grandfather Li Kuei has arrived. Chapter 93. The Great Brawl is underway. 3 Li Kuei? What brings a hero from Liangshan here? Is there a Songjiang around? Hurry and take your brother away. Had I known, I would have donned the attire of Wu Song. Envisioning a duel between Wu Song and Li Kuei. I, however, am akin to Lin Daiyu, gracefully pulling the willow. Wu Song battling Li Kuei? What a jest. Make some room. Otherwise, Li Kuei will be obscured. Don't crowd. I wish to see Li Kuei dance. Step aside. I wish to see it too. The audience erupted in excitement. A wave of eager spectators surged forward. Everyone, please do not push. Otherwise, the distance from the stage will widen, forcing us to watch from afar. Dongfang Yin seized a microphone and addressed the crowd below. Upon hearing her words, the commotion ceased, and individuals raised their phones and cameras to capture the moment. Who would have thought Li Kuei could dance so impressively? Perhaps I should don the guise of Sun Ernyang next time? That might be unwise. I believe Lin Daiyu suits you better. Lin Daiyu? Indeed. Did you not hear someone mention Lin Daiyu gracefully pulling the willow? It is absolutely fitting for you. Dongfang Yin narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of predation. Ahem. Lin Daiyu won't do, but perhaps Xue Baochai would suffice. Why not just perish? I might as well dress as Wang Shifeng. That too is acceptable. All characters from Hong Lu Ming. I can hardly be bothered to engage in this banter. I shall focus on crafting my character and not disperse my energy. With that, I turn my gaze back to Li Kuei. Tang Ming also looked over, and once again, a sense of disbelief washed over him as he beheld Li Kuei leap into a pole dance. The audience erupted in a chorus of cheers. Li Kuei, I adore you. Goodness, brother, is there truly no one here who cares? How dare you speak such words? A brave soul indeed. In ancient times, he would surely have been one of Liangshan's heroes. Others regarded him with curious glances, pondering, could this individual be from Nantong? The surrounding men instinctively shifted aside, fearful of being touched. Shouldn't someone intervene? There is nothing to be done. With such attire performing a pole dance, what reaction could one possibly expect? Dongfang Yin cast a glance below, before refocusing on Li Kuei. Goodness, we are but ordinary men. Some, bewildered, spoke up, eager to continue watching, when suddenly she remarked, online, there are claims that individuals over 30 without a girlfriend suffer from either personality issues or sexual orientation dilemmas. Which category do you fall into? What do you mean by that? Are you questioning my character? Not exactly, merely a fleeting thought. Huh. Tang Ming chose to disregard her comments. His interest piqued by Li Kuei's pole dance. After finishing his routine, Li Kuei invited several female cosplayers to join him for an outrageous reveal. Goodness, he has a 12-pack? 12-pack. Where? Let me see. Look up there. Many followed the direction of his finger. Witnessing Li Kuei tear off his outer garments to reveal his sculpted abs and muscular chest. Remarkable. I initially assumed he was merely robust. I never expected such a facade. That must be a muscle suit, for no one can possess a 12-pack. Indeed, I have only ever seen 10-pack abs. This 12-pack is utterly ludicrous. Look, he is about to lift these two individuals. My word, is he that strong? Could there be real muscle beneath that suit? Some gazed at Li Kuei on stage with sparkling eyes. As he lifted the two women, gasps erupted from the crowd. After setting them down, he began to remove his muscle suit, revealing his true physique. I could hardly contain my drool. What magnificent muscles! His abs, pectorals, and even other muscle groups such as his back, arms, and thighs are all impressively balanced, suggesting he has never resorted to performance-enhancing substances. Indeed, one could easily discern from the distribution and symmetry of his musculature that he is a fitness enthusiast. No, he must be a bodybuilding competitor. A quick search will reveal the truth. Some began taking photos and searching online. Truly, the audience began to converse among themselves. Wow, a muscular man. And he appears to be quite handsome. I sense something different about this Li Kuei. It turns out he is like this. Tang Ming's eyes were filled with intrigue as he scrutinized the muscles on display. If only I looked like that. I might have found a girlfriend by now. What are you thinking? Huh, nothing. I was merely contemplating how this person is attracting attention. Perhaps he should promote his social media accounts. Just as I finished speaking, Li Kuei announced, everyone can follow me on my social media accounts. Li Kuei produced a small board with a QR code, and the crowd immediately began to scan and add him as a friend. Why intervene? This is merely a method of garnering attention, and my live stream is concurrently broadcasting. All of this is within my expectations. Dongfang Yin watched him with a sense of pride. Oh, Tang Ming responded blandly, instantly deflating her pride and leaving her feeling somewhat disinterested. TSK. Boring. After Li Kuei departed, several followed him, including the two cosplayers. With the first round concluded, we now welcome everyone to the stage for the second round of performances. It is my turn at last. My unique skills shall finally find their place. This time I shall shine. Within moments, a dozen individuals surged onto the stage. Time blurred, and as this round approached its end, the earlier performances had been lackluster, with the excitement only beginning to build towards the finale. Out stepped a character dressed as Aaron from the Survey Corps of the Titans, followed by others in similar attire. We need not elaborate on our costumes. It is now our turn to perform. The group divided, taking positions on either side of the stage before assuming peculiar postures. Their limbs moved awkwardly, mimicking the running style of the Titans, their faces adorned with malevolent grins. Two individuals intertwined their legs and began to move slowly. The bizarre creatures were now roaming about, creating a sense of absurdity. Someone in the crowd suggested, why not imitate the posture of someone exhausted after a 1,000-meter run, struggling to control their limbs? Yes, let us try the running style of the female titan. I believe that will be visually appealing. The trio's running style would also suffice. The stranger, the better. The audience began to cheer. No problem. We can only demonstrate here, but when we perform at the outdoor exhibition, we will select a suitable spot. And everyone is welcome to come and take photos. The Aaron characters spoke. Certainly, we shall support you. Subsequently, they began to move in strange positions on stage. Tang Ming felt an immense sense of embarrassment. Indeed, reality and animation belonged to two different realms. They could easily carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Dongfang Yin gazed at them with bright, expressive eyes, recording the moment with her phone. Do you have 2 phones? How affluent you must be. Nowadays, it's almost embarrassing to go out without 2 phones. One simply isn't sufficient. I only have 1 phone, which is more than adequate. Unlike your wealth, came the retort. Just as I began to speak, voices echoed nearby. Chapter 94. The Great Brawl is underway, for be careful not to trip. It turned out that some cosplayers had accidentally stepped near the edge while running, nearly falling off, but fortunately, someone caught them. It was him, the very security guard from before. Indeed, it was Qingya. I hadn't expected him to return. Tang Ming and the others hurried over to assist, aiming to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Though he knew Qingya was present and no harm would come, others were not privy to that knowledge. Even if it was all an act, it needed to be executed well. The next group of performers took the stage, each showcasing their talents, provoking laughter and even moments of embarrassment that made one wish to dig a 100-meter-high building from the ground. By noon, many began to search for food, whether it was what they had brought or the food stalls set up within the exhibition. The only snacks available were those from the various activities. Tang Ming and his friends gathered at the back to unpack their belongings. A kettle, instant noodles, and hot dog sausages. This was their standard fare. While simple, it was enjoyable to eat. In a trance, they arrived at the final day, where they not only organized their activities, but also collaborated with other booths. After the indoor exhibition concluded, they proceeded to the outdoor events. However, they did not participate in the night activities, having merely heard rumors about them. Now, they found themselves discussing the matter. Are you aware of that incident? That incident? You mean the one related to the night event? Indeed, even the police were alerted. Lights flooded the area. From the photos I saw, it appeared that a photographer was involved, primarily due to the lack of curtains, attracting crowd. That was entirely intentional. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been captured so perfectly. It seems there was even a deliberate leak of information. Moreover, the person involved was a male, apparently a male daughter. Now, he is not just a male daughter. He has undergone a complete gender reassignment surgery. Oh well. This is even more sensational than the previous welfare girls. Tang Ming and his friends continue to chat. This is the nature of the world today. It is entirely normal for some to seek thrills, and they gain attention for it. As ordinary individuals, we can maintain our own circle of life. What purpose does worrying serve? Dongfang Yin stood up, taking a drink, her expression unwavering. Others found some wisdom in her words. We are here merely for amusement, as long as it doesn't interfere with the comic convention. Nong Jian and the others rose and began to walk outside. Let us put on a good performance. It's the final show. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home to rest. Zhua Muchuan yawned, picking up a tray to follow suit. My wig is coming loose. I might not be able to perform any vigorous movements. Zhao Wenyue whispered. Let me take a look. A girl nearby hurried over to inspect, saying it's all right. It's not too serious, but you shouldn't continue with any large movements, or it could easily fall off. Zhuyu is correct. Wenyue, you needn't perform in front. Leave it to me, Dongfang Yin declared, patting her chest. Encased in armor, her figure appeared remarkably imposing, though she was slightly shorter. Tang Ming hesitated, but ultimately said, leave it to me, I will manage. Are you sure you can handle it? Of course. You and T want someone sidelined from a performance over such a minor issue. Would you? Dongfang Yin scrutinized him, her expression wavering. If that's the case, let him give it a try. It couldn't possibly be worse. Zhuya placed her hand on Dongfang Yin's shoulder. This girl was the one who wore the floral outfit on the first day. And only now did Tang Ming learn her name. All right, as long as you do a decent job, it would be a blessing if Zhuya could take the front. I don't have high hopes for anything else. Dongfang Yin sighed and led the others away, leaving Tang Ming and Zhuya gazing at each other. You're Juya, right? Yes, I am Juya. Please, have a seat. I'll retrieve some items. Oh, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and their conversation felt lackluster. After gathering her things, Tang Ming approached Juya and said, "Sit still. I will be gentle." The girl shyly replied, "All right." He applied adhesive to a small brush, deftly maneuvering between her wig and skin. With gentle pressure, he began to apply makeup. The girl twitched her nose, murmuring, "It's a bit pungent." "It's nothing. It's like that. You'll get used to it." After finishing, Tang Ming took out a makeup kit, applied foundation, and began to enhance her features. In a short while, the girl's appearance transformed, becoming even more beautiful than before. "My skills are quite good. You look better than before, though you're already lovely." "Really? Don't you dare deceive me. I am speaking the truth. Would you like a mirror to see for yourself?" As he spoke, he pulled out a mirror from his pocket and opened it. The girl's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "I didn't expect you had such skills. I completely underestimated you before." "Underestimated me? How did you view me prior?" Tang Ming's face froze, looking at her curiously. "Oh, it was nothing. I thought you were just a decoration, not realizing you had some talent. Once I'm out of here, they will certainly view you differently." "Haha, I'm just low-key, not foolish." After packing his items, Tang Ming followed her outside. Upon reaching the exhibition area, aside from those performing on stage, everyone from their side was fixated on them. "Wow, you seem much more attractive than before," Dongfang Yin remarked, puzzled. Indeed, Juya's makeup had become more refined. Nong Jian leaned in closely to inspect Juya's face. "Hey, can you not get so close? Your nose is almost touching Juya's face." "What are you doing?" Zhuomuchuan pulled him back. Others chuckled at the sight of the two. "I'm just a bit curious, not intentional." Observing his awkwardness, Dongfang Yin chimed in. "Did Tang Ming do this? He was the one who did the makeup. I can't believe he's this skilled. Should we let him touch up some more? It is the last day. After all, let us see his artistry." Everyone raised their eyebrows in surprise. Zhuomuchuan immediately turned to him, saying, "Is it really him? I still find it hard to believe a man could possess such makeup skills. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. I assure you, I want to turn you into a JoJo character." "Haha, JoJo. Do I look like someone who suits that?" "Absolutely. Why would TU be suitable? You must trust my skills. Even if it fails, it's just a failure." As they continued to converse, Dongfang Yin and Nong Jian interjected simultaneously. "Let us leave it at that. There's no need for a touch-up. We'll decide after the performance." They exchanged smiles, and Dongfang Yin added with a grin, "When I'm speaking, you should remain silent. Otherwise, it makes me look bad." Nong Jian smiled awkwardly, nodding without uttering another word. They returned to their respective positions, awaiting the final performance. Chapter 95. The Chaos concludes. Dongfang Yin and several others gathered at the center of the stage, while those wishing to continue their cosplay were barred from entry. Today marked the final day of the comic convention, and our small event would conclude as well. Friends who participated in our activities should be aware that we are about to present the grand finale. Zhao Wenyue, clad in a black and white butler outfit, stepped forward. Time is both precious and fleeting. We can capture these moments through videos and photos. Now, let us welcome the Dongfang Fantasy Troupe with their performance of the dance of the finale. Nong Jian continued to speak from the back. The audience below watched in silence. Filled with astonishment and curiosity, their eyes fixed on the performers on stage. It was unexpected to see the Dongfang Fantasy Troupe. I recognized them. They are quite famous on platforms like Douyin and Slowfoot. They had not displayed their troupe name this time, leading me to initially doubt my perception. It was indeed them. From the onset, I sensed a certain familiarity. Had it not been for the live stream, I might have questioned my judgment. I had anticipated this moment, but why the absence of their troupe name? Could it be due to budget constraints? That notion seems far-fetched. They surely earn thousands daily. The crowd began to murmur, exchanging puzzled glances. Well, there's no need for overthinking. We simply didn't have time to prepare a troop emblem this time. It's not a major issue. Dongfang Yin blinked shyly. The audience fell silent. Since we are all quiet now, let's commence our performance. With that, she manipulated the remote control to change the lighting. The cowboy, Zhuomuchuan, promptly took center stage, executing the most standard of movements. At that moment, a swordsman, dressed as a chivalrous hero, leaped forward, his sword aimed at the cowboy. The cowboy's whip snapped in response. Both appeared cautious, wary of genuinely striking one another. The swordsman leapt from the ground, executing a spin, landing gracefully. A gasp swept through the audience. The flash of cameras erupted like fireworks. A youth clad in a wolf beast costume darted from behind to join the cowboy. Humph. Did you think I possess only this level of skill? He raised his hand, lunging forward with fierce agility, executing a swift kick. At that moment, a gothic Lolita girl emerged, throwing a punch in retaliation. Excellent. Brilliant. The four engaged in a fierce duel, their expressions and movements beyond reproach. Suddenly, the stage lights dimmed, and the others halted. The princess from the Elven Kingdom made her entrance. Dongfang Yin's voice resonated through the microphone. The light illuminated the center, where Jia, adorned as an elf, radiated with brilliance. So beautiful. Teacher, utterly enchanting. Her makeup is truly exquisite. It's hard to discern the real from the unreal. The audience was awestruck. As music began to play softly, she glided across the stage with elegant steps, momentarily captivating the world around her. 3 minutes later, the spotlight shifted to Zhao Wenyue. Love is a luxurious indulgence, yet also embodies an ineffable agony. The focus then shifted back to Dongfang Yin, who approached the front wielding a colossal sword. With this sword, I shall sever the evil of the world, my wrath igniting the heavens. The sword glowed with a fiery aura, amplifying her formidable presence. Teacher Dongfang is impressive. Indeed, she is considered a prominent figure in our circle, and this performance likely features her own character design. I have witnessed her journey since her debut as a cosplayer of game characters, and now she creates her own designs. I have followed her from the beginning, and I am grateful to witness her performance live. It has been worth the wait. I must ask for her autograph later, and the other teachers as well. After performing several poses, Dongfang Yin began to wield the giant sword, culminating in a backflip while holding the sword with one hand. The cowboy, the swordsman, the beast-costumed youth, and the gothic Lolita re-emerged, this time emphasizing stunts in their combat. When the elf returned to the stage, the cowboy's leather jacket had torn at the seams, prompting him to retreat to the back to mend it. I'll handle it. Observing his clumsy attempts, Tang Ming felt a pang of sympathy and stepped forward to assist. I can manage it myself. I don't need your help. You've been at it for 2 minutes. If you continue, you won't have many more opportunities to perform. Upon hearing this, Zhuangmuchuan halted his actions. Tang Ming took over, stitching flawlessly with remarkable speed, incorporating a flexible enchantment to ensure durability. It seems one must employ some clever tactics to avoid such mishaps. With this thought, he followed Zhuangmuchuan to the edge of the stage. At that moment, Zhao Wenyue was delivering her solo performance. Next, please welcome our magical girl to the stage. The lights shifted, landing perfectly upon Tang Ming's head. Magical girl? Which magical girl? Everyone turned to look. Oh no, I forgot to ask which magical girl it was. And no one informed me of this. Tang Ming froze mid-step. In an instant, he resumed movement, advancing to the center of the stage. Yuan Shun. Yuan Shun? I play that too, Tang Ming remarked, his eyes sparkling. I meant to say your character is Yuan Shun, not Yuan Shun. Ah, I see, Tang Ming realized, then smiled warmly as he spoke. If you can transform into a magical girl, you can fulfill your wishes. Upon uttering this, the audience felt no concern, but those on Tang Ming's side were astonished. This was due to his voice, which emanated a delicate femininity, and his demeanor was flawlessly aligned with the character, as if the character herself had come to life. This guy can actually produce a feminine voice. Dongfang Yin felt a tumult of emotions within her. As for demons, I am still deeply ensnared. However, to me, you are the sunshine and fresh air. As he spoke again, the audience erupted in cheers, drawn into the realm of anime by his words. The resonance magic truly proves effective, devoid of any peculiarities. Satisfied, he began to move in rhythm. Following his performance, the psychotic youth took the stage, instantaneously capturing everyone's attention. Haha, do I have a mental illness? Who claims I am mentally ill? Those who say I am mentally ill are also mentally ill. With a laugh, he exclaimed, "Oh, my body hurts so much. Someone please help me." The youth shouted, tearing holes in his clothing, stained with blood. At some point, crimson began to trickle from his mouth as he muttered, "Why am I mentally ill? What is wrong with me?" He produced a bloodied knife from his sleeve, brandishing it as if he were a monster poised to strike. "Are you human? Why must there be distinctions? I just dreamt that the door to another world has opened. If I die, I can cross over." With that, the youth plunged the knife into his chest. Blood sprayed forth, and the curtains slowly descended. Chapter 96, A New Beginning? The comic convention concluded shortly thereafter, as a few individuals began to make their way outside amidst the throng of attendees, akin to ants emerging from their burrows. Tang Ming, how did you find this convention? Do you enjoy such events? Nong Jia and walked alongside him, their arms draped over each other's shoulders. It was decent. Tang Ming replied casually, though his gaze wandered to the myriad cosplayers surrounding them. What are you looking at? Do you have a favorite character? Dong Fong, Yin leaned in curiously. Really? I thought you had no favorites. Do share, and we can help you find them. Nong Jia and mimicked Tang Ming's nonchalant demeanor. Scanning the crowd. I'm not searching for anything in particular, just seeing if I recognize anyone, as it's not every day one encounters so many people at once. I see. It seems age is indeed a chasm. What do you mean by that? I'm merely a tad older, not ancient, with a deeper understanding of these things. I can still enjoy them alongside you. Tang Ming looked at Nong Jia and, slightly exasperated. Just teasing, he chuckled, though his expression betrayed a hint of joy. Let us get in the car. Dong Fong, Yin opened the door and took her seat in the driver's position. The roar of the engine signified their departure. Upon returning to Hui Ming Jia's home, they hosted a gathering to celebrate the successful conclusion of the convention and to prepare for future collaborations. There's another comic convention in July. I hope we can all come together again, though only if schedules permit. If someone can't make it, I'll regret it. But I also hope for more opportunities to collaborate in the future. Dong Fong, Yin raised her soda and declared, Cheers! Cheers! Everyone raised their drinks to clink against hers. Leaving the venue, Tang Ming strolled leisurely. I just declined her offer for a ride home. Would it be embarrassing to seek her out now? He gazed at the darkening scenery ahead. Yet, fleeting thoughts aside, he remarked, I am a magical girl. Why should I fear the dark? Summoning his courage, he moved forward. Simultaneously, he noticed his stand-in magical powers activating, and a jolt of realization struck him that the system was initiating something. Damn, trouble arises just as the convention wraps up. Your timing is impeccable. With that, he vanished, leaving another version of himself behind. In the distance, Chunin was roused from slumber by the commotion of the screen, his eyes widening in alertness. It begins. I wonder what kind of trial awaits. Will I endure until the very end? He murmured to himself, quickly rising to take purposeful strides. Zhen Run, Tang Ming has commenced the trial. I'm heading to the site to observe. You should refrain from fiddling with that transformation device and come over to gather data. A voice echoed in a laboratory where Go Zhen Run was immersed in research, causing him to lift his head abruptly. Oh, what is today's date? The 5th. So, I've been here for several days. Perhaps a break is in order. Go Zhenren stretched and opened the heavy laboratory door, stepping outside. As night enveloped Mian Tong City, various individuals began to vanish silently. Some wore expressions of excitement. Others bore bloodthirsty visages, while some exhibited frenzied, wild gestures. The reasons for this phenomenon remained unclear, but all that was known was that Tang Ming left behind an unforgettable memory. Congratulations, magical girl Fun Xin. Your level has reached 50. You may now commence the trial tasks. I am aware. Tang Ming's expression darkened slightly, although he understood. The reality of the moment instilled a sense of hesitation and panic within him. Is there a necessity to kill? Your permissions do not permit inquiry. Please level up before seeking further information. If my level were that high, what use would I have for you? I could ascertain these matters in a heartbeat. He silently cursed inwardly, but dared not voice his thoughts, instead casting vigilant glances around him. Silence, familiarity. These were Tang Ming's current sentiments. Trial tasks initiated. Magical girl, please endure for 5 days. Endure for 5 days? Is it some sort of toxic run or a battle royale? The system offered no response, a development that Tang Ming, accustomed to such silence, found unsurprising. It seems that that's the case. Otherwise, the system would not remain quiet. A smile crept onto his lips, as if he had an intimate understanding of the system. First, let us assess the surrounding circumstances. If it truly is a toxic run or a battle royale, occupying a strategic position would be paramount to gain the upper hand. As for killing, the very thought caused his complexion to pale, and he trembled slightly. Taking a deep breath, he took heavy steps forward. Upon reaching a certain floor, he was astonished to discover ordinary people going about their lives. Activating invisibility, he began to observe quietly, but found nothing amiss. Those individuals truly appeared to be ordinary. Isn't this a trial task? Why are there normal people here? Shouldn't only the participants be present? With these questions lingering, he ascended to the rooftop to survey the city. It appears this is not merely a trial, but a test of life and death. His expression became increasingly grim. He remained crouched there until the distant sun began to rise. Just as the first light of dawn broke, he heard explosions in the distance. Amidst the chaos, shouts and taunts echoed. Dark and purple lights erupted from the smoke, leaping towards the surrounding skyscrapers until they vanished from sight. Am I not alone? He expressed surprise, then muttered, It seems to be a multi-person trial, not just directed at me. Perhaps this will allow me to avoid the necessity of killing. Rubbing his chin, he surveyed the area. Just then, an explosion erupted to his left. Turning to investigate, he saw a demon with tentacles descending rapidly, while a young man wielding a wooden stick engaged it in combat. A wooden stick? Observing the youth's adept maneuvers, it was clear that this demon would soon be subdued. Aware of the airborne monstrosity, he quickly sought refuge within the building to avoid detection. Simultaneously, another explosion erupted to his right, and he barely managed to close the rooftop door behind him. Approaching a glass window, he gazed out at the city, now engulfed in explosions and smoke. So many? At this moment, there are over 10 locations. Could this be a large-scale trial event? Surely, it cannot exceed 100 participants? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a light screen appeared before him. Congratulations, magical girl Dan Shio, for defeating the stripping monster and earning 5 upgrade points. To level up, please accumulate 300 points. Those who fail to do so will vanish forever. As he scrutinized the flickering names on the screen, he finally spotted his own among the nearly 500 participants. So many? Over 500 indeed. As for vanishing, this damned system never warned me. Damn, no worries. At least there's a task announcement. Otherwise, I would have truly been caught off guard. Suddenly, the reason for the system's silence became clear. It was because task announcements would appear during the trial. How lazy is that? Sighing, he resolved to distance himself from this area to find a less crowded spot. Contemplating his next move. Just then, a voice interrupted. Hey, where are you going? Chapter 97, Trial Task 1. The Grief of the Octopus Person. Tang Ming's foot halted mid-step. Slowly, he turned to face the source of the voice. An octopus-like figure stood there, arms crossed, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Who are you? I don't recall any conflict between us. Perhaps we could discuss this civilly to avoid such cold animosity? Tang Ming displayed a beaming smile. What joke? The octopus man exclaimed, cursing vehemently. You have but 2 choices. 1, take your own life. 2, allow me to end it for you. With that, he brandished a weapon resembling a handgun. Is it true that even monsters have taken to using firearms in this day and age? Memories of the rat man from Shuxian City flitted through my mind. Is there no third option? After all, I'm still a novice. Tang Ming pleaded with a tone of feigned innocence. A third choice? The adversary was about to continue when Tang Ming's palm ignited with flames, surging toward him. What audacity! The octopus man, incensed, fired his weapon. Good heavens, it truly is a gun. I barely managed to turn away, the bullet grazing past me, leaving a searing sensation on my lips. My first kiss nearly vanished. Do you not possess a shred of decency? It turned out he was a virgin. What a pity. If you were a woman, I would have dealt with you immediately. As a man, I find myself powerless. The octopus man shook his head and fired several more shots, forcing Tang Ming to dart in every direction, leaving him no opportunity for close combat. Wait a moment. I'm a magical girl, not a melee fighter. Why am I constantly trying to close the distance? With this thought, he began to retreat, promptly invoking his magic. Fireball magic, fire serpent magic, firewall magic. As the 3 spells were cast, the firewall obstructed the bullets, offering him a modicum of relief. The fireball and fire serpent encircled the octopus man impressive. Yet this is merely a tickle, he scoffed, as the tentacles at his feet elongated, shimmering with moisture. A water-type monster? A glimmer of surprise flickered in Tang Ming's eyes, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. A single spark may ignite a prairie. Ignite? As he waved his hand, embers scattered around him like luminous stones. The ocean's bounty. The marsh. The octopus man, witnessing the scattered sparks, opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of water, enveloping himself within. Drowning. The water around him began to spread outward. Phantom sound magic, flower magic. In an instant, Tang Ming unleashed these two spells. The flour mingled with the water, transforming into a murky, viscous mass, ultimately coming to a halt. As the music began to play, the dough began to crack, revealing the octopus man within. Is this your technique? Flour has emerged. The adversary gazed at him in astonishment. My apologies, no further comments. Tang Ming swiftly conjured additional spells. Slingshot magic, moonlit fire shadow. A slingshot materialized in his hands, aimed directly at the octopus man. The octopus man immediately sensed an immense threat and leaped down the stairs in a frantic escape. Think you can flee? Too late. Pink world. The domain unfolded, pulling him back. As he found himself once more in his original position, the octopus man seethed. You little brat, I have given you a chance. Since you insist on courting death, I shall oblige you. Stage 2 Evolution. Octopus Brother, the musical genius. The tentacles began to detach, and his form transformed into something distinctly humanoid. He picked up a recorder and began to play. Tang Ming felt his mind clouding, his footing wavering. What the hell is this? What kind of madness? Grasping his head, he felt an urge to smash it against the wall. This form took me years of study to master. Even those of higher rank have suffered greatly. The octopus brother observed Tang Ming's condition with satisfaction, playing even more fervently. I must devise a strategy to silence him. Otherwise, my head will surely explode. With this thought, the slingshot in his hands still glimmered, though it now appeared somewhat dim. In a moment of distraction, he stumbled on the stairs and fell to the ground. At that moment, he noticed the sparks enveloped within the dough. No wonder it didn't ignite earlier. This is the reason. Amplifying his magical output, the sparks ignited. As they began to flicker, Tang Ming felt 30% of his magical energy drained, yet the sparks grew even more radiant. With a resounding explosion, the flames roared to life, and the octopus brother stared wide-eyed at the surrounding pink flames. How is this possible? I was wholly focused on playing the flute. It shouldn't be like this. Before he could ponder further, the flames engulfed him. Purification. Just before losing consciousness, Tang Ming exerted all his strength to cast this spell, fearing he might inadvertently kill his opponent. Half an hour later, Tang Ming opened his eyes to behold the unconscious figure before him. Thank goodness, had I killed him, it would have been irreparable. He stepped down the stairs, now acutely aware that this city was no longer tranquil, but fraught with peril. Hours later, the octopus man awoke. His tone dark. Since you have arrived, why not show yourself? It seems you have not been fully purified yet. How intriguing. Who among us possesses the ability to purify? Even after purification, we can instantly recover. It is akin to paradise. Indeed, if this place belonged to us, we would no longer have to hide from the world outside. What brings you to seek me? I do not recall any acquaintanceship with you. The octopus man spoke coldly, surveying the surrounding darkness. We are here to invite you to join us in hunting those individuals. A girl emerged from the shadows, partially visible. Hunt those individuals? Is it not the case that as long as one does not die, they can leave this place? Out there, life continues with ease. Do you believe that once this is over, you can emerge unscathed? The octopus man heard another man's gruff voice from the shadows. As long as you do not die, that is sufficient. A stubborn one. Since you refuse our proposal, you may leave. Your absence is inconsequential, and your presence is redundant. The speaker fell silent, seemingly intent on departing. The octopus man furrowed his brow, preparing to speak, when another voice interjected, My friend, I also require your assistance, and possess considerable knowledge of those individuals. His eyes darted, and he nodded slightly. Then I thank you, friend, for joining my cause. We shall drive these individuals away and showcase our prowess. Upon the conclusion of the man's words, the sounds of battle echoed from the darkness. A blood-stained fox tail emerged from the shadows, indicating a substantial struggle. Roars of anger erupted as three voices cursed, You wretched bird. How dare you attack us without considering the consequences? Consequences? My apologies, but you lack the qualifications for such concerns. The flapping of wings sounded, and a fierce wind swept through, restoring tranquility to the area. From the darkness emerged a vibrant red rooster. Had Tang Ming been present, he would recognize this creature as one that had previously vanished after purification. Chapter 98, Trial Task 2. Ripe? Matured? Tang Ming entered a restaurant, initially believing that the entire city was in disarray and that no establishments would be operational. To his surprise, some businesses were indeed open, and life continued as usual, seemingly unaffected by the events outside. What is happening? Are we not on the same wavelength? Yet, greeting them poses no issue whatsoever. With these questions lingering in his mind, he ordered a bowl of cold noodles. While indulging in his meal, he observed his surroundings. Previously, he had dispatched that octopus-like creature without transforming, and it seemed he was becoming increasingly accustomed to this state. Yet he wondered just how powerful he would become upon transformation. In a moment of self-deprecation, he thought, even after transforming, I can only hope to be marginally stronger than now. After all, my level dictates otherwise. Cheers. Brother, do not speak like that. Your matters are my matters. I will accompany you shortly to resolve this issue. What do you say? Since you, my elder brother, are willing to assist, I shall not be overly coy and will give my all as well. Ha! We have known each other for over a decade. Just state your concerns directly. Beating around the bush feels distant. You are right, elder brother. I admit my folly, and I shall amend my ways. As long as you can change, that's good. The man finished his meal, stood up, and declared, in that case, let us be on our way. He wiped his mouth and walked toward the restaurant's entrance. The other man settled the bill and immediately followed suit. The two rode their bicycles toward the end of the path. A flash of silver light appeared as an ant-like creature charged toward them, its mouth opened wide to engulf their heads. Tang Ming, who had just rushed outside, was instantly halted, gazing gloomily at the towering 3-meter-tall, two-headed ant. Damn it, I didn't expect it to come so suddenly. Tang Ming swiftly deduced that this creature must have been lying in wait. Otherwise, it would not have emerged so abruptly. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling steadily, and cast a glance at the others in the restaurant, noticing they remained engrossed in their activities, oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Narrowing his eyes, he prepared to leave. You best not go out, otherwise you will meet a fate of being devoured. Tang Ming immediately turned, leaping sideways. Who are you? He asked, eyeing the stranger warily. Who I am is of no concern to you. Just know we are all challengers, the man replied, striding forward, his tattered clothes appearing rather desolate. If I cannot defeat it, what makes you think you can, especially in such ragged attire? The man halted, remaining silent for a few seconds before responding. I can address your earlier question, but your latter statement is entirely unnecessary. I'm all right. Do you have confidence? Should I lend a hand? He asked, scratching his head awkwardly. No need. I wish to relish the advancement points alone. The man laughed heartily after his declaration. Damn it. Tang Ming stared in astonishment at the man who had dashed outside. Minutes later, the man stumbled back in. Hey, how did you roll back in here? Shouldn't you have entered with a flourish? The man rose, wiping the blood from his face. I was simply careless and did not evade. It's merely halftime. Observing his serious demeanor, Tang Ming couldn't help but smirk. He had never seen someone fail so spectacularly, yet maintain such composure. With a hint of exasperation, he introduced himself. Hello, I am Tang Ming. What is your name? We should coordinate our efforts. The man hesitated, but, upon seeing the two-headed ant outside, nodded in agreement, saying, I am Lai Lin, a magus. A magus? Tang Ming inquired, puzzled, while reflecting on the earlier battle. This fellow was all about close combat. Where did the magus title come from? You are not a muscle magus, are you? He had Lai Lin's not-so-brawny physique skeptically. I merely favor hand-to-hand combat. If I were to unleash my magic, that little ant would have turned to dust long ago. Is that so? Then why not use it? 2 lives were lost just moments ago. Tang Ming regarded him with disbelief. You shall soon see. My magic is unparalleled. With Lai Lin's fervent assurance, Tang Ming felt a growing sense of foreboding. Once Lai Lin had healed himself, the duo approached the two-headed silver ant. Fireball, fire rope, fire serpent. Firewall. 4 types of magic were conjured forth from Tang Ming's hands. The two-headed ant, savoring the remains of the 2 men, seemed to take great pleasure until the fireball struck, provoking a blood-curdling shriek. Its eyes glinted with fury as its jaw unleashed a deadly arc toward Tang Ming. Fire serpent. Entwine. The fire serpent coiled like a rope around the lethal arc, but it was swiftly shredded. At that moment, the fire rope attempted to ensnare it as well, only to meet the same fate. Clearly, mere magic would not suffice to contain it. Special techniques were necessary. With narrowed eyes aglow with determination, he prepared to act when he heard Lai Lin exclaim nearby, Lightning whip, thunder god descends. A figure crackling with electricity stood before them. wielding a lightning whip in one hand and a thunder hammer in the other. Ah, it appears I misjudged. However, with Lai Lin's prowess, it seems that this ant has met its match. The lightning whip lashed out. The thunder hammer struck the air, and the street was soon enveloped in a tempest of electricity, catching Tang Ming off guard. Damn it! His cries echoed amidst the thunderous brilliance. Not just one, but three. What a glaring sun. Who would have thought someone would start a ruckus here? A young man donned sunglasses, watching the scene unfold. As the lightning subsided, chaos reigned where once there was order. Tang Ming had transformed into his magical girl form, for had he not, the recent electrical storm would have surely cooked him. Goodness, I nearly became a cooked human. Cooked human? Having just met, I see you possess some discernment, Lai Lin remarked gleefully from within the lightning, only to turn and realize he was speaking to a woman. You, he stammered, uncertain, though Tang Ming appeared unchanged. I am a magical girl. Is there a problem? She retorted, her brow arching in impatience. No problem. You are quite beautiful. I am a magus, and it seems we are indeed fated. Fated? What nonsense! What kind of magus attacks indiscriminately, even shocking themselves? How ruthless! Ah, this tale begins on a dark and stormy night. Stop. Let us deal with that ant first, and then we shall talk. He held back a statement, resolutely thinking, once this is resolved, I will part ways with you. The two-headed silver ant, crackling with lightning, reeked of burnt flesh. It roared mightily, its compound eyes turning blood red, and it lunged forward, jaws agape. Tenfold firewall. Tang Ming hurriedly erected defenses, but the ant's two heads snapped down, shattering 9 layers before the last barrier was crushed. The two men leaped back just in time to avoid its bristling fur. The ground instantly pocked with tiny craters. Starfire ignite, illusionary sound rise, fire serpent dance, beacon blaze. These 4 spells were flawlessly intertwined by Tang Ming. Lai Lin was also casting spells, proclaiming thunder rolls, dark clouds assist. The young man with sunglasses observed calmly, summoning a hazy yellow stone that launched toward them. Chapter 99. Where 3 walk, there must be. At that moment, the two-headed silver ant noticed the trio attacking, its compound eyes flashing with a strange light before it revealed something astonishing. Pink Heart swiftly contained the spells, standing firm on the ground while Lai Lin struggled to control the thunder in the sky. Meanwhile, the young man with sunglasses manipulated the exceptionally massive stone, keeping it suspended in midair. This fellow can actually split. Feng Xin furrowed her brows as she gazed at the 2 silver ants before her. I did not anticipate this, and it appears we are in a bit of a predicament. Lai Lin's fingers began to tremble, indicating that he could not endure much longer. Alas, the timing of our attack was poorly chosen, rendering the situation somewhat awkward. The young man in sunglasses adjusted his shades, intending to retreat. My friend, since you've already made your move, it will be prudent to stay and confront this creature together. Otherwise, we shall simply follow you and see where you can escape to. Tang Ming's voice conveyed a threatening undertone. This fellow truly knows how to stir up trouble, sighed the young man in sunglasses, forcing a smile as he said, I am merely gathering my strength. As you can see, my stone is still expanding. If I intended to flee, I would not be doing this. Turning to look, he observed that indeed, the stone was steadily enlarging, though his eyes remained cold. In that case, I thank you, my friend. Let's act swiftly. Upon finishing her words, Fen Xin utilized a light magic spell to leap aside, just as the silver ant lunged forward. Its speed noticeably increased compared to before. Unprepared for such a turn of events, Fen Xin realized she was about to suffer significant consequences. Its speed has increased. I wonder about its attack power? Everyone, be cautious. After speaking, she hurled a fireball, which exploded like a grenade upon impact. She also held a slingshot, unleashing flames that had intensified in potency. Meteor strike, the young man in sunglasses commanded, as he brought his palm downward, sending a colossal stone measuring 50 to 60 meters in length crashing towards one of the silver ants. No matter where it attempted to flee, it appeared to be precisely targeted, seemingly doomed. The silver ant recognized this fact and disregarded it, charging towards Lai Lin instead. Thunderfall, Lai Lin uttered, his voice trembling, before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Dark clouds in the sky flickered with lightning, resembling an enraged thunder dragon, hurtling downwards. A brilliant flash of white light enveloped the world, followed by a chorus of agonized screams. The crimson hue on the silver ant began to dissipate, and the two silver ants swiftly merged back into one. However, this new form appeared somewhat different. What is happening? Standing atop the meteorite, Xin beheld the creature before her, resembling a dual-headed, six-armed monstrosity, instantly recalling the villains from cinematic tales. Seeing such a creature after the demonic sight earlier seemed entirely reasonable. She reassured herself with these thoughts. Isn't this the ancient demon from novels? The young man in sunglasses hesitated before adding, it merely resembles an ant. Ancient demon? Xin felt a sense of familiarity, then suddenly realized, so it is that one from Mortal Tales. Yet, after all, it is merely a story. How formidable could such a creature truly be? Xin sprang into action, declaring, let's not waste any more time. Lai Lin rose to his feet, once again channeling lightning as he proclaimed, speed of lightning, shattering thunder, darkness everlasting. Lightning coalesced into 3 rings, 2 of which soared towards Xin and the young man in sunglasses. The originally white lightning gradually began to darken, presenting a monumental threat that compelled the silver ant to turn its head. You fools truly believe I'm an easy target. You have compelled me to unleash my 3rd transformation. You shall not survive this. The silver ant monster brandished a staff that appeared suddenly in its hand and hurled it towards Lai Lin. Taste my might, stone-shattering shockwave. The young man in sunglasses became enveloped in stone armor, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant. His fist struck forth, accompanied by a shower of debris. At that moment, the lightning rings ensnared them, drastically increasing their speed. Tang Ming leaped, feeling the surroundings blur, while the stone-armored giant stumbled forward. Damn it! Both exclaimed in astonishment as Tang Ming managed to break free from the back of the stone giant. My apologies, I was unaccustomed just now. Xin awkwardly landed on the ground, quickly resuming her sprint. The young man in sunglasses expressed his disbelief, but maintained control, trading blows with the silver ant. This is exhilarating. With this speed combined with my stone armor, I can overpower it, and this time I shall claim the advancement points for myself, he thought gleefully, hastening his movements as he continued to amass stones for his assault. Xin, meanwhile, scattered sparks to form a magic circle. This magic circle was something she had developed through her own exploration, though she was uncertain of its effectiveness. Pressing her palm against the ground, she began to chant. Starlit flames illuminate the darkness. Ethereal sounds drift, swaying with the wind. A swarm of fire serpents rises, spreading across the mountains and fields. Flames of war stretch to the heavens. The moon wanes as the crows cry. At that instant, Lai Lin's incantation also reached its conclusion as black lightning swirled around him, coalescing into a thunder dragon that roared toward the silver ant. Now, Xin activated her magic circle at that very moment. Upon seeing the black thunder dragon, her pupils contracted, and she hurriedly retreated. The stone-armored giant engaged in battle with the silver ant was also caught in the crossfire of the crimson and ebony attacks. And within moments, it would descend upon him, sending a chill down his spine. Damn, can't we at least have a warning? Xin felt a twinge of frustration, wondering if Lai Lin had thought about their safety. He unleashed an attack without regard for their lives, as if he intended to claim the advancement points all for himself. Yet he had not considered that her magic circle included the young man in sunglasses as well. Did he care for his safety? But there was no time for such thoughts now. She had to run for her life to avoid calamity. Flames erupted, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters, while the black lightning was even more ferocious, engulfing a kilometer-wide area. Damn it, 2 fools was what Xin thought at that moment. In the center of it all, the young man in sunglasses was in an even worse predicament, caught in the alternating chaos of fire and black lightning. As for the silver ant, it found itself at the epicenter of the explosion, wholly preoccupied with its own survival. Surrounding buildings and people were shielded by a strange luminescence, sparing them from harm. But those wandering outside were not so fortunate, falling victim to either electric shocks or engulfing flames. Only those who were illuminated by a white light emerged unscathed, continuing with their previous activities. Of course, aside from those trial participants who genuinely suffered the effects, nothing else was harmed. Many became wary of other trial participants, hoping to identify the one responsible for this chaos. At this moment, the 3 were oblivious to the consequences of their actions, fixated on the fallen silver ant creature before them. Each bore varying degrees of injuries. The young man in sunglasses had lost his shades, his clothing tattered, crackling with electricity, and his hair scorched black by flames. Lai Lin showed signs of burns from the fire, making it difficult to discern his original appearance. Phoenix fared better, having prepared a protective shield in advance. Yet her youthful visage had become charred, with her dress remaining relatively intact to avoid appearing too disheveled. The three exchanged glances, silence enveloping them, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Upon seeing the appearance of the young man in sunglasses, Phoenix felt a ripple of surprise in her heart. It is him. Chapter 100. Parting ways. The monstrous creature formed from the dual-headed silver ant lay upon the ground, creating a vast crater. It was actually Zhuamuchan, another recipient of the system. Tang Ming's heart was filled with astonishment. Meanwhile, Lai Lin continued to exhale smoke. We have dealt with this creature. What are your plans moving forward? Tang Ming wiped the grime from his face, observing them. The trial is still ongoing. Regardless of the circumstances, we cannot return now. Shall we not act together? Lai Lin hesitated before speaking. Zhuamuchan felt a slight tremor upon hearing those words and immediately replied, "No need. I prefer to be alone." After saying this, he turned and departed without once glancing back. His expression was one of confusion as he looked at Fun Xn, who had just opened her mouth to speak. "I also prefer to be alone. Let us each go our own way." With that, Fun Xn leaped away and vanished into the distance. "I still prefer to be alone. One might think you enjoy company," Lai Lin remarked sarcastically, watching as the strange figures gradually faded away. From the shadows, Zhuamuchan observed their retreating figures and mused, "Who would team up with you two? That would be akin to a severe blow to the head. There is nothing resembling a normal team in sight. Just this brief moment, and I feel as though I am at my wit's end with you." He wore a somewhat resentful expression before he began to cast the cleaning spell, and in the blink of an eye, he reverted to his previous appearance as a young man wearing sunglasses, though now without them. Damn, the sunglasses are gone. Had I known, I would have held back a little longer. I might end up being the one most severely injured in this encounter. Feeling dejected, he conjured a new pair of sunglasses with magic and set off in an odd manner toward the horizon. As for Phoenix, upon noticing Zhuamuchan's departure, she dispelled her transformation and reverted to her original self. This state felt more comfortable. Constantly embodying a magical girl was making her feel overly feminine. With the cleaning spell cast, Tang Ming was instantly spotless as he contemplated the distant streets. Having arrived not long ago, he had already encountered two monsters. The second was manageable, but the first was human, making it entirely difficult to act. He sighed and began to observe his surroundings, mindful of everyone present. Don't miss out. Heaven and Earth is officially open. We welcome all esteemed guests. Heaven and Earth? Tang Ming looked over in confusion, recalling a specific thought. Esteemed guest. You appear quite handsome and well-dressed. Why not step inside and try? A middle-aged man in a suit approached with a smile. Is that so? Am I truly that handsome? Indeed. I noticed you among the crowd immediately. Your striking appearance is simply unparalleled. Even the sun pales in comparison. The suited man scrutinized him further, saying, at first glance, "You exude an air of wealth. Your hands are those of a prosperous person. Your face radiates affluence, and your demeanor suggests effortless success." Tang Ming smiled slightly and nodded, appreciating the man's flattering words. "Why not step inside and see for yourself? Your eloquence is commendable. It would be a shame not to." Upon hearing this, the man's smile broadened, but then he froze, disbelief washing over him. "But I'm truly not as exceptional as you claim. Even if you sing my praises, it won't make much difference." Tang Ming feigned a sigh and replied, "If I come into wealth in the future, I shall certainly patronize your establishment. But I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." He hurriedly departed, leaving the man bewildered. "If you lack funds, you should have said so earlier. What a waste of my breath." The man spat on the ground in frustration, then resumed his cheerful demeanor as he turned to the next passerby. "I am a respectable person. Who would willingly visit such a place?" Rolling his eyes, he made his way into the bustling shopping mall, seeking a place to hide and assess the situation later. Several kilometers away, a fierce battle was underway. A man clad in ancient white robes fought against two humanoid monsters, appearing to handle the situation with ease. "I had no intention of killing you, but your folly leave me no choice. Allow me to escort you on your final journey." With swift movements, the man dispatched his foes, their heads rolling to the ground. As he watched the monsters gradually morph back into human forms, he sighed and gazed skyward. Having observed for so long, isn't it time for you to reveal yourself? Minutes passed with no response, seemingly mere musings from a man. If you refuse to show yourself, I shall take my leave. With a flourish of his sleeve, the man vanished from sight. Time continued, and the area returned to its pristine state, yet the shadows on the ground grew deeper. At the edge of the sky, a girl in a blue dress named Lan Jing was observing the situation within. This map was unusually vast, and the number of participants had doubled compared to previous events. It seemed something significant was about to unfold that they were unaware of. Furrowing her brow in thought, her azure eyes swept across the space above until they landed on one particular individual. It appeared that Tang Ming had not been eliminated on the first day. He had some skill, but as the trials progressed, it would no longer be merely about defeating monsters. They would have to contend with them, as death would ultimately be the trial's true objective. Lan Jing stroked her crystalline blue hair and remarked, "This is particularly intense." Suddenly, her attention was drawn to a radiant light racing towards her. Who might this be? As she squinted, she discerned a figure in the light, garbed in a snow-white medieval noble attire, with flowing black hair that enhanced his striking beauty. "I did not expect you to arrive so promptly. My apologies. I reside here, and any delay could lead to complications." "Is that so?" "It seems the initial skirmishes have concluded, and the trial for the second day are about to commence." Hearing the other's voice was akin to a refreshing spring breeze. "Chunya, please refrain from testing me in this manner. I have no interest in your city, as we must unite to face the external threats together." Chunya immediately composed herself, stating, "Since you insist, I shall take your word for it. Should you dare to deceive me, I will inform Shuang Shui." Lan Jing wore an expression of exasperation, thinking, with her around, how could I possibly lie? Besides, you are well aware of our circumstances. Very well. Since you have said so, I shall refrain from mentioning this matter upon my return. However, we indeed need to collaborate against those external threats. Chunya's gaze drifted across the space, and she added, "Has our city recently acquired a level 100 individual? I wonder how